Chapter 51 State Long. I need your help. Moment later the Bell, Ziming Buick came to aid a community, then the first team to reach the governor. This situation is normal, after all, the governor's team will choose the safety of the main road to travel, and will ensure holding a zone before the uniform into the situation, but it can shortcuts in the past, while the community is very familiar with his place. Combination of these reasons, certainly you can catch the state front long. Vida community entrance. Omar, just wait here. Ziming came to see him immediately meet up, as have already passed the phone, so Omar also not nonsense, straight into the theme, Zuxian Ming, communities which have been. I'm ready. I'll talk to Mr. Governor alone later, and you'll be with me when the time comes, and I can leave all the time for you. For Omar generous, Ziming really wants to accept everything, but to play safe, Ziming is to ask the sentence, states Mr. Long why will come to you today about what Vader community work arrangements, or do you usually just have to contact Austrian Ma? Very worried about what Ziming Ming, he is very direct answer, said, this I do not know, and we usually have no contact, just when I was young, the governor had been to my house, I say very political talent. If one day I was in politics, he said he would personally see me, I want. Or promises for this reason. Ziming knew for this reason, because Omar mentioned in a later book that there was a political figure who had a great influence on him, and it seemed that he was the governor. In that case, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, which is very important to me. Ziming said. Compared to Mr. Ziming's help to me, I am only the most insignificant. Omar said. Time is urgent, so Ziming and Omar didn't have any extra courtesies, so they went back together to make preparations. Alan followed Ziming mechanically. To him, everything today is simply incredible. As a caregiving lawyer, Alan knows very well that Will Adams deliberately told Ziming the news. The purpose is to give Ziming a direction of hope, but this help is full of difficulties and obstacles, and it is very slim. Faced with this hope of 100 people, I am afraid that 99 of them would choose to give up, but Ziming insisted on trying to the end. Later, Ziming found James by himself and came to the state government, but here he was told that the governor had set off early and was still under the interference of Old Brook. This is undoubtedly another news that urges people to give up, because it is very similar to a game set deliberately by Brook and Will Adams. The purpose is to make you play, but Ziming still did not give up, and continued to chase the governor's motorcade out. If you follow the governor's team all the way to the destination, there is no problem, but the key is that the governor's team has gone far when they reacted, and they all rely on guessing to catch up, but in the end they got their guess right. At this time, however, fate made another big joke. A red light blocked their way, and watched the governor's convoy disappear at the end of the road. At this time, most people have to jump their feet and scold their mother and blame the sky for the others, but Ziming still didn't give up, and still continued to think of ways to catch up. Finally, God was moved by Ziming's perseverance, and Omar brought news of the governor. The governor went to see Omar, and Omar took the initiative to call Ziming and told Ziming that this was very lucky. But if Ziming hadn't insisted before, if Ziming gave up early, would he still be lucky? Alan doesn't know, but he can be sure that Ziming will meet with the governor in at most a quarter of an hour. So will the miracle he has been expecting really happen to Ziming? Maybe Ziming had done miracles before, and even got the president's amnesty, but that was the result of looking for the Chinese consulate. But he is not the crown prince of China, nor the emperor. How can the Chinese consulate help him again and again? Moreover, in terms of facts, relying on diplomatic means can obtain an amnesty from the president, but it may not be able to get $7 million from the governor. After all, one is the federal government, and the whole needs to be considered, while the other is only the governor. Be responsible to the state assembly. In this series of thoughts, Alan followed Ziming to the community office, because according to the situation in the United States, there is no such thing as a basic level organization in the real sense of the neighborhood office. Therefore, each autonomous group of elected members is the most basic level management mechanism. In the Vinda community, Bob was originally supposed to be Bob according to the results of the election. However, Omar set up a PR company with Ziming's help and directly defeated Bob. In the end, Bob's compromise was the nominal member of the Vinda community is still Bob, but in fact it is Omar who manages everything in the community and formulates reform policies. So naturally, Bob's office was also taken over by Omar. Originally, Bob was sitting in the position of the owner of the office, but when Ziming and Omar pushed in, Bob jumped up like a spring under his buttocks. He looks like this. It can be seen that Omar usually treats him. The tuning is good. It's okay, Bob, you are a member of the Vinda community, so just sit there, Ziming said to him casually, but this sentence sounded like a heavy heart in Bob's ears. He slapped his face, making him wish he could jump out of the window immediately. Ming and Omar did not have any interest in Bob's embarrassment. They sat in the reception area of down at the office and began to discuss at the meeting of the details with the governor. Bob and Bob did was eavesdropping not exist. It was only after their conversation that the governor was coming later, and this shocked Bob almost never fell off his chair. Imagine that a street director suddenly learns what mental state the provincial party committee secretary is about to come in a quarter of an hour. This is how Bob is. Upon hearing this news, Bob wanted to slap himself a big slap in the face. Why did he have to fight with them when he was so indifferent? Turns out they even knew the governor. Bob didn't think that the governor came for the Vinda community. At least before Ziming and Omar came, he hadn't even been the mayor, let alone the governor. In but a bow of self-pity, in a quarter of an hour of the time passed quickly. As the news came out, Ziming Omar got up and down to meet the governor. According to the information Ziming learned, the governor of Massachusetts was named Edward, a Democrat. He was a reporter before entering the political circle. Due to his career, after witnessing too many things, he changed his job and became a member of the government. A politician who was very active in reforming until he successfully ran for governor. Zooming back to Edward's governor. King not know much. He only knew his father parent is a board member of the New England Media Group, and also invested a lot of entertainment company. It is for this reason, when Edward report a transfer from the political arena, has been very strong public support, so in just a few years has become a very well-known social activist. Massachusetts welcomed the final when members selected, until the governor. And just listen to him lecture or read his reports, then we can know his core idea is to break the tradition, constant change. When Ziming mind turning these thoughts when Edward governor's motorcade had come to Ada community, bodyguards are the first 4 weeks off guard doing, then just go off. Edward, Omar rushed forward to step initiative to shake hands. The governor is not at all American. He is about 1.6 meters tall. Standing with Omar, who is 1.8 meters tall, he looks very short. Edward looked up at Omar, smiled and said, "I did not expect Austria. Marduk had grown so tall. I remember the last time I saw you when you can still hide behind what your mother." Austrian man rather embarrassed smile. Edward joking, "Uncle, the last time you see me, I'm afraid that in nearly 20 years ago, when I did not go to college too." "Yeah, not only did you not go to college at that time, you were also very naughty, which caused a headache for Uncle Edward, who had just been elected as a member of parliament at that time," Edward said. Just as Edward and Omar were reminiscing about their old age, people from the nearby Vinda community crowded around here one after another. This is also normal. After all, a convoy of the governor's size, coupled with a circle of bodyguards around, will definitely arouse people's curiosity. At the same time, as the governor introduced by the media, Edward himself is a pioneer of reform. He has a very high approval rate in the state. At least this Vinda community supported Edward undecidedly during the governor's election at the time, even if they never saw Edward once. At this time, when they saw Governor Edward, they all cheered. "Governor Edward, we are your supporters." At the beginning, I told the whole family to vote for you. I support your health insurance reform bill very much. After the parliament is passed, we will no longer be afraid of getting sick. As a politician, Edward also waved to them. "Hello everyone, I am also very happy to see everyone here." But Edward also said hello. Here, after all, He wasn't here to give a speech today. After greeting him, he walked into Bob's office with Omar, but even so, there were waves of cheers and screams behind him. Bob scolding, "Work hard to be your legislator and exercise the power granted by the people in your hands." Walking into the office, Edward said to Bob, but Edward also said this to Bob. "Then I invited him out." Edward and Omar sat down on the sofa in the reception area. Edward looked at Omar up and down and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that Omar, who was extremely averse to politics at the time, would also get involved in politics today. But this is also a good thing, because I believe in your own vision. You are very politically minded. Even though you failed to run for Vinder Community Councillor this time, you can accumulate experience for you and let you try to understand what the councillor is like." "Thank you, Uncle Edward, I will remember your words." Omar then turned the topic of conversation went on to say, "But Uncle Edward, I want to pause the dialogue between us, because I have a friend that he needs to speak to you," said Austrian Ma launched Ziming, and Edward also turned his attention to Ziming at the right time. "Chinese, was he the one who supported your campaign and later helped you set up the MTL Logistics Company?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped," Edward asked. Omar nodded and replied, "Yes, not only did he support my campaign, he even persuaded me to run." "His name is Ziming." This surprised Edward, but he quickly recovered and said to Ziming, "Thanks," and then asked, "Then Mr. Ziming, I am very happy to meet you here today. This is really an accident. So what are the questions you want to talk to me?" "Dear Governor Edward," Ziming said, "first of all, I want to say that it was not an accident that we met today. I was waiting for you here after hearing the news that you were coming. Then I didn't want to talk to you, but I need you to do me a favor." Chapter 52, Helping Me is Helping Yourself? Governor, do I need you to do me a favor? As Ziming said these words, everyone in the office was shocked. Governor Edward's entourage was surprised at Ziming's rudeness and impudence, while Omar was surprised at why Ziming is usually so discreet. "Will you say something like this?" This is exactly the tone of a superior ordering a subordinate. If Governor Edward had a stronger temper, he would even just get up and leave. Could it be that Mr. Ziming was too anxious, so he messed up his position? With such thoughts, Omar immediately came forward to help Ziming and explained, "Uncle Edward, my friend, he is just seeing you for the first time. He is a bit nervous, so his speech will be a bit inadequate." However, Edward ignored Omar. He just stared at Ziming and asked, "You said you were waiting for me here after hearing the news of my coming from Omar? You don't want to chat with me, you just need me to do you a favor?" "You? I don't think that the problem with you talking like this is very big. And the most important thing is, why do you think I will help you?" "Because my problem is very important," Ziming said. Edward smiled. "I understand. Everyone will say that their own problems are important, just like children always think that their toys are the most important in the world." "But Chinese, do you know that Massachusetts is a New England region, the center of the world? There are many things that happen every day, and each of them may be important." "Why do you say that your problem is important?" "Because my problem is related to the overall economic situation even Brighton, Massachusetts," Ziming said. With Ziming words, Edward's entourage who surprised a moment, then had a good laugh. Even Edward also helpless shook his head. Omar Ziming looked very worried. However, Ziming still didn't change his face on this. "I know you will think that I am naive when I say this, Mr. Governor, you might as well listen to my next words." Edward shrugged senselessly, and seemed to find it very interesting, so he made a gesture of please to Ziming. Seeing this gesture, Ziming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "First of all, I think it is necessary for me to introduce myself. My name is Ziming. I am now the chairman of Wharton Insurance Company, but it won't be any more soon, because my insurance company Wharton Bureau of Justice currently frozen all the assets, while at this time, Mr. Brook plus factories out of the current collective food poisoning, I need to pay for medical insurance claims payments. So you now get it out. I hope I was able to use state financial means to help you pay this claim payment. Wharton help insurers overcome this, right? No mistake, not jump word. Edward asked Ziming. Ziming nodded yes. Edward said, this is Brighton, a city of light. You know there are that many insurance companies. Brighton, you can call out names, have more than 30. There are many called. There are even more small insurance companies without names. You think that if every insurance company cannot pay the claim, I will use financial means. I am afraid that the state finance will go bankrupt in less than a day. I certainly understand that. Not me, and other insurance companies are not the same, Ziming said. Edward frowned, some angry, and said, look at you as the Austrian Maltese friends, and you also help Omar involvement in the political part. I will answer you this, so please pay attention to your words. Apparently Edward says already a warning, but still, regardless of whether Ziming said, states Mr. Long, my Wharton Insurance Company this year introduced a new financial insurance, although the terms of the complex, but simple to. In other words, the insured buys an insurance from me. If there is no claim during the insurance period, then the principal can be refunded after the insurance expires, and there will be additional stable interest income. Mr. Ziming, I am not interested in knowing any insurance. Today is also when I talk to Omar. If you continue to talk about boring things here, I will ask you to go out. Edward warned. Ziming continued, up to now, 52,000 copies of this kind of financial insurance have been put out, and the insured amount has exceeded $70 million. The sum of all theoretical insurance policy claims has exceeded $20 billion. Just 5 years later, the interest to be paid will exceed $40 million, plus the principal is $110 million. As the sound of Ziming's last word fell, the office was suddenly silent. Everyone sucked in air. Even Edward's hand stopped in the air. Originally, he wanted to drive Ziming out, but now he couldn't say anything. Even if it is just an ordinary person, when he hears the two figures of the insured amount of $70 million and the theoretical claim amount of more than $20 billion, he will unconsciously take a breath. In a country with a highly developed finance like the United States, everyone needs to understand some economics principles. Not to mention that the people in this office are all highly educated, at least they all have a bachelor's degree. Understand what a terrible thing this is. If you are an ordinary person, you might say that insurance is not an accident. $20 billion is just a theoretical claim amount. How can it be realized? But no one would want him to realize it. But as long as more than 10% of the amount is realized, it is a big trouble. Not to mention that after the insurance expires, there is still $110 million in principal and interest to be paid. This will be a huge and heavy burden for any insurance company. Damn it, are you Chinese crazy for making money? How can you design such an insurance product? Edward scolded furiously. Edward also had to be anxious, because according to what he just heard, the insurance product designed by Ziming is basically an untimely financial bomb. Although it will not become a financial crisis, it will definitely cause a big setback, and more importantly, insurance companies are not allowed to go bankrupt, and this type of insurance company that is showing a loss will not be taken over, so the state government can only use financial subsidies and auction reorganization. The state finances are all about paying for it. Edward is a governor who has just been elected and is preparing to show off his ambitions. Now that Ziming suddenly throws such a financial bomb, how can he not make him jump in a hurry? Governor Edward jumped angrily, but Ziming relaxed and leaned on the sofa. Mr. Governor thinks this insurance product is not good, but in my opinion, this is very likely to become the future development trend of insurance. The reason is very simple. It is people's profit-seeking mentality. Imagine spending the same money. One side just buys an insurance. The other side is not only can buy an insurance, but also participate in investment. Which one is more attractive? What? I think the answer is beyond doubt. But this is a product that breaks the balance of insurance. Edward said, it's right for people to chase profits. and it's right for people to choose your financial insurance. But this kind of insurance itself has huge security risks, and the insurance costs that need to be borne are too high. Mr. Governor, what you said is just a general situation, but from a very early time, insurance companies have been very important in the capital field. The investment status is now, Ziming said. Our Wharton Insurance Company received only $70 million in insured amount, but my Wharton Insurance Company now has more than 100 million funds on its books. Edward said meaningfully, is this all the result of your investment? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Mr. Governor, you should say that it is the result of the joint efforts of me and the traders of our company, Ziming emphasized, and he went on to say, Mr. Governor, you always emphasize reform in your usual speeches and interviews, so my insurance product is actually an important reform of the insurance industry and even the entire capital field. First of all, the development of this insurance product will directly push insurance companies into the capital market, changing the conservative attitude of insurance companies in the past. The situation is to compete with fund companies and securities companies for the cake of the financial market. This result will directly eliminate those small insurance companies that are not capable or innovative, and complete a major reshuffle of the insurance industry. Ziming went on to say, as the law does not allow many insurance companies go bankrupt, then the process of continuous merger and reorganization of insurance companies, the entire insurance industry will be more standardized, which for the governor of your health care reform is also very helpful, because he will help you clear the many and complicated obstacles of insurance companies in the past. Speaking of this, Ziming paused and finally said, it is for this reason, so Mr. Governor, if you help me this time, you are helping yourself. If you speak before Ziming, just let Edward feel some meaning, then the most Ziming after remarks he shines it is to make up. Is this something you've already thought about, or did you make it up to tell me on purpose when you come today? Edward asked. Ziming answered with a smile, states Mr. Long, I think your question is not important, because both have long wanted a good intention or impromptu nonsense. Will not affect his role, is not it? No mistake, not jump word. The really so. Edward said, that it now. Can you talk about your things? You need to state how many claims, the amount of financial help you pay. $7 million or $8 million. Ziming went on to say, not about this claim amount is not important. Important is that why there is this claim payment. Why is that? Edward asked very cooperatively. Ziming said he replied, because as Mr. Brooke, he told the Justice Department to report to freeze all the assets of Wharton's insurance company, then created a collective poisoning. His aim is to bring down my insurance company, and then he came taking over, so that he can directly interrupt the innovation of the insurance company market. I have a very strong hunch that this is a huge conspiracy against reform. Edward also will be frowned. Cloth. Rook Senator that it was Adam's family man. Ziming directly along. Edward nodded, yes, states Mr. Long. Just 2 days ago rejected the insurance company, requested an extension of time requested by the investigation judge, Caldwell Adams. After listening to Ziming answer, Edward was silent, and finally raised his head to Ziming said, since this is the case, then I promise you, Wharton Insurance Company needed to claims payment on the state government's financial help paid. Chapter 53 Behind the $8 million? I promise you to use the state finances to help you pay all the claims. Governor Edward's words blew everyone up like a blockbuster, including Ziming, who couldn't believe it was so simple. Originally, Ziming was planning to continue the war with the governor for 300 rounds. He even prepared a lot of more radical words, but he didn't think he could be so simple to agree. This was a bit beyond Ziming's expectation. Perhaps from meeting Edward to successfully persuading him, I shared 3 chapters and experienced many twists and turns in the middle. In order to continue the topic, I did not hesitate to annoy the governor, and used seemingly naive words to go straight into it. Theme, and exaggerate the problem as much as possible. Although he has made a lot of efforts, Ziming is still sure that this will not be his own credit. As for Omar, Perhaps his mother and Governor Edward have a very good relationship, but Ziming does not believe that the governor will help him because of this. How can I say that the span in the middle is too big? Then there may only be one final result, and that is that some of what I said cut to the point. Maybe it was the old Brook congressman. Or the Adams family? Ziming couldn't be sure. Of course, it's not the time to think about it. Ziming quickly calmed his mind and said to Governor Edward, "Mr. Governor, thank you very much. If you are willing to help, this will really help me a lot. But there is still one point, because my claim settlement has been delayed for 3 days. Today is the last day, so I hope you, Mr. Governor, can help me resolve it within today. Otherwise my insurance company is still in danger of bankruptcy." Listen to Ziming. In other words, everyone in the office was messed up, especially Edward's accompanying secretary. As the governor's secretary, he is already well informed and has seen many business owners who need government financial relief, but no one is asking the governor to do things. How can anyone be as confident as Ziming and ask the governor to resolve it within today? This is simply using the state government's finances as their own treasury and the governor as the treasury steward. It even Governor Edward face that is also a moment, then almost to tears, said, "This is indeed a problem. Although the state government's finances is not required by Parliament, but the annual budget is required by Parliament. If suddenly spending so large sum of money, to the annual audit, when there is a good account of Parliament, and I am embarrassed," states Mr. Long, "I would think this is not a problem, because as long as I am on the issue of selling checked clear, my assets thaw, I can at any time to return the money." Ziming thought for a moment and finally said, "Or just when it is woe done insurers pipe state monies borrowed." A name that does not see a pass in the small insurance company, forcing the state government can borrow money, you can be considered a precedent. Edward ridiculed Ziming and then turned to the front and asked, "It's just a little bit that makes me a little curious. Are those things you said before are intentional? For example, you are here waiting for me, and your question is about the economic situation in Massachusetts is the most important of these words." Ziming nodded and said, "I indeed deliberately say, because I know you are a governor very smart people in front of me then, or almost a little better, playing too slick just like a buffoon." Edward laughed loudly, "You Chinese can really speak. If that's the case, I will promise to help you with your affairs. Within today, I will allocate $8 million from the state fiscal account to you." Edward paused for a while and then asked, "Then you are finished? Can I chat with Omar alone?" "Nothing is wrong, no skipping." "Of course, today is my very rashly disturb." Ziming said so, and then immediately got up and left the office with the lawyer Alan. Out of the office, Ziming told Alan, "It seems my luck is not wrong, or at least this day that God is on my side. Although I am not a Christian, each individual before God are all on the same starting players online, and they all start towards the end of the same under the same rule, but many people have lost the difficulties along the way. Very few people can stick to the finish line God rewarded." Ai Lun Momo said to Ziming, "Zuxianqing Ming, you are not lucky, but you are with your wisdom and perseverance to conquer God." Ziming smiled slightly at this. So it is the same sentence. There are no unsolvable problems, only unwilling brains. Half an hour soon passed. Governor Edward also walked out of the office. Ziming put the company the account was handed over to him, and Edward told Ziming that he would definitely be able to resolve the matter before the bank was off work. With this news, Ziming returned to the dormitory. He told Chen Yining and Li Yang the news. They cheered happily. But Ziming said, "It is not the time to cheer as much as possible. After all, we have money. The account has not yet arrived, and our time is very tight. Old Brook does not know if he will go to the court to file a lawsuit in advance." After analyzing the current situation, Ziming made a decision. "Yining, please pay attention to the bank at any time. Keep in touch, as long as our funds are in place. Attorney Allen will ask you to help us deal with the remaining legal issues." Yining nodded and said that there is no problem. Allen also said, "Even after the bank ceased business today, I still have the confidence to help you win the lawsuit. Mr. Ziming. That would be the best, Ziming said. Ziming's voice just fell. Yining had already connected to Ziming's bank account through the computer. She immediately told Ziming, "The teacher is here, and the state government's funds have arrived." Listening to Yining's words, Ziming came to look at it immediately, and saw that there were 8 million figures lying in his bank account on the computer. Chen Xiu and Li Yang cheered again. Even Alan, who has always been steady, cheered with them this time. "It seems that Mr. Ziming, you must have left a very deep impression on Mr. Governor, so he will paying so much attention to your business." Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, "Perhaps, but I think he might have other more considerations." Ziming's words were not casual, it was because he did have other doubts, and what Ziming didn't know was that his doubts hit the red heart. In the governor's office in the state government building, Governor Edward had just finished the remittance to Ziming, and his accompanying secretary stood in front of him and was telling him some of his thoughts. "Mr. Governor, the remittance will arrive in the designated account of the Chinese gentleman soon, but is this really good? Mr. Governor, have you forgotten that Wharton Insurance will have what happened today? It is all done by Senator B. Brooke. Thanks. After coming back today, I also investigated the grievances between them. It is said that the Chinese sent Senator Brooke's son to jail." At this point, his secretary paused and then asked, "Then the governor, sir, is it really appropriate for you to do this?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." "Are you worried about Senator Brooke's opinion of me and then vote against me on various government bills?" Edward asked. For the governor's question, his secretary did not answer, but his expression already gave a good answer. Edward continued, "But I don't think this is a problem. First of all, even if he is a senior senator, I don't think he will be hostile to me because it will not do him much. Secondly, I am elected governor. To advocate reform is to break many of the past routines. If this is also afraid, I am afraid that many of my bills will not be passed in this life, especially the medical reform that I want to carry out." Edward emphasized, "What I hope is to make medical care simple, to centralize all medical insurance, and to distribute the medical insurance of those who are not sick to those who are sick, so that everyone can finally have money to treat the disease. But now it is under the insurance system, it is very difficult to complete," Edward said. Now that Ziming has come forward and he also has his own set of insurance concepts, then maybe I can choose to let him integrate the market. If the insurance industry, if it can be changed, my healthcare reform may also start from this aspect. At there. And Edward stopped suddenly. He looked at his secretary and said, "Furthermore, challenging the Adams family is not what you hope most, is it, my Mr. Kennedy?" In the face of Edward's sudden sentence, his secretary was startled for a while, and then smiled. "I think I understand what you mean, Mr. Governor, but since some things are still being prepared, it's better not to do too many unnecessary things, so as not to waste all previous efforts." Edward disagreed, "Mr. Kennedy, but I think that maybe something can become an opportunity. Some people are happy and some are worried." When Edward used the Massachusetts finances to pay for Ziming's Wharton Company, Chen asked Chen when Yining, Li Yang and Alan were both cheering for this. In the Lexington villa, someone was yelling, "Edward, this bitch, when did he start to disturb this kind of thing? As a governor, you should do what you are supposed to do. Do you have to pay for an insurance company that has been established for less than half a year? Do you care? And on the premise that you know that I'm targeting, really making trouble for me." The person who yelled was undoubtedly old Senator Brooke. He scolded and picked up one on the table. The blue and white porcelain fell to the ground severely, and it broke to the ground with only a bang. The servants and housekeepers of the villa were all looking at old Brooke's madness. No one dared to go up and stop them, or even just say a word. "Edward, asshole shit, and Will's pig. Why did he tell the damn China about the news? If it weren't for that pig, the Chinese wouldn't have thought of going to the governor, and there would be nothing behind. These beasts, do they have no brains?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Old Brooke cursed, and suddenly his cell phone rang. Old Brooke calmed his mind before connecting, and the angry voice came from the receiver, which was Will Adams. I just got the terrible news that our Governor Edward actually set aside a budget of $8 million US. I guess it might be for the Chinese, Will Adams said. Hearing what he said, Old Brook didn't get angry. But he didn't get angry. He just held back his anger and said, "You don't have to guess. I've confirmed the news. It's the payment to Ziming for compensation. Jins. It's now in his bank account. My lawyer just called me and said that Wharton Insurance Company is already capable of making claims, and they are willing to settle claims first and then investigate." Oh my God, this is really terrible news, Will Adams said. But Senator Brook, it's none of my business. How do I know that he is a Chinese who has no background? It's really true. I was able to meet Governor Edward, and our respected Mr. Governor promised to help him. This is incredible. There is nothing incredible, I said, for that Chinese. He is not. It's so easy to give up. Old Brooks said helplessly, "Will, if there is nothing else, I will hang up the phone first, because the settlement of claims from my processing plant is also a very troublesome matter for me." "Then please wait first." "Now, because what I brought to you may be quite good news," Will Adams said. This made Old Brook's eyes brighten. Chapter 54 Bastard Press Conference July 4th is American Independence Day and a legal holiday in the United States. But not everyone can enjoy the rest of the holiday. At least the Southern Hotel in Fenway District has many services here. The staff must be on duty, because today a press conference is about to be held here, and it is not difficult to see that this is a Wharton Insurance Company's press conference. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the hotel's service staff began to set up the venue here. Of course, there will be some discussions when it is set up. I said this Wharton Insurance Company is the insurance company that launched Wealth Management Insurance on the opposite side of Tanti Building. Didn't this company hear that all assets have been frozen by the State Department of Justice? How can such a press conference be held now? Look at the banner of NARA, or Wharton Insurance Company wants to settle a huge insurance. A person said. Another said, I said you can't control this, right? There are no mistakes in a lot of words. Don't you know that those Chinese always have their special methods? And I heard that the chairman of Wharton Insurance Company is from Red China, and there must be some methods that we don't know about. That's it. Hearing what you say makes me want to know him very much. I can still have money to make claims under this situation. It's so cool to slap those guys from the Bureau of Justice. Not only the Bureau of Justice, those guys. I've heard this is Brook Senator wants to deliberately looking for trouble Wharton Insurance Company, but that the Chinese people have thought of ways, so that together. He played a senator slap in the face. Is there any story like this? These Chinese are really evil bastards, but I like them very much. During these boring discussions, Ziming took his Buick car to the South Hotel, along with Ziming, lawyer Alan and Chen Xiu and Yining from the finance class, because there was no time for the press conference, arrived, so they went to the lounge to rest first. At 9:15 in the morning, an extended Cadillac drove into the parking lot of the Southern Hotel, and it was Old Brook who arrived. For Old Brook, he is very reluctant to attend this press conference, but it involves the medical expenses of 2,000 employees in his processing plant, and he has to attend. Otherwise, if I refuse to attend and be caught by the Chinese to make a fuss, it will be quite detrimental to me. It is not the illness and medical expenses of the workers, but the loss of my own processing plant for so many days. If you pay some losses and can deal with the Chinese, you can still accept it, but on the contrary, if you lose money and cannot deal with the Chinese, you can't accept it anyway. It was 9:30 in the morning, and the press conference began, and the reporters were the first to attend. Although most of these reporters were invited by Ziming with money, this is not important. The important thing is that there are reporters here, and today's news will definitely be broadcast. After the reporter, it was Ziming and Old Brook who appeared on the stage. Ziming and Old Brook shook hands cordially. It must be said that all businessmen and politicians are acting. It is obvious that Old Brook hates Ziming to death, but he still looks very kind in front of the camera, as if he is very happy in Ziming's press release. It will be average, and Ziming can't help but have a new understanding of his face. Then Ziming fiddled with the microphone in front of him and said, "Hello gentlemen and ladies, and welcome everyone to come here today. Although Wharton Insurance has happened in the past few days, many unexpected things, including the freezing of the company's assets, and the sudden large-scale food poisoning incident at the Brook processing plant. Since these things have happened, why did our normal investment attract the Bureau of Justice to remove the company from the company? We will temporarily put aside many doubts in asset freezes or food poisoning incidents in processing plants." Ziming said that he immediately raised his tone. "We will uphold the attitude of a responsible insurance company. First solve the difficulties of all our policyholders, and then investigate who is deliberately poisoning food poisoning, and finally help all policyholders to pursue legal responsibility." After Ziming's words were finished, applause immediately rang out at the scene. These applauses are undoubtedly very harsh in Old Brook's ears, as if here he has become a miser who only asks for money from the insurance company. This despicable Chinese knows that he has taken all the noble feelings to himself, as if he is the virgin who considers others everywhere. But he is obviously a despicable bastard. Old Brook scolded Ziming in his heart, but on the surface he couldn't say a word, otherwise his attitude would not be interpreted as a senior senator who has dealt with the media. He knows very well what kind of shit reporters like to make up some news to attract attention, regardless of the real situation. "I know that many people will spread rumors behind their backs that Wharton Insurance's financial insurance products are a financial scam. But I want to say that every hero will be slandered and targeted by demons before he comes out, and they are also vulnerable to people's slander, misunderstanding. But in the end, heroes can always defeat evil and save the earth." Speaking of this, Ziming paused and then said, "I don't want to say that I am a hero, but the dilemma that Wharton Insurance Company suffers is some chaebols who have seen the future of this financial product and are afraid of losing their monopoly. The targeted result is like those demons who constantly create obstacles to heroes. I myself prefer to be a supporting role to help heroes carry forward." As Ziming this last remark, the atmosphere of the scene immediately went into the most. All the reporters should maintain an objective stance gave up his position. One of Ziming became a fan of the general station get up and applaud desperately for Ziming. "Chinese, you don't have to be humble. You are the hero of Brighton. These ideas of yours are as pure as Joan of Arc. Only those damn bastards who are against you should be punished by law!" There are more people cheering for Ziming. These applause and cheers made Old Brook almost mad. He couldn't stand Ziming being praised like this. But just when he couldn't bear it, Ziming handed over the right to speak in his hands in a timely manner. "Cloth, Mr. Luke, I know you have been very anxious, so now I think you can plant workers' medical expenses paid in advance," Ziming said. The old Cloth Luke Jiang endured a slap shot to death. Ziming impulse, exhaled a long Zuoki then said, "Although I have been waiting for a long time, but Mr. Ziming, can you make timely in the final minute? The decision to pay is also very gratifying to me, because in this way I can give up using litigation to solve the problem. But it is better not to delay it for such a long time in the future." This time the words of the old Brook end, Ziming could speak. Following a reporter first said, "Cloth, Brook, Mr. Brook members, are you really? My God, how can you, Mr. Brook, to say such a thing? If I understand it correctly, Wharton Insurance Company needs proper time to investigate the food poisoning incident. After all, such a large area of food poisoning is really suspicious." "With people take the lead," was immediately echoed, "is indeed the case, and now insurance companies Wharton in such difficult circumstances still willing to advance claims. This is very rare, and I do not believe that other insurance companies can do so. This is definitely worthy of support and encouragement." Faced with the reactions of the reporters below, Ziming was very happy. He did not expect that his previous propaganda would still have such an effect. For Old Brook, these reporters were very unfriendly. They were clearly slapping him in the face, but he couldn't refute it yet. However, as the so-called pretending to be forced by oneself, and you have to pretend to be done on your knees, Old Brook can only continue to say about the current situation. Of course, I will support the Wharton Insurance Company's continued investigation, but I will return 1 yard. Everything will have a priority. At the same time, I am also very willing to wish a responsible company like Wharton Insurance Company can unfreeze assets as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be a huge hidden danger. Old Brook finished zooming immediately. Said, on this point, I am very grateful to the insurance company on behalf of Mr. Wharton Brook's blessing, but I think that Mr. Brook would not have to worry about me, because today Wharton Insurance Company assets will thaw like it was arranged. When Ziming finished talking before, someone was invited to the stage immediately. It was Lincoln, the legal officer of the Financial Supervision Division of the Bureau of Justice. He was still short and chubby and ran like a bouncing ball. On stage, he first shook hands with Ziming, and then said to all reporters, after analyzing the investment situation of Wharton Insurance Company in the past period of time, the Bureau of Justice believes that Wharton Insurance Company does not have any insider trading problems. Therefore, today I can announce on behalf of the Bureau of Justice that the assets of Wharton Insurance Company will be unfreezed. Lincoln's words caused an uproar at the scene, especially Old Brook, when countless reporters raised their cameras and shot wildly on the stage. But he hated that he could slap himself severely, and hated why he was so boring just now. But in fact, Old Brook was also very clear in his heart that the result was the same whether he said it or not. Since Ziming dared to hold this press conference, he must have arranged everything. After the press conference was over, Old Brook got up and was about to leave, but Ziming stopped him and asked, Senator Brook, we just reached an agreement, but you haven't given me your account yet, right? Few words. Account? The old cloth Luke sneered, had to do the insurance. I have not put all employees' accounts out to you. Now of course you are hit on me 2,000 employees of each person's account. Do I still care about it? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. The old cloth Luke said. Ziming looked proud of that look, as if to say, you are not cattle, be it newbie. You just go to make money one by one. But Ziming, after listening to just quietly nodded and said, so, it'll have more than cost something, but luckily I put his all accounts statistics are good. Probably this afternoon before the bank will be able to commute arrival, but in the investigation of food poisoning, I still need Congressman Brook's support. I would like to thank Congressman Brook first. Ziming and nothing special tone, but the old Brook has teeth up. Chinese people, you now do not get too happy, you cry after plenty of time. I do not doubt, so please Mr. Brook. Come on, Ziming said, but also on Old Brook made a refueling gesture. This made Old Brook almost want to go violently, and finally managed to control his emotions before turning to leave. Ziming looked at the back left of the Old Brook, gradually dignified expression. Perhaps he just said as very easy, but in fact, Ziming really understand that Old Brook was not joking. Chapter 55 Lin Mu King to commit? After that, there is an inevitable peace. This is a common pattern for all movies. Ziming is no exception. After the press conference on Independence Day, his life entered a period of very peaceful peace. Every day is the same as other Harvard students to attend classes on time, at most in the spare time to watch the news, pay more attention to changes in the situation in the Middle East. Old Cloth broke trouble over there and did not come back. This is just to end one thing. He needs to take care of their own processing plant's circumstances. On the other hand, also from own in response may come at any time of the Gulf War. The contraction stop insurance. Almost all of the company's business and investment in the financial market are only carried out in small amounts. In the face of such a situation, even if it is the Old Brook, it is difficult for him to find an opportunity for the time being. As for Dong's situation over there, and Ziming, all memory of them, like Iraq and Kuwait, although noisy, ferocious, but in general the good offices of the intervention countries around the world. Negotiations continue. All the media in the Middle East, the situation is very optimistic. The old teacher, according to today's news point of view, while in Kuwait and Iraq negotiations, while also continue to increase the oil, resulting in global crude oil futures prices are falling. Many analysts agree that the international situation, complete with several Middle East wars, and the global demand for petroleum energy, will directly cause the global crude oil futures prices to continue to fall. In the Weekming room, Chenxiu Ziming in the report to the case, which is arranged to Ziming class financial tasks, although until now belongs to battle preparation phase, but they still have to work to keep the state. Chen Xiu's task here is to collect information, while Li Yang's task is to calculate a new investment model, which is for consideration after the Gulf War. Regarding Chen Xiu's words, Ziming nodded and said, "This is a very normal situation. After all, oil is the most advantageous weapon Kuwait can grasp to force Iraq to compromise." Ziming thought for a moment and then said, "Now that's so, we can try to invest a small portion of the crude oil futures on the international market, with the campaigners' existing accounts on that account. It'll be in within today, put money paddle, but Chenxiu, you must remember that what we are doing now is short term. We must fast in and out. It does not matter if the income is slightly lower, but we must ensure the principal as much as possible, you know. No mistakes, no skipping." When Chenxiu heard Ziming say this, his eyes lit up and he nodded happily to show that he knew, and then went out excitedly to prepare to invest in international crude oil futures. Ziming Chenxiu is still very trusting of his squad as financial class. Not only has a very strong ability and clever, more important point is that he has a very good team spirit and self-control, to know when to do something, to say whatever he said. He was very confident but not blindly arrogant. He would not be overwhelmed like Li Yang, nor would he be dependent on others like Yi Ning. Such a person can not only be a project manager, but also cultivate a CEO who leads the company. If the only thing missing is perhaps the experience. What Ziming is doing now is to enrich his experience. And Chenxiu also understands this time, so no matter what he says, he will do it without hesitation. After sending Chenxiu away, Ziming got up and made a cup of tea for himself, then walked to the window and watched. The sky outside is still clear, but who knows when the next storm will arrive. It is better to prepare in advance. In fact, it has been 3 years since rebirth. Ziming felt that the biggest change since his rebirth was not the historical memories he brought, but the thoughts that he had settled down over 50 years. If you don't have your own persistence and determination, you don't have the confidence to go back to the past, and you can't grasp it even if you face a huge opportunity. Perhaps I am so bullish now that I dare to deliberately annoy him in front of the governor and president, but who would have thought that at the age of my last life, I was so nervous even to make a speech at the campaign's regional meeting. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled helplessly. At this moment, the mobile phone he was charging on the table rang suddenly, and Ziming held his teacup to connect. It was the lawyer Alan who called, and he happily said on the phone, "Mr. Ziming, I have found a friend of mine. He used to be a member of the police crime scene investigation team, but now he has left the police bureau. Now he opened his own law firm. He said that he can assist us in investigating the mass food poisoning case in the Brook processing plant, and can reduce the investigation cost by half." "Is that so? Then I really appreciate you very much." Ziming first thanked him, and then turned to the front line. "But Attorney Allen, I don't think I need to investigate this case for the time being, so please help me say sorry to your friend." Allen there was a moment of stunned and said, "I will not investigate for the time being." "Mr. Ziming, why is this?" "This time the food poisoning incident at the Brook processing factory is too suspicious. If we investigate further, we will definitely catch the murderer, and try our best to do our best. The most important thing for your insurance company to recover the losses is that I very much suspect that this incident was the mastermind behind the old Brook Alan law. I want to say my thoughts and you agreed, but precisely because of this, so I do not want the investigation." Ziming said. Alan there to say something, but Ziming was robbed in front of him, said, "Alan lawyer, so I am grateful to you for me to consider, but for this matter, I have my own plans. I hope you will not continue to ask. Okay, nothing is wrong, no skipping. After listening to Ziming words, Alan over the very long pause before saying, "How it, you are the boss, of course you are." The final say. Ziming laughed, not to Alan Law. All investigators in this case you still need to find together, because he'll never know when the lingua franca. No sir problem. Alan replied. Ziming Road. There is also a little bit of attorney Alan. If my Wharton company does not have any major investment moves, but just maintains the status quo and makes some small-scale investments, there will be no legal problems, right? No typos. Because I am going to carry out large-scale international crude oil futures trading, I do not think anyone at this time and any company entangled in any legal issues. Ziming said. Is this, Mr. Ziming, you do not need to worry about. Alan went on to say, I am not above his teacher Ziming. If you need to make the bulk of the international crude oil futures, I recommend that you can open or in Bermuda man set up offshore accounts, and then transfer all the money to your offshore accounts so that transactions can be unrestricted. Federal foreign exchange controls may also exempt a large part of the tax service, more secure and more privacy. Thank you, Attorney Allen, for your reminder. Regarding the offshore account, someone has already helped me operate it. Don't worry. Since these are all operated outside the country, they should not be regulated by the US law, right? Little word. Ziming said. Alan, little relieved, laughed and said, Lee, the theory is this: even if you are Mr. Ziming, malicious tax evasion or money laundering, or even anti-federal funding molecules, as long as I'm still your lawyer, regardless of hemp, there is nothing you can do about the state law or the federal constitution. At the end, Alan reminded Ziming, however, Mr. Ziming, although offshore accounts have various advantages, there is also a biggest hidden danger. If your offshore account is stolen, then due to some peculiarities make it difficult to recover your assets. Don't worry, my lawyer, I will be responsible for my own assets, Ziming said. Then Ziming hung up the phone. He finished the cup of tea in his hand and walked out of his room. In the dormitory outside, even though today is the weekend, the students in the finance class still have no rest, being busy with his own affairs. After all, Ziming had accounted for their tasks. Suddenly, Ziming heard Yining's voice. He walked along the voice and came to the reading room. He saw Yining happily jumping with a newspaper, laughing and cheering, but when she saw Ziming coming over, misfire immediately. Teacher, I'm collecting information and intelligence. I just saw a few pieces of news about my idol. That's why I was so excited, but I didn't delay my business at all. Don't be angry, okay? Yining cowardly explained to Ziming, and embarrassedly spat out a little pink tongue. Very playful. Yining's explanation made Ziming a little bit dumbfounded. You don't have to explain this to me. I'm not angry. And now it's your rest time. You can do whatever you want. Ziming paused here, because Ziming thought of what Yining said just now. He asked again, Yining, you just said your idol. Who is that? Yining did not answer immediately, but first looked at Ziming a few times. After confirming that Ziming is really not angry, he said, Teacher, my idol is Lin Muking. She is the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund. She holds the investment of so many rich people in Hong Kong City in her hand. Various fields have been rewarded generously. In the past, many people said that women are very disadvantaged in the business world, but Lin Muking broke this rule. She is a woman. She has founded such a big business and has not yet reported anything. Gossip. This is already very difficult. So she is my idol. Yining became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally clenched her little fan fist involuntarily. Following Yining's words, the other two girls also said, Yes, Lin Muking is not only very capable, but she is also very beautiful. Her temperament will involuntarily conquer people. It is our dream. Listen, Ziming was stunned at the idol they were talking about, because Ziming never thought that they would like Lin Muking. It seems that his sister Muking is indeed very attractive. But when you think about it, I really admire Muking's achievements in Hong Kong City, let alone these little girls. At the same time, They are all in the financial investment field, and it is normal to regard her as an idol. However, Ziming's stupefaction caused Yining to misunderstand. She hurriedly explained to Ziming, "Teacher, I don't mean anything else. Of course we like Lin Muking, but teacher, you are our true role model and true idol, is different from her." Facing Yining's flustered explanation, Ziming smiled. He waved his hand and said, "Yining, you don't need to explain. I don't have the vinegar of your idol. Ziming can. I swear to the Lord Buddha, this is absolutely sincere, because of my relationship with Lin Muking, my sister Muking can be regarded as an idol, and I will only be happy for her from the bottom of my heart." What makes Ziming curious is another one thing. I'm just wondering that you, as students in the finance class, will become strong women like her in the future. You won't be so excited when you see her news. There are no mistakes and many words, Ziming asked. Yining immediately shook her head and told Ziming excitedly, "The teacher is not like this. I am happy because Lin Muking is leaving Hong Kong. She is coming to the United States. Brighton is included in her itinerary. I might be able to. I saw her with my own eyes." Yining read the newspaper to Ziming as he said it, which contained news about Lin Muking's trip. Chapter 56. Your car slipped? If London and New York are the most important financial centers in the Western Hemisphere, then Port City must be the most important financial center in the East, especially as a free port. Its significance is far greater than any other. A financial city is also a city piled up by money. The world's leading financial machine configurations are. There exists a branch. Here there are many unimaginable giant enterprises. These enterprises, in order to control the port city of capital, to jointly funded the establishment of a joint investment fund, Sunshine City. Lin Muking is the controller of this fund, has helped the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund create an annual growth of 15%. Lin Muking is smart and savvy. The Hong Kong stock market god Wang Yanlong Kao Hei Yang is convinced by her feat. She also has contact with all the tycoons in Hong Kong due to business reasons, but there has never been any scandal. We can't help but ask whether Lin Muking is like this. Goddess, what kind of man is lucky enough to be favored by her? I am afraid that only God can answer this question. This is an introduction to Lin Muking in the newspaper. Generally speaking, there is no problem. Even in order to cater to the tastes of the public, some gossip was added at the end. However, it can be seen that the name Lin Muking has certain meaning even in the United States. Influential. Ziming sat in the car. Such a thought. He now ride towards Brighton Airfield away, because, according to the itinerary given in the newspaper, Lin Muking riding private jet will land at the airport. Brian Dayton Airfield is a semi-public military airport. Usually, in addition to the military, only some of the important guests of the private jet landed in here. Chen Ning and Li Yang Leaves are sitting in the car. Leaves poor excited whispered, "Indeed, Lin Muking actually be able to get authorized the military to land at the military airport, which has a non-often great, and I remember the last time I landed in the person at this military airport is the Prime Minister of a certain African country, which shows that my idol status has risen to the ranks of national leaders." Yining's words made Ziming a little speechless, because according to his understanding, although this airport was indeed a military airport, it was not as tight as expected. However, some famous private jets would basically land here, avoiding other businesses. The plane takes a route. The person who landed at this airport last time was not a prime minister, but Ziming didn't need to deliberately correct her with these words. No mistake, Lin Muking is a very powerful woman, is definitely a role model. Your efforts, Ziming said, condensate combined with the leaf, but my heart is really into Lin Muking's success. Can be happy. At this moment, Chen Xiu sitting in front suddenly turned back and told Ziming, "Teacher, we will arrive at Brighton Military Airport soon." Faced with the news, Yining suddenly became nervous. "Teacher, we are coming soon. Do you say that we can really see Lin Muking and can talk to her?" Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Of course, we are here to find her today. I still have some very important things to discuss with her and other Hong Kong City businessmen, Ziming said, although his words were simple. They gave Chen Yu's condensing their great confidence. In their opinion, Governor Ziming can do it in a short period of time, and now he will be able to meet Lin Muking. While talking, Ziming's car had passed the security check and entered Brighton Airport, but when the police drove the car into the parking lot, they were immediately shocked, because they were already full of cars. Regarding this situation, Li Yang immediately exclaimed, "My God, how come there are so many cars here? Are they all here to greet Lin Muking? This is too exaggerated, right? There are many words." "Correct." Chen Xiu corrected Li Yang said, "It is not necessarily entirely the credit of Lin Muking, because with her are Tong Gang, the chairman of the board of directors of the Gangqing Shipping Group, his son Tong Hua, and Li Cheng, the chairman of Qing Industrial, and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, vice chairman Deng Dong and others. These people are well-known business tycoons around the world. Tong Gang and Li Ziba both have investments in Brighton, including the first insurance policy of our insurance company, Tong Gang Shipping Group." Chen Xiu paused after speaking, and then introduced, "So I think it's possible for their company personnel to come here to greet you." Chen Xiu's explanation was reasonable and well-founded, but Yining was not convinced. "Two don't agree. It will be so popular today. It must be mainly due to Lin Muking. Lin Muking is not only an excellent entrepreneur, she also has a lot of personality charm and influence. I am afraid that you have not paid attention to it in school. Here we only need to ask Chinese entrepreneurs, or China's most outstanding financial experts. The first name everyone thinks of must be Lin Muking. Even here in the United States, there are also many fans of her, so today we will in this way. It must be because Lin Muking is here," Yining said decisively. "It's because of whose reasons? Let's just ignore it. Let's find the parking space first." In the end, it was Ziming who put a stop to Chen Yining's argument. In fact, listening to the conversation between the three of them made Ziming feel a little helpless, because for him today's situation was unexpected and unexpected. After all, Brighton Airport is not a commercial airport, except for the military. At most, the airport only accepts private jets, and does not accept too many people. How could it be possible to prepare a large parking lot? But being able to park this parking lot is enough to prove Lin Muking's popularity. Driving in a circle in the parking lot, Chen Xiu suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Is it possible to park in the corner of the teacher?" Ziming looked in the direction of Chen Xiu's fingers. As expected, there was an empty space in an inconspicuous corner, but the opening there was very small. Ziming took a glance and nodded to Ziming. Then Ziming took Chen Xiu and the others out of the car. When the police were about to start the car and stop, suddenly there was a harsh engine roar, and a sports car quickly drove past them and stopped directly into the empty space. This made Li Yang, both Yining and Yining were very angry. "Hey! Do you have any rules? We saw this parking space first, so why did you stop right in?" Li Yang yelled toward the sports car. "Is that so? But I'm sorry, I didn't see you guys stopping, and I also have very important things. If you accidentally occupy the parking space you are looking for, then I can apologize to you because the parking spaces here are very tight, so I need this parking space. If you can park anywhere in the open space outside the airport. For this, I can pay you $100 in gas." A blonde American walked out of the car and said to Li Yang. At the same time he opened his wallet and took out $100. Li Yang flew away the money in the opponent's hand and said, "Take your broken money, I'll give you $1,000, and you can roll it to me right away, okay?" There. Blonde American frowned. "This gentleman, too, don't mean to insult you. I just think this parking space is mine. I just want to give you some compensation within the scope of my ability, but if you don't accept it, then forget it." "Then sir, I want to return your words to you, and we didn't want to insult you, but we are negotiating with you. We need this parking space. If possible, we want you to park your car. We are willing. How about giving you a certain amount of financial compensation for this?" Yining was speaking this time, and she looked at the blonde American without showing any weakness. The blonde American laughed. He looked at Yining and Li Yang and said, "Chinese, I advise you not to make trouble here. Do you know my surname Adams? My name is Robert Adams. Hearing this surname, Yining and Li Yang, two people subconsciously stunned for a moment. Robert Adams went on to say, "It seems that you should have heard, and I will not dwell on. I was the family, and is a core member of their." Talking, Robert looked back at the airport and said, "You should also be here to greet Lin Muking. She is indeed the pride of the Chinese. But you know that she can land at Brighton Airport and thank our Adams family. Without our nod, she is not eligible to enter the airspace of Massachusetts. Of course you are the same. You must understand who is the Lord here. I don't want your pilgrimage, but at least you should respect me a little, otherwise I have a way to deal with you." Robert repeated it last time, "Remember, my surname is Adams." After saying that, Robert left. Yining and Li Yang returned to Ziming and asked him what to do. Ziming didn't answer at the first time, but first asked them, "Have you just conceded like this?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. "Of course not. If I can, I must smash his nose." Li Yang said. "Then what are you doing here? Have your brain cramped? Go to the trunk and take out the rope. We will drag his broken car out." Ziming scolded with a smile. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he gave Ziming a very scumbag. Then Pidian ran to open the trunk of the car, took out a hemp rope from it, and tied it to Robert's sports car. When everything was ready, he stepped on the accelerator heavily, and even though Robert's sports car pulled the handbrake, it was still pulled out of his parking space. All of this was seen by Robert. He had only heard the roar of the engine behind him, and subconsciously wanted to look back, but suddenly found that they were dragging his car, which made Robert petrify at the time. Are these guys crazy? How can they dare to be so rampant? My surname is Adams, and he is the core family of the Brighton Consortium, one of the 10 largest consortia ruling the United States. Are these Chinese people stupid? Robert's mind suddenly went blank, until his car was dragged out of the parking space, and Li Yang was unwinding the rope. He reacted violently, and he walked over and said, "What are you doing, you despicable bastards, dirty villain? Please park my car back." But I don't care about him. And he parked the car in the parking space with a nice flick. At the same time, Ziming also walked to Robert and said to him, "Hello, Mr. Robert Adams, I'm sorry I didn't know what happened just now. Your car slipped out of the parking space. Since you have already left, I will do it myself." Advocate that the car was parked in. I can apologize to you if it causes you any inconvenience. In addition, I can tell you that you can park anywhere in the open space outside the airport. For this reason, I can pay you $100 for gas. This is what Robert said to Li Yang just now. Ziming returned these words to him, and he was so angry that he smoked. Shameless, it's so shameless. Robert gritted his teeth, his voice trembling a little. Robert couldn't help but feel angry. He obviously saw that they dragged his car out and parked it in, but they still said that their car slid out. Can't they find a better excuse? I'm afraid that even a 3-year-old will not believe it, right? There are many words without mistakes. Isn't this insulting his IQ? But Ziming's words are not over here. Ziming said to him, "In addition, I have to correct Mr. Robert. Lin Muking and I are good friends. She will come to Brighton and have nothing to do with you. Do you know it? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." As Ziming said, he looked at his watch. It's very close to the time of the plane's arrival. Mr. Robert should go to park outside as soon as possible. Bye. Ziming Chenxiu. Then he took them away, leaving only the gas in place to Robert's trembling. He directed Ziming back, shouted, "Fart, you damn Chinese people are all in the fart." Chapter 57. The toad wants to eat swan meat? Ziming Chen with leaves and pour them into the Brighton airport. Li Yang Ziming, I'm happy to say on old division you just practice what Robert really great that I'm afraid we never dreamed of. He will drag out his car directly, making him so arrogant, and being the best in the world. The teacher is too sullen. Compared Li Yang of excitement, Yining is some concern. The old teacher, Robert just practice really angry. but he said he was Adam's family. We do not matter that, right? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming Liang did not answer on the first, said, Yining too much of your heart. He said he was Adam's family. He is right that we all know Adam's family foundation is a very old family, so family is very calm. How could he be like him? If you want me to see him, maybe he was bluffing and deceiving outside under the name of the Adams family. Yi Lining ignore positive answer, just looked Ziming. Ziming smiled and rubbed her little head, said, this time it also agree that Liang answer. The reason can be called aristocratic nobility, it's because of their connotations, and it's not because you're talking about Adam's name all the time, for fear that others might not know it. To be honest, Mr. Roberts' behavior just now seemed too illegitimate and wanted to prove himself. Identity. Of course not rule out that he really is an exception, and can be even if he is I who how what. We do not even afraid of him. Do not you think he cares for our car to drag out of it? Do not said he had no tools, and we came here just to see Lin Mu King. Immediately came out. He wanted to do what it also had no time. So we do not need afraid of him. Ziming said. Get a weak Ming answers. Leaves poor a little relieved. Put the heart back into the stomach inside. A few people walking into the airport. Since this is a private airport serves as a military airport, so there is not a stand channel. Such facilities will come out from the parking lot directly into the tarmac waiting. When Ziming and Chen Xiu walked across the terminal building to the tarmac, a lot of people have been waiting here. Although they dress and skin color and ethnicity are different, they all hold flowers and display banners. It was sincerely welcoming Lin Mu King's arrival. There will be so many people. This is a military airport. Although private planes are allowed to take off and land, they will strictly control the qualifications of those who come in. Even the teachers are qualified through the joint guarantee of China Banking Corporation and Deep Blue Airlines. It can be seen that the people who can come in also have considerable identities. Chen Xiu was surprised and said, I think the people over there are not ordinary people. They should be the top figures of any company. Of course, I said that Lin Mu King is very influential here in the United States. As long as you mention the financial investment expert from the East here, it is Lin Mu King. Yining said very proudly, and gave Liang a provocative look. She shrugged unnecessarily. Ziming did not participate in the discussion of the three students, and he did not believe that all those people over there were fans like Yining. I am afraid that there are more business partners over there, but there are so many people who come here to pick up the plane. It is already a very remarkable thing. Ziming is very happy that his sister Mu King can have such an achievement. Due to the late arrival, Ziming was not interested in showing up here, so he had to stand at the end of the crowd. Anyway, the plane hasn't arrived yet, isn't it? After another 10 minutes or so, with the announcement of the terminal building, a jet plane appeared in the sky not far away. The crowd cheered, because the plane that could take off and land at Brighton Airport was not many. Obviously that was the special plane Lin Mu King took. At this time, there was a roar of car engines behind the crowd. When everyone turned their heads, they saw a sports car driving straight into the apron. This surprised everyone, because according to Brighton Airport regulations, cars are not allowed to enter the apron. What is going on? To Ziming and the others, they were even more surprised, because they all recognized this car, and he was the previous Roberts car. No way. There are a lot of words without mistakes. Is the worst plot with dog blood appearing. That guy is really from the Adams family? As if to prove Ziming and their speculation, the sports car there stopped in front of the crowd, and then Robert walked out of the car smartly and said to everyone, I'm sorry everyone, I actually don't want to be so high profile. However, there is no more place in the parking lot outside, and the last place was taken over by a few gangsters. I had to drive in. I'm sorry to disturb everyone. My name is Robert and Robert Adams. I'm glad to meet everyone. He is that Robert, as before, still deliberately pointed out his Adams family identity when introducing himself. As Robert introduced himself, someone in the crowd quickly recognized him and said, he is the young master of the Adams family. I once had the honor to meet him once on the company's board of directors. I think if it was Robert, then his behavior can be forgiven. After all, the Addams family is the pride of Brighton and the pride of the United States. Some people started, and others agreed that they could be forgiven, and they also expressed their pleasure to meet the Addams family. People. This surprised Zhu Ming and the others. They originally thought that Robert would be the same as the previous Fenway district judge, but an insignificant member of the Addams family. Now it doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Moreover, he was really a strange flower in the circle of nobles, and he drove in directly after failing to grab a parking space. He seems to have a lot of face, teacher. Do you think he will remember his previous grudges and deliberately come to find our fault? Yining asked with some worry. Ziming shook his head and said that he didn't know, because Robert's thoughts were a bit too childish. Facing the praise of a group of people, Robert said it was very useful. Not far away, the plane slowly landed on the runway of the airport. As the noise of the plane weakened, Robert said to everyone, "Everyone is here to welcome Ms. Lin Muking today. Everyone knows that Miss Lin Muking is a very amazing person. She left Red China and achieved the achievements of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund in just a few years. This is respectable." Here Robert suddenly changed the subject, and then said, "Not to some people do not understand this respect, because I nowadays before coming in the airport, once heard a very funny to say. I was told Lin Muking I admire him very much, even to the point where I want to have sex with him. This time I can come to Brighton because of his relationship. There is no sense for everyone present. Those who can come here today to greet Lin Muking, at least respect her very much." Hearing what Robert said, one by one immediately filled with righteous indignation. What is who dares to say? This is really outrageous. This behavior is an insult to Ms. Lin Muking, and such people should be thrown into the Bermuda him to go inside. He should be glad it's not 300 years ago, or else he will be burned to death. "Everyone, you made me," denounced the language. The final point to hand, Robert Ziming said, "This shameless people out there." The team finally face of Wu. Everyone along the direction of Robert looked referred. They saw Ziming. Suddenly these people exposed disgust. "Oh, Chinese people, who have always been the most shameless of the most disgusting group of people. They have no etiquette. They are all big-talking villains. They think that Miss Lin Muking and they are both Chinese and they can be unscrupulous. This is really stupid. Miss Lin Muking is at least 180 levels higher than them. Toad wants to eat a swan meat. Saying they are toads is an insult to toads. Among the crowd there are a lot of Chinese. They also said, he who must have come from Red China, because only there is no civilized place, is the kingdom of the devil. At least in the United States higher education, they are not like them. Face this one a line of abuse. Most of Li Yang could not help, then immediately retorted, "This is slanderous," and never said these words. "We are also very respectable Miss Lin Muking. Today we are also to meet her." This guy Robert deliberately planted us. However, Li Yang's words not only failed to reverse the situation, but drew boos. Look, this is the quality of Chinese people. They are all cowardly cowards. When they speak, they are so bullish that they will be held accountable. One by one retracted like a tortoise, and now I have to deny it categorically. Could it be that Addams is such a big family? He will deliberately frame you. I also don't want to think about your identities. It's really disgusting. Please trust us, everyone. We are indeed friends with Ms. Lin Muking, but we have never said anything to slander her. Chen Xiu also stood up to explain, but his explanation can only be exchanged for more boos and ridicule. This made Yining feel very aggrieved. Teacher, why is this happening? Why don't they believe us? Ziming was also helpless. But in fact, when Robert deliberately appeared in front of them with a high profile, Ziming thought of possible results. Ziming didn't have time to explore how he formed such a character in such a family environment, but Ziming could understand that with a boyish character like him, he would definitely not give up. He would definitely have to retaliate against them. The difference is the means of revenge. If you don't believe it, don't believe it. Let's just say it. Let's not explain it, Ziming said to Yining, and then stood up and said, your ridicule and verbal abuse also show that even if you are American people, Your quality is like this, at least as rubbish as us. In addition, Ziming turned his words to Robert again. Mr. Robert said that we are friends with Ms. Lin Muking. She is because of me. I just came to the United States. I want to say yes, that's it. Your abuse is only because of your jealousy. Toads want to eat swan meat, let alone I am not a toad. On the contrary, you seem to be. Ziming said. Let everyone scold again. You said we are jealous of you? This is simply the most ridiculous joke in the world. You are just a bragging Chinese. Why are we on par with us? We are 180 taller than you. Level. You can only be inferior to the toad. Why Miss Lin Muking came to Brighton because of you. This is what only liars and idiots can say. You must be an idiot. Listening to these insults to Ziming, Robert smiled brilliantly on the side. These Chinese people are really stupid and make you and I have a hard time. I will thank you all. Here Chen Xiu and Yining Li Yang were also very shocked by Ziming's words. They didn't understand why Ziming said that. His words didn't add fuel to the fire and anger those people, but instead made Robert. Are you happy? Ziming didn't have any thoughts of changing his attitude. He just said, if you want to scold me again, it's okay. This is your freedom, but Miss Lin Muking's plane has stopped and she is about to get off. Are you guys? Do you want to greet you with cursing? This is your respect. If it is so, then I can only show you haha. Following Ziming's words, everyone turned their heads and saw Lin Muking's plane. Having stopped in front of them, and the cabin door was opened, Lin Muking was about to come out at any time. Chapter 58. Coming for him? Lin Muking walked out of the cabin. She wore a small professional suit and on a step skirt. Maybe this combination sounds very ordinary, maybe every female employee goes to work with this set of standard equipment. But there is no one else who can wear out the characteristics like her and show her female curves completely. And we can see the arrogant temperament on her body. Yes, he is really suitable for this temperament, because in her field, she is the well-deserved first person. Among the crowd, the reporter who came here to interview was very excited and said to the camera that although his statement contained a lot of exaggeration, it also gave a good introduction to Lin Muking's appearance. Lin Muking walked out of the cabin door and stepped down the escalator with graceful steps. After her, Tong Gang and Li Cheng also walked out of the cabin door. The crowd suddenly cheered, and banners were raised high. Several children who had been prepared for a long time took the initiative to offer flowers. And then the people who were responsible for the reception stepped forward and learned enough about the reception plan of the national leader, which made people feel very tall. A middle-aged man who was in his 40s took the initiative to come out and said, I very much welcomed the visit of Mr. Tong Gang, Mr. Li Cheng and Chairman Lin Muking. I am the general manager of the US branch of the Hong Kong Joint Investment Fund. My name is Sunday. Why? In response, Lin Muking faintly replied, today's welcome ceremony made manager Sun bother. Ziming seemed to have some impression of the name Sun. Why? When he made his first pot of gold in Hong Kong City, he was his own futures broker. Even though he lost to himself at that time, Ziming still felt that he had some level in market analysis. It seems that Lin Muking remembered his own evaluation, so he promoted him. Now let him become the general manager of the US branch. Perhaps this situation may seem a bit quick at first, but in fact, because Lin Muking's foundation is too weak, there are only so many people that can be used. At the same time, she also needs to promote some of her own people. Otherwise it will be easy for other people with ulterior motives to come out. People are overhead, so it can be seen that Lin Muking is walking on thin ice despite the boundless scenery outside. When Ziming thought about it, Lin Muking over there said to others, thank you very much for being able to pick me up in your busy schedule. I am honored to be so kind. Although it was just a very ordinary thank you, but the reason was simple. Because Lin Muking thanked them, it almost made them dying of happiness. At this time, Robert stood up in disharmony and said, hello, dear Miss Lin Muking, I am very happy to see you here today. You are much more beautiful than in the photo, like an angel falling from the sky. Let me introduce myself. My name is Robert Adams. and I am also one of your admirers. I think you might have heard of me. Robert's words are undoubtedly shameless, but the Addams family behind him is really too incredible. Lin Muking only paused and then replied, "Yes, Mr. Robert, the Addams family is a prominent family in Brighton and even the United States. All financial practitioners must not know it. I am also very happy to meet you, Robert." I said that I was honored, and then asked, "Miss Lin Muking is so beautiful and elegant, so I want to ask you to prove one thing. I believe you will not refuse, right? There are no mistakes in many words." Lin Muking nodded and said yes. Robert immediately showed a brilliant smile, and then said, "I heard a very interesting story on my way here. Someone told me that you are very familiar with Miss Lin Muking, and even reached that you admire you very much, to the extent that he is willing to have a relationship. You can come to the United States this time to come to him, right? Nothing wrong, no skipping." When Robert finished speaking, Lin Muking's secretary, immediately scolded him and said, "You rude fellow, do you know what you are talking about? I want you to apologize to Lin Dong immediately and leave here immediately, otherwise you will be considered the Addams family. Yes, I won't let you go." In the face of Amin's scolding, Robert immediately surrendered and explained, "Beautiful secretary, this is not what I said, but someone told me. The guy who is really rude to Miss Lin Muking is over there," Robert said casually and pointed towards Ziming. Although walking out of Robert's initiative gave them an ominous premonition, they were still shocked when Robert pointed to them. "Now, teacher, let's go first. There are no mistakes. There are a lot of words." This guy made it clear that he is here to target us, Li Yang suggested to Ziming. Chen Xiu and Yi Ning both nodded, but Ziming said, "Don't worry. It's okay, and Robert has already calculated it. It will only be even more embarrassing for us to escape now. We will just wait for Lin Muking to come over." "You forget what I said. Do I really know her?" They would be suspicious of Zuming's words. Besides, under Robert's guidance, everyone was looking here. At this time, it was indeed not a good time to run away, and they could only wait for the ruling of fate. Ziming took Chen Yining, Li Yang and the others towards Lin Muking. The crowd separated and gave them away, but this was not a welcome road. When Ziming walked in front of everyone, he could hear it. The other party's scolding, called Ziming shameless and unconcerned. When Ziming came to Lin Muking looked up and down Ziming's eyes and asked, "You said that I admire you very much, and even want to have a relationship with you for this. Isn't it right that I came to the United States for you?" Facing Lin Muking's questioning, before Ziming had time to speak, Chen Xiu stood up and said, "Miss Lin Muking, things are not what you think. We just said that we might know you. Everything else is that Robert made it up." Indiscriminately, Yi Ning and Li Yang also echoed, "Yes, Miss Lin Muking, we all admire and respect you very much. You are our idol. How can we disrespect you?" "What?" Compared to Chen Xiu and Yi Ning Li Yang's anxious explanations, Ziming seemed very calm. He just looked at Lin Muking intently and asked, "Sister Muking, I believe you are here for me, right?" "Nothing." A lot of words. Ziming's words were like a stone thrown into the water. The people around him scolded Ziming one by one. "This is really a disgusting bastard. He hasn't repented even now. I think he will be asked to leave the airport immediately and be blacklisted on various occasions, so that those who are not gentlemen should let him die." However, the surrounding clamor only lasted less than a minute, because Lin Muking smiling and replied, "Yes, it is true." After Lin Muking finished speaking, she stepped forward and hugged Zuming 2 steps. This scene was like a slapped everyone in the face, including Robert, and stunned them. No one thought it would be the result, because in their minds, Lin Muking was noble, wise and beautiful. The representative of elegance is a sacred and inviolable angel, but Ziming is a Chinese who didn't know where he came from. The difference is not 1 or 2. It is precisely because of this that Robert can compose those words in front of Lin Muking so confidently. He is convinced that there will be no relationship between them. Even if there is a little bit, He maliciously says that there is a relationship. This is totally unacceptable to a woman. After Robert finished speaking, he waited for Lin Muking to get angry on the spot, to drive out the Chinese who dared to run into him, and he would definitely give a helping hand. Later things seemed to have indeed developed in this way, but how did they go wrong in the end? Why did a goddess such as Lin Muking accept that statement, and also took the initiative to hug the damn Chinese? This is too incomprehensible. Also incomprehensible are Chen Yining and Li Yang, although Zuming told them that they knew Lin Muking when they came here, because Zuming didn't elaborate. They only thought that Zuming's knowledge was where did you mean it? How could you think that Zuming would have such a close relationship with Lin Muking? So when she saw Lin Muking hugging Zuming, she was stunned. But fortunately, they are Zuming's students, and seeing that their teacher can have such a close relationship with Lin Muking, they are also very happy to be able to get through this crisis. Therefore, they were the first to come back to their senses. Chen Xiu asked, "Teacher, and this Miss Lin Muking, did you really know each other early?" Hearing Chen Xiu's voice, Lin Muking left Zuming's shoulder and asked him, "Are they the students in your finance class?" Zuming nodded and said, "They are not only my students, but they also like you very much. They regard you as an idol. You must know that the idol is mine." This answer made Lin Muking smile happily, and she turned the head said to Chen Xiu and the others, "I have known your teacher for a long time. Since you all like me, then I think you must all know the story of my trip to Hong Kong City in 1987. There are no mistakes at that time. I went to Hong Kong City with your teacher. It was your teacher who guessed the US stock market crash and helped me earn my first pot of money." Lin Muking's words shocked the audience once again, because for the people present, they all know Lin Muking's resume very well. And they all know that Lin Muking relied on guessing the US stock market crash that year to set up her own fund company, and was later selected by the Hong Kong City Rich as the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund. However, the stock market crash has not been finalized so far. Many people still think it was just an accident. Many economic experts could not guess. It was shocking enough that Lin Muking could guess it. Now Lin Muking tells everyone, the one who actually predicted the stock market crash was Zuming, who had just been mocked and scolded by them, which made them unacceptable like eating a dead mouse. But the facts have repeatedly told them that this is the truth. When Lin Muking finished speaking, Gang City Shipping Group Tong Gang, Tong Hua, father and son, and Qing Industrial Chairman Li Cheng also came over and shook hands with Zuming. If Lin Muking's remarks were only one-sided words before, then this scene is undoubtedly conclusive evidence. At least it proves that Zuming also has a certain influence in Gangqing, otherwise, how could they give face so much? So the question is, since he is also so powerful, why did he give people the illusion of not knowing where it came from before? This question made Robert almost crazy, because the reality in front of him was frantically lashing his face. If he could, he really wanted to be killed by a plane directly. It was really shameful to himself. But Zuming didn't bother to consider Robert's feelings. He said to Lin Muking, "Sister Muking, the plane has been so long and hard. I have already arranged a place for you to live. If you haven't arranged it yet, come with me." In fact, Zuming's remarks are very nonsense. Just imagine how someone with an identity like Lin Muking might have no one to arrange before they come over. But facing Zuming's problem, Lin Muking really nodded happily. Even Tong Gang and Li Cheng who had come together nodded, and they had to accept Zuming's arrangement, which made everyone suddenly messed up. Then, under everyone's gaze, Zuming took Lin Muking away. Finally, Zuming did not forget to say to Robert, "I'm sorry, Mr. Robert, it seems that I bankrupted your idea." Chapter 59 I don't have a problem with Sister Muking's target. With the last words left by Zuming, everyone looked at Robert. The gaze coming from all directions made Robert feel very uncomfortable. If there is any substance in the eyes, I'm afraid that Robert will instantly his face is about to be pierced into briquettes. What are you looking at me? I just told the facts. How do I know that the Chinese are wolves in a cave? And you stupid people, don't be superstitious about any Chinese, they are all the same shameless, no matter who it is. Robert said with some irritation. He left the airport with his car in Abu, and in the car, his hands were tightly holding the steering wheel, and he thought viciously, these damn Chinese, you all give it to 'em waiting, one day I won't make you feel better. Robert didn't know that there was such a saying in the world news, so when he thought about reaching out and patted his steering wheel, he accidentally patted the horn, and the sudden sound of the horn shocked Robert, and he was in a frenzy. Suddenly, he didn't know how to drive. The car ran into a barrier on the side of the road in a loss of control. This accident made Robert's resentment towards Ziming even worse. Of course, Ziming directly with Lin Mutong ganking Li Cheng to leave, and therefore does not know Robert's secular newspaper, but I am afraid even no Ziming will be applauded by the wayside. Just Ziming Chen leaves and poor them are coming by car, so did not specifically prepare for Lin Mu King their vehicles, but this is not a problem. Responsible for Sun Y greeted here arranged for a limousine longer, they Ziming we left together in this courtesy car. Lin Mu King had no request for Ziming, but because Tong Gang and Li Cheng were still in the car, Ziming still had to apologize first. Chairman Tong and Brother Li, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I didn't expect it. That Robert will come out to disrupt the situation. I learned that the news of your arrival was too late, so I was hurriedly unprepared. I hope you will forgive me. If I have to care about this, will not let you on the bus. Tong just waved his hand, said Ziming. Another side Li Cheng directly asked, compared to this, we are more concerned about the business you mentioned. How it was. The kingdom of the international crude oil futures. Ziming thought for a moment and asked, I do not know Li Tong chairman and brother recent concerns on Dong situation do. No mistake not jump word. You are saying about border issues in Iraq and Kuwait. No mistake not jump word. Li Cheng asked. Ziming nodded and said yes. Li Cheng went on to say, I learned a little bit about this from the news. Kuwait uses oil as a weapon to force Iraq to make concessions on the border issue. If this is the case, as they negotiate war, indeed the international futures price of crude oil would cause a great impact, but now the international community are actively involved in, unless the war, it would not cause too much impact on the futures market, right? No mistake, a lot of character. What if the outbreak? What about the war? Ziming asked. This question stunned Tong Gang and Li Chengdu. After they looked at each other, Li Chengkai cautiously asked, why did you make such a judgment? Now the whole world should be very optimistic about the situation in the Middle East. First of all, Iraq's economy is in a very downturn due to the prolonged war. Domestic sectarian and ethnic conflicts are serious, and a war is needed to transfer the contradictions. Secondly, Iraq belongs to a military dictatorship, and their country's decisions are made by their president, decided in one word, and their president is a war madman. Now Kuwait, as a small country, is constantly challenging the bottom line of Iraq. This is very dangerous in itself. Ziming paused when he said that. Finally, he said, of course, the most important point is the news I heard here in Brighton. Tangerine Bank in the United States. I don't know if you have heard of it. This is a Chinese businessman belonging to the California Consortium Banks. Ziming said, in the previous 2 years, the oil companies controlled by China Banking Corporation invested a lot in the oil industry in Iraq. The Brighton Consortium is determined to weaken the power of China Banking Corporation and other consortiums in this respect. They will definitely promote this war behind their backs. Tong Gang and Li Chengdu took a breath, and Tong Gang said, Ziming, you mean that just a battle between consortia will provoke half of the earth? Is it a war between two foreign countries? Ziming shook his head and said, Chairman Tong, I do not agree with you. This is not just a battle between consortia. I think this should be a war between capitals. The global financial capital needs this war. They hope to pass this war. The war manipulated a wave of global crude oil futures prices. At this time, Li Cheng suddenly asked a very critical question. So how did you know, Ziming? 3 ways. Ziming stretched out 3 fingers and said, the first is that someone in North Russia has received the follow-up plan of the Dota project, The second is that there is a force that does not want China banking light and is here to create trouble for the Brighton Consortium. The last point is that I have inferred from various aspects of the situation. Then if there is no follow-up plan for the Dota project, and no one party will provide you with information, then what's your judgment? Tonggang asked. I still think that the Gulf War will still break out, because there are many problems that need to be solved by a war. Ziming said very positively, just like I would have judged that there was a Black Monday. Get Ziming's answer. Tonggang and Li Cheng were leaning on the backrests, and after them, Lin Muking said to Ziming, we just came from the Cayman Islands. I've already helped Ziming to register you over there. I have an offshore company with a secret account. We will transfer the money to this account. Ziming will handle it. Ziming nodded and said that there is no problem. The courtesy car they took was very stable. Soon they arrived at the hotel Ziming had arranged for them. Ziming and Chen Yining and Li Yang sent Tonggang and Li Cheng back to their rooms to rest, and finally arrived at Lin Muking's room together. When they were alone with Lin Muking, Chen Yening and Li Yang said to Lin Muking in unison, Sister Muking, thank you very much for your help today. Sister Muking was called by Lin Muking because of Lin Muking. I feel that although Ziming is their teacher, but the actual age is not a few years away, I always call myself Miss Lin Muking too fertile, so I named Miss Muking just like Ziming. However, their gratitude made Lin Muking feel a little inexplicable. She looked at the three of them suspiciously, not knowing which one they were singing. Chen Xiu had to explain to her, Sister Muking, at the airport today, Mr. Robert was so excessive. Although he was completely planted to our teacher, you are able to support our teacher. This is a great help to us. Lin Muking realized that they were still struggling with the previous airport affairs, so Lin Muking smiled and said, I am not just giving you the teacher's face, because what I said is the truth. This stunned both Chen Yining and Li Yang, because they had thought that Lin Muking would say that it was all because of their relationship with the Chinese, but they had never thought that it was all true. But the surprise Lin Muking gave them is not over yet. Lin Muking went on to say, it's not only that I went to Hong Kong City with your teacher. He guessed the stock market crash in 1987. We bought the Hong Kong Stock Index futures and made the first pot of gold together. I really like your teacher and are willing to have a relationship with him. Lin Muking's last words surprised Chen Xiu and the others. They all respected Ziming very much and raised him very high in their hearts, but never thought it would be like this. After all, who is Lin Muking? The most outstanding financial expert in Hong Kong City. She is not only in Hong Kong City, but also in the world. She is not only capable, but also very beautiful. She is the dream lover of all men in Hong Kong City. I don't know how many young Junyan once showed her kindness, and under such circumstances, her vision must have become very critical. And Ziming is very good in their eyes. But who knew Lin Muking would think so? But Lin Muking's answer also made them even more grateful that they could have a teacher like Ziming. After all, even people like Lin Muking adore Ziming so much, which shows how much Ziming is like a dragon and a phoenix. It's just that when Chen Xiu and Li Yang were rejoicing, Yining burst into tears. This surprised everyone except Ziming and didn't understand what was wrong with her. Under the care of Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Lin Muking, Yining sobbed and said, this is really the worst news, but I'm so happy. Sister Muking said she loves you, teacher. Yining said, raising her head. A pair of faintly tearful eyes looked at Ziming and then said, teacher, I know you are a very good person. I always thought that no one could be worthy of you. I only dared to think of you behind my back, but now Sister Muking appears. Now, she is so smart and beautiful, and she has created a career that is almost miraculous like the teacher. So if it is Sister Muking, as the object of the teacher, I have no opinion. Yining said like an oath. Ziming was a little helpless, especially when Lin Muking looked over with a look of contempt. Ziming felt that she wanted to cry without tears. How could Ziming not know what Lin Muking was thinking? She would definitely feel that she was okay to hook up her female student. She was a beast teacher. But the sky was above. She had never done this at all. It was Yining's unrequited love for herself. Not only did he not do anything beastly to her, on the contrary, he kept keeping a distance from her and make no mistakes. But these words can't be said, so you can't embarrass Yining, right? There were no mistakes, so I had to remember this scapegoat by myself. Chen Xiu and Li Yang stood there at a loss. Although they knew Yining had feelings for Ziming more than teachers and students, now when Yining really said it, they still said it in front of Lin Muking. It really made them wonder what to do. Compared with them, Lin Muking only took a few glances at Ziming and then withdrew her gaze. She then enlightened Yining and said, "Your name is Yining, right? There are no mistakes in many words. This is a very nice name, indicating that you will be Bingsu is smart. So since your teacher is so good, you also know that his vision will be very high, and there will definitely be many women around him, but I can't be a good target for him." Yining desperately shook his head, firm said, "No, I will help Sister Muking look good to the teacher. I will not let any woman with ulterior motives approach the teacher. I promise." Lin Muking smiled and said to Yining, "I believe this very much. But Yining, it's not the time for you to think about this right now. As a student, the most important thing is to study hard and not let your teacher down, isn't it? Make no mistakes and skip words." Chapter 60. Fell asleep. At noon, Ziming took Lin Muking to the garden restaurant in South Brighton for lunch, and then Chen Yining and Li Yang went back to the dormitory by themselves. This is the Wharton Insurance Company. They still need to deal with some of their miscellaneous things, and secondly, they don't want to be a light bulb to destroy Ziming and Lin Muking's solitude. Teacher and Sister Muking, you are a very good pair. If you can be together, then you will be the condor heroes in the financial world. I will always bless you. When leaving, Yining blessed Ziming and Lin Muking with tears. Ziming felt very helpless about this. He raised his hand to Lin Muking and said, "Sister Muking, this is absolutely nothing to do with me. I never did. Whatever I said to them, I just regarded them as the best students. I know Yining has some other feelings for me, but I have never expressed anything to her." Lin Muking did not say anything to her after listening. He rolled his eyes playfully. "Anyway, is it all you said? How do I know if it's true or false? You said it was her teacher, but there is no difference in your age. Who knows if you do anything better than beasts things?" Ziming was stunned, because Lin Muking had always been very mature and stable in Ziming's impression. From Lin Yang to Gangqing, when did Ziming see her make such a playful action? So I can't help but stunned subconsciously. Lin Muking was stunned when she saw Ziming, because she thought it was really irritating Ziming, so she immediately explained, "Ziming, I just made a joke. I didn't mean that." Facing Lin Muking's anxious explanation, Ziming said to her, "Of course I understand my sister Muking, but you have always been a mature woman. Now you are so naughty, which makes me a little uncomfortable. And most importantly, the naughty Muking just now Sister King is very beautiful. I think it's a man who was fascinated by Sister Muking just now, right? There are no mistakes in many words." "What about you?" Lin Muking asked Ziming immediately, looking forward to Ziming's answer. Ziming thought about this for a while and said, "Sister Muking, I think I have already said that if you are a man, you will be fascinated by you." "Poor mouth," Lin Muking said dissatisfiedly, but in her heart, "But the flowers are already in bloom." After coaxing Lin Muking, Ziming took her back to the hotel. When he arrived at the hotel, Ziming's bodyguard also consciously went to the next room, leaving the house to Ziming and Lin Muking. But this is too much thinking, because Lin Muking is not Suhan. If Suhan, Ziming would have to hug her to bed if he enters the door, but for Lin Muking, they hesitated because they had not pierced the last layer of window paper. "Yes, so how can you do a lot of friction and friction?" On the contrary, Ziming and Lin Muking became a little embarrassed because of the departure of the sex. In the end, Ziming sat down first and said to Lin Muking, "Sister Muking, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came to Brighton this time?" This question is to break the embarrassment, and at the same time, Ziming is really curious. Although Lin Muking didn't always discuss everything with Ziming in the past, At least he would definitely let Ziming know about major issues. Why did he come here without even telling him this time? If I hadn't read it in the newspaper, I'm afraid I wouldn't know the news. That's because I want to give you a surprise, Lin Muking said mischievously, but as a mature woman, she knows that naughty things will be fresh once and twice occasionally, but if there are too many times, there will be no more a bit of freshness at all. So then Lin Muking withdrew her naughty appearance and restored her former cold and elegant state. Actually, you are to blame, Ziming, Lin Muking said. Actually, when you told me that you wanted me to help you get an offshore company and account, I told you that I would come to Cayman myself, or it's operated by Bermuda. It's so close to the United States. I'll definitely come and take a look. Lin Muking thought for a while and added, there are also Tonggang and Li Cheng. They are the largest of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company shareholders. Now you want me to make such a big plan and arrangement, it is impossible to bypass them. I will definitely bring them to find you when I come to the Cayman Islands. It's just that your own concerns are not on me, and now it's back. Speaking of me, I'm really shameless. Lin Muking's words made Ziming confused, because he really didn't remember this, but whether it was true or just Lin Muking said it deliberately, he could only do it. Acknowledged, there is no way. Who has kept herself from contacting her? Well, it seems that this is my own senile offender, a bit too forgetful, Ziming said helplessly. Selling cuteness is not only a woman's patent. Men occasionally sell cuteness in front of women, especially in front of women who like themselves, which usually has a good effect. Therefore, as Ziming finished speaking, Lin Muking felt relieved. Forget it. I'm just talking about it. I know that your life in the United States is also very difficult. There is a very bad senator who is embarrassing you everywhere. I can't help you. This time you said that you want to invest in international crude oil futures, and I will come to help you right away. However, I am still the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company after all. And the company's affairs are still many. It will take a lot of time for me to deal with it all at once, so I don't have time to notify you. Lin Muking felt a little embarrassed at the end, but it also made Ziming understand that it was not that she was forgetful, but that she deliberately didn't tell. By myself. But then Lin Muking turned to the front and said, but I have to see if I don't tell you if you will come to pick me up, but I am very satisfied with the result. It shows that Ziming, you still have me in your heart. I had a conflict with the Adams family. This makes Ziming very lucky, because fortunately Yi Ning is a fan of Lin Muking, otherwise I don't really know that Lin Muking will come to the United States. So since I don't know, how can I talk about it? Where's the machine? There will be no conflicts with the young Master Robert of the Adams family. I have to say that this is really a blessing in disguise. But I have to thank a wave of young Master Robert's children for their temper. Fortunately, Ziming also noticed another important point, so Ziming asked again, Sister Muking, listening to what you just said, do you have a lot of things to deal with in Hong Kong City? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Lin Muking nodded and said, as the Hong Kong City economy emerged from the 1987 stock market crash, the Hong Kong City government is also reviving the Hong Kong City economy, especially in the financial sector. It has made great adjustments, so the fund company many investment models of China also need to be readjusted. In addition, many people in China have also come to Hong Kong City to search for gold to establish new companies, which are also the investment targets of the fund. These are also required to be screened. Lin Muking said her expression gradually dimmed in the end, tears came out. In fact, these are just excuses. In fact, the real reason is that I miss you, Ziming. I am alone in Hong Kong City. I miss you very much, but I also know that you are here. The United States has its own business, and I cannot be your fetters. So I can only choose to do my career desperately. Only by devoting myself to work can I temporarily forget other things. As Lin Muking raised her head, she looked at Ziming with tears in her eyes. I know that you are a dragon and a phoenix. You are destined to become a man of the world. I can only keep up with your footsteps if I am a less. If you are slack, you will not even be able to see your back. Every word of Lin Muking spoke to Ziming's heart, which made Ziming very difficult to feel distressed. Lin Muking, who has the ability and performed well, is so strenuous. What about Suhan in China? She even just a big school are not on to ordinary little girl. The other girls at her age, I'm afraid, are watching Korean weeping, longing romantic love, but she is helping to do their own efforts to stay in the country industry. More importantly, no matter Suhan, Lin Muking, or Karolina in North Russia, they never complained even once, but silently helped themselves behind their backs. If there is a woman like this, what does the husband want? Ziming for the first time is very fortunate to be able to get these women of all ages. They are so good, to be replaced by other men, and certainly afraid of in your mouth, and put out his hand for fear, but they are willing to pay for their own everything, no regrets or regrets. With this thought, Ziming stretched out his hand and gently hugged Lin Muking. Lin Muking also cleverly got into Ziming's arms. No matter what kind of strong woman she was in Hong Kong City, how many men's dream goddess she was, but now in Ziming's arms, she is a little woman who needs a lover to snuggle. Sister Muking, if you work so hard, then we don't want this Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company. You can concentrate on taking care of the Golden Fund Company I left for you. Anyway, that's the company I invested in. Whatever you want. How to take care of. Ziming said that you are not afraid of me to put your money all to the lost light. Lin Muking counter Q. Ziming pride very large waved his hand. Muking sister, you just completely lost a gold fund name. I can give you hundreds of thousands of gold fund company name. Lin Muking flutter ripid to laugh, followed by leaning on the shoulders of Ziming, gently shook his head. Also is no, if that really like to do, I may really not help you up. I can't help you find Tong Gang and Li Cheng for financing when you need funds from Hong Kong City. When you need an offshore company or account, I don't know how to help you. Of course there is the most important last point, Lin Muking said at last. I am not a woman who can only be a prodigal. Lin Muking, this last sentence is very naughty, but Ziming did not laugh. Because Ziming know exactly true is true, true it is a joke. Muking sister, you worked hard. Ziming said. She whispered Lin Muking. Lin Muking shook her head gently. It's not hard, as long as I can follow you, I'm very satisfied. What Ming would like to say, but Lin Muking suddenly raised his head, eyes lost hold down a week from the Ming lips. She said, Ming, you do not say, and kiss me. At this time, a practical action is worth 1,000 words. As a normal man, Ziming would naturally not tempt him at this time. He immediately lowered his head and kissed Lin Muking's lips. Lin Muking is very tender and soft lips, soft and a bit cool. These men were inspired Ziming beast, so he wanted to kiss deeper. However, the kiss was made by Lin Muking, but the shyness of the woman made her close her teeth and dare not let Ziming in. However, she was obviously not Ziming's opponent. Lin Muking surrendered and opened the gate of the city to let Ziming in. Up. The next move was a matter of course. Ziming carried Lin Muking into the room, but Ziming was pushed onto the bed by Lin Muking. From China to Hong Kong City, you have always stood in front of me, so this time I will serve you. Lin Muking spoke softly to Ziming and pecked on Ziming's lips. Then, all the way down, Ziming could feel a pair of soft jade hands unbuckle his belt. His underwear was pulled down, and finally he was taken down. A piece of warmth and moisture was wrapped up, and a spirit snake was massaging the body, especially Sister Muking, who made people think about it. The kind of comfort made Ziming unconsciously take a breath. But then there was no more. When Ziming looked down, he found that Lin Muking was actually asleep. Chapter 61. How much do you know about the story of the Gulf? Ziming was a little bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Muking to fall asleep at this juncture, or fall asleep with her own things in it, which was a bit too helpless. But if you think about it, it is normal, because Lin Muking is too tired. Remember that Lin Muking said just now that she had to deal with a lot of things temporarily in order to come to the United States. You know, I am just a water insurance company, with the help of the entire financial class, and an administrative director like Julie. I am so worried. And Lin Muking has the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund, the Golden Name Fund, and Siming Fund has at least 3 fund companies. Although Hong Kong City has its own foundation, it will not have its own situation in Brighton, and is not worried about facing the deliberate targeting of senior senators. But Tong Gang and Li Cheng are not fuel-efficient lamps. They have them. Being a shareholder will definitely not make Lin Muking, the chairman, easy. Among other things, just saying that Lin Muking had no choice but to let Sun Y come to the United States to be the branch manager is enough to show how helpless her situation is. If she does not promote the subordinates she has brought along, she will be in danger of being evasive. Sometimes the office politics in the company is not much better than that in the agency, and even because there is no such institution as the disciplinary committee, it will become more unscrupulous and have no bottom line. Under such circumstances, Lin Muking will concentrate on doing future work, and it will definitely not stop for a moment. When she arrives in Cayman, she helps herself with offshore company registration and account opening. No matter how convenient it is, for the sake of confidentiality, she ran her trip in person, all of which added a lot of burden to her, and after Cayman, she came to Brighton non-stop. From Hong Kong City to Cayman and then to Brighton, it took Lin Muking only 3 days to directly cross the East and West hemispheres. I am afraid that the jet lag has not even had time to reverse it. Thinking of this, Ziming suddenly remembered that when she received her at the airport before, how could she feel that she was not only elegant, but also had a slightly sad temperament? It turned out that it was because she was too tired. And when I was kissing her just now, I also felt that she seemed to be in a trance. Ziming couldn't help but complain that he was so careless. How could he even ignore such important information? Under such thoughts, Ziming's passion receded, and replaced by his heartache for Lin Muking. Ziming carefully took things out of Lin Muking's ruddy mouth, then hugged her onto the bed, and just sat on the edge of the bed. Accompany her to sleep until the evening. At about 6:30 in the evening, Lin Muking slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Ziming sitting by the bed, she didn't react at all. She also said, "This is what I dream of. When I open my eyes every day, the first thing I see is you." But then she widened her eyes and reacted fiercely that this was not a dream, but that Ziming was really here. More importantly, she also remembered what she had done before falling asleep when she was. Suddenly, Lin Muking got into the quilt, on the one hand because she was shy, but more because she could fall asleep at that time. She didn't know how to face Ziming. Seeing Lin Muking's cute performance, Ziming, who was not angry at first, smiled even more. He deliberately teased Lin Muking and said, "I said, Sister Muking, why are you acting like a victim? I didn't take advantage of you to sleep. What should I do to you when I was in the quilt?" Lin Muking desperately shook her head in the quilt. Ziming said helplessly, "Sister Muking, it's useless for you to pretend to be an ostrich, and there are some things you don't intend to finish him. Otherwise, you are too sorry for me." After hearing Ziming's words, Lin Muking in the quilt carefully got out of her head. She first glanced at Ziming, and then subconsciously glanced down. Regarding her performance, Ziming laughed and said, "Sister Muking, what are you looking at? It has been 5 hours since noon, and it's not a good thing for me to stand still." Lin Muking, after reacting, he patted his forehead very depressed. At this time, Ziming said again, "But if you want to finish it now, Muking sister, I don't have any opinion." Regarding Ziming's proposal, Lin Muking first nodded, then shook her head and said, "No, we are at dinner with Tong Gang and Li Cheng in the evening. They are now very important investors. They can't offend them. If. Ziming, you really want it, we can come back tonight." Lin Muking, very shy astringent, said. Her voice becomes clearer and small. In the end, almost all mosquitoes and now then cannot smell. Not too clear fact, Lin Mu said. Ziming are also not understand. After things afternoon, and Lin Muking own window paper that is considered a real bypassed, despite herself and her relationship has not really happened, but as long as they want, yes, when time permits, she will not refuse. Besides, She also understands that this is indeed not a good time. As if to prove it, when Ziming thought about it, he received a message on his pager. Ziming picked it up and looked at it. It was Li Cheng's paging and asked if they had rested. A very ordinary greeting made Lin Muqing blush and slip into the bed immediately after seeing it. Obviously, she understood the rest as a different meaning, even though Li Cheng originally meant that. Ziming take from the phone to Li Cheng back to a phone. They said they immediately went out for dinner. Lin Muqing deserves to have been a mature woman, though very shy. But when Ziming Cheng lead to kick down the phone, Lin Muqing has been out of bed, but she was quickly slipped into the bathroom to go. Just like Li Cheng will be through the mobile phone sees the same situation here. Moment after the bell, and Lin Muqing Ziming out of the room, they went to the room to find Li Cheng Tong Gang, and they had dinner together. In the hotel dining hall to sit down, Li Cheng Ziming said very directly, "Ziming little brother, I do not know about the Chinese bank, plans and turret Brighton Consortium and the Gulf side of the situation. You really know more?" Face questions on Ziming. Li Cheng did not answer the first time, but look at the two opposite and asked, "Tong Li chairman and brother you have already sent to investigate it, huh?" No mistake, not jump word. Zuxianqing Ming, this is the time to speak. Tong Gang, I and Li Cheng I really have great confidence in you, believe in your ability, but after all, we are responsible for our investment. We at the same time as the Sunshine City joint investment, the shareholders of the fund, we also have the right to know the whereabouts of the company's funds. Ziming smiled and said, "Chairman Tong, I think you may have misunderstood. I am not asking you anything. But you and Li are the tycoons of Hong Kong City. Your business has reached all corners of the world. I just got up just a year ago, and am definitely inferior to yours in terms of the accumulation of contacts. I believe you must have more and better news channels than me, right? I believe I said that you should understand what I mean, right?" Shouzi Tong Gang and Li Cheng were a little surprised. They looked at each other, and then Li Cheng came out and said, "In fact, our understanding of these 3 points is not very accurate." Li Cheng opened his mouth and set the tone for his speech, and then continued, "First of all, China Bank, this is indeed our Chinese bank, and it has a history of more than 100 years. Because it is headquartered in San Francisco and is controlled by a California consortium, it seems that it does belong to a California consortium. But from there are indications that China banking is not that simple, and there is something hidden behind him." Next is the Dota project. Li Cheng said, "This plan should be the US government's financial war to defeat the former Soviet Union and plunder wealth from there. I don't know if he has a follow-up plan, but if he does, it shouldn't be internal, or from the very beginning this plan is not only aimed at the former Soviet Union. But if the target is not the former Soviet Union's superpower, who else can it be?" "What? There is a more important point," Li Cheng said. "It is such an important plan, how can you even send the news to him without even knowing the commander's rebellion? This is too unreasonable." At their end, Tong Gang took the conversation from Li Cheng and said, "As for the last Brighton consortium, he has been in Brighton for more than 300 years. So in such a long time, he will definitely have it. The incredible influence will at least not let his plan be spread so easily. So the news you got, Mr. Ziming, is too suspicious." While listening to Ziming, he nodded silently. "Chairman Tong and Brother Li, what you said makes sense, and it is something we cannot ignore now. But one thing I'm sure of is that once the Gulf War breaks out and Iraq's invasion of Kuwait to control its oil exports, it will definitely create an international situation. The large fluctuations in crude oil futures prices are what we need." "But then you are not afraid that the Brighton Foundation will let you know afterwards?" Li Cheng asked worriedly. Ziming laughed. "Of course I'm not afraid, because I don't believe that he will really trouble me. I have a lot of information about a consortium family with a long history like Brighton, and more importantly, I have offended him. You've already seen it at the airport. The person I mocked to leave was a member of the Brighton Consortium. This is a typical example of how lice don't itch." Tong Gang and Li Chengdu were shocked. They are the tycoons of Hong Kong City. Of course, I understand the horror of the 10 largest consortia in the United States. But now Ziming has offended a large consortium and it's still so easy. The Brighton consortium will definitely come back to suppress emerging economies. They will have many ways to break a company, but now Ziming has sitting here so relaxed. How can this not shock them? But it is not these conjectures that make me judge, but because of your data. Now all the work has been started. There are some things that are very inertial. It is not that whoever wants to stop can stop, even if he is. The same is true for the 10 major consortia that control the United States. Ziming finally concluded, so I can be 100% sure that the Gulf War will break out, and the price of international crude oil futures will definitely rise at that time. At that time, we only need to judge this correctly. Under the circumstances, we can make a lot of money. Tong Gang and Li Cheng fell silent at the same time. Ziming knew their reasons for silence. Ziming also understood that his reason was not sufficient, because of his most important reason. I didn't add it, because I have a memory of the future, but the most important reason is still impossible to say. So of course the reason is not enough to convince the 2 business tycoons. Do everything by fate. Ziming thought this in his heart, but at this moment, Tong Gang suddenly made a decision. Well, I decided to invest and fully support Ziming's investment behavior. Li Cheng glanced at Tong Gang. He also decided to say, since Chairman Tong has chosen to support, then I have nothing to say. We will do our best to help you. Chapter 62 People with confidence to follow. Ziming Lin Mu Tong Gang Li Cheng King dinner went on for 2 hours. They cooperate with each other, and faced with an emergency means of operation are discussed. They did after the end of their leave. Walking in the corridor of the hotel, Li Cheng is very curious and asked, Tong brother, we were so put control over all funds are handed the hands of Ziming is not some adventure. Although I do understand that if you really like Ziming, it is said that under the premise that the Gulf War can break out at any time, it is necessary to have this ability to respond immediately. Perhaps you will suffer tens of millions of losses if you hate it for a second, but all resources are concentrated in the hands of one person. And it depends on personal ability and judgment. It's too desperate to trade, and I don't think we have reached this point now. I have certainly not to this point. Even from this point we still have a long distance. Tong Gang then asked, do not you that has not agreed to it, or do you regret it? Cheng Li shook his head and said, regret will not, but boy brother you have been convinced. I think we still have to maintain the unity of thinking, but I'm curious. What are you explanations which sentence to convince? I want to say I'm not convinced. Tong Gang replied. This answer surprised Li Cheng, but Tong Gang immediately gave Li Cheng an explanation, but this explanation made Li Cheng even more confused. I feel depends on perception promised Ziming. This is the answer that Tong Gang gave. Li Cheng's head is confused, because if Tong Gang is persuaded by Ziming, no matter which sentence Li Cheng can accept, he has not been persuaded, but he agrees with his feelings. Now, isn't this a bit too trifling? You must know that they have to transfer at least several $100 million of assets to Ziming through the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund. It is difficult to convince people just by one sentence. I know it is very difficult to understand, but there are a lot of things that is so hard to understand in this world. Because not all the things you can control. Tong Gang told Li Cheng said, take this thing, since the Gulf War was planned by the consortium. The event has a special purpose, so it is difficult for confirmation of this, can only rely on feel to be judged. But I could know only one thing, that is, Ziming this person. Speaking of this, Tong Gang took a deep look at Li Cheng and said, at this point, I think you should understand what I'm talking about. Li Cheng nodded silently and said, Ziming will not aimlessly. From the first time he came to Hong Kong City to open an account for the operation of Hong Kong Stock Index futures, to the establishment of the Jinming Fund Company to launch a capital preservation fund, and then to North Russia, every step he did was thinking about it before doing it. Li Cheng didn't say anything here, because when he saw Tong Gang shaking his head, he obviously didn't agree with his thoughts. What you said is correct, But you have forgotten only one point, and it is the most important point. I will support him by feeling the most important point. Tong Gang said to Li Cheng. Ziming is the kind of reassuring people who follow. Li Cheng suddenly realized that Tong Gang's answer is completely at the point. There is no such thing as a polished commander in the world, especially in the deceitful shopping malls. If you don't have the help of your friends, you can do it in minutes. Can be crushed to death. Like the former Soviet Union, it was called a superpower along with the United States, but with the expansion of chauvinism in other great powers, it offended all its allies, and finally fell under the continuous economic offensive of Western countries led by the United States. This is true from country to country, and from person to person. Many people follow the principle of having the advantage and not the bastard. In business, they like to take advantage of it, not only taking advantage of customers, but also taking advantage of partners. But everyone in this world is not stupid, who will be taken advantage of by others all day long. Over time, no one will do business with him anymore, he will only narrow his business path, and in the end there will be no business to do. Real entrepreneurs, or whether they are entrepreneurs or any other successful people, are definitely not greedy for the small bargain of 1 or 2 yuan. In fact, this 2 yuan cannot be a millionaire. It turns out that Ziming is a very kind person. No matter whoever does business with him, he can guarantee his own interests. He is the kind of person who won't let his friends suffer. Li Cheng said. Not only that, Tong Gang took over Li Cheng's words and continued. More importantly, his personality charm, as well as his brilliant vision. At least he chose the general direction every time. So that's the biggest difference, right? Cheng Li said. Lin Muking in the port city, despite the weak Ming left behind a good foundation, but her every step of the walk but had also tired, which we are looking at in my eyes. Even the general manager of the US branch has to mention a Sun Y who is not so suitable, but in contrast to Ziming, he has only been in the United States for half a year, and he has created a man with more than 100 million yuan from scratch. The Asset Wharton Insurance Company participated in the election campaign and provoked the Brighton Consortium, but it was still very leisurely and there was still time to go to Harvard for classes. This is a compete with established contractors, Tong Gang said. Lin Muking woman very much, but that is up to a professional manager, and such a person can only Ziming. Will it be possible to establish a dynasty? Speaking last child just again the topic of conversation back to his body. So Ziming who is worth the investment. Even if he is wrong this time, our investment will be lost? Li Cheng asked tentatively. Tong just very sure of his nod. In this way, Tong Gang and Li Cheng made the decision that they would support Ziming to the end no matter what. This belief was deeply rooted, and even more things happened later. They did not waver. Not to Ziming. Tong Gang and Li Cheng did not know how to talk about the behind of himself. In fact he totally thought this point, because it simply does not matter to him. More importantly, he is now and Lin Muking go back to the room, and then you can do what they love to do. Speaking of Ziming, he has been abstinent for a long time. Yining in the finance class has a good opinion of him, and he can only watch and can't eat. And the beautiful class instructor at Harvard has other purposes. Now he and Lin Muking finally pierced that layer of window paper, and experienced that again at noon. At this time, it's a man to be itching. But Ziming is Ziming, and even at this time, he still maintains his own demeanor. After finally walking through the long corridor, Ziming and Lin Muking arrived in the room. When opening the door, Lin Muking hesitated. It was obviously the female's reservedness who was doing mischief. Maybe she was in a bad mental state at noon to let go, but at night, she hesitated instead. But after all, Lin Muking is a strong woman with influence all over the world, so she quickly made a decision. She opened the door of the room and went in with Ziming. After quickly checked the entire room and went out, she immediately gave the door to locked up. Ziming, we. Lin Muking hesitated to say something, but Ziming was a step faster than her, and went straight to her little hand, then walked into the bedroom inside and left Lin Muking behind. Then he immediately climbed onto the bed and came in front of her, his nose pressed against her Kyangbai and said, Sister Muking, Don't say anything. You have served me at noon, but I am very dissatisfied. So now to want what I want. Facing Ziming's domineering words, Lin Muking was like a little white rabbit deceived into a wolf's den, scared but with a little irresistible expectation. Ziming kissed Lin Muking's warm lips, from a touch of water to a predatory deep kiss, and Lin Muking slowly accepted from being shy and passive at the beginning to actively catering. Ziming unbuttoned Lin Muking's shirt one by one, took off the skirt and the underwear that got in the way. Lin Muking's skin is white because of her body shaping. Her figure is perfect. Ziming can feel the unstoppable softness when she reaches out and touches it. As Ziming's hands wandered around her body, it was like magic that made Lin Muking feel numb all over her body. A very embarrassing moan that wanted to shed her lips. Lin Muking had to kiss Ziming harder. The self-deceiving person silenced the shameful moan in his mouth. However, Ziming was obviously not a very cooperative person. He quickly left Lin Muking's lips and kissed all the way down. The first time Lin Muking had experienced this kind of battle, she couldn't help groaning, but when Ziming sucked hard, Lin Muking felt that her heart was about to be sucked out, and she groaned. "Stop teasing me, okay? Ziming, you want me?" No one in the world would refuse his woman's request. Ziming was no exception. He quickly took off his clothes. Then he turned on his horse and got into a muddy flower bush amid Lin Muking's screams. Then there is a spring light that is not suitable for children, and a few conversations that can be faintly heard. "Ziming, I'm just so happy that I finally be your woman." "Yes, Muking sister, you happy?" "I am more happy, then I have more fun for once." Ziming, I just feel like dying, now I'm alive, my body almost fall apart. "That it Muking sister, I think I have to draw a line back to you." "Do not Ziming, I really will die." In this way, Ziming staged a hat-trick in Lin Muking's begging for mercy, while at the same time another story was happening on the other side of Brighton. Sports cars speeding moved into the northeastern part of Ocean Villas in Brighton, directly open to the beach. A yacht parked here, surrounded by loud music, scream and shout all kinds, as well as a strong cumin. Apparently here is a barbecue party by the sea. The car parked, Robert Adams got out and head over. A fat man, his name is Will Adams. He was surprised and said to Robert, "How it is only you a person? Come of it you do not say that it is your appetite." "Did the Hong Kong city woman come to Brighton?" "You went to the airport to pick her up in person." Robert spit out unluckily and said, "I really saw a ghost. I don't know where a Chinese man came out today. Not only did that guy rob my parking space, he also took the woman away." Then Robert repeated the situation to Will. After listening to Will asked tentatively, "I said Robert, the Chinese you met, he is not called Ziming, right?" "Word. It seems to be called this name. How come will you know him?" "Then you tell him, let him roll in front of me and apologize immediately, otherwise I won't let him go." Robert angrily said, "It's really Ziming. This is really a way to heaven. You don't go, and there is no way to hell. You just want to break through." With this thought, Will smiled. He said to Robert, "I want to do this too, but he probably won't agree. At least until you teach him enough lessons, he will not know what politeness is." There. Chapter 63. Read with me, brother. Plague roll. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight into the room in the morning, Lin Muking woke up and opened his eyes. First of all you see is beside a man. Side face. Lin Muking thinks this is a very manly side face. Otherwise she would not chase her from Hong Kong to the United States to hand over herself. "Ziming, you asked me yesterday to be my man. Don't bully me in the future, you must be nice to me." Lying next to Ziming, Lin Muking pouted a bright red mouth, poked Ziming with her slender fingers and said in her heart. But suddenly Ziming yawned, and Lin Muking immediately looked like a frightened little white rabbit, hurriedly hid under the quilt and pretended to sleep. Ziming then opened his eyes to see Lin Muking's performance and couldn't help but smile. In fact, he woke up a long time ago. He just wanted to sleep a little longer so he didn't open his eyes. However, Lin Muking's subsequent performance can be felt, Although Ziming, I don't know what Lin Muking was doing, like poking at herself, but it is not difficult for Ziming to guess that she must have said nothing good in her heart. Muking, since you don't tell me, then I have to ask you for the answer myself. Ziming said this in his heart. The name Muking was later requested by Lin Muking. The reason is very simple. They have already done this. Ziming also called her sister Muking, which would make her feel very strange. It can only be called Muking. Ziming thought about looking down at the same time. Although there was a blanket on Lin Muking's body, it still couldn't hide the exquisite curve. More importantly, the delicate body under the blanket was still naked. That was the last time last night. Lin Muking fell asleep as soon as she was too tired. Ziming just took a hot towel to help her clean up briefly. As for the clothes, a man can only help a woman undress, and it is troublesome to put on again, so forget it. Thinking of what happened last night, thinking of the violent impact of her holding Sister Muking, and Sister Muking moaning and begging for mercy at her voice, Ziming immediately reacted. Lin Muking snorted unconsciously, which was obviously the result of being pushed. Ziming laughed again. Although Ziming always knew that Lin Muking was not asleep, this kind of performance was a bit too clumsy. An idea was born in Ziming's mind, and then Ziming immediately took action and hugged Lin Muking's attractive body. Ziming could feel Lin Muking's body stiffen a bit, but perhaps he was shy and didn't know how to face it, so he held on. Did not open his eyes. Let you install it again, Ziming said in his heart, and then reached out to his chest to hold the soft ball, and at the same time his mouth started to move, but it was not downward but upward, and he kissed Lin Muking's lips with a touch of water, and then straightened. Run over to the smaller lobe. This is the secret Ziming discovered last night when he was holding Lin Muking from behind. Her place was very sensitive, and it was precisely this discovery. Even if Lin Muking was tired the second time, she still had the first time. 3 times. Sure enough, when Ziming kissed Lin Muking's lobe, she could feel the change in her breathing rate. When Ziming finally breathed in, Lin Muking finally couldn't help groaning, and she also pushed away Ziming's tender voice begging for mercy. Ziming, let's not make trouble early in the morning, okay? Ziming raised his brows and said, that's not good. Who made you pretend to sleep in front of me? Now I will teach you a lesson. Otherwise, I promised, I was uncomfortable all morning and my brother would not agree. Lin Muking aggrieved, that is the normal reaction of your men every morning. It's none of my business. Lin Muking wanted to explain to Ziming, but Ziming hearing this, he just turned on his horse, pierced straight, and blocked everything she wanted to say later, and then the room was happy again. In this way, due to the unexpected morning exercises, Ziming and Lin Muking didn't get up until lunchtime and went out. Lin Muking blushed and felt ashamed. 12:30. Ziming, Lin Mutong Gang, Li Chengqing eat in the hotel's restaurant for lunch. With time, Ziming's lawyer Alan also came together. It is because they want to authorize the issue of company funds, involving many legal issues require the presence of professional lawyers. This has nothing to do with trust. It is just a means to avoid future disputes. It was also requested by Tong Gang and Li Cheng on their own initiative. Ziming, Tong Gang and Li Cheng first introduced to Alan. Immediately Li Cheng said in English to Alan, Alan Law, hello. First of all, I have no doubt you mean professional, but this time we relate to fair many countries, even international law, and the issue of mutual legal conversion between countries are very complicated. Are you sure you can handle it? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Alan unnecessarily shrugged and said, I cannot guarantee certificate 100%, but at least you currently involved in national laws. I did not either. What the problem? That's good, Li Cheng said, to come up with a contract. To Alan said, that what Alan Law, which is one of our operating funds, entrusted Mr. Ziming took the documents above, clear the rights and obligations and responsibilities. It is a draft that my lawyer team rushed out overnight. You can take a look at it. If you need to modify or add, or if you have any questions, you can bring it up at any time. Alan took the contract document. His first look symbolic moment, then nodded and said, this is no problem. I will examine the contract as soon as possible. Finally, Li Cheng gave Alan a reply time. Alan and only then contract back into their public paper bag. A little later, the lunch ended. Ziming and Qing Lin Mu parted ways. This is inevitable, because Lin Mu King is really the most important to Brighton to Ziming, but also here in Brighton is not the only thing that Ziming. You must know that Brighton is the political and economic center of the northeastern United States. Under the guidance of the Brighton Consortium, the capital here is very active. Therefore, this is the reason why the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company will place the US branch here. 1. In the back room, Lin Mu King is in bed mercy of a woman, but as long as out the door, but she still dominate Hong Kong Alliance chairman huge capital investment. Even Tong Gang and Li Cheng this port city tycoon have to give her a bit thin-faced. Lin Mu Tong King to just these two directors Li Cheng with US division. Ziming also drove back to Harvard, but in the way the city of Brighton on, Ziming is suddenly stopped his path to a sports car. Ziming frowned, because he knew who the sports car is. Robert Adams. Is he here to retaliate? Ziming do not know, but there is indeed. Robert took a very strong white bodyguard. Robert Ziming saw down the car, believe they will soon be able to get the answer. Robert Ziming has come to the front of the car, politely knocked on the window of the first. Ziming opened the window to say something on the side, do not stop, out of the way, and then the car parked on the roadside just go off. Face of such an approach Ziming, Robert surprised a moment, and then also to stop aside to let the bodyguards, while coming to Ziming said, I'm sorry I stopped your car, but I really want is a little thing you said. I wonder if Mr. Ziming is free to listen to me now? If I say no time, I do not want to hear it, Ziming asked. Ziming asked for Robert's not surprised. I saw him Liang Zui it and said, I am afraid weak. Ming is not even think you go. Ziming is not the same answer to Robert's surprise. He shrugged unnecessary, said, it seems did not have to choose. Then I only hear from him there. Robert said. Ziming also made a gesture, please. Robert automatic filtering of the Ziming mockery. He asked. Ziming said, why Adams, I think Mr. Ziming must know the right people a lot to very free word. Of course, he is a judge of the district court Fenway. I worked on a case and he hit a dealings. Ziming then asked, that what Mr. Roberts is what brought me news of him yet? No, make no mistakes. Robert nodded and said, no mistake, is a very bad news. I do not know Mr. Ziming what are you done to upset him, but he now is to find ways to deal with you, whether you or your company cannot escape. For this reason, he also organized a yacht party yesterday. The purpose is to find alliances. Among them he found me. Robert thought for a while and said, I know, maybe Mr. Ziming you would think that his identity is just a peripheral member of the Adams family. Perhaps it is true on the surface. Seeing that I have to tell you something very unexpected. That is, he is also the illegitimate child of the family. Although it is still far from our immediate family members, he can mobilize a lot of resources if he wants to. Let's tell you so. Robert said, in fact, how many a year ago, Mr. Will was not a judge, but the CEO of a large investment company. Later, he used family resources to deal with an outsider privately, which caused the other party to go bankrupt. Because the other party was a billionaire with a wealth of money, his bankruptcy made Bo Leiden shook for a long time, and Will was demoted to judge to calm the anger of the family. Ziming hadn't spoken until after Robert finished speaking, and he said, then Mr. Robert, you tell me. So what do you want to illustrate? Two questions, of course, can be the same. Robert said, the first is that you are in a dangerous situation, and the second is that only I can save you. What about the conditions? Ziming asked again. I don't believe that Mr. Robert, you will help me so selflessly. Of course there is no selflessness. My condition is the woman you picked up yesterday. Lin Mu King. Robert said. Robert finished speaking for a while and then said, I don't know what the relationship between you and her is, but I don't want to know. But one thing, I personally admire her very much. Whether it is for her beauty or her ability, I very much hope to have the opportunity to be alone with her. I had prepared it yesterday as well. I was going to pick her up to go to the yacht party, but unfortunately it was because of you that everything was lost. You know, you did it yesterday. The thing made me very shameless and made me very, very angry, and even I wanted to kill you directly, Robert said and laughed again. But forget it. I'm a direct member of the Addams family, and I care about you. This is too cheap, so I came to discuss it with you today. As long as you promise me, the problem between us will be wiped out. Not only that, but I can also help you resolve Will Adams' revenge. This is a good thing with two birds with one stone. Robert then turned the topic of conversation and said, "No, then you may be faced with the most terrible revenge." Ziming did not speak, but looked intently Robert. Robert thought Ziming is struggling, then to Ziming said, "I know you are very reluctant, because as like Lin Muking as the best woman, I do change, too reluctant. But you are a man and have a great future in the future. You shouldn't ruin everything for a woman. It's not worth it. Are you right? Nothing wrong, no skipping." Ziming gently digged to a duo. Robert looked up and asked, "You finished yet?" "No mistake, not jump word." "Robert is not suspected," he nodded, then waved him over Ziming. Ziming Robert, although very surprised to do what, but still head out of coming. Then Ziming's face in front of Robert Pooh is a spit in the above, and then said, "Repeat after me together, Brother Plague." Roll. Chapter 64 says who is going to kill? Robert understood at the time. The phrase is very rich Chinese cultural connotation of the blast-trolled brother he did not understand, but Ziming's sputum spit in his face is real. He stretched out his hand and wiped it on his face. One hand was disgustingly sticky. This made him so angry that Kikiao was smoked. He pointed at Ziming grimly and said, "You Chinese scumbag, I kindly come over to tell you the news. How dare you insult me like this? I won't let you go." Robert's cursing stopped abruptly here, because Ziming raised his hand and slapped him on the face. Slapped him all at once. Ziming said to him, "American guy, let me tell you, analyze it a lot, a very free word you say if I can help you a favor, but I will put you out of your mother contributed to my slave name as you. Would you like it?" Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Robert was stunned. Didn't he never think that they would collapse? After all, Lin Muking is a woman of extreme quality, and no one is willing to give up. But he did not think how they would collapse, according to so fast, but all he wants now is too late, because the anger is about to explode. His teeth said, "Chinese people, you do not hit only me, you insulted my mother. I want you to die. Nun, come and kill this Chinese for me." Robert's strong bodyguard appeared on the scene. This was a big man 2 meters tall and full of explosive muscles. He stretched out a palm condescendingly and said to Ziming, "Chinese, you the head has not been as big as a basketball. Just so long as I gently pinch, you can put him to squeeze shattered. No mistake, not jump word." Ziming Yang Zeta without fear, "I do not know you is what thing, but I know you would never do it." Paul Dart Benyon grinned, his magic in general, an iron pipe out of his pocket, he forced to break with both hands, put Flanagan iron pipe to break it in cannabis. Nin threw the iron pipe on the ground and said to Ziming, "Chinese, this is your fate." Ziming laughed. "No wonder Brighton has always been a grade A. Turned out to be the cow gave you blow sky yet?" "No mistake, not jump word." Robert then said, "Chinese people, I have time to really envy your ignorance, but Kenyan northeast of underground boxing king, that his hands had been broken a lot like you stupid head is indeed stupid goods. Your performance has been perfect interpretation of the meaning of the word." Ziming said, "I hope you can still be so hard when I tear your mouth apart." Nin said angrily. He stretched out his hand to grab Ziming. Ziming stood still and did not evade, but in the end, Nin's hand still couldn't catch Ziming, and stopped at a place less than 10 centimeters away from Ziming. It was who grabbed his wrist. Obviously only you can almost caught, but a little pitch from the day seemed cutting in general is to make life difficult. That feeling straight to Benyon was crazy. He desperately wants stretched forward, so that the arm and forehead the protruding veins are violent, but hands like pincers generally clamped his wrist. so he did not move nothing. Even Kenyon felt his hand still getting there is a very hemp. Increasingly the more it makes me feel less powerful. Binyon's crazy phase, very relaxed. He holds hemp tendons. Nen said to him, big physique, we were bodyguards. Do not blending duel between the big shot. It is not error-free. Few words. Shorty, so eager to die yet? No mistake, not jump word. Nin asked, a face in different expression, as if the indeed so, not to in my opinion, but definitely want to die you. With the fall of the last word, suddenly exerted force and threw Nin out after a shoulder-crushing fall. Nin was thrown heavily to the ground for a long time and was unable to get up. Turned his head to Ziming. Robert and Lever, you are busy, you are, and how I play the big man is, then it catch up to. But the Nin suddenly got up, hugged. Seeing this, Robert laughed. What a stupid fighter. Nin is a low boxing champion. His arms are his most advantageous weapons. He can directly strangle a cow. In underground boxing, I don't know if there is how many people died in the hands of this beckoning. Is that the soldiers sent by your country to protect you? There are no mistakes in many words. It seems that the soldiers in the rubbish place are rubbish. The really garbage men of the place certainly is rubbish. I think this sentence is used in your body. It is actually very appropriate. Sound from that side came. He used his arms to fend off Nen's arms, looked up at Kenyon, said, listen to your boss say, this should be your most powerful moves. It no, I'm sorry for making many mistakes. I didn't expect that you would lose to me, even your strongest strength. Impossible. Is that a monster? Why is there such a monster next to you? Why would he be willing to be your bodyguard? Robert exclaimed, his eyes staring like a copper bell. Is not a monster? I do not know. Do not over, but I know we have to take account between the count. Ziming's voice in the ear heard. Robert turned to look at him. Seems a bit unclear as to Ziming smiled at him, but his smile made Robert looked at some creepy. I do not know to calculate what it account for it. In fact, nothing complicated. You remember you said that you have to help my condition? Yes, want me to Lin Mu King give you right. But you know what? I am the person is very selfish and greedy. I don't even want to let my own money. If anyone wants me to be a woman, then I must fuck. His ancestors are 18th generation. As Ziming to say that, he was a slap in the face of severely beat another slap in the face of Robert. What are you doing, Nan? Robert called out his bodyguard, but Nan was still wrestling with the police and didn't have time to talk to him. This made him extremely annoyed, and he yelled again, Nan, you this rubbish. Aren't you the underground boxing champion? How come you were stopped by such a thin Chinese chopstick, and beat him to death, then come over and screw off the Chinese man's head and kick me as a ball? I order you, bar. As Robert finished speaking, Ziming slapped him in the face again. At the same time, Ziming said to him, Yanks, since your mother hasn't taught you what politeness is, let me teach it. You go. You fart. You Chinese, even if you don't have Nan, I will kill you, Robert said as he rushed towards Ziming, but Ziming flashed it directly, and then kicked it. Kick on Robert's knee, and let Robert kneel there with a cry. Just kidding, this Soldier King is not a souvenir. During the more than a year when he was a bodyguard for himself, Ziming also asked him to learn a lot of tricks for his own safety, although he was worse on the battlefield. It's far away, but at least he won't be at a loss in the face of danger. Even professional thugs are not helpless. As for the waste material like Robert, it can be easily won. After kicking Robert to his knees, Ziming slapped Robert on the back of the head and said, Yankee, who did you just say you want to kill? I'm going to kill you. Robert was still stubborn. He said, you Chinese bastard, wait for me. When Nan solves the problem, he will kill you. Then I will throw your head into the Breton forest to feed the wolves! Exclamation mark. But apparently Robert is not the protagonist of this book, so when he looked back, he saw a scene that broke his heart. I saw the thin Chinese man hitting Nan, who was twice his size. After flying out, Nan fell to the ground with a mouth full of blood, completely unresponsive. Before he could feel how strange it was, Ziming also grabbed his hair from behind and said to him, "Mr. Robert Adams, you are also a member of the Adams family anyway, or a core member. Didn't your mother teach you? Are you as polite as you deserve? For example, when you see a distinguished guest like us, you have to add a sir to show respect. I respect your family. Shit like you is only worthy of stepping on mine. The foot ... Ziming slapped him, and slapped the words behind Robert in his stomach. Robert continued to scold unconvinced, and Ziming continued to slap. After a few slaps, Robert was beaten and cried, "Don't hit Mr. Ziming, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please let me go," Robert cried. This change surprised Ziming. Although he never thought that Robert would be a tough person, at least he wouldn't be so embarrassed, right? There are a lot of words, but think about Robert was originally a child with a temperament, so now it is normal for him to surrender and call row if he can't stand a few hits like a child. Do you know that you are wrong now? Then you kneel here and say 3 times to Ziming's father. His son Robert Adams knew he was wrong, and he would never dare to annoy his father anymore. "Please forgive me." Ziming finished speaking, and Robert said angrily, "Chinese, don't deceive others too much." But Robert's anger was instantaneous. When Ziming raised his hand again, Robert said 3 times in a straightforward way, "Dad." Ziming, son Robert Adams, knew that he was wrong, and he would never dare to make his father angry anymore, and beg his father to forgive me. After Robert finished speaking, Ziming's slap finally fell and slapped Robert on the face, but Ziming did not. He loosened his hair and kept pulling his hair and said, "It's almost the same. Then I will let you go today. Get out of here and don't let me see you again." Hearing Ziming's words, Robert immediately got up. I was afraid that Ziming would go back and get in the car and ran away. When Robert ran away, the police came and asked Ziming, "I don't understand. Don't you fear that he will come back to retaliate afterwards?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. He wants revenge is no way. After all, we cannot have a backing behind the Adams family. If you really kill him here, we absolutely cannot escape." Ziming went on to say, as he later of revenge, "I think even if there is no such thing as today, there is no way to avoid it. Didn't you say that there is another car following here?" "Nothing is wrong, no words." As Ziming asked, a car parked on the roadside. Old Brooke Adams and Will sat in the car. Will Adams said, "The old Brooke, Ginger or the old lady, also appears as you expect Mr. Brooke that way, Robert. This kid really came to Ziming." The old cloth look is a clear understanding his chest expression. It is inevitable, although Robert did a lot of things somewhat naive, but after all he was the person Adams family, the most basic intelligence is still there, but also to see he also really likes the girl from Hong Kong City. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't want to be used as a gunman. So he will definitely come to Ziming. Not been enough that Chinese people with engaging, actually, and Robert Yinberg hit up, this is his only chance wasted. Said. The old cloth Luke saw Will look and said, "That cannot be, that the Chinese people cannot. It's stupid." He knows that Robert was never even intended to cooperate with him about anything, as they will fight. I am afraid to say that Robert what shouldn't be said. But anyway, this is great news for us. Adams said with a smile, "No wrong with the Chinese and Robert conflicts today. You wait for it to be spectacular." Chapter 65 Choose Your Own? Robert's matter, no matter how much impact it will have in the future, but in terms of time, it was only delayed for a short while. And Ziming soon returned to the Harvard dormitory. The past week Ming back to the hostel, Yining and whenever, they will first go to the door to greet, but today Ziming came back, only to see the squad leader Chen Xiu. Yining told, seemingly not feeling well today, so I haven't gotten up yet. Ziming noticed that Chen Xiu used the term looks like, and when he came to Chen Xiu, he also understood that Yining was not really sick. But because of his relationship with Lin Muking, Ziming patted Chen Xiu on the shoulder knowingly, let him go to his own affairs, and then Ziming went upstairs to Yining's room. Yining came over in pajamas and opened the door to Zuming and apologized. Teacher, I'm sorry, you seem to be very weak today. Maybe I didn't fall asleep and caught a cold, so I may not be able to do today's work, but I will make it up later. Zuming smiled lightly and pulled Yining to let her lie on the bed. Zuming sat on the edge of the bed, touched her forehead first, and said to her after making sure that she did not have a fever, Yining, although you call me teacher, there is actually no difference in age between us by 2 years, so you don't need to cover up in front of me. Yining looked up at Zuming ignorantly, and Zuming then said to her, did you know? When I was in college a few years ago, the English teacher in my class was just the elder sister who stayed in school. She is very beautiful, and I like her very much. Then you think I should chase her? If she has a boyfriend, should I be depressed and unhappy from now on? Of course not. Yining desperately he shook his head and said, teacher, you are a very powerful person. If you fail to recover, it will be a very big loss to the country. Before Yining was finished, Zuming said to her, but Yining is also what a great financial talent. The state entrusts you to me and sends you abroad. It has high expectations for you. If you fail because of this, then I am a sinner of the country. Teacher, what you said. I understand all this, but I just feel very uncomfortable. Yining lowered his head and said in a low mood, I understand that I am not worthy of you. Only an excellent woman like Sister Mu King is worthy of your teacher. Zuming shook his head and interrupted Yining again, wrong, you are still wrong. Yining looked at Zuming in a daze. Zuming thought for a moment and said to her, let's do it. I tell you a story, maybe you can understand. I think you must have heard the story of the ugly duckling. There used to be an ugly duckling, because he was a swan that did not grow up. He was very ugly. He saw everything and felt so powerful. He admired roosters and hunting dogs, running, or the flight of eagles and falcons, and the dominance of peasants. Zuming paused for a while, and then continued, but no matter how good or good these things are, they do not belong to him. His partner only. I can choose the white swan. Of course, I am not saying this to emphasize the right person, but only the white swan of the same kind can have the same aspirations, the same hobbies and goals with you, so that you can go on for the rest of your life. Zuming said, as for other worship, it is only a momentary excitement, and it is the best to keep it as a memory. If you force it, the end result can only be pecked by a rooster, bitten by a hunting dog, or thrown off by a falcon, and being killed by the farmers. Too many principles, I won't tell you, I believe you can understand. Zuming said. Yining nodded silently, and finally raised her head and said, I understand the teacher. Maybe I will find a husband who has the same goals and hobbies with me in the future, but I will never forget you, teacher, because you are the memory of my youth. It is also the idol of my life and the person I love the most. Zuming felt a little helpless about Yining's words. He came to enlighten her, but she didn't expect that in the end she would have more affection for herself. This is not all right. Do you want something for yourself? Zuming was very helpless. He wanted to say something, but his mobile phone rang at this moment. Yining happily ran out of bed to Washington. Zuming had no choice but to answer the phone first. The lawyer Alan called. Alan said on the phone that he had studied the contract carefully, and the other clauses were fine, but the division of responsibilities for overseas fund transfer and management clauses was too general. I personally maintain a trusting attitude towards your collaborators, Mr. Zuming, but the terms involving funds are very important, because this is also the place where disputes are most likely to occur. So my suggestion is regardless of the relationship between the two parties. However, in such a critical place, it is still necessary to be cautious and find the other party to make a clear delineation. Alan said, this is no problem. I can contact them at any time to focus on this point. However, there is another question I need to consult with you. If I am stopped by someone on the road for no reason, and the other party wants to commit violence to me when I get off, but in the end, my bodyguard hurt the opponent even more severely. In this case, if a dispute rises, will there be a problem? Zuming asked. If Mr. Ziming you can provide evidence to prove that it was the other party's first move, I can 100% guarantee that you will not have any problems. Even if you cannot provide evidence, I can at least guarantee that Mr. Ziming will not be held criminally liable. Alan asked again, I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, can you let me be curious to ask a question? Did you encounter any problems on the way back to the dormitory today? Ziming replied, the problem is not big, it's just the identity of the other party is a headache. It's Robert Adams. Regarding Ziming's answer, Alan took a breath of air and said, Mr. Ziming, if you are from the Adams family, I am afraid that the result will not be so. It's easy to say, because they will have other means besides the law at any time. Here, when Ziming returned to the dormitory, Robert Adams on the other side also returned to the family beach house, almost front and back. Will Adams and Old Brook also returned. Seeing Robert angrily, Will stepped forward and asked him, Brother Robert, where are you? Why are you so embarrassed? And none, if I remember correctly, I should have gone out with you. Facing Will's question, Robert looked a little embarrassed. He saw Old Brook coming with him, so he said, Senator Brook is also here. It seems that today's party is not bad. Isn't it more lively, right? Will shook his head and told Robert, Congressman Brook came here today not to attend a party, but to discuss things about dealing with the Chinese. Then look at how you are now, Brother Will. Didn't you go find the Chinese behind us today? You want him to sell you a lot of face, but the Chinese obviously doesn't have this idea. That's right, that's the case, that Chinese is a jerk. Robert scolded Ziming Dao bitterly, but he stopped with such a scolding, because he suddenly thought of something, so he asked, Will, you know so clearly, wouldn't you be following me? How can I follow you? I just guessed. Will replied subconsciously, but was stopped by Old Brook. Old Brook replied, yes, we are following you, because we know you will definitely go find that Chinese. Before Old Brook finished speaking, Robert immediately shouted at him, since you have all seen it, why don't you come and help me? Are you all hiding behind and watching my jokes? Look at the jokes. I'm sorry, Mr. Robert, I'm not interested in this, but some things may not have such a strong experience if they are not personal experience. Just like Mr. Robert you just did, you would think that the Chinese would talk to you, but you don't know the other party's greed and brutality. How could he talk to you? Old Brook said. Robert snorted coldly and said, I'm just giving him a chance. Since he chooses not to, then don't blame me for being rude. Then Robert took Old Brook and Will to another family villa, compared to the previous beachfront. This villa in the forest has the feeling of a medieval castle. Robert said to Will and Old Brook, this is an important castle for the family and the central hub of the Gulf project this time. A very important person is helping us operate. Brother Robert, the important person you mentioned, no, will it be her? Will asked. Old Brook didn't ask Will with him, but he frowned, as if thinking of something. Robert complacent answer. Yes, that is what you think that person, she is a famous European royal descent, is a rare financial genius in the world, is all the consortium wants to have the baby, Her Royal Highness Princess Thracian. Although they had expected this a long time ago, but when they heard this answer, they still took a breath of air conditioning unconsciously. There was no other reason. It was because this identity was too amazing. Robert led Will and Old Brook through the villa into the backyard. A girl who was as delicate as a doll was sitting on a chair in the yard. Seeing Robert and the others come in, the girl frowned unconsciously. The black bodyguard who guarded her immediately stepped forward to stop them. Robert, well prepared for this, his right chest buckle, girls do not respect a standard knightly, also said, respect for your Royal Highness Princess Thracian. I'm sorry to bother you, clean, not enough for the future of the Gulf plan arrangement. I want to make a slight change. Girl lift head. Robert looked disgusted and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts. The entire bay is already set a good plan, because any little small modification is not allowed. But I just want to make a small change, because someone has just angered me. I need to use the Gulf plan to teach that guy a lot. I believe that your Royal Highness will definitely have this ability. How about it? If you help this time, I can consider helping you again in the future. You know that I am a direct member of the Addams family. I can speak for words, Robert said very confidently, but the girl obviously didn't care about it. She still shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, this is a very bad behavior. I won't allow it." Face of stubborn girl answered. Robert finally annoyed, he pushed a female bodyguard's hand and walked girl pointing to her face, said, "Tracy Asia, I respect you called you gave her Royal Highness, do not respect you are a shit, and you don't want to think about it. Your dynasty has long ceased to exist. It is the aid of our Addams family. Your royal family will not live on the streets. Now you dare to defy me even if you want to do something? Robert pointing to the girl yelled, say to you, your dynasty already go to hell, and now we are in the Addams family possessor of you. You do for me no matter what it is as it should be, you actually have defied me, believe it or not. I unplug your father's tube every minute." Regarding Robert's roar, the girl's crystal tears rolled in her eyes, but in the end they didn't flow out. She held it back firmly, or she had been used to it for so long. The girl wiped the corners of her eyes and finally asked, "You have to deal with the Chinese, right?" Robert grinned, "Yes, I want you to fix him on the golfer plan." Chapter 66. Your Royal Highness Caitlin? In the meeting room of the Fenway District Skydeck building, Ziming, Lin Muking and lawyer Alan talking about the cooperation contract with Tong Gang and Li Cheng. This sounds weird. It is obvious that Lin Muking is the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund, but she has to talk with Ziming and Tong Gang and Li Cheng. There is no way. Some things are not reasonable and understandable. Yes. Whoever makes Lin Muking be Ziming's woman, but a woman, will easily be emotional, especially on the premise of the man she loves. This is a woman's nature. Tong Gang and Li Cheng dare not gamble on Lin Muking's sanity, so all the negotiations are done by their two directors. Mr. Tong Gang and Mr. Li Cheng. I had no problem in principle with this agreement at the time. It was just that there was a lack of division of responsibility and risking the transfer and management of overseas funds. This is very important. I don't know this. Is it a negligence, or are there other considerations? As Ziming's lawyer, Alan asked the point straightforwardly. Faced with Alan's problem, Tong Gang said with a smile, "Attorney Alan, I don't think this is a problem because it should be a very loose clause for you. I personally trust Mr. Ziming very much, so there are some rules. You don't have to be so dead." Now that Tong has just spoken, Ziming also took over and said, "Chairman Tong, instead, I think the more you trust, the more you must set these rules. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens in the future, if you don't even have a basis, it's troublesome." They say that business is not righteous and righteous. If there is no basis, then there is no righteousness and righteousness. I don't want this to happen. Li Cheng raised his eyebrows and heard Ziming, the voice outside the words. Did Brother Zhu say that something happened? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming glanced at Li Cheng and had to say that the vision of the richest Chinese in the future is different. He asked the point in one sentence, and Ziming had to tell the story of the encounter with Robert on the way back to the dormitory yesterday. Robert is a member of the Addams family. I think you can understand what I said. Ziming said, the Addams family is the core family of the Brighton Consortium. The situation in the Gulf this time is that they cooperated with Rockefeller and other Eastern consortiums. Come out. So today I have offended Robert so much, it is hard to guarantee that he will not move his hands and feet on this. Tong Gang and Li Cheng were stunned there, while Lin Muking was constantly pulling Ziming's clothes from below, winking at him. Do not talk like that. Ziming also understood that he was stupid to say that, at least in business terms, but for Ziming, those methods were used to deal with opponents. Tong Gang and Li Cheng were not opponents, so they just spread everything out. Say yes, so that everyone will end up making an unpleasant end. If you want to go further in the future, you may still have time to ask them for help. Brother Zhu, if you can say this, it proves that you are a very reliable person, which makes us very relieved. Then Tong Gang changed the conversation and said, but the Addams family is so big, It shouldn't be a small matter. There are no mistakes in a lot of words, and the golf issue is so important. If it's someone else, I think he will put it aside temporarily, but this time it's Robert. Ziming emphasized the name. I picked you up from the airport, and then he stopped my car this time. Whether it is from what he did or the tone of his speech, I think he is a child with very naive thoughts and behaviors. Then since as a child, he will pay attention to his gratitude and gratitude. If he can hold back his breath, he will not come to me today. It turns out that it is. Tong Gang then exchanged opinions with Li Cheng and said, if this is the case, then we will take this contract back to revise it, and then show it to you. Ziming answered that there is no problem. Tong Gang and Li Cheng took the contract and got up to leave, and dang Tong Gang and Li Cheng after leaving. Alan didn't have to continue to stay, so he only chatted with Ziming for a while and got up and left. After they left, Lin Muking said to him, Ziming, I understand you don't want it. Pit them, but sometimes you can work around. Ziming shook his head and said, at least this is not necessary now, and in the future, maybe we will have to rely on their strength, so we must not make the relationship rigid now. As for the current situation in the Gulf, even if they decide not to participate, it does not matter, we can make a lot of money ourselves. Anyway, you are in charge, you have the final say, Lin Muking said. Ziming shrugged helplessly at Lin Muking's saying that he was throwing his hand at the shopkeeper. Then Ziming's cell phone rang, and Ziming called Hoover, the head of the Brighton branch of China Bank, to call and say an offer. Ziming meets now at the Garden Restaurant in South Brighton. Ziming hung up the phone. Lin Muking immediately asked him, Ziming, are you familiar with this Hoover? Why did he ask you not to say anything? Why he asked you if he didn't say anything, and he hung up in such a hurry? The phone call is too weird, right? There are a lot of words, right? Ziming thought for a while and said, it's really strange, but this is indeed Hoover's voice, and there is a to protect me, so it is unlikely that anything major will happen. I'll go alone. Sister Muking, go home first. Lin Muking glared at Ziming angrily, because Ziming habitually called her Sister Muking just now, but it's not important. Very sensible got up and left, not to trouble Ziming. Ziming and immediately drove to the Garden Restaurant in South Brighton. Ziming came to the Vineyard Restaurant, but they did not see Hoover here. Could it be that he was late? But when I came in just now, the waiter said that someone was already waiting here. Is there really something wrong? Ziming felt very strange, but soon Ziming's doubts were solved, because a very beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Ziming. She said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, welcome to the Vineyard Restaurant. Your arrival. Seeing this figure, Ziming felt that he was suddenly stunned, because this girl is so beautiful. Her eyebrows, eyes and nose, every part of her is like a master carefully portrayed. Similarly, the slim figure is even more exquisite and elegant under a purple veil skirt. No, these are not the most important. The most important thing is the familiar girl Ziming, who at the time had just started. In Yanjing economic lecture, she asked to myself, then no one would beat the Count Yan University son. Tracy Miss Arcadia to Lin Highness, I did not expect to see you here, did not think you would actually be about me. Ziming some emotion, said he also really did not think she would. After all, from since Yanjing left last time, I have never seen her again. I don't even know who she is except her name, let alone where to find her. How can I think that she should make an appointment now? What about yourself? Ziming's words made her a bit surprised, but she was very calm, said, I did not expect you actually. I can remember the name, people really honored. Ziming smile replied, that year at Yanqing University Tracy Miss Arcadia to Lin Highness Independence War Yan largest economy auditorium, the University of Child Swallower public right instill obedience, especially Mr. Lin Highness also that it's beautiful. I'm afraid it's just hard to remember. Sense of mysticsy Ziming of praise. But in the end I was not beat you to it. That it to say, you are a whole person and Yanqing University was even more severe, so your praise in a circle around the original target of attack by their own do. Caitlin said with a smile. She finally added, In addition, Tracy Miss Arcadia Tillin Highness, this name's so strange, you just call me Caitlin it. Good Caitlin Highness, I apologize reckless, I have a question to ask. Did you care so much about etiquette friends? Now I call you your highness is not against you. Then your princess which country do? No wrong, do not skip words. Ziming asked curiously. Face on this issue. Caitlin nodded and said softly, I am Kazakh Princess Ruth Windsor. My father is a former Austrian Archduke Ferdinand, inherited the throne in accordance with the basic law. The British royal family of 232-bit heir, not to Caitlin will turn the topic of conversation went on to say, not me today is not to popularize knowledge of European royal family to you, I can meet you time is very limited, so I hope my next words you can take listen. Of course, no problem, Ziming said, turning to Caitlin made a gesture. Please, Caitlin said to Ziming. This is the situation. I am now in charge of a Gulf project. The Gulf project. Your Royal Highness Caitlin, the Gulf project, is it a possible Gulf war? Skip the word. Ziming asked, his tone of voice was very surprised, because he originally only knew that the Gulf project was a conspiracy created by the Brighton and Rockefeller consortium. But he didn't expect that it was actually a royal princess operating it. Could it be that the European royal family also participated, or was it? Dominate. Regarding Ziming's doubts, Caitlin told him, it's not as complicated as you think. The Gulf project is the capital operation of the consortium. I am just out of other considerations. What I want to say to you is related to this. Caitlin paused for a while and then asked, Mr. Ziming, did you have any conflict with Robert Adams? I should shoot him to death. Ziming gave a very brief introduction, and then asked, did that guy ask you to deal with me? Caitlin nodded and said, yes, he asked me to do something to you on the Gulf project. Facing Caitlin was straightforward, but Ziming was a little uncomfortable. He scratching his head and said, since your Royal Highness Caitlin has already said so, you must not intend to deal with me. Right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. I am the proud royal princess of Habsburg. Even if our dynasty has long ceased to exist, our pride still exists. We will not attack any weak, and I am indeed helping the Adams family. The Gulf plan does not mean that I will become their slave. This is absolutely impossible, Caitlin said very solemnly. Caitlin then turned his attention to Ziming. So Ziming, you are absolutely safe with me. But I am not sure whether he will use other methods to deal with you. Listening to Caitlin's answer, Ziming nodded silently. After she finished talking, Ziming said, but I'm very curious, Princess Caitlin, with all due respect, it's your business what you want to do. Why do you come here to tell me? Because I need it. Be vigilant. This is what Mr. Nordriman confessed. I owe him a favor, so I need to do this. Caitlin said. If this is the case, then, Ziming wanted to say something, but then suddenly a strong female bodyguard suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, and she rushed here and said, His Royal Highness, how can you mess up again? Didn't I tell you not to talk to any strangers? Nothing is wrong, no words are skipped. Okay, I see. I just chatted with this gentleman for a while, and he'll come over right away. Caitlin said to Ziming after she answered, it seems that our conversation today is over. I hope we will be destined. Goodbye. The last remaining dignity of chapter 67. Ziming just watched Caitlin leave the Vineyard restaurant and left his sight. He didn't say a word. Ziming knew what he wanted to say. It's useless. In the conversation just now, Caitlin has made it very clear that she will be here today only because of Mr. Nordliman's entrustment. For her, whether she takes action against herself is only between her thoughts, a thought of heaven, one thought hell. As for Caitlin's performance in the economic lecture hall of Yan University and her being selected as the person in charge of the Gulf project, these all show that she has the ability to do it herself. The reason why she didn't do it was only because of his proud royal family of Habsburg, self-esteem, and this is what Ziming feels the most intolerable. The reason is simple. People don't live in this world to fail. A person can be destroyed, but he can never be defeated. If Caitlin takes a shot at herself, and she is inferior to others and gets killed, then she admits it. But now she is unwilling to take shots for her self-esteem. This is a kind of strange ignorance, more than contempt and contempt. It is even more shameful, because it means that she has already believed that as long as she wants to do it, she can defeat herself at any time. Maybe she really has this ability, just as she easily defeated those proud Yan University students when she was at Yan University. However, I am not one of those people. My name is Ziming. I am a man of two lives. I will never allow myself to be so weak. Of course, Ziming did not understand from many aspects that the world is not as simple as he imagined, but after 3 years of hard work, from Linyang to Hong Kong City to Crisco and finally to Brighton, he earned money. The money has gone from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, now to several trillions. It can be said that the assets he owns have surpassed many rich people known in his previous life, and he even witnessed the bankruptcy of a superpower. But even so, Caitlin, the declining European royal princess, still shows a kind of ignorance of passers-by. But she is the protagonist of the book of the Reborn Business Tycoon. Although this may be determined by Caitlin's personal character, the attitude of the Addams family towards themselves has already explained the problem. Will the princes have a kind of xiangning? No matter how hard I try, I still don't have enough to look at the world that is truly made up of the ancient hermit family. Well, you can ignore me now. You can think that we are people in two different worlds. Your world is not what I can think of at the moment, but one day I will use my ability to prove that I can also walk into you in that world. I will not only walk around in it, but I will also run around. Stir him up in your heavenly palace. Let me wait and see. Ziming silently swore in his heart, and then left the vineyard restaurant with. Since Ziming took another road and didn't keep up with Caitlin, he didn't know what happened to Caitlin. When Caitlin went out with the bodyguard who picked her up, the bodyguard said to her, "His Royal Highness, you are the noble princess of Harrasburg. How can you come into contact with ordinary people so casually? I really hope it was not just to avoid my sight that I specifically asked me to go shopping." This made Caitlin frown immediately, but as a royal princess, even if the royal family has fallen, she still has a good education, maintained a very good manner, did not lose any temper, just replied coldly, "I hope you understand that I am the Princess of Harrasburg, not your servant, and you have no right to monitor me. I want to do anything without your approval." Although Caitlin didn't lose her temper and just replied faintly, this sentence seemed to contain infinite power, so that female bodyguards would not dare to do more. "What did you say?" However, Caitlin, who had returned from victory, was not happy, but was feeling a kind of sadness for herself. Caitlin's car was an extended Lincoln sedan. After she got in the car, she just sat in a daze in the seat, while the female bodyguard sitting in the front passenger seat was on the phone. Brighton is not a big city, but more than half an hour later, Ziming returned to the Harvard dormitory. Yining bounced out to greet Ziming and said, "Teacher, Deep Blue Airlines just now Mr. Mark, the chairman of the board of directors, invited you to attend the board of directors of Deep Blue Airlines. The time is next Monday. Do you think you have time to go there?" Ziming thought for a while and said, "Next Monday is very close to August. Let Chen Xiu and Li Yang attend the board of directors instead of me. They also need to exercise. As for Mr. Mark, I will personally give it to you." He called. Yining nodded and said okay. Ziming said to her again, "In addition, I will go back to my room and take a rest. Except for the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund, don't bother me with anything else." "No problem," Yining subsequently asked worried. "The teacher is not what has happened? You do not say there is a port city. Do you trust the most? Error-free does not jump word." "That's true, but this time I need to think about something else." "Yining, don't worry about it," Ziming said. "Teacher, I know, the problems that can make you embarrassing are all very big problems, and they are all we can't do," Yining said silently behind Ziming. Ziming looked back at Yining, and she continued, "But please rest assured, teacher, we will definitely try to enrich ourselves, catch up with you as much as possible, and be your most powerful assistant to help you solve all problems. Following Yi Ning's swearing words, the other finance class students also stood up one by one and said to Ziming, "Teacher, now you are our teacher, we accept your help and protection, but one day, we will be able to help and protect your teacher." Ziming smiled gratifiedly. "You are the best, so I believe you will be able to do it, but before that, I still ask you to work hard." Ziming then returned to his room. He was delighted. Even though the royal princess named Caitlin in the garden restaurant in South Brighton gave him a big shock, the students in the finance class, he can still give himself a boost. Ziming believes that as long as he has these lovely classmates, coupled with his determination and courage since his rebirth, he will be able to overcome many difficulties. It's just that Ziming suddenly thought that Caitlin was asked to deal with herself. But what should she do if she doesn't do it now? Ziming's worries were not unnecessary, because Caitlin did encounter a lot of trouble after returning to the castle-shaped villa in the mountains and forests. Caitlin's extended Lincoln sedan was parked on the lawn. Caitlin got out of the car. She was taken aback, because in the chair she often sat in front of her, she was sitting on another man, who she knew very well, and that was Adams, Robert of the family. Caitlin frowned immediately, but she didn't get angry. She just asked him, "What are you doing here?" "You asked me what I am doing here?" Robert smiled. "I want to be the first one. I should ask you the question, right? There are no mistakes. I remember you promised me to help me kill a guy named Zuming. How is the situation now?" "The plan is in progress. The Chinese, he has shrunk all his business, his money can't go out of the bank, and no one can target it. All we have to do is to wait for the opportunity of the Gulf plan, because he is waiting for this opportunity." Caitlin replied, "That's what you said." "So what did you just go out for?" Robert asked again. Caitlin replied faintly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Robert, I have the right not to answer you this question. I am tired now and I need to rest. Please let me go." But Robert did not let go. He still stood in front of Caitlin, gritted his teeth and said, "I know you can't answer, because you just went to see the Chinese Ziming, right? Then you told him that I was going to deal with him. You are a disgusting bitch." Caitlin, he immediately glanced at his female bodyguard and said, "My lady bodyguard told you, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Robert immediately shouted, "It has nothing to do with who told me. What is important now is that you violated my will. Not only did you fail to complete the task I gave you, but you also revealed the news to the Chinese." "You." Before Robert finished speaking, Caitlin coldly interrupted him, "Mr. Robert Adams, I hope you understand a little bit. My name is Teresia Caitlin. I am not a servant of your Adams family. Even if I am now, I have to help you preside over the Gulf plan, but this does not mean that I will become your puppet and obey all your orders." Teresa is the royal family of Harrisburg. Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Robert smiled this time. "His Royal Highness Princess Caitlin, do you really think that it is still a few hundred years ago, the day when you Harrisburg established the Holy Roman Empire in Europe? I'm sorry, your dynasty has long been no longer exists. There is no 1 square meter of territory under your command. Now you are just a bunch of stray dogs." Robert said and immediately changed his words. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not accurate enough. It's just a bunch of stray dogs who think they are noble." Robert raised his finger to Caitlin's nose and then insulted, "You bitch. You know that if it were not for my family to take you in, you and your father would be sold to Mexico to be a slave. What castle to live in? What kind of Bay project? Now am I just ask you to do such a little thing? You tell me your dignity. Do you have any dignity? What do you call ridiculous dignity? As early as when you accepted the favor of the Adams family, we were stepped on the soles of our feet. Now you are just a bunch of disgusting assholes." Robert scolded, "A bunch of insatiable things. Everything is nothing. It's disgusting that beggars can be treated with such dignity." Listening to Robert's series of anger, Caitlin was trembling with anger, and the crystal tears kept rolling in her eyes. But Caitlin couldn't bear it. Let the tears fall. Facing Caitlin's strength, Robert smiled again. "How, you little bitch, Do not think this is still in Austria. Do not think what your beautiful face can bring you. I will tell you. Here you are nothing if I can. I will find a group of niggers from the slums who have not bathed in my whole life to rape you in minutes. There won't be any servants of Harrisburg here. Now, you only by constantly listening to my words and completing my tasks can you be raised by me like a dog, you know? So you have to deal with the Chinese for me. If you can't do it, don't blame me for really turning my face. Robert left after this sentence, leaving Caitlin where she was, but she didn't cry right away. But when Robert left, she went back to her room before crying. What the hell is going on? My heavenly Father, the benevolent Lord, why should he treat me this way? That scum, why is he a member of the Addams family? Caitlin cried and said, but even if he can what? I won't do as you wish. This is my last dignity as a princess of Harrisburg. Before the 68th chapter. On Wednesday, August 1st, 90. Wharton Insurance Company welcomes you. Several special guests arrived. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Tong Gang and Li Chengqing hurried to the company, but Ziming had already been waiting here. At the same time, there was a North Russian man who was waiting here with Ziming. His name is Ilbedov, the richest man in North Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and he controls North Russia's Union Bank and Automobile Company. Ilbedov was also called by Ziming to come to Brighton. After all, he has 1 trillion capital in his hands. Facing the Gulf War that will inevitably break out this time, if only a few $100 million are invested in it, then other money rusts in the bank. Isn't that too stupid? Therefore, Ziming must mobilize the capital at his disposal as much as possible. Even if there may be accidents this time, Ilbedov was sent by Karolina as the representative of himself and the North Russian financial oligarchs. Seeing that Tong Gang and Li Cheng arrived, Ziming immediately got up and said, hello, Chairman Tong, Brother Li. You are here. This is Mr. Ilbedov from North Russia. He has been in Brighton for more than a week. I believe there is no need for me to introduce more. Indeed, Ilbedov arrived in Brighton very early. This was what Ziming requested. The reason was simple. He was worried that the situation in the Gulf would change. Ziming is no longer an ordinary person before his rebirth. He knows that the Gulf War was not an accident, but a war controlled by overseas capital, especially the Brighton Consortium. Now that he has offended the core member of the Addams family, he also asked Caitlin, the implementer of the Gulf project, to avenge himself, although Ziming did not believe that the Brighton Foundation would change it at all because of the love and hatred of a childish child. An important plan. At the same time, Caitlin was unwilling to help him out of her own self-esteem, but Ziming still couldn't put the treasure on their IQ. What if there was an accident? No matter how impossible this thing is, Ziming doesn't have to gamble. Besides, there is nothing wrong with preparing early. In this way, Ziming called Ilbedov from North Russia a week ago. Karolina was going to come together, but Ziming thought that the situation on the North Russia side had not yet been settled, and Lin Muking here, if Karolina came here again, in case something went wrong, it would be him who would be unlucky in the end, so Ziming had to tell her not to come here, or the North Russia issue was more important. However, it turns out that a small probability event is always a small probability event. A person's personality and IQ will never affect most people, especially when the person is not in power. During the week when Ilbedov came to Brighton, apart from Iraq's continued border warfare and pressure on Kuwait, nothing happened to the Gulf's disadvantage. Negotiations continued. The United States and the Arab League with active mediation. Negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait are also continuing, and all stories are happening on the right track where he should be until July 30th. After a week of fear, it finally reached a critical moment. It was reasonable for Ziming to relax his mind. But Ziming didn't have this idea, but tightened his nerves even more. Tong Gang first nodded and smiled to greet Ilbedov, and then directly asked Ziming, "Little brother Ziming, what happened to you calling us so early today?" Nothing was wrong, no words were skipped. In the past week, The contract between Ziming and Tong Gang and Li Cheng has also been signed. Although Tong Gang and Li Cheng's terms for Ziming are still very loose, the contract is now stricter than before. At least, there are no ambiguous clauses. All the clauses that may cause differences have been explained. Now this contract is that Alan's lawyers can't find any problems. Ziming did not answer Tong Gang's question directly. Instead, he pressed the remote control on his hand a few times. Only then did Tong Gang and Li Cheng find that there was a large color TV on the desk in the office, and the volume of the TV followed Ziming. The control gradually increased. Everybody, good morning viewers, thank you very much to be on time to watch the news I had known. According to the latest news this station received this morning, at 4 o'clock time in Kuwait, Iraq and Kuwait, the fourth round of talks ended in failure around the border issue. The U.S. Special Envoy I regret this and meanwhile said that the United States will still actively follow the situation in the Gulf. Listening to the TV, beautiful female announcer with his beautiful voice broadcast news. Tong Gang and Li Chengdu frowned, apparently remembered something. Li Cheng turned round and asked, Ziming, little brother, you give us a look at this news. Iraq and Kuwait is to say the failure of the negotiations. The Gulf War soon broke out yet? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming nodded yes. Li Cheng said, but you do not think this is a little too hasty in Iraq, do not you think? Start a war shattered immediately after the negotiations. No mistake, not jump word. If this is in another country, or if the Iraqi system is not decided by the president in one word, I would believe that even if Iraq wants to retaliate against Kuwait, the war will not begin immediately, but for the current Iraq, it is very likely. Ziming then added, she said, especially when the time all this has been the capital of manipulation. Li Cheng also liked to ask what, but this was the first time Tong Gang, he asked, that it's Ziming, little brother, you think that war would break out at what time of day it within you? No mistake, not jump word. As a country before the end of 8 years of war, they have a wealth of combat experience. If my estimate is correct, they will attack a little sleepy in the morning most people, that is, bleak 5 p.m. date and time, so, just today. Ziming said, very positive. So we have to enter the futures market right now, short all the crude oil futures, and wait for the war that may break out at any time, right? Tong Gang asked. To the answer to this question, Tong Gang and Li Cheng thought that Ziming would only nod their heads, but they did not expect Ziming to give another answer that they could not think of. Before the opening of every big drama, there will be some foreplay. Then I believe that the Gulf plan is the same. So I don't think that the breakdown of a single negotiation will cause a large shock in the international crude oil futures market. Even for some reasons, I think international crude oil prices may rise somewhat, Ziming replied. This answer shocked Tong Gang and Li Chengdu. They subconsciously turned their eyes to Lin Muking, the chairman of the fund company. Lin Muking smiled and nodded at them. Only then did they remember the relationship between Lin Muking and Ziming. Should I believe them? This is what Tong Gang and Li Cheng think. This is not because of any distrust, because if they do not trust, they will directly reject Ziming's ideas, and there will be no such doubt. Now they will think this way. It was nothing more than Ziming's reason was so shocking that they couldn't help but think more. But at this time, whether it was the doubting Tong Gang and Li Cheng, or Lin Muking, who unconditionally supported Ziming, they did not expect that another thing was happening in a castle-style villa north of Brighton. This villa is the property of the Adams family. The Royal Princess Caitlin of Harrods is directing the Gulf project in the study. Although this room is called a study room, the area here is actually quite large, half the size of a basketball court. It's big, but besides the bookshelves, there are also several tables in this room, making the whole room full. Caitlin was sitting under the windowsill, and the sun shone in from behind her, setting off her like a proud queen. On the table in front of her, there were several special line telephones and the newest one that only existed in the laboratory and has not been sold. On the LCD TV, news is playing on the TV. On the other tables in the room, there are a group of busy accounting staff. The only thing that was very discordant in the whole room was Robert Adams, who was sitting at the door and yawning and cursing. "Damn it, if I have to get up so early, won't the Iraqi pigs slow down?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped," Robert murmured. Caitlin frowned, very dissatisfied with this, but in the end she said nothing, because she knew that nothing she said would be useful. It was 7 o'clock in the morning when the news about the breakdown of the negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait came out on the LCD TV. Robert immediately jumped up happily. He said to Caitlin, "Dear Madame Harrisburg, the most important news right now. It's already out. Can we start action right away?" There are no mistakes in many words to give the Chinese a bit of unexpected drama, and make him lose a lot of money. Caitlin's brow furrowed deeper. She felt that she didn't have a day to worry after she arrived in Brighton, especially now that she had to face a naive person like Robert. The good royal care supported Caitlin and did not get angry. She just took a deep breath to calm her mood and asked, "Robert, are you sure you want to do this?" "Strictly speaking, this is a violation of the Gulf Plan." I promised to cause something outside of the plan, and Mr. Adams would not agree to it." "You know the Gulf Plan." Caitlin was interrupted very brutally by Robert before he could finish her words. "I said, Caitlin miss, you don't think that if I call you a princess, you are really a princess, do you?" "There are no mistakes in many words," Robert continued with a very contemptuous smile to Caitlin. "My princess? Do you know my surname, Adams, and the direct heir of the family? I also have control over the Gulf project." "Also," Robert pointed at Caitlin, "don't use my father to warn me, because this is the one that makes me the most things you hate, unless you want to annoy me. I can tell you that I am a very impulsive person. If you really make me angry, I can't guarantee what I will do, even if the royal family still exists." Facing Robert's aggressive words, Caitlin said nothing. She felt very wronged, but even so, she still clenched her silver teeth to prevent herself from crying. Robert looked like this but happy. Caitlin laughed. "How can not you not convinced yet that you can beat me? Call me I can also chopping up dead, yeah, but you do not consider your father to you. What will happen to your mother, your brothers and sisters, and your family? Don't always threaten me with these words," Caitlin said loudly. Robert was taken aback by Caitlin's sudden eruption, and then he felt ashamed in front of the woman, and quickly stepped forward to pat her table hard, and said angrily, "Don't you yell in front of me. Catch tight to do your thing. I'm not your fiancé. I do not want to control how you think. I just want to tell you, if you did not make me give you a job, I will be angry. I promise." Caitlin almost crushed her silver teeth. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, and finally compromised. "I understand, I will do it." "This pair well, you said if you had not so fit enough yet." "No mistake, not jump word," Robert said with satisfaction that he still stretched out his hand to pat Caitlin's delicate face, but Caitlin raised his hand to open it. Caitlin looked at Robert, who was full of anger without fear, and said every word. "I still want to tell you, I am the proud princess of Harrods, not your retainer, and I will do the same today. But I will also record all of them in my work log. If there are any other questions, it has nothing to do with me." Chapter 69 Ting's Xianxing Ming words. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. In the meeting room of Wharton Insurance Company in Tanti Building, Ziming, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov are all sitting around the long conference table. In front of them, yes, a telephone that is not hung up. The microphone is so flat on the table, but several wires are separated, and they are received in front of everyone, and everyone is wearing a pair of headsets. This is a simple phone conference structure. Soon, a voice from everyone headphones came. "Xianxing Ming, I am now on the New York Mercantile Exchange. I have successfully sold short-selling 3 million and 5 million light crude hand-weighs crude oil. Light crude oil futures now price of $16.23 a barrel. Heavy crude oil price was $14.58 a barrel. closing around a total price of US $120 million, cash payment contract margin $12 million. That voice is the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund manager of the US division of Sunway, Li Cheng Tong Gang and Zuming, when he was sent to New York to reach an agreement. The purpose is to futures markets. Because not for a futures market and the stock market, and in accordance with the provisions of the New York Mercantile Exchange, crude oil futures are divided into inside and outside the two exchange, this time a staggered way, so that US crude oil futures the market can trade almost all day, but the premise is that the trader needs someone to trade on the floor. So Sunway was sent as a floor trader. In addition to the exchange in New York, Zuming also contacted the trading markets in the UK and France, and even the futures market in Hong Kong City. But for Zuming, the most convenient and quickest is the local futures market in the United States. Very well, please continue to pay close attention to the changes in crude oil prices in the market. If you find any problems, report to me immediately. Zuming, under the command of Sunway, then hung up the phone. Sitting on the opposite Tong Gang and Li Cheng, said, "Tong Chairman Li brother, they will wait for money." It cannot be said, however, futures margin trading is really a good invention. We only paid $10 million and spurred $1 billion crude oil market. If it weren't for the influence of the Middle East situation on light crude oil, I would really like to buy more. Face ridicule of Zuming, Tong Gang smiled and said to him, "Zuming, little brother, with confidence is good, but let's not be too blind. After all, you said, this is just in front before the opening drama. If we invest too much now, how can we continue to sing the rest of the drama? So our main funding is to wait until the time you mentioned in the afternoon. War between Iraq and Kuwait will officially break out." However, compared with Tong Gang's optimism, Li Cheng showed a little concern. He asked Zuming, "We have done a total of 8 million transactions, which is already a very large number of transactions. I want to use the energy of the Adams family. Shouldn't it be impossible to find out?" There are a lot of words that are correct, even if he is not the owner of the family. Brother Li, this is indeed a problem. So I agree with your decision. I only invested $10 million to try the water. If something goes wrong, we can withdraw it right away. Zuming said, because if we are facing the same situation now and after the outbreak of the Gulf War, if we dare not invest $10 million now, then after the outbreak of the Gulf War, how dare we invest $300 million? $10 million just to test the water? Although it was not the first day that Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov met Zuming, when Zuming said this, they were a little unacceptable for a while. After all, that's $10 million. Not to mention ordinary people, even as elites of all walks of life, they have spent at least half their lives working hard to have such a huge asset. But Zuming opened his mouth and tried the water with 10 million yuan. How can they not let them feel helpless? In addition, there is a more important point, that is, futures trading is not fine if you pay a margin, because each account of futures trading has to deposit a certain additional deposit in the futures company in order to eliminate the risk of default. Once trading risks occur, or if the futures price plummets and the margin is insufficient, they must sell the contract or use the deposit to liquidate the position. Their deposit is the funds they will use to invest in the future Gulf War when the crude oil futures price plummets. If any risks really happen now, this tens of millions of losses will be lost, but other funds must never be damaged. Zuming is also a top student of Harvard Business School, or the head teacher of the finance class. It shouldn't be ignorant. How could he make such a decision? Li Cheng and Erbidov were a little surprised, but when they wanted to open their mouths to say something to Zuming, Tong Gang first said, "Since the little brother Zuming is so confident, we can only choose to believe it." "Thank you very much." Zuming thanked Tong Gang, then leaned in his chair, took out the remote control, turned on the TV set on the other side of the table, and said, "Do you have any TV programs you want to watch now?" The futures market is different from the stock market, because it is almost all weather trading hours. The futures trading is not as intensive compared to the stock market, so the changes will not be so fast. We can definitely watch American dramas or something. Listening to Ziming's words, Li Cheng and Ilbedov looked at each other. Only Tong Gang laughed and said, "I think it's okay. I think the people from the bottom of the Atlantic that are broadcasting now are pretty good looking. Judging by the broadcast time, it should be rebroadcast now. Let's watch this drama, right? There are many words without mistakes." Chairman Tong, it seems that our interests are the same, because I am also following this drama recently. I personally think that Americans' sci-fi abilities are still very powerful. I'm not sure if I can come up with more powerful science fiction ideas in the future. Let the federal agents investigate these. Anyway, I don't know what it is. Just call the X-File, or make Transformers into a movie. It's a real person. It's not a cartoon. Ziming used the remote control to switch channels as he said. Tong Gang shrugged meaninglessly. Perhaps, when the Gulf project is over, you can go to make a movie when you have time, little brother Ziming. That's true. Anyway, I don't worry about money, even if there is no box office. It doesn't matter. Just shoot my idea, Ziming said. Ziming's seriousness made Tong Gang a little dumbfounded, because he just said casually just now, but didn't think that Ziming actually moved this idea and wanted to enter the film industry. Although the film industry in the United States has stabilized, and the major consortiums have set up the territory, it is difficult for outsiders to get in. But if Ziming is really willing to spend tens of millions of dollars, it is not impossible to break a blood path. And the most important thing is that based on Tong Gang's understanding of Ziming, he really dared to do this. Tong Gang then thought, if Ziming really enters the film industry, should he follow along? He also needs to share the investment if he wants to come. It's just that when Tong was just thinking about this question seriously, Ziming's next sentence made him so depressed that he almost didn't catch his breath. Ziming said, "Not to this is a joke. Maybe after I made enough money to retire possible, but at least now I'm not interested in this. After all, first of all I do not understand the film industry. As a case of a loss how to do a successful businessman, I don't want to lose money, and even if I succeed, I can't make a lot of money, so it's better to forget it." Ziming, then not only stimulated to Tong Gang, do not let Ildoff stunned. He could not understand Big Heart and Ziming Tong Gang, and today is not how to prepare the Gulf plan, crude oil futures to make money from it. Why did they suddenly talk about the film industry? The other side has frowned. Li Cheng, Tong Gang, he can understand the big heart of his accumulated experience in this life, but Ziming how he sees are only 20 years old. How can so tolerant what? This kind of thought made Li Cheng sigh in his heart. It seems that there really is that kind of genius in this world, just like Ziming. Not too different compared to Tong Gang and Ziming. Really calm Li Cheng's study, as well as Ildoff do not calm. Conference room simplest should the number of Lin Mu fare for her. As long as Ziming decides something, she will unconditionally support it. Even if it doesn't matter if it's really lost in the end. She would think so, not to say that she was more calm than Ziming Tong, but it was determined by her woman's nature. Lin Mu King is a very mature woman, also a woman strong man, but this is she must be strong in the face of outsiders' time, but once she met can rely on objects. Then she would conquer her heart and soul to that of the man is Ziming. It was for this reason that she could not care about the result, as long as it was Ziming's decision. In this way, among the different ideas in the conference room, the whole episode of The Bottom of the Atlantic came to an end, and it seemed to be pinched. At this moment, the phone on the conference table rang again. Everyone immediately held down the headset on their heads and held their breath, because everyone knew that the phone was only connected to the New York side. Ziming turned on without any hesitation. Headphones immediately came the sound of Sun Y, his tone somewhat dodge. Zuxian Ming, I am now on the New York Mercantile Exchange. I've been staring at the crude oil futures the market. Ziming Sun Y directly interrupted saying, "Give me that focus, you know what we are waiting for news." Sun Y subconscious cry is answered, before saying, Sorry weeks. Mr. Ming, whether it is at present, light sweet crude or heavy crude oil futures prices are rising. This answer stunned everyone in the conference room, and they subconsciously looked at Ziming. Note all the look down, Ziming thought, and then asked, a large range? You know, wrong, not jump word. At present, the price of light crude oil futures has risen by 4 percentage points compared with the opening of the on-site auction, and the price is now at $16.88 per barrel. The price of heavy crude oil futures has increased even more rapidly, reaching 6 percentage points, and the current price is per barrel $15.45. Sun Y replied. Since this is a form of a conference call, everyone in the conference room is connected to the phone, so Sun Y's words immediately reached everyone's ears, and Ilbedov immediately said to Ziming, I saw it must be affected by the breakdown of negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait in the morning. This news is too negative. The market will worry about the situation in the Middle East and keep buying contracts, so the price will inevitably rise. Should we continue to buy? Tong Gang and Li Cheng, although no hurry to stand, but they looked as Ziming. Worried eyes have also shown that their attitudes. Only Lin Muking Ziming secretly shook hands. In any case, represent Ziming decided that she will support in the end of. Ziming patted Lin Muking little hands, reassured her, followed by Ziming before, said, my thoughts are with you. On the contrary, I believe that oil prices will fall, not only because rupture Iraq and Kuwait to negotiate. Kuwait was originally to take if the increase in oil production is used as a weapon. He will definitely hope that the price of oil will continue to fall. In addition, from the perspective of capital, if it does not continue to fall, if war breaks out later, how can there be a more substantial increase? So Irenwy, Brighton Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation, they will not sit idly by crude oil futures prices regardless of. Ziming made a decision, so Sun Y, continue to short sell it. I have 100 plus 10,000 hands. This. Sun Y was obviously a little embarrassed, until Lin Muking said, Manager Sun, listen to Mr. Ziming's words, just do what he said. Chapter 70. His name is Ziming. Want to be the most famous in the world? New York is definitely one of the most developed cities in the United States. It is not the capital of the United States, but it is the most developed city in the United States, especially the financial industry here, so it is also known as the world's financial center. Now that the world economy is becoming more and more closely connected, the every move of the financial industry in New York undoubtedly affects the nerves of the world. It can be said that as long as New York catches a cold, the whole world will tremble. Just like the Black Monday in 1987. Like that. Manhattan is the center of New York and the center of the world's financial center. It can be said that almost all important financial institutions in the world are gathered here. On the south side of the famous Wall Street near Broadway, is the famous New York Mercantile Exchange, one of the most important futures markets in the United States. Together with the New York Stock Exchange next door, he has become the two symbols of the New York capital market. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the public bidding on the New York Mercantile Exchange had started for an hour. The crowd was full of voices, everyone in their respective areas, constantly staring at the various alphanumerics rolling on the market, and then shouting, while exchanging opinions with his boss with all kinds of strange gestures. All kinds of orders saying sell and buy were thrown everywhere like snowflakes. As the general manager of the U.S. branch of the Gangqing United Investment Fund Company, Sun Y was also sent here by Ziming, and Sun Y also obtained a position on the New York Mercantile Exchange through his own operation. In his position, he covered his ears with one hand, and listened vigorously with the phone in the other. Mr. Sun, what is the situation? What are the opinions of the gents above? Do you want us to start ordering? The talks between Iraq and Kuwait have collapsed. This news has brought a very negative impact on the market. It is also normal to worry about the unstable situation in the Middle East, and we must start quickly, otherwise it is very likely that we will not be able to enter next. Someone said to Sun Y that it was Sun Y's deputy and the subordinates he recruited. After all, as the general manager of the branch, he would definitely not be able to beat the world by himself. That's why there are these people. Two of them are Sun Y brought the United States from Hong Kong City, while the others were newly recruited after arriving in the United States. However, compared to Ziming's local tyrants, Sun Y is very economical. Although the people under his hands are all graduates from prestigious schools, they are all recent graduates with lower salaries. At this moment, these people were all around Sun Y. Seeing Sun Y was a little stunned. They couldn't help but asked anxiously. Maybe the future's securities market is not as active as, but under the influence of the news. It's hard to say. This makes them anxious. Faced with the inquiries of his subordinates, Sun Y came back to his senses. He replied, Brighton said that we should continue to place the selling order and add another 1,000,000 hands. Sun Y's answer made all of us. People were shocked. What? Not only continue to place orders, but also add another 1,000,000 hands. Are the gentlemen in Brighton crazy? Or did they not watch the news this morning? The negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait, it has collapsed. Crude oil prices will inevitably be affected. Whether it is Middle Eastern crude oil or Brent crude oil, even Mexican crude oil. And the deputy who was brought by Sun Y from Gangching asked him, Mr. Sun, who made the decision? Is it Chairman Lin, Mr. Tonggang and Mr. Li Cheng, or the mainlander Ziming who didn't know where to come out? That's the mainlander Ziming. Sun Y replied. This answer made everyone around him show such an expression, especially his deputy said, I said that we, Chairman Lin, such a shrewd person, how could such a decision be made? Only those in the mainland have everything. People who don't understand will say this. He's not playing futures as stocks, right? There are a lot of words that are correct, Mr. Sun, or let us ignore him. Let's place the order, otherwise we will continue to lose money. Other people also echoed, yes, Mr. Sun, we are all Chairman Lin. Why do we want to listen to a mainlander? We just place an order, and we can make a performance. Sun Y, but he shook his head and said, no, this is also Chairman Lin's decision. This made everyone stunned. Everyone said, how could this happen? How could Chairman Lin make such a decision? Or Mr. Sun, let's make an order. There are no mistakes in many words. Anyway, we will suffer from the destiny of the foreign monarch. We are also considering the company, otherwise the mainland guy can pat his butt and leave. But we still have to stay in the company and take the blame. In their face of everyone's suggestions, Sun Y is very uncomfortable. Nai's big hand waved and said, okay, don't talk about it anymore, just do as Chairman Lin said. We must trust Chairman Lin. After speaking, Sun Y got up from his chair and walked down the trading hall. Loudly, I want to sell the next 1,000,000 lots. Does anyone want to buy it? Sun Y's words are like losing a piece of beef in the Amazon River. The traders in the trading hall immediately smelled blood. Tasteful piranhas rushed over in groups, and one after another stretched out their hands to Sun Y, and Sun Y's eardrums were filled with English with various accents. Chinese, I am a trader of White Investment Company, I can buy your contract. I can buy 500,000 lots. Chinese, I am a trader of Chase Bank Investment. I can buy yours for all contracts. Even if you have to add another 1,000,000 lots, I can buy it, and I can buy any crude oil. Chinese, I must offer the highest price. You and I are guaranteed to be the fastest when trading, the most convenient. Looking at the countless hands stretched out in front of him, Sun Y finally chose an investment company he was more familiar with, and everyone else left in disappointment. Sun, I'm very curious. Now that the entire trading floor is buying crude oil futures contracts, why do you still choose to sell? And it's not the first time you sold it. Didn't you see the morning news? Something happened over there. The negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait broke down. The market will definitely worry about whether the crude oil production is stable, so the future price increase is certain. Of course, unless you want to hedge, but in how you have 1,000,000 hands. It's completely impossible, even if you add 1,000,000 hands or 5,000,000 hands, it's useless. Because he is a familiar investment company and trader, this trader is waiting for Sun Y's order while he is kind. Tell him, because in his opinion, Sun Y's behavior is undoubtedly very stupid. Hearing the advice of the other party, Sun Y could only smile bitterly. I can't help it, it's all the above decision. So that's it. Then it seems that your boss got some news that we don't know. But unfortunately, you are not the leaders of the Arab League, but thank you for choosing me. The owner million lot sell order you placed should allow me to draw a lot of commission. The trader smiled to Sun Y, said that he deliberately waved the receipts in his hand, which made Sun Y very unhappy, but soon he couldn't laugh, because he had just placed the order, and immediately someone walked down the trading hall, just like Sun Y yelled, "We are going to place a sell contract for crude oil futures, either in the Middle East, Brent or Mexico. Is there anyone to buy 10 million lots?" Sun Y just walked back to his position at this time. He and his entire team were very frustrated, but when he heard another call to sell orders, he immediately stood up, and he vaguely felt that something was going to happen. He looked in the trading hall, as he was just now. The shouting trader was quickly surrounded by traders from other companies, and they wanted to buy his futures contracts. Traders here have just made a choice, and someone on the other side of the trading hall shouted the same thing, "I want to place a contract to sell crude oil futures." Almost at the same time, someone shouted one after another in the trading hall, said, "I also want to place a contract for selling crude oil futures." It was said that the three people became tigers. The first person placed the sell order as an accident. The second and the third can be regarded as coincidences. But if there are the fourth, fifth and sixth, even fools can see that something is wrong. So when the 10th person called out to place a sell order, all the traders in the trading hall stopped blindly swarming and began to communicate with their supervisors. "Mr. Sun, could it really be something wrong with the market?" But didn't the recent Middle East news just talk about the breakdown of the negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait? It is about 6 to 7 p.m. in the Middle East. Even if the talks are restarted, it should be tomorrow, too. There are no mistakes and many words. Each of Sun Y's subordinates told their doubts. But Sun Y did not answer. He just stared at all of this blankly, then he suddenly remembered something and looked back at the market. The current light crude oil price is still at $16.88 per barrel, and the heavy crude oil price is also at $15.45 per barrel. However, it seems to be affected by the selling in the trading hall. Only a few minutes later, the two crude oil prices are both the decline to $16.83 and $15.42 per barrel. Although the decline was small, it also made Sun Y's team ecstatic, because after all, it was a fall. Did they buy the right one? It has fallen. The prices of these two crude oil futures have really fallen, Mr. Sunday. Not only the Middle East crude oil, but also the prices of Brent, Mexico and domestic crude oil have fallen. This is really incredible. Sun Y's team. Sun Y's voice surrounded Sun Y's ears, but he still didn't speak, because this situation brought back his memories. I think 3 years ago, it seemed that a very similar thing happened. It was in Hong Kong. At that time, he was a small broker of a futures company. At that time, Zuming was just a mainlander who didn't know anything. When he brought money to Hong Kong City to buy stock index futures, he was his broker at that time. Sun Y still remembers that Zuming was about to place a sell order when the Hong Kong stock market was at its best, thinking that the Hong Kong stock index would plunge like a jump, and he laughed at him as an idiot at the time. But that night, the US stocks were inexplicable. The collapse directly affected the Hong Kong stock market the next day, and the Hong Kong stocks also collapsed, as if there was providence in the dark. The situation today is exactly the same as it was back then. Both are the same impossible, both are the same and are not favored by others, are both the same being laughed at, and the final result is also the same to be overturned. This made Sun Y suddenly sounded a word he saw in it. Son of the chosen. It is the person chosen by the heavens. Otherwise, if this is not the case, how could he say what he said? And the most important thing is that he can always break through people's thinking, and in the end destiny will always fall to him. In other words, his vision is different. He can always see what others can't. Sun Y did not know, or are the two other, but no matter how it said Zuming will definitely be a very great man, Zuming had to find him entry when he felt Zuming was deliberately humiliate him. Now he understands that Zuming is a truly great person, and only such a person can create miracles. When Sun Y thought about it this way, his deputy reminded him, Mr. Sun, you see that the person just now is here. Sun Y just came back to his senses, and saw the trader who had just picked up his order coming back not far away. He asked, "Hey, Chinese Sun, this is incredible. You are a genius. How do you know the price will be fall? Who told you the news?" No mistakes, no words. Face on this issue. Sun Y is proud to answer, "My boss told me the news." His name is Zuming. Articles of chapter be seen through the arrangement. Baosensky US Alliance's Small People and Book Club 19,185,479 inches of the monthly support. Zuxianqing Ming. Everything is as you would expect. Just in the futures price, light crude and heavy crude oil have started to fall, although some specific process repeatedly, but overall still continued to fall. Sun Y sound excited moving through the telephone company reached the Wharton conference room. Everyone's headphones, though everyone here knows who Zuming is, not so a lip service, but when heard after the exchange side of the news, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov were still a little surprised, because the news was really unexpected. Today, none of the people sitting here do not understand financial futures. Needless to say, Lin Muking and Tong Gang Li Chengshi, as the financial center of the East, Hong Kong City, no matter what their main business is, wants to become bigger and stronger on that piece of land. It's definitely impossible if you don't understand finance without getting involved in finance. After all, if you simply rely on products to make money and then expand the scale, it's too cumbersome to keep up with the trend of the capital economy era, and there is nothing you can do to make it bigger. Even coming from the North Russian Iranian Soul Dudov, as a Jew, but also a banker, business instincts and almost the same, plus Russia from the North after the Soviet collapse of capitalism. He, the Russian North, the richest man, has no reason not to understand what futures are. But that is because of their understanding, will feel more confused, because as the breakdown of talks between Iraq and Kuwait, the Middle East tends to worsen, crude oil production in the Middle East market would be worried in such a precondition. As an investment in the future, anyone should hoard everything and keep pushing up prices. How can they sell it for no reason? But you have to know that this is not a stock. If a company is in a bad situation, it should be sold quickly. This is oil that can be sold at any time, no matter how you look at it. The more you worry, the more you buy. Tong Gang Li Sung Il and other doff all feel very confused. Child just leaning on the headset. Question, Mr. Sun. The exchange is not received there any special news. Sun Y Tong Gang certainly understand the meaning of such a question. He replied, Tong Mr. Gang. The exchange side has not received any special message, because crude oil prices is 20 minutes ago. There are many investment companies at the same time the result of short selling crude oil. Their short selling contracts were very large, worth $1 billion, which caused panic in the market. Later, many investment companies followed up with short selling, which led to a continuous decline in prices. It is what the company or consortium in short selling crude oil has spent so much money. Child just asked immediately, Tong Mr. Gang, due to time constraints, I cannot check each company's membership, but I just check on the outcome of, among them there are 5 companies belonging to the consortium of Brighton, and I think other companies, and should also Cloth the Leiden consortium has a lot to do with it. Sun Y guessed. What? Brian Leighton consortium has also been short selling of crude oil? Tong Gang and Lee Sung Eeldoff do this are somewhat surprised. They all look to the eyes of the Zuming. Face of the surprised eyes of the 3 men. Zuming just smiled, for Sun Y said, good. I know, a sense of Xi Mr. Sun. the exchange over there. If there is any new circumstances, must immediately get in touch with me. Sun Y answered a good sigh, then hung up the phone in the Ziming's license, etc. Hung up the phone after Sun Y. Ziming Cheng Li Tong Gang, Fishes and other Doff Trio Eel said, I would say they not indifferent, if not in the plan as much as possible before the crude oil price down, then the subsequent benefits will be much less. It seems you choose to believe Lin Mu King, but she chose to believe me. It is one of the most positive does not ever choose. Tong Gang Li Sung Il and other Doff nodded silently. Li Cheng suddenly thought of a problem. He proposed to Ziming Road, just a little. Why only a consortium? Brighton and it is not a Gulfer plan. Did the two Rockefellers co-sponsored it? I think Sun Y. No matter how inadequate his news channels, so many companies are selling short, can always find out the companies that belong to the Rockefeller consortium. There are no mistakes in many words. This is indeed a problem, but also a very good explanation. Ziming said, to what Brian is what we do not know the Dayton agreement between the two and the Rockefeller Foundation. Or is for me to come? For you to come? Mr. Ziming, why do you say? Iraq's old dude off hastily asked. Tong Gang and Li Cheng of Ziming also cast a skeptical eye. If someone else, he who would have said he was a bit too arrogant point. But Ziming, so they believe is very likely, now the suspect, but they simply want to know why it's very simple. Because I offended Robert Adams, nothing more. Ziming said, then took Caitlin. Ziming came to his own recounting of things. That is so. In fact, I do not really trust the Princess Caitlin, so I need to ascertain who exactly how Mr. Robert kind of influence. Iraq's old dude off suddenly nod. He said, the original is so, if the gentleman Robert really in for you, then when you start short selling, he will be desperate to buy it. No mistake, not jump word. Ziming said, but shook his head. No, on the contrary, I would think he will be short selling. Why is that? Iraq's old dude off was very surprised. Not only is he, Tong Gang and Li Cheng are also too puzzled. Look to Ziming, hoping to get an answer. The reason is not complicated. Just because this Mr. Robert is not yet the head of the Adams family. Ziming said. All the people present were smart people. Although Ziming's answer only said the beginning, they already understood everything. Because Robert is not the head of the Adams family, he can't control the overall situation in real time, and can only make arrangements in advance. Then he clearly knows that Ziming came for the Gulf plan, so when the situation in the Middle East changes, he thinks that Ziming will definitely enter the market and increase the price as soon as possible. Then he will do the opposite, through continuous short selling to create market panic, let the price fall. This will not only cause direct losses to Ziming, but also make Ziming doubtful about the situation. When Iraq and Kuwait really fight, the opportunity will be missed. So much better. In addition, his actions like this are also beneficial to the Gulf plan, and the family's executors will not object, so that he can retaliate against his opponents without any hindrance. Of course he will do it. I have to say that there is nothing wrong with Robert's idea. His only mistake is to choose the wrong opponent. Ziming had completely seen through all of this and made temporary adjustments. As a result, Robert's arrangement made Ziming earn more. If Robert knew all this, he would be so angry that he would jump off the building. But what is even more frightening is how Ziming could calculate all of this so clearly. This idea made Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi Baidu. The husband swallowed subconsciously. Ziming looked at the expressions of Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff, knowing that they all understood, and were shocked by his inexhaustible strategy. But in fact, as Ziming said before, he was just testing the water. He didn't know if Robert would be able to target himself or not. He could only throw more than 10 million in to try the water. Who knew such a coincidence? He really ran into him. What? Ziming was also helpless. This time Li Cheng stood up and said, but anyway, this is always a good start. Then, little brother Ziming, now that we know Robert's thoughts, shall we continue next? Nothing is wrong. No skipping. Of course I have to continue. Isn't it a bastard if you have money? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming said, and I think there should be more positive news next. Like a prediction. When Ziming's voice fell, the phone on the conference table rang again, and Lin Muqing connected immediately. Mr. Ziming, according to the news received just now, Kuwait announced that in accordance with OPEC's resolution, they will increase the production of crude oil by 100,000 barrels per day starting tomorrow. Sun Y said over the phone. The news surprised Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff, but they did not express their views, but instead looked at Ziming in unison, waiting to hear his thoughts. This made Ziming very helpless. He really regarded himself as a leader. Although this feeling was good, the pressure was also great. Ziming thought about it and asked, then what was the market's reaction? The market's reaction was very positive. It seems that there are more short sellers. It is estimated that crude oil prices will continue to fall in the future. Y said, what about the current price? Ziming asked again. The current light crude oil price is $16.59 per barrel, and the heavy crude oil price is $15.16 per barrel. Sun Y replied. Hearing this answer, Ziming silently calculated it in his heart and said, so, as long as the price of light crude oil falls below $15 per barrel later, the price of heavy crude oil falls below $14.4 per barrel, regardless of the market situation at the time. Anyway, I will clear all the positions right away, all the positions will be cleared, and then all the orders will be completed before 4:30 in the afternoon. You know, no mistakes, no skipping. Sun Y could hear the seriousness of Ziming's tone, and he also became nervous. Please don't worry, Mr. Ziming, I promise to complete the task. After hanging up Sun Y's phone, Ziming looked up and said, are you waiting in a hurry? The real drama with few words is about to begin. At the same time, in the castle villa of the Adams family in the north, Robert also heard the exchange market, and he jumped up with joy. This is really exciting news. Unexpectedly, Kuwait would cooperate in this way and increase the production of crude oil by 100,000 barrels a day. I think it will definitely fall below $14 before the auction ends today, right? A lot of words have fallen so sharply. I think those Chinese must have suffered a miserable loss, right? There are many words that are correct. Robert laughed and said, Caitlin said nothing to his performance. Just sneered. Hold him. Robert did not want to care about Caitlin, but the next accountant who had a good relationship with him made him angry again. The accountant said, Mr. Robert is probably not like this, because if you give me information if it's true, the Chinese didn't go long today, and he was shorting crude oil prices just like us. This made Robert's eyes widened, and he cast his angry eyes on Caitlin who was still sitting in the upper seat, asked her, did you know about this a long time ago? Caitlin sneered and nodded and said yes, and Robert asked loudly and almost roaring, then why didn't you tell me? Caitlin still replied coldly, because you didn't ask me. Robert stood up from his position and walked towards Caitlin, but was stopped by Caitlin's black bodyguard. Robert then remembered Caitlin's side now, and he glared at Caitlin, gritted her teeth and said to her, oh, you bitch of Harrods, how dare you play with me like this? You make me very angry. Don't think Harrods and your brain can give you. How long does it take to be an amulet? Robert said at the end of his speech, you wait for me. One day, I will take off your clothes and let you serve me in the most humiliating posture, like as I told you when you came to the Adams family on the first day. No, it's more interesting than that. Facing Robert's threat, Caitlin was still sitting there, but proudly raised her head and looked at him, saying that she would never will succumb. Chapter 72 The Grand Opening of the Drama. Kuwait time 90 years 81 Rewanshang 11 points. This time of night is already too much, but at the moment it is still school brightly lit indoor. Numerous confidential communication signals coming and going in the Iraqi capital Baghdad. Presidential sites. While in the study, an old man with a beard is standing in front of the window, looking out to the southwest, because that way is the direction of Kuwait. This old man is Iraq's President Saddam. From 1979 to the present, he has been like an emperor. He has ruled this ancient land for 11 years. Even in faraway China, He is very famous. Suddenly, the special line phone on his desk rang. Saddam immediately retracted his gaze from the window, and then quickly ran to the desk to pick up the phone. But instead of speaking, he heard the order from there. Then he asked, "Can I really do this?" "You think you have a choice?" "Of course, if you want to give up, we do not care. But your country needs a war, and in addition, one small country, such provocation, can you tolerate it?" That his mouth. The tone was mocking. Saddam hesitated for a while and then hung up the phone. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he pressed the phone on the table to call in his secretary. Saddam handed in an order on the table that he had already signed to him, Alpha, and said to him, "Immediately handed over operational command, must be kept strictly confidential." His secret bouquet cries then turned and left the room. Saddam turned to the window again. He looked at the night sky to the southwest, said, "Today at night the stars very bright, but too little later, I believe he will be brighter, just like my country. Anyone who dares to provoke me, I will tear him to pieces, just like the lamb I enjoy at night." Safwan is a small town in Iraq close to the Kuwaiti border. Since the tension between the two countries, Saddam has been here for hundreds of thousands of soldiers, with all kinds of tanks and airplanes. When 2 hours later Saddam hung up the phone, and immediately Safwan activities up all night. Emergency collections soldiers, tanks and aircraft also opened a disguise. With a pale flares exploded in the night sky, all the troops lined up in an attacking formation quietly and headed towards the Kuwaiti border. Half an hour later, when the first shell exploded at the Kuwaiti border post, Kuwait sounded the war alarm. The stern sirens resounded throughout Kuwait and followed the reporter's lens to the United States on the other side of the earth. Ziming, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov from North Russia are still sitting in the Wharton conference room. It is already 6 p.m. Brighton time, and from 7 a.m. up to now, they have been sitting here for 11 hours, but compared with the tension in the morning, their expressions are now much more relaxed, because the TV in front of them is broadcasting a news. It is Iraq suddenly attack Kuwait. In the TV screen, fires continued to light up in Kuwaiti cities, and bursts of gunfire came from not far away. Along with the gunshots, there was also a report from a war reporter. "Dear viewers, we can see that the Iraqi army has crossed the Kuwaiti border and launched an attack on Kuwait. We cannot judge Iraq's non-declaration, and whether the war is a warning or a long-planned aggression. We can see that the battle on the front line is going on very fiercely, and even the brother of the king personally went to the front line to direct the battle." At this time, someone handed it to the reporter, a piece of paper. The reporter quickly read the above content, and then said, "According to the news we just received, the King of Kuwait just published a letter to the people of Kuwait. He called on all Kuwaiti people to unite and fight against the aggression from Iraq. He said that the Kuwaiti royal family will fight all the invaders to the end." This long-prepared drama finally has a banquet. It seems that both the capital involved and Saddam Hussein are very involved in this war. "Can't wait," Ilbedov said. He could clearly hear his relief. In fact, not only him, but everyone in the conference room, including Ziming, breathed a sigh of relief, because they all knew that with the outbreak of this war, the situation in the Middle East would get worse, especially in Iraq and Kuwait. These countries are very important oil-producing countries, and their oil production accounts for nearly a fifth of the world's oil production. Now that they are in war, oil fields will inevitably be destroyed. This will undoubtedly aggravate market concerns, and the result will be a sharp rise in crude oil prices. Well, I believe this news will make the whole world unable to sleep, whether it is politicians who are concerned about the international situation or the capital operating in oil. We can get a good night's sleep. Ziming said and stood up. He said to everyone, "Okay, Chairman Tong, as well as Legion Mr. Erbedoff, everyone should go back and rest. This is the end of today's battle. Let's go back and wash and sleep. I've been sitting here all day. I believe everyone is very tired. If you want to hear about Iraq's annexation of Kuwait, you have to wait until tomorrow morning." Tong Gang noticed the key points in Ziming's words and asked him, "Ziming Xiao brother, Do you explain that Iraq can occupy the entire territory of Kuwait in the morning? Is there any problem with this? Is it possible that you think Kuwait can really fight to the end? Zhu Ming asked. Honestly, even if the Kuwaiti royal family has the will to resist, it will. Those who can't reach the Iraqi army will no longer exist in Kuwait in 14 hours at most. And the price of oil will rise as Kuwait's collapse, like chicken blood. We all wait to collect the money. Okay. Zhu Ming went out after speaking. Lin Muqing didn't hesitate to get up and follow. Ilbedov thought for a moment and followed up and asked him, Mr. Zhu Ming, if I have a friend, I want to come in now. Buying oil futures. Don't you know if it's too late? Zhu Ming stopped, but did not answer at the first time. Instead, he looked at him with a smile and asked, do you remember when I placed the order? Zhu Ming's rhetorical question reminded Ilbedov of the afternoon, which was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The bidding time for oil futures on the New York Mercantile Exchange was until 4:30 in the afternoon. However, at 2:30, when the prices of light crude oil and heavy crude oil fell to $1,589 and $1,422 per barrel respectively, Zhu Ming asked Sun Wai gave the order to clear the warehouse and then all orders. At that time, the entire crude oil trading market was still in continuous decline. Zhu Ming's bucking the trend made them incomprehensible at the time. Although they all understood that with the breakdown of negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait, driven by capital, war would soon break out, but in the face of low-handed interests, they still those who don't want to give up. After all, it's not impossible to wait until 4 o'clock when the unspot auction is about to end before starting to clear and place orders again. However, the subsequent developments surprised them, and I don't know if their actions were remembered by someone who was interested or if they guessed the arrangement of the Brighton Consortium. In short, when Zhu Ming started liquidation, other companies immediately started liquidation. When countless selling contracts were thrown out, it immediately caused market chaos. Although anyone with a discerning eye can understand, as the situation in the Middle East deteriorates, the price of oil will definitely rise in the future, but isn't it still falling now? Then, if you speculate yourself again this time, isn't it okay to wait until the on-court auction is about to end and then clear the position? So with this kind of thinking, the oil futures market became more and more chaotic. The prices of light crude oil and heavy crude oil hovered around $159 and $143 respectively, until the last moment of time. Because people all have the same idea, starting from 4 o'clock, not only can't place the order, but also can't complete the clearance order. At this time, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov felt that Zhu Ming was really prescient, and they took the initiative to give up the last hour's profit, but in exchange for quick clearance and trading. So since it's hard to make an entry order even at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, now that the on-market bidding is over, it's obviously impossible to make an entry order only with off-site phone calls and online transactions, under the premise that the war has already begun. This kind of thinking made Ilbedov feel a little discouraged. He had known that he had let the old folks on the North Russian side place an order earlier, but it was so troublesome now. But then again, after all, not everyone trusts Zhu Ming as much as they do. Even if I ask them to place orders at that time, I'm afraid they won't listen to them. But that's how it is said. But who would listen to this explanation? Ilbedov had already thought about the anger he would face when he returned to North Russia. Mr. Ilbedov has other friends who are also paying attention to the situation in the Gulf and are ready to take action at any time? Zhu Ming asked suddenly. Ilbedov was taken aback by Zhu Ming's words, but he nodded embarrassedly. Zhu Ming then said to him, actually, you are not as embarrassed. If you have money, everyone can make it together. But the situation is indeed it's not easy to handle. Zhu Ming thought for a while and then said, you can only try your luck in all the futures markets in the world that are still within the trading time limit. Maybe you can make a little order if you are lucky, but you must act fast because of this. It will be a capital feast for the whole world. Zhu Ming's words rekindled Ilbedov's confidence. He immediately nodded his head to thank Zhu Ming, and then took out his mobile phone and started making calls. Seeing Ilbedov's impatient look, Ziming could only smile helplessly. Later Ziming and Lin Muking returned to the hotel room. Recalling the daytime situation, Ziming said to Lin Muking, with today's incident, you, the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund, have completely rebelled. For Ziming, Lin Muking said in vain, how do you speak? Do you want me to be there one? After Lin Muking choked, Ziming awkwardly touched his nose and said, of course this is not what I mean. I just want to say that they will not completely trust you as the chairman in the future. At least in the case of me. It doesn't matter. I don't have that much interest in the position. They can dismiss me if they don't trust me. I can't ask for it, but I think they should not be so stingy. Lin Muking said. If this is heard by Tong Gang and Li Cheng, they must be very helpless to know that this position is a dream that many financial practitioners can never realize. Now Lin Muking is still so indifferent. It is really a violent thing, but Lin Muking is very normal. After all, she is a woman, and her greatest wish is only to be next to her most beloved man. Ziming naturally understood this. He stroked Lin Muking's hair and said, it is true that I made a mistake. It seems that I have to make up for you. Before Lin Muking looked up and asked how to make it up, Ziming suddenly started to pick up Lin Muking, then walked towards the room amidst Lin Muking's exclamation, and finally threw her on the bed. Before he could even take off her clothes, a hungry tiger rushed on. Chapter 73 has just begun. Ziming, you slow my clothes did not skirt and stockings off. Why do not you wait for me and then off we? The hotel room back room, Lin Muking Jiao, panting for Ziming said, but Ziming did not, so she said very bluntly, interrupted her words. Muking sister, I think there is no such need, anyway, not get in the way, and you dress more sexy, unless you want to be honest with me so much. And honest with you, you rogue? Lin Muking snappily spit Ziming a saying, but then she exclaimed, hey, you do not tear my stockings, I to wear. Can such a juncture, where Ziming will care about this, said something tearing hand, put on pantyhose Lin Muking's slender legs to tear out of a hole in his mouth and said, bad, then buy the new one is there, it's troublesome to always take it off and wear it back. Lin Muking scolded Ziming, a bastard, and she immediately thought of what it asked. What ma trouble, said Ziming, you rascal, you are not thinking about so long ago and I did! Well, Ziming went Lin Muking Bao Fang Chun, to clear all the words to the back of the Lin Mu stuck in his throat, kissing after a while, only Ziming said, Muking sister, you guess really accurate. From the first time when I saw you on the factory TV station, your uniform at that time made me feel very much. From then on, I wondered when I could do it with you like that. It turned out to be like this, you little villain. At that time, I saw you so honestly. I didn't expect you to be so bad at that time. The first time I saw me, I was hitting my idea. There were such disgusting thoughts. It was really necrotic. Lin Muking let out groaned, not too so I liked, because this little rascal is my man, and I want to be you get, no matter how you want to I will be with you. Lin Mu a sunny side said as he threw her arms around the neck of Ziming, and the rise in the chest printed on a kiss, and said, come, my man, you 3 years ago to occupy coveted woman. Ziming gasped, breathing becomes more and more heavy. But not just because of the words of Lin Muking. While they were talking, she rounded pair of slender legs also lifted Ziming ring backs, and also grinding together on Ziming's back, the delicate and soft silk stockings sliding across the skin, along the spine, until he reached his mind, and then looked at the affectionate confession of the woman under him, which made people uncontrollable. Downstream, then Ziming's very hard move. Feeling himself into a warmer world, the first time it is not sunny and Lin Mu, but compared to the first Lin Muking jerky, and the first time to take care of her pain. The smoothness this time obviously made him feel more relaxed. With Ziming's what they look striking, Lin Muking also felt a wave of pleasure. She felt almost every fly overhead in general, forget the time to forget everything, Like a leaf in the rough sea, helpless, the flatboat was ordinary, so he could only hug Ziming tightly and follow his movements until the two sides broke out at the end. Passion later, Ziming and Qing Lin Mu embracing in bed, Lin Mu King like a lazy cat lying curled up in General Ziming's chest, while a finger in his chest painted circles. Ziming's side of, said, Ziming, next time you tap a little slower, okay? I have a sense of feel you just holds together the whole person. Is dressed really do have so much appeal to you. No mistake, not jump word. It's not that attractive to wear. The important thing is you. Ziming affectionate Lin Mu King said that she was very moved, but the next words are a bit different as day, and Ziming went on to say, and Mu King's sister, nor I think that's what forces you, just call me, hurry up and work harder. Ziming would not finish. Lin Mu King immediately covered his mouth. Shut up. People die of shame. I do not remember what I just said. Ziming Lin Mu King laughed and hugged, kissed her Bo Fang Chun, while a hand holding her chest full of rabbits, and finally down the river. The two do not have any words to a plum and 2 degree. After the second time, the two went into deep sleep, and it was not bright until the next morning, when Ziming's cell phone charged by the bedside rang. Even though Ziming was very tired last night, when he heard the call, he opened his eyes for the first time, and then sat up immediately, because he knew exactly what he was doing now. At this time, the only calls he could call were that happened. Ziming reached out and picked up the phone from the bedside table to connect, and Sun Y's voice rang through the earpiece. Mr. Ziming, Kuwait was really defeated. Just a few minutes ago, Iraq announced the official annexation of Kuwait. As the 19th province of Iraq, it has declared that Kuwait will always be an inseparable part of Iraq. It was too late to be surprised that Sun Y was excited. Hearing this news, Ziming subconsciously glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. The time is 6:15. Ziming thought for a moment. It was only 12 hours since the sudden outbreak of the war yesterday. It seems that it will end sooner than the previous life, or it may have been affected by the Brighton Foundation. However, this 1 or 2 hours earlier has no effect on his own affairs, because as long as he happens, the result will be good for him. As for the specific time, anyway, he is not a Rockefeller consortium, and he does not plan on a large oil field in the Middle East. Just want to make a fortune in the futures market, nothing more. Then no matter whether 12 hours or 14 hours, it is the same for yourself. So has the news come out now? Does it have any impact on the global futures market? Ziming asked curiously. The news has come out, Sun Y said excitedly on the other end of the phone. It was the evening news shot of the northern oil field exploding and catching fire due to the war, which directly caused the global oil futures price to skyrocket. According to the last round a quarter of an hour ago, as a result of the over-the-counter auctions, the current prices of light crude oil and heavy crude oil on the New York Mercantile Exchange have risen to $18.27 and $17 per barrel respectively. Compared with the end of the last round of on-site auctions yesterday, they have increased by 15% and 15% respectively. 20%. Ziming nodded silently, obviously prepared for this increase, and then said, Sun Y worked hard for you. Didn't you close your eyes last night? There are no mistakes. Although it was just a simple greeting, it made him feel very warm in Sun Y's ears. After all, as the first handler, he knew exactly how much Ziming and his collaborators invested in the futures market, saying it's not an exaggeration to be hundreds of thousands every minute. But even at such a time, Ziming could still think of whether he was asleep or not. It was really rare. With such thoughts, Sun Y said, very touched, Mr. Ziming, with your words, don't say that I haven't slept all day. Even if I haven't slept for a week, I will have no problem. On their call, Ziming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his casual greeting would have such an effect. It seems that he is really an improper boss. I don't know. It turns out that the boss of his own company would think that he was a little hypocritical when he did this. This layer of efficacy. Okay, but Sun Y, you still have to pay attention to rest, because this time the Gulf War won't judge, it will last a long time. If you are unhealthy, You can't help me with the next thing. Ziming say. Mr. Ziming, don't worry, I will definitely pay more attention, Sun Y said. Then Ziming hung up the phone. Although Ziming was already very light and careful, he still awakened the beautiful woman next to him. Lin Muking looked up sleepily and asked Ziming, is it the phone from New York? Skip the word. Yes, it was Sun Y who came here. He said that the Kuwaiti war ended a few minutes ago and Iraq has officially announced the annexation of Kuwait. Ziming replied. For this news, Lin Muking did not show any surprise, but said with a sigh of relief, great. It seems that everything is in your expectations, Ziming. Now that Iraq has annexed Kuwait, it will definitely cause greater turmoil in the Middle East. And this is a provocation to the international rules dominated by the United States. Perhaps the United States will not sit idly by, or it will trigger a larger war. It seems that through this war, the international oil price can exceed $30. It's a mark. Is it only $30? Muking, you too underestimated this war, and you look down on the two consortiums, Brighton and Rockefeller. If you only have that small amount of money, it is not worth their joint effort. Ziming said. Is $30 not enough? Lin Muking was even more surprised. In the previous Middle East wars, Arab countries used oil as a weapon, but they have never reached this level. Now it is just a local war. This is already an exaggeration. Could it be $35? No mistakes, no skipping. It's the $40 mark, Ziming said. This answer made Lin Muking take a breath. As the chairman of the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund Company, she had studied international futures, especially oil futures, and now she has a lot of knowledge for Ziming, including the role played by each country in the world, the most important oil-producing region in the Middle East, and the local political situation and history. It was this reason that made her feel even more incredible. She really couldn't imagine how the oil price would rise so high, but it was Ziming who made this judgment, and she couldn't help but believe it. In the end, Lin Muking had to put the question aside and said to Ziming, then since Sun Y called you, I believe he will definitely call Tong Gang and Li Cheng and the others. Ziming nodded and said, yes, this is what we said yesterday. After 10 o'clock, if there is any news, we will call separately. Now let's get up quickly and go to Tanti building. After all, no matter how much the increase was last night, this is just the beginning. At the end, Ziming suddenly thought of a question. He looked at Lin Muking and asked, but Sister Muking, does Sun Y know what happened between us? I just forgot to tell him. Will he call again? What about you? Faced with Ziming's question, Lin Muking was taken aback for a moment, then her pretty face turned flushed, and then she picked up the pillow on her hand and slammed it Ziming, saying, Ziming, you this little bad guy, I'm fighting with you. Ziming was completely unprepared for Lin Muking's sudden attack. Ziming just asked this subconsciously, without any other intentions. He just wanted to ask Sun Y if he could get through more. When I called, I didn't know that Lin Muking would have such a big reaction. It was obviously the female's reservedness that caused Ziming to suffer this innocent disaster. Chapter 74. What happened? Although Tu Yang has been exposed head on the horizon, but at 6:30 in Brighton still just woke up, and there is no traffic during the day, so the hustle and bustle of the street, Ziming and Qinglin Mu very smooth. On the ladder to the building, they came to the Wharton conference room together. Val Provisions Dayton's office hours are 9 in the morning, so when Ziming and Lin Mu clear here when the company was empty, but fortunately also keep the campaigner's key Ziming otherwise really would not get their own company. To the company, Ziming is first turned on the lights of the conference room and opens the exhaust fan for ventilation. When Ziming was done all this, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and other officials from North Russia almost simultaneously reach the meeting room, etc. Everyone will later meeting room. Sit down before Ziming said, since we have been here, I think I am sure you already know the news. Just about 6:15 this morning, ending his Iraq the war in Kuwait announced the official annexation of Kuwait and became its 19th province. At the same time, The international oil market also reacted immediately. According to the last round of on-market bidding on the New York Mercantile Exchange this morning, the current light crude oil and heavy crude oil, the price of high-quality crude oil rose to $18.27 and $17 per barrel respectively. That is to say, yesterday we got driven a single to now, our assets have risen by 15 to 20%, which is really exciting news. Iraq sold you not first, said off, Zuxian Qingming, yesterday. I thank you very much. Under your guidance, my friends in Dublin futures market squeeze into a part of the funds are on the phone this morning to thank me too. Tong Gang and Zuming Li Cheng also said, yesterday fortunately, Zuming little brother decided to start clearing ahead and do more driven a single price, or to the later watches is really a bit chaotic situation. Face sprays for Li Cheng, Tong Gang, Eel and other dwarf, Zuming just have to smile, then turned on the TV, which is playing with the Kuwait news. After 13 hours of fierce fighting day and night, Iraq has occupied the entire territory of Kuwait and eliminated all Kuwaiti armed forces, claiming that Kuwait is its indivisible 19th province. In addition, according to reliable sources, there is a Prince of Kuwait and 5 others. Members of the royal family were killed in the battle, while the King of Kuwait and other royal family members went into exile in Saudi Arabia. Seeing Zuming's strange performance, Tong Gang suddenly realized something. He said to Zuming, now TV is full of news about the war in Kuwait, and the futures market also reacts as expected, although now due to time constraints, New York's commodity trading so far, the on-market bidding has not yet begun. But it is foreseeable that the price of crude oil futures will definitely rise sharply, even exceeding the magnitude of the on-market bidding last night. At this point, Tong Gang paused and then asked, but little brother Zuming, you don't seem to care about this now. Could it be that you are still waiting for any news? Will there be any changes in this situation? With Tong Gang's suggestion, Li Cheng and Erbidoff both responded and looked at Zuming. Zuming did not directly answer this, but first asked, Chairman Tong Legend Iraqi Mr. Erbidoff, what do you think the US will react to this incident? Zuming's rhetorical question was like a bolt from the blue sky, and the three of them were stunned, because this is indeed a problem. Only those who don't understand anything. Children will naively think that economy is economy and politics is politics, and there is no connection between the two, but in fact, politics and economy are very closely connected, and sometimes even a small political move can bring a lot of things. Big economic changes. The reverse is also true. The economy can often affect the political ecology between countries. Needless to say, politics affects the economy. Without this influence, any economic reform bill would be nonsense, regardless of China and the United States. Conversely, because the capital of various countries manipulates very large political resources, politics cannot but consider the ideas of their own capital before making any decisions. Just like the Vietnam War that year, arms dealers received a large number of orders through the war. Therefore, no matter how big the domestic anti-war wave, the presidents unanimously supported or even expanded the war until the last president who ended the war appeared. As a result, he was met with capital, was forced to resign in retaliation. So now internationally, since the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, the United States has become the sole controller of the world order. No matter what it is, it has to lay a leg. Now Iraq is blatantly violating the UN Charter, that is, the order established by the United States to invade Kuwait. The US will sit idly by without reason. Condemning sanctions and then armed intervention is a common method in the United States. If it were in the past, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov would definitely think so, but now, with the participation of the Brighton and Rockefeller consortiums, things it doesn't seem to be that simple anymore. First of all, these two consortia are not ordinary small consortia, but as the two-pillar consortiums that master the lifeline of the U.S. economy. They have held many U.S. presidents, even the Kennedy family who came from the Brighton Consortium, and they also served as presidents, has considerable influence in American politics. So under this premise, These two consortiums want the Middle East to mess up so that they can profit from it. Will the US government be allowed to impose interference? No one knows this issue, but it is clear that Ziming is worried about it. It seems that your thoughts, little brother Ziming, have come to our front again, Tong Gang said with a smile. Indeed, under the current circumstances, the reaction of the US government and the world will also have an impact on the international oil futures market. Big influence. Ilbedov also followed speculation, but the purpose of the Brighton and Rockefeller consortium is not the same as ours. Their target is the oil fields in the Middle East, and the value of the oil fields is obviously not in the war. The method is guaranteed. Therefore, under the influence of the consortium, it is really possible for the US government to acquiesce in Iraq's occupation and annexation of Kuwait. But there is one more thing that we must pay attention to. Li Cheng also guessed, in the United States, there are not only the Brighton and Rockefeller consortiums, but also other large consortia such as Morgan and California. These consortiums have not only been opposed to Brighton and the Rockefeller consortium for a long time, but also have a very large influence on American politics. Look, it's really hard to say what the final result will be. There, three of them said, and finally turned their eyes back to Ziming. Ziming spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me. I'm also waiting for this question. The answer." Ziming pointed to the TV after saying, "I believe that the US government will have news soon." Like a proof, when Ziming's words fell, there was a message of US President Walsh. The televised speech was broadcast immediately. Just yesterday, an incredible incident happened. Iraq in the Middle East flagrantly invaded its neighboring Kuwait. This is a flagrant violation of international law. It is a well-defined aggression. They destroy oil fields. The seizure of American hostages is not only a provocation to the United States, but also a real threat to the national interests of the United States. So we must fight back. As the President of the United States, I am here today to declare a fort. From now on, freeze all the assets of Iraq and Kuwait in the United States. At the same time, the United States will fulfill its responsibilities as a great power to protect the security of the Middle East. Listening to Walsh's TV speech, Tong Gang guessed, Walsh is a very political experience. A veteran president, he is good at speaking, but the more important thing is to see what he will do. Ziming nodded and asked Ilbedov, "Isn't the Soviet Union an ally of Iraq? You must still have it in the Middle East. A large part of the industry, right? There are no mistakes and many words. Can you help us check the movements of the US military in the Middle East?" No mistakes, no words. Ilbedov nodded and said yes, and then in front of Ziming and the others, he dialed a number and was quickly connected. Ilbedov asked in Russian and waited for a while. It was not until half an hour later that he put down the phone and replied to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, my friend told me just now that all the 6 US warships stationed in Bahrain have been anchored and set sail without knowing where they are going, but they are definitely not going to attack the direction of Iraq." Ilbedov's answer surprised Tong Gang and Li Cheng at the time. What? The US warship ran away? These guys, they said so nicely, they are going to be real. It seems let the capital be anchored. Not necessarily, maybe to avoid their own losses. Ilbedov said, because just now, the Iraqi army has gone to the Saudi border and built an outpost there. The position puts on a posture of continuing to drive straight into Saudi Arabia. The current strength of the US military in the Middle East is not enough to block Iraq's offensive, so they have to run first. If this is the case, then the situation in the Middle East becomes more and more complicated and confusing. Tong Gang said, although from the perspective of the United States the only superpower in the world, he's been provoked. International order is sure to fight back. The cloth can be key. The Leiden and Rockefeller consortium want to stop this war, and whether this war breaks out or not is largely related to the future international oil futures prices. Not today is the first day after the outbreak of the war in Kuwait, based on information we have now mastered, is certainly not judge, or we can go step by step, that we can throw away the first part of a single part of ZA, etc. When the situation becomes clear, we will make a decision. Li Cheng said. Ziming, but shook his head and said, That's speculative practices. Investment capital is to first grasp the exact message, further action, and we must grasp other people do not know when. Once news spread, and everyone in selling, it's almost impossible for us to want to buy it again. Or our judgment is correct, but when everyone is unanimously placing orders, we will not be able to get in the car at all, like the Spring Festival. That Ziming, little brother, you have any good ideas? No mistake, not jump word. Tong Gang asked. Ziming thought for a moment, said, Chairman of the Child, or the promise that we can change my thinking. At the same time, and through a telephone call to Saddam's office, he was listening to the report of the secretary of the situation. Here the phone rang. He immediately waved the secretary a void. He then connected the call. Congratulations, Mr. President. The land area has expanded by 18,000 square kilometers. The phone said, I have been made an attack, and in one day fully occupied Kuwait, and now it's your turn to honor their commitments. I think is why I and Kuwait freeze all assets in the United States. You know my country now lack of money. Saddam said angrily. This does not need to worry my Mr. Saddam. As long as you have oil, then you will have money. As long as you do what I said, I can guarantee that your country will soon recover to 8 years ago status. Said over the phone. You owe and you say how to do. Saddam's words came to an abrupt end here. He suddenly realized something and grabbed the phone and asked, wait, you are not that person. Who are you? This is a dedicated line. How can you make this call? What happened? Chapter 75 Second Idea Part 1 New Oak Restaurant is a self-operated restaurant of Tanti Building. At noon, Ziming and Lin Muking came to New Oak Restaurant for lunch. They just finished the meeting with Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff, and the reason they're in tea together is that they had to deal with their ideas at the meeting just now. Lin Muking helped Ziming to order 2 very domestic dishes, but despite this, she still felt that Ziming seemed to be frowning, so Lin Muking couldn't help but ask, Ziming, the situation in the Middle East is not always in accordance with yours. Is the anticipation developing? Why are you so worried now? Haven't you always been the most confident? Ziming smiled bitterly at this. It stands to reason that he should have self-confidence, not because the situation in the Middle East has been developing as expected, but based on the memory of his previous life. The situation should have developed like this. On August 2, 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait and the Kuwait War broke out. On that day, all U.S. military bases near the Gulf entered a state of first-level combat readiness. Subsequently, the U.S. Desert Shield operation began, and the United States began to increase its troops and establish defense lines in the Gulf region to prevent Iraq from continuing to invade Saudi Arabia, and secretly formulated a Desert Storm plan to act at any time. Since then, the United States and the Soviet Union reached a consensus, demanding that Iraq unconditionally withdraw its troops from Kuwait, and fully restore Kuwait's sovereignty, legal regime, and territorial integrity, and at the same time stop all arms supply and military assistance to Iraq. The Tonkshan Arab League also demanded that Iraq immediately withdraw its troops and jointly pass Resolution 661 aimed at condemning and imposing economic sanctions on Iraq. When the U.S. Secretary of State and the Iraqi Foreign Minister met in Geneva, but both sides believed that there was no room for compromise and the talks did not yield any results, the multinational forces headed by the United States began to bomb the Iraqi capital Baghdad, and the Gulf War officially broke out. This is the situation in the Gulf in Ziming's memory. Although Ziming does not remember the time of various war events very clearly, one thing Ziming is certain is that such a process will still happen, even if it has its own influence. With Robert Adams' obsession, but the conspiracy plan of the two consortiums, it is impossible for a young man to make a fundamental change because of the willfulness of a young man, even if this young man is an important figure in the Adams family. In this way, with the continued deterioration of the Middle East situation and the subsequent outbreak of the Gulf War, the continued rise of oil prices is certain. In my memory, oil prices have once exceeded the $40 mark, reaching a maximum of $45. Yes, This is not after the new millennium. The price of $40 of crude oil is already an astronomical figure, because the price has risen from $15 before the Kuwait War. That is to say, as long as I took the opportunity to place an increase in crude oil prices before the war, I would be able to reap twice the benefits after the war ended, just as I did before the Hong Kong stock market crash. If you have just come out of China, have just been born again, or have not known so many things, you must just place an order and wait for the collection. But the problem is that you are no longer who you were 3 years ago. Ziming still deeply remembered that he didn't understand anything at that time. He only remembered the exact time of Black Friday. He dragged the 400,000 yuan in loan, and came to Hong Kong City with Lin Muking early, pinching time and waiting for Black Monday. Occurred. Thinking about it now, Ziming felt that he was really ignorant and fearless at that time. He didn't even understand why Black Monday happened and what was hidden behind him, so he was so stupid and put all his family in a gamble. I didn't think about what would happen if Black Monday didn't happen. But I couldn't help it at that time. Anyway, I was poor and white. Even if I started all over again, I would still gamble on it. But now the situation is very different. With huge assets in his hands, even if he doesn't do anything, he can live a happy life and be a happy prodigal. Therefore, I don't need to gamble on such a big deal. Using the Gulf War to start crude oil futures is just following the principle of having money and not making a bastard, and wanting to grow more of my assets in the United States, not 3 years ago. Alvarol. In addition, more importantly, I learned some inside stories behind the Gulf War. The first is that the Gulf War occurred not as an accident that I originally thought, but a conspiracy carefully planned by American capital. Second, I offended Robert, an important family member in the consortium, who also had some ability to manipulate and influence. This is very important, because after Iraq invaded Kuwait, the Gulf War did not break out immediately, but waited for 4 months. These 4 months are for the US government to coordinate relations with the world and prepare for war. At the same time, who can say that it is not time for capital to adjust the market? Although Ziming can't remember the specific things, Ziming clearly remembered that after the outbreak of the Kuwait War, oil prices had fluctuated, and there was even a period of reverse growth. Perhaps for most people, as long as the overall price of crude oil is rising, it is enough. If it was Ziming 3 years ago, he would definitely think so, but with these 3 years of experience, especially for half a year at Harvard since learning, Ziming has learned more. Real investors would never look at it this way. In addition, the futures market would never have a good face for such lazy investors. A very simple truth is that in the capital market, whether it is first falling and then rising or first rising and then falling, the final result for investors is a loss. Because there is a closing price problem in the securities market, the real-time price performance is not so obvious. However, the futures and foreign exchange markets have real-time prices, which means that if the price rises, you will make money immediately, and if you lose it, you will immediately make money. The money is gone. It's a heartbeat to play. It is for this reason that when investors invest in futures and foreign exchange, they will keep a lot of reserves in order to deal with this situation. Otherwise, the price will fluctuate and fall dozens of times every day, and any investor will lose money. Up. But this time, because Ziming had determined the time in advance, he invested all the funds in it, and did not keep a reserve fund in case of fluctuations. Then he would not know how much money he would lose. Of course, it would be in other investment funds as to leave enough reserves so that it can cope with price volatility, but if they do, then why should not find Tong Gang, Lee Sung Yield off together and invest it? Wouldn't it be okay to just prepare a few tens of millions of dollars and invest in it? Anyway, according to the price increase and some operating methods, it is no problem to make tens of millions by yourself. Now that you have been told they come, we must take all the money to put into it. We know that charities are indisputable. Tech should maximize benefits, not to say that they are positive children speculation that the 8, we cannot do more than charity should be soft-hearted, right? No mistakes. But now someone must have dug a hole in front of him and waited for him, and the problem has become more complicated. Yesterday, when the negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait broke down, Ziming deliberately invested 10 million yuan when the entire market was panicking. Ziming would really want to test the water when he did so, but Ziming's test was not the whole thing. The water of the oil futures market is to try Robert's water to see if he has the ability to influence the market. Is due for the final result. Ziming cannot just let one small concern, it appears to look very confident. In these complex ideas, Ziming finally heaved a sigh of relief, said, "Muking's sister, it also like a bit of confidence, but closed. These key issues to consider now. I cannot go on before us has been so complicated. I don't even know how many questions we don't know about." "So Ziming, you just would like to say?" Lin Muking asked. Ziming helpless nodded and said, "No mistake, we cannot be a road go black, and when it came to issues always need to change my thinking." At the same time in another restaurant, Tong Gang and Li Cheng sat together discussing the issues, their brows furrowed. Before meals almost did not move. We can see the things they want to be not so easy. "Tong brother, you think things really explanations?" "Little brother, that's so serious." "No mistake, not jump word?" Li Cheng asked. Tong Gang shook his head and said, "This matter is hard to tell. After all, Ziming said so far is his guess. There is nothing to prove this kind of guess. Even if the sudden drop in oil futures prices yesterday, it is hard to say that it was a special one. It was decided for him a long time ago. After all, a naive young man can influence such a big plan. The setting itself is too unreasonable. I believe that the Adams family can exist for more than 300 years, and this should not be the case." Tong, just when I said this, the conversation suddenly changed, and then he said, "But one thing, remember what I said when we first commented on Ziming? We believe in Ziming, and we believe that he will definitely bring us benefits. So we should completely believe him? At least. On this issue, Li Cheng asked. There is no doubt about employing people, and people don't need it. Although Ziming is not our subordinates, even if we are only collaborators, I think we should also trust him, otherwise we might as well leave the team as soon as possible and do our own." Tong just said. Li Cheng nodded silently. "I understand, big brother Tong. I will explain this to the company's board of directors." Tong Gang waved his hand and said, "No, I think it would be better if I say it myself." One point, after all, this time the company still has many temporary investment customers, and only what I said is the most convincing. It was almost next door to Tong Gang and Li Cheng, where Elbidov was sitting and speaking Russian, while talking on the phone. There were also a few North Russians sitting here, watching Elbidov calling without eating. One of these people is a very young North Russian. His name is Vanoshaw, who was brought out by Elbidov from North Russia. However, because he was too young, Elbidov did not bring him to the meeting room. At the moment Vanoshaw was sitting there leisurely slicing his own steak, and at the same time seemed to be absent-mindedly listening to Elbidov's call. "Yes, that's what Mr. Ziming said today. He is worried that direct investment will generate certain risks. Therefore, his suggestion is to change his mind. I personally think his idea is very good. There is Tong Gang and Tong Gang. Li Cheng is a Chinese, and I believe they will definitely support this idea. So I am calling you now, which is a way out for you. Don't you always say that you missed the last chance? So now comes the second chance. Yes, I called you as soon as possible. Can you hold on to see for yourself?" After saying that, Elbidov hung up, and said angrily, "These damned guys want to make money again. They are scared but risky. They are really eggless bastards." Vanoshaw, who has been concentrating on fighting stakes, raised his head and said to Elbidov, "What the teacher said is extremely greedy. They are all greedy. But in my opinion, Mr. Ziming from China is the real demon king, because he can perfectly manipulate these devil sects." Elbidov shook his head and said, "Vanoshaw, You wrong. What Mr. Ziming is really good at is his ability to restrain his masturbation. Obviously the situation in the Middle East is bad, but he can give up oil and change his mind. This is the most rare thing. Teacher, you said if Mr. Ziming, what if I guess wrong? Vanu Shaw asked another question. Chapter 76 The Second Thought Middle question mark bow thanks to book friends 19,745,649 inches for their support and monthly support. The North Russian Federation in 1999 was a big day that changed from the old to the new. In the just concluded general election, the former president Kimi Viking, the appointed successor, was elected as the new president with more than 50% of the votes. And his goal is to develop North Russia and restore its superpower status in the former Soviet Union. In order to achieve this goal, he must first deal with and clean up the financial oligarchs who lay down on the country. In the Malin Palace, the new president Kimi Viking is holding a grand banquet. He toasted to a middle-aged man in his 40s and said to him, Mr. Vanu Shaw, I have received your offer. It seems that you are very willing to help and support the re-emergence of the country. On behalf of all North Russians, I would like to express my gratitude to you. At the same time, I will assure you that the federal law will also protect you. All legal gains. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also hope to see a strong country, because I also have the blood of East Slavia flowing in my body, and I also believe that my country will never persecute anyone, Shah said. Hearing what Vanu Shaw said, Kimi Viking smiled and drank a drink and said, of course the country will not persecute anyone, but the wealth that belongs to the country and the nation, especially the illegal gains, will still be recovered. Facing Kimi Viking's answer, Vanu Shaw immediately understood what, so he finished chatting with Kimi Viking. Before the banquet was over, he hurriedly left the Malin Palace and went all the way to the villa on the outskirts. There is a bold Jew waiting for him here, Ilbedov. Seeing Vanusha's return, Urbedov hurried forward to ask how the situation was. Vanusha told him that Mr. President would not have to kill him, but his property could not be taken out of North Russia. Kimi Viking bastard. Did he think I would thank him if he let me go? He was farting. We were so supportive of him before, but now he is the president, and he turned his face and bit him. We are really a mad dog. Urbedov scolded. If he is not mad, he has the ability to even take care Elina's property and try it. Teacher, are you confused? Can this be the same? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Vanu Shaw said meaningfully, there are all Mr. Ziming's things over there. Kimi Viking wants to move. That's because he doesn't want to stay in the Malin Palace anymore. Hearing what Vanu Shaw said, Ilbedov suddenly became silent, because he also understood that what Vanu Shaw was saying was the truth. In the eyes of people all over the world, the president of North Russia is a very remarkable figure, but it is still an order of magnitude worse if it is placed in front of Mr. Ziming. Il do not see such doff, tile button sand side, he told Il do not doff. Teacher, in fact I would say it is no wonder Jimmy Y. Jing, also a teacher you asked for. Il do Dove's eyes widened when he was about to say something, but Vanu Shaw said before him, teacher, you have forgotten what you said to me in Brighton, the United States 9 years ago? At that time, I said that the one from China's Mr. Ziming is the real devil, because he can perfectly manipulate these demons, but you told me that Mr. Ziming's really powerful ability is the ability to restrain. Obviously the situation in the Middle East is bad, but he can give up oil and change his mind. At the end of the talk, Vanu Shaw suddenly changed the subject, but teacher, you have always been your idol, Mr. Ziming, and you have always wanted me to follow him as an example, but you yourself, why can't you do it? If everyone can do it, there won't be only one Mr. Ziming in this world. Urbedov sighed, he is the miracle of this world. Many times I suspect that he is not a person in this world at all, because every one of his thoughts is too advanced. More importantly, he can perfectly control his emotions and sex, and he can always escape from the most desperate abyss, find a way to the light. Vanu Shaw nodded and said, yes, The time in Brighton was the most rewarding time in my life. I witnessed Mr. Ziming's operation with my own eyes. Perfect art. Time went back to August 2nd, 1990. In the Garden restaurant in the center of South Brighton, Brooke and Will Adams were sitting here drinking red wine and eating steak. Of course, they couldn't avoid it. Talk about some other things. Mr. Will, do you think our little Robert can complete the task? After all, as far as we know, the Gulf project this time is not that simple. Old Brooke asked. Compared to Old Brooke's worries, Will Adams was full of confidence. He replied to Old Brooke, "You can rest assured about this, Mr. Brooke. It's been almost 30 years since I remembered that I've known him now. This Roberts, I know his character very well. His willfulness is not what you can imagine. In his eyes, there is no Gulf plan. There is only what he wants to do. I think we will wait for his news." Then the Adams family is such a big family, is there no one else? Let a primary school student be so self-willed? Old Brooke asked inexplicably. For Old Brooke's incomprehension, Will Adams just smiled in misfortune and did not answer. As Will Adams said earlier, Robert Adams hurried back to the Castle Villa north of Brighton when he left the Garden restaurant, because this is currently one of the important headquarters of the Gulf project. Except for the Adams family and permitted people other than that, no one else was allowed inside, so Robert rushed back alone. Robert hurried back to the villa and came to the study as the Gulf Planning Command. At this time, Caitlin was sitting in her seat while watching the news on the TV while comparing the information in her hand. With a bang, Robert suddenly kicked in, and then said to Caitlin, "His Royal Highness, there is something I think I need to discuss with you about the Gulf plan." Hearing Robert's kick, Caitlin frowned subconsciously, but she quickly relaxed. She didn't say much, but quietly closed her file and put it on the table and asked, "Mr. Robert, just say what he thinks." "Yes, I am definitely not as good as the noble princess, but I think that the current Gulf plan is missing something and should be more radical," Robert said as he walked towards Caitlin. "Since the Kuwaiti war is over now after the end, global oil prices have also continued to rise due to the impact of the war. It can be said that the global financial capital is enjoying this feast. Then why do we have to share a piece of the war that our Adams family tried so hard to start?" "So what do you want, Mr. Roberts?" Caitlin asked. "My idea is very simple. Hasn't the war stopped now? Then why don't we use this calm opportunity to invest funds to find a way to suppress the price of international crude oil futures a little bit, so that we can let those who smell it, hyenas, eat a brick? As long as these beggars lose money and dare not enter the market on a large scale, then the biggest gain in the end is not us," Robert said. Caitlin was not in a hurry to speak, but looked at Robert with a smile. Robert frowned displeased, and then said, "Caitlin, I have an idea. You can think about it. You look like that damn Chinese. He obviously doesn't have any skills. The money in here was also borrowed from piecemeal pieces, and some villainous tricks like the Ponzi scheme of financial insurance have been worked out. Now, our Adams family finally and Rockefeller Consortium lead the Gulf project together, but the Chinese was like a dog, chasing after smelling it, and wanted to dig out a piece of the cake we made. This is what I, as a direct member of the Adams family, absolutely disagree." Robert shouted to him. Caitlin said. Caitlin just listened to Robert's words quietly, and then asked faintly, "Is this Mr. Roberts' reason?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Robert raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why is this reason not good?" "This is what I have to think about as a member of the Adams family. Even if I really want to target the Chinese, Ziming, what can I do? I know he will definitely be there." After the Kuwait war, I was desperately bullish on oil prices, but at this time I want to let oil prices fall, and I want him to lose all his reserves, so that when the Gulf War really breaks out in the future, he has no money to use. At there, old Robert snorted. "I know that your Royal Highness will think that I am ordering you again, but I want to say that this is not the case, because I said that the Gulf project was originally intended to do." Robert wanted to say something, but Caitlin did. He said a word first, and he was stunned. "It turns out that this is the case. I understand. Then arrange it as Robert you said, Caitlin said. Robert stared at Caitlin, eyes full of weirdness. He couldn't believe it was Caitlin's answer, because in the past, she didn't always hold the frame of the princess of the Habsburg dynasty and refused to listen. Your own words. Why are you so obedient now? Before Robert wanted to understand this question, Caitlin asked him again. Aren't you afraid that Ziming of China had already prepared the second way of thinking? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The second way of thinking? Who do you think it is? That's a stupid Chinese. I think he must be desperately spending money in the futures market. Who made the situation in the Middle East so bad now? Robert said, actually he was right, but he didn't know that all of this was controllable, and the puppet's thread was held in my hand. I understand. I will do it, Caitlin said. Robert was surprised to watch Caitlin and say to her, His Royal Highness seems to really want to understand. Then please rest assured, Your Royal Highness, as long as you listen to me, you from Harrods are our Adams family in Brighton, the most distinguished guest. No matter you have any difficulties, or who bullied you, you can come and tell me. I will definitely help you out. In the face of Robert, Caitlin just looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Robert looked up and down Caitlin a few times and said, Your Majesty Princess, you still look very beautiful when you are obedient. Why did you always have trouble with me in the past? Maybe you made me happy. You will have a chance to marry into the Adams family. Robert's words were interrupted by Caitlin's slap. Facing Robert's angry eyes that were almost killing, Caitlin still said coldly, If nothing else, then please invite Mr. Robert out. You little bitch of Harrods, do not think that I am talking to you so nicely, you can be so arrogant. As Robert raised his hand, he was about to hit Caitlin. But in the end his hand could not fall on Caitlin's face because he was stopped by the female bodyguard. Robert then remembered that Caitlin hadn't dealt with him in the Adams family, but because the Gulf Project had other reasons, no one could beat her. But Robert couldn't swallow the breath. He gritted his teeth and said to Caitlin, Good bitch, you wait for me. This year is only 90 years, and autumn has not yet arrived, and there will be some bad luck for you in the future. Leave these words to Caitlin. Robert left the study, and then a secretary asked Caitlin what to do next. Caitlin said, Let's start implementing the second plan. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I want you invest at least $2 billion in the futures market before 12 o'clock, and release some favorable news about the Middle East, in an effort to leverage the decline in crude oil prices. Chapter 77 The Second Thought Part 2 Bausenski Funeral Playing with Kai. The monthly support. Afternoon mealtime ends. Ziming Lin Mu Tong Gang King Li Cheng and Ealdorf are not returned to Wharton's conference room. Since we have been from 6 in the morning to sit down now, there is no polite zooming straight into the main topic of, now is the point at noon 6.25 lunch. We have spent more than half an hour. During this period of time, I believe that you are definitely not only eating. I wonder if you have any new ideas for the second line of thought I put forward. Face of Ziming directly, Li Cheng Tong Gang Il and Otherdorf you see me I see you. Tong Gang finally came out and asked, that before we ask it, I think we need to know you'll change his mind is it? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Of course not. Ziming a very direct answer. Tong just froze for a moment. Apparently Ziming answer not only beyond his expectations, but also his expectations. His helpless smile said, cannot say, little brother Ziming a very wayward young man. I do not understand Chairman Child you why do you say that? Because I do not match and your ideas. No mistake not jump word. Ziming asked. Of course not. Tong Gang said, not to or am I said so. Ziming little brother you say those are your own speculation, but imho, this is not very convincing. That it anti-versa, Ziming said, Tong Chairman, you have ideas do not guess it, or give results before the market really, all ideas are a guess, but the idea too if we don't do it, then we really can't do anything, because the result won't come before our thoughts. In addition, if we don't act just because it's a guess, then shouldn't we miss a lot? Chances? Nothing wrong, No skipping words. Children just want to say anything. But Ziming was first raised his pistol in front of him. He said, "Well, Chairman Child, and I do not want you to discuss, I only need to know the next thing you will follow me with. The investment is nothing more." Ziming Cheng Li looked at Doyle and then at that other Doff said, "There are other Mr. Li Jehuil Doff, you also have what? What ideas?" Three people face to face. "Watch for the last," Cheng Li asked. "Ziming little brother, you have to make a decision so quickly." "No mistake, not jump word." "Not necessarily, not too fast changing market. We need to advance resources to focus on it because I do not want to wait discovered changes in the market and then let you know," Ziming said. In the week before the Ming, one is the world's second largest shipping tycoon, one of the richest Chinese are coming. There is a north richest man in Russia and the former Soviet Union inherited the mantle of the country for them. If someone else talks to them like this, they will definitely slap that person's face. After all, in their lifetime, what kind of storms can they have never seen? But it was Ziming, so there was no problem. Tong just nodded silently. He asked Ziming, "So you want to leave oil on the goods, to invest in other areas it?" "No mistake, not jump word." Ziming smiled. Very confident answer. "No mistake." If Iraq's invasion of Kuwait said that now the situation in the Middle East is very confusing, a direct result of soaring global oil prices, all of the capital are looking at the idea of international crude oil futures is the first case. Then we abandon oil to invest in other fields, which is our best second idea. I would think this way. On the one hand, I am worried about possible retaliation by Robert using the energy of the Adams family. In addition, the current international oil price has become the target of public criticism, and it is the arena of various giant consortia. Ziming said this cannot help but chuckled. Exceed over $1 billion is to become a large company. It is for us and for other social ordinary people, but in fact I believe that each family or under the wings of the consortium, we like this. There must be a lot of companies with more than 100 million companies. The reason why major consortia have become big consortia is that there must be a lot of financial talents in these consortia. Many people say that I am great because I brought a financial class to help me, but I want to. It's no surprise that those consortia, with their financial resources and control, come out with 5 to 10 or even more financial classes. Having said, Ziming paused and then said, "That's it. This oil futures will undoubtedly become a very large big gamble. Of all common god of gamblers we know will be concentrated here." Blows. Ziming Cheng Li Tong Gang and looked up at Eildoff. Other three asked, "Face, big gamble on this, do you think we'll have any advantage?" Face the question of Ziming, Li Cheng Tong Gang Il and other Doff 3 are looked down, because they themselves did not know very well scent advantage. Perhaps in the northern port city in Russia, they are well-known upper-class people, but they don't have any confidence to face the deep-rooted consortiums in the West, especially when they now know that someone is behind them. Of course, if he were able to relax some heart again, will be able to think anyway. The Kuwait War has begun. The future will certainly expand. The outbreak of the Gulf War, oil prices will certainly rise further. As long as this trend change, they will be able to make money. Could it be said that those gambling gods can change this trend? Isn't that going to ruin yourself? However, Tong Gang Li Sung Il and other Doff their hearts are not likely to have such a wide, because they as a financial oligarchy respective regions, they are well aware of this so-called trend. It is actually in the interests of the dealer points, which is no bookmaker is allowed. Since it does not allow the promise, then we must find a way. As Ziming said before, although the general trend of the Gulf Plan will not change, the war will not start immediately. If within this preparation time, the dealer randomly initiates several iterations of the futures market to increase the price of crude oil futures, rise and fall, in accordance with the characteristics of finance, whether it first falls and then rises or first rises and then falls, it is a loss. It takes no more than a month to wipe out the funds of those who want to speculate, including them. There is no increase in wealth in the financial market, only the transfer of wealth. The market maker uses various means to guide the financial market to operate according to his own ideas. Then the wealth of these other people's losses will be concentrated in the hands of the market maker. This is the market maker's cheats for making money. And if you want to not lose money in this financial game, you must follow the footsteps of the dealer. However, they are not round worms in the belly of the dealer. How do you know when the dealer is thinking? Therefore, the best way is to follow the dealer to make a fortune and withdraw immediately. But this is simple to say, but it is still difficult to convince oneself. Faced with the possible 300% benefits, no one can be tempted. Since the Bay is a big casino, we have already come. We have enough chips in our hands, and we have won a lot in the first round of the game. Why not continue to gamble? Especially since we already know in the case of the whole cards, there is still capital to gamble, Ziming said, turning the front. But don't forget, we may be out in the middle of the whole game. Maybe the croupier deliberately showed us that whole card. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov's three people thought for a while, and finally Tong Gang said, I understand. Then I'm very curious, little brother Ziming, why do you think you are talking about the second idea? It must be right. It's very simple. It's just two words, general trend. Ziming said, if you think about the two consortiums of Brighton and Rockefeller who tried so hard to provoke the Gulf War, it is absolutely impossible. It is impossible to give up halfway, no matter what fluctuations occur in the middle. This ultimate goal will always remain unchanged. Then we can invest in accordance with this ultimate goal, but it is no longer the oil futures of the New York Mercantile Exchange. That week, Mr. Ming, where do you plan to invest? Ilbedov asked subconsciously. Ziming lightly spit out two words, stocks. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov were very surprised, and they were a little puzzled. Ziming added one more sentence to them. It's stocks in military industry, for example, Bell and Phoenix. At the moment at the meeting, none of the people in the room are stupid, so when Ziming said the names of the two companies, they immediately understood Ziming's idea. It is hard to choose easy. Just like Ziming's thoughts before, they didn't know the others' thoughts anyway, and the market was also full of giants. So don't join in the fun anymore. Now that you know that future wars will surely start, don't worry, because wars require a lot of money to support. The more modern high-tech warfare, the larger the amount of money spent. Then under the influence of the war, the Ministry of National Defense will definitely give a huge arms order, and this order will undoubtedly stimulate the stocks of the arms sector, especially companies that can receive orders from the Ministry of National Defense. According to the Gulf Plan long planned by the Brighton and Rockefeller Consortium, they will certainly not let go of this order from the Ministry of Defense. Then, as a company controlled by the Brighton Consortium, Bell produces fighter jets and armed helicopters. Phoenix Company produces missiles and optical electronic equipment, and they will surely get the largest order. In my opinion, as long as we invest funds in the stocks of several major arms dealers such as Bell and Phoenix, we will definitely be able to make money, and with the continuous increase in stocks, it may be better than the crude oil futures market. More, Ziming said. Tong Gang nodded, I believe this very much, but I am a little curious. Since stocks are also making money here, wouldn't they be targeted? Nothing is wrong. Ziming shook his head. I have never said that before. I think not only the Adams family, but also the big consortia all over the world. They must all understand, but understanding it does not mean that they will participate in it. Why? Tong Gang asked next. One is disdain and the other is not. Ziming replied, it is easy to understand that disdain is too little, and only oil is their food. The failure is because compared with international crude oil futures, the stock market can afford it. It's too bad. In the international crude oil futures market, you may spend $1 billion or even tens of billions of dollars, and you may just hit a splash, but in the stock market, you can directly buy a company. It is precisely because of the stock market. The capacity is limited, so those big consortia will all play in the big casino of international crude oil futures. Only we will come to the stock market to seize the opportunity. And our funds are here, which is really a huge sum of money. Ziming said with a smile, He then added, in addition, Bell and Phoenix belong to the Brighton Consortium. I don't think they will be okay with malicious speculation in their company's stocks. After Ziming's explanation, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi, the three of Erbidoff, looked at each other, and finally Tong Gang was the representative and said, "So, we completely accept your second idea from Ziming, and draw the funds out of the international crude oil futures market and invest in securities. The market, but I have a question. I'm very curious about when, Brother Ziming, are you going to start? The sooner the better. It's best to complete the implementation within 3 days, because I have a hunch that the change will be soon." "Here comes," Ziming said. "Is it a secret sale to cash out?" Li Cheng asked again. "That is necessary. We have to enter the village quietly, not to shoot guns," Ziming said. Chapter 78. Who is in the lead? The New York Mercantile Exchange on Wall Street is still full of voices, especially in the international crude oil futures sector. Countless people look up and stare at various rising numbers while yelling for contract selling, but unfortunately they are also shouting, "That's it." In the trading floor, the most leisurely thing is the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund. Sun Y is sitting in his seat at this time, constantly scanning the situation in the market, and his subordinates are basically surrounded by him, although occasionally, they will stop and shout to see if they can get the order, but basically this is just to behave, to shout, because they don't think that in the current situation of global oil prices nearly collapsing and soaring, there are things you can do in there. Suddenly Sun Y raised his eyelids and saw his subordinates come back, so he asked, "How's the situation? Did you go in and out?" The man shrugged needlessly, "Head, you know the result. Just don't ask me anymore." There are no mistakes. There are many words in the current situation. The whole world is placing orders, but in fact, how can there be so many orders to place? Now you can place a dollar bullish order for crude oil futures, just it's already burning incense and worshipping Buddha. Look at the companies next to us. They have been there and shouted for a day, and they didn't make a single cent. Some people said, "Isn't that what they deserve? Wasn't it the one who laughed at us when we cleared the position and placed the order?" Now that Feng Shui turns around, they can't laugh anymore. Right? There are no mistakes and many words. Sun Y's deputy continued, "They can't laugh anymore. I think they are all going to pick up food behind our ass now." Sun Y, who had been sitting there, smiled proudly as his subordinates were talking about the facts. "Since yesterday I cleared the order and started the selling order, and then bought back the order at the last moment, even though it bucked the market, after successfully judging the situation. I and the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund have become the vein of the exchange." Yes, many companies come to them to inquire about the news, as if they knew the inside information would tell them. Of course, Sun Y knew that those who came to inquire were nothing more than miscellaneous fish. The real big consortium and big family, they all have their own investment channels, and they are not so eye-catching, but even so, Sun Y still feels very happy. Sun Y has a feeling of dominating everything. In his eyes, the exchange hall at this moment is a dark jungle. The traders who scream desperately in the middle are all beasts, and he is a hunter wandering outside, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits of the fisherman at any time. At this time, a voice rang in my ear, "Hey, Chinese grandson, today's scene is really magnificent. Didn't you make an order?" There are no mistakes and many words. Sun Y turned his head. It was the trader who bought his contract yesterday. At this moment, he was standing next to him with a cup of tea. Sun Y smiled casually and said, "Joseph, you can really be joking. I haven't seen it." Under the current situation, global oil prices are desperately rising. Look at the people in this hall. Where can they still make purchase orders now? Sun, I know that Chinese people like to drink tea. This is me. My friend gave it to me, but I can't drink this. I thought you could drink it, so I brought it to you," Joseph said as he put the teacup on Sun Y's table, and then went on said to him, "Although the current situation is like this, the situation will always change. especially for some special people, isn't it? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Sun Y just picked up his eyelids and glanced at Joseph and did not speak. Joseph went on to say, just like yesterday, when the Kuwait War broke out, everyone thought that the international oil price would definitely rise all the way, but Sun Yu just concluded that he would fall, and openly dumped the contract. This is a very bold decision, but the final result proves that you are right. So I believe that Sun Yu have the special judgment of the Chinese people and are superior to everyone. I think maybe you can tell me something, Joseph said tentatively. Regarding this, Sun Y chuckled and said, it turns out that Mr. Joseph came to me to inquire about the news, but I am very curious that Mr. Joseph, your investment company is much larger than ours, so why did you come to ask us? What about the news? A big company doesn't mean that the news is complete. A small company may not be able to know some secret news, Joseph said, especially a powerful person like you, Sun, who can always be unexpected. It turns out that it is. Sun Y said, then I'm going to disappoint you, because the situation is now, but there is no possibility of change. Hearing Sun Y's words, Joseph suddenly realized, it turned out to be like this, as long as there is this sentence is enough for you, Chinese Sun, and we can do things with peace of mind. I believe that your smart mind, Sun, will definitely not lie to us. Joseph left after speaking, and when he left, Sun Y's subordinates all said, Mr. Sun, it seems that you are really famous on the trading floor this time. Because I used to stay here often, so I am very clear here often as a central point. Usually those big investment companies, including that of Joseph Company, but now he has not even come to you to find out news Sun's on it. This another person screamed, look over there. Joseph was stopped. Sun Y and the others followed his instructions, and saw that Joseph was surrounded by several people, Sun Y's. The deputy said, those people surrounded him definitely want to understand Mr. Sun's thoughts through him. After all, we are not familiar with those companies, and they are not easy to talk rashly. Therefore, the situation in the entire trading floor is now controlled by Mr. Sunday. Control of there. Sun Y sat proudly shook the same time, said, I have been in control, said the situation was too great care, but that everyone is waiting for me to make a decision feeling is still very good, said Sun Y turned to the front again, but even so, I hope you will not be too arrogant and complacent. As employees of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company, we still have to work hard to ensure the company's returns. So you still have to go do our own thing. To do things, we must do things. Sun Y's deputy said, with Mr. Sun, how can we be passively sabotaged? He said as he waved his hands to let the people around him continue. He pretended to be in the trading floor and shouted. This situation made Sun Y feel very happy. There is a kind of being as high as a king, and everyone else has surrendered to his feet. Whether it is his own subordinates or traders of other investment companies. The trader who was sent to the trading floor returned soon and reported to Sun Yue excitedly, head, good news, I just got in for a $100,000 order. This shocked everyone. This is also shocking, because we must know that now the Kuwait War has just ended, the Middle East situation is in chaos, and the global international oil prices are skyrocketing. How can we still make a purchase order? Even Sun Y looked at him in surprise and asked, how did you get in? Sun Y asked the key point in one sentence, because the ability to make a single order means that someone is selling the contract and at the same time making a selling order, thinking that the oil price is falling in the future, but how is this possible? However, the facts gave him a slap in the face, because the man pointed to one side and said, on the other side, someone is selling the contract. That's true. When Sun Y said this in his heart, his phone rang immediately, and Sun Y didn't have time to get the call right away. This is a call from Ziming. In the phone, Ziming has no courtesy. The first sentence is, what weird things have happened in the transaction? Of course, I am about to call you Mr. Ziming. Just now, someone was quietly selling contracts and shorting oil futures. Sun Y replied. Ziming was not surprised by Sun Y's answer. He just said, "So good. From now on, let's start to sell the contract. We should throw away everything we don't keep, but we must do it quietly, not too much at a time. Close. Don't be too ostentatious." Is there something going to happen, or do we want to sell the contract and go short like there? Sun Y asked. Hearing Sun Y's question, Ziming didn't answer, but instead asked meaningfully, "Did Sun always intend to make decisions for me?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Ziming said this in a very ordinary tone, but it sounded like thunder in Sun Y's ears, which made him suddenly excited, because he then remembered who is the real master. Maybe I have a lot of glory on the exchange side. Through yesterday's events, it seems that everyone is paying attention to themselves. Not only subordinates admire themselves, but other large investment companies also value themselves. However, the source of all this is not themselves, but Ziming's ability. Because if Ziming hadn't ordered him to do that yesterday, he would never have thought of it, and would not choose to go against the market. In addition, there is a more important point. Even though he is called the boss, but in fact he is only a part-time worker, and it is Ziming who really holds the funds. With such thoughts, Sun Y immediately said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, I have no such thoughts." "Whatever you say, Mr. Ziming, I will do what I will do. I will immediately direct my people to follow you." Mr. Ziming's instructions to quietly sell those contracts. "Please don't worry, Mr. Ziming." "Then do it quickly." Ziming dropped these words and hung up. Seeing that Sun Y slowly put down the phone, the subordinates next to him came up and asked, "Head, how is it? Does the gentleman above know that there is a fool to sell the contract? So let's hurry up and follow it all." Hearing this, Sunday Y immediately slapped him on the face, and then yelled, "What to pick up?" After Sun Y thought of Ziming's words again, he suppressed his own voice and gathered everyone together and said, "Above, Mr. S gave us a new task. Let us throw away all the contracts on our hands without affecting the market." Although Sun Y had lowered his voice as much as possible, he still surprised everyone and everyone was stunned. Looking at Sun Y, he asked, "Head, why did you do this? Isn't the current futures market in a good situation? Isn't it the rage of Ziming again?" Before that person's words were finished, Sun Y slapped again. He went over, and emphasized, "Please call Mr. Ziming." Sun Y's words once again surprised everyone, but this time no one dared to talk again. Then Sun Y went on to say, "I'll say it again. I want to discuss something with you, but an order. I need you to sell the contract quietly right away. I don't want you to sell too much. I only want you to sell bit by bit, as long as the final result is that it can be sold out without affecting the market." "That's fine." Everyone looked at each other, and Sun Y directly asked, "Do you know everything?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." Everyone nodded desperately, and then scattered down the trading floor and went to do their own things. Sun Y also walked down the trading floor. He walked in the opposite direction of Joseph and came to a group of people and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, my boss urgently needs to cash out, and there are some contracts to be sold. I don't know who of you is willing to take over." It's the crude oil futures order. Chapter 79. The best company must balance. In the meeting room of Wharton, Tanti building, Ziming put down the phone. He looked up and saw Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov both looking at him in surprise. Obviously this was for his decision just now. Even beside him, Lin Muking also frowned her eyebrows. Did something happen to Ziming? There was nothing wrong with no words. Lin Muking first asked that she certainly supported Ziming unconditionally, but this did not mean that she would blindly follow such an important decision. In order to be safe, no matter how much she trusted Ziming, she still had to figure out the reason. Ziming also understood, so he didn't have any ink, and immediately replied, "Just now Sun Y said that someone on the exchange was quietly selling contracts. I was worried that the market situation might change, so I asked Sun Y to act in advance." Although Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov had long anticipated this answer. After all, they had only negotiated before, and Ziming also said that they would do it in 3 days, but now it's just a phone call. Ziming will let him. Sun Y did it. Based on their understanding of Ziming, Ziming shouldn't have been so unbelievable. Something must have happened in the middle, but when Ziming really said the answer, it still made them feel a little unbelievable. They don't understand that the Kuwait war broke out yesterday. Today should be the chaotic situation in the Middle East. When the oil is dominated by the situation and is constantly rising, how could there be accidents? Could it really be Robert, that wayward Adam's family child? Ziming saw their thoughts and said to them, I don't know if it's Robert, but they will definitely do it, either today or the day after tomorrow. Maybe Mr. Robert just made things a little bit earlier. But there is a little bit I still don't understand, Mr. Ziming. Ilbedov said, rising oil prices are now a general trend. If they have to suppress oil prices, it won't be that simple, right? There are no mistakes and many words that need to be improved. Tens of billions to hundreds of billions of funds, and due to the adversity, will definitely lose a lot. Is this a bit too much for the loss? Ziming did not directly answer Ilbedov's question, but thought after a while. He asked, Mr. Ilbedov, if it was you and you wanted your bank stocks to rise, what would you do? Will you keep buying directly with the money and quietly raise the price? Word. Of course not. I will release some good news from the bank first, and then invest a lot of money to buy my own stocks, so that the market will be easy to believe and follow suit in the face of news and facts. He was carried up naturally. Ilbedov suddenly realized something when he immediately said, Mr. Ziming, what you mean is that the current sell-off is just one of the steps of the Brighton Consortium. Should they have prepared enough news for the market to make oil prices fall? It must be like this, Ziming said, but now things have developed like this, we can't judge for a while. We can only wait for follow-up news. Then Ziming and Lin Muking got up and left, and ride back with Lin Muking hotels. In the car, Ziming said to Lin Muking, Sister Muking, I think you'd better find someone who can serve as the general manager of the US branch as soon as possible. Sun Y, don't put him there. Could it be that Sun just now? Does Y disrespect you or don't listen to your orders? Nothing wrong, no skipping. Lin Muking asked. Ziming shook his head and said, on the contrary, this person is too obedient. Lin Muking was a little at a loss. I don't understand. Ziming organized the language in his heart, and then replied, I said Sun Y before. He has some ability in market analysis, but he is nothing more than that. It is fine to do a little market analysis, but if he wants to make the market bigger, his vision is not enough. Of course, the more important point is that he lacks that kind of openness, the courage and determination of Jiang Chuotu. When I called him just now, he was very airy. I understand that he is very good at the exchange. After all, yesterday's events made him a star. But is it too easy to be complacent, if such a person can carry a branch on his shoulders? Ziming said. This is indeed a big problem. In fact, I can't send him to the United States. After all, I don't have a complete grasp of Hong Kong City. I am a general from the lame. If I have a better choice, I will definitely take him. It was opened. Lin Muking said. I understand that Sun Y is an expedient solution, but it is not a long-term solution. Ziming then turned to the front and said, but it is not necessary to say that he is to be fired. After all, his loyalty is still except obedient and has a certain market analysis ability. Such a person can't let him be the marshal, but he can safely let him be the marshal's deputy. Lin Muking's eyes lit up. Ziming, you mean to let him be the vice president? This is indeed a good way. Sun Y is indeed a little arrogant and complacent, but he is not bad as a whole, and he has a certain ability to be loyal to the company. He is an old man who has been following me since the Jinming Fund Company. This is also the reason why the American branch was established, and I will send him over. At this point, Lin Muking hesitated again. But it is precisely because of this that it is not easy to do it. There are many words that are correct, although a new company does need to have a very capable person leads the way. and also needs a loyal person to watch. These two people are involved in each other to balance. But now Sun Y has done nothing wrong. He is very good at everything that is given to him. It's done well. I now say that I want him to be the vice president. I am worried that he will have some lumps in his heart. Lin Muking said, turning her eyes to Ziming, but Ziming put her arm under her head, relaxed and contented. Said, Sister Muking, it's nothing to do with me. You are the chairman of the Gangqing United Investment Fund Company. Lin Muking gave him an angry look at Ziming's answer, which is simply worth it. Responsibility. But then Lin Muking turned her eyes and lay down on Ziming's body and said with a tired voice in his ear, Ziming, just tell me, I will thank you very much. Although the beauty exhaled in her ears, that the moist fragrant breeze in his ears made Ziming's heart itchy, but he still endured asking, then I have to listen to the conditions first. If the conditions are good, maybe I will consider it carefully. The conditions are of course very good. Didn't you say, Ziming, last time that you wanted to see me for the first time? Actually, I also brought that dress. If Ziming can help me, maybe I can change it when I go back. Actually, I really like it too. Lin Muking's words went deeper and deeper into Ziming's ears. In the end, they were almost all pasted to Ziming's ears. At the end of the talk, Lin Muking stretched out teasingly. Xiao Xiang Tong licked Ziming's earlobe. This made Ziming very excited. He immediately hugged Lin Muking's plump body. Damn it, you must teach this woman a good lesson when you go back. 20 minutes later, Ziming and Lin Muking returned to the hotel and walked into the room. Ziming kissed Lin Muking, and then the two of them continued to kiss on the bed in the bedroom. Obviously at this time, Ziming had forgotten Lin Muking's uniform, and Lin Muking had also forgotten the question to ask Ziming. For them, now only the other party is the most important. Lin Muking's suit, shirt, skirt, stockings and underwear, mixed with Ziming's clothes, were thrown on the ground one by one, and with Lin Muking's muffled groan, the bed began to shake regularly. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Very quickly, when Ziming and Lin Muking were sleeping soundly in bed, the phone in the room suddenly rang. Ziming picked up the phone to connect, and he heard Sun Y's voice ringing. Mr. Ziming, you are a genius. Watch TV. Now something big is happening in the Middle East. Sun Y said happily on the phone. Knowing that Sun Y would not be aimless, Ziming quickly got up from the bed and turned on the TV. After watching a piece of news, he immediately understood, and immediately called Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov. So 1.5 hours later, Ziming, Lin Muking and Tong Gang Li Cheng Yebidov gathered together in the conference room of the hotel. A TV was placed in front of them, and the news was broadcast. The clear voice of the announcer conveyed the news clearly. Everyone's ears. According to the latest news received by this station, the Arab League countries issued a resolution after urgent consultations condemning Iraq's aggression and unanimously demanding that Iraq withdraw its troops from Kuwait. At the same time, the Arab League resolution also requires that the conflict must be resolved within the Arab states and warns of any external interference. All will be regarded as a provocation to the entire Arab world, and the Arab League has the right to make all necessary responses. Listening to the news, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov were stunned, and Tong Gang and Li Cheng wrinkled. Frowning, Ilbidov said incredulously, does this news mean that the Arab League does not allow the conflict to expand and hopes to keep the situation in the Middle East stable? Since Ilbidov spoke first, Li Cheng also took the conversation and said, yes, but I think the Arab League wants to prevent the US from getting involved, because now the Arab League is able to compete with the US with oil. The leading Western countries negotiate, but once the United States has entered Iraq and controlled the oil in Iraq and Kuwait, the situation will be very unfavorable for them, no matter what they think. But now with this news, it will definitely be stabilizing market confidence, coupled with the two major consortia scrambling to sell contracts. It seems that the international crude oil futures prices after dawn will fall to a large extent. Tong Gang turned to Ziming and said, so little brother Ziming's judgment today is quite accurate. Li Cheng and Ilbidov were also a little afraid, Yes, if it weren't for the judgment and decisiveness of the little brother Ziming this afternoon, even today's oil price would not be the same as yesterday. I'm afraid that our losses will be very large today. However, I didn't expect that the wayward young master of the Addams family really has such an influence. It's really surprising. I can only say that I would rather believe it, Ziming said, but now that things have reached this point, we will have to observe the stock market. In addition to military industry stocks, I think energy stocks are also an area worthy of attention. Ziming went on to explain, because as the price of oil continues to rise, the substitution of other energy sources or new energy sources becomes very important. So these companies will also be favored by investment. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff, they all nodded and said, "Don't worry about this, Ziming. We have been paying attention." Ziming smiled with satisfaction, but although Ziming had already answered all his lips, there was still something in his heart. One of the biggest questions is that he does not understand. Since the two major consortia have prepared such a news, why not a large-scale public sale, just like before, but a secret sale? Do they still want to make this little money? This was obviously impossible. Ziming actually had another idea, but that idea made Ziming couldn't believe it. Chapter 80, Switching the Battlefield? Bowen thank Feng Shen Xiao for the monthly support. At 11:30 noon, Ziming returned to the dormitory of Harvard University. Standing in front of the dormitory, Ziming looked up at the dormitory building. Although Ziming hadn't left here for a few days, he had experienced so many things in the middle, and he always felt the past. It took a long time in general. In addition, the most important thing is that I have always been with Lin Muking, but there is also a female student who likes herself so much. Although she has made it clear that only Lin Muking is worthy of herself, God knows if she can really let it go. These thoughts made Ziming feel very headache. If ordinary people should give up on their own initiative, Ziming knew that no matter what, some things he would have to face sooner or later, so he quickly threw those thoughts out of his mind and raised his leg towards him. Go to the dormitory. Open the door of the dormitory. Everything in the dormitory is in order. Although today is not a weekend, but because it is noon, the students in the finance class are all in the dormitory, ready to go out to eat together. This is also a repertoire of the finance class. Because they are unfamiliar with places abroad and don't like American dining, they basically go out for dinner together. At this time, the students in the finance class were all sitting in the lobby on the first floor watching TV. When they heard the movement at the door, they all turned their heads, and immediately saw Ziming. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Unbelievable. Teacher, Xiu, Li Yang and Yining both stood up, and they all walked to the door quickly and asked in surprise, "Teacher, is it really you? Why did you come back?" Facing this question, Ziming smiled and asked, "Why can't I come back? I don't remember that I moved out here, or you drove me out of this dormitory. Have you been delisted?" "Then I want to ask where my luggage was thrown away. How is it possible?" "I won't let him off if anyone dares to do this," Li Yang roared. His ferocious expression made people believe that if this happens, he will kill that person. He then calmed down and said, "Teacher, you will always be the head teacher of our finance class, and our finance class only recognizes you as a head teacher. Whoever wants him or not is not a member of our finance class." At Li Yang's call, other finance class students also agreed. When everyone's voice faded, Yining said, "It's just a teacher. You have been so long. If we haven't come back, we all miss you, and we are all afraid that you will give us up." Tears shed tears when she said that, and as Yining cried, the other finance class students also began to cry sadly. This made Ziming a little helpless. Ziming knew that Yining was crying because of Lin Muking's relationship. In addition, she was a female classmate, which was more emotional in her own right, but the other big boys of you were unnecessary. It's just that the truth is the truth, but Ziming is not easy to say clearly now. Ziming then said, "Don't be like this, everyone. Don't worry, I said that you are my cutest student. I will never give up on you. It's just that I had important things to deal with a few days ago, so I didn't come back, and when I come back today, I have important tasks to bring to you. Having said, Ziming deliberately paused to say, but I see you are like this now, so I am a little disappointed. You do not want to put it tears dry. Listen to Ziming to say, the financial class of students this one suddenly began wiping tears from Ziming did not forget then quipped sentence, Yining female students, how what you are, we are all female classmates. Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Face of Ziming jokes, all people do not have the nerve of the lower head, but not a little for a while, on the issue of hearty laughter. And finally even Ziming himself could not help but laugh. Ziming is undoubtedly deliberately say, after all, they're only back to the dormitory, always good to engage in so tragic, as he is back from the dead as heroic martyrdom later. Actually, for Ziming, he had only left for a few days. He heard that the students in the finance class missed him so much, and even couldn't help crying. Ziming was very moved. Live network after the atmosphere. Ziming went into the dormitory. He saw the news on TV at the moment is placed. Chen Xiu explained that, the old teacher, I know that you've been busy international crude oil futures thing, though futures we don't know that much over there, but at least we will pay a lot of attention to the news so that we won't be at a loss where we can be used by teachers. Ziming was nodded with satisfaction. Financial classmates are very clever elite, they all can not just elites. Their advantage lies in their ability to take the initiative to learn. But satisfied return satisfied, or that the test cannot let go. So Ziming asked, that you are what you found? No mistake, not jump word. For the problem of Ziming, Chen Xiu Li Yang and leaves after a condensed phase, as the standout from the Chen Xiu replied, old teacher, these days we are concerned about the situation in the Middle East and the international crude oil futures market. I feel a little strange. Ziming looked behind the students as well as other financial Yining Li Yang classes. They also have nodded, and Chen Xiu apparently feel the same way. Ziming asked this, you have a strange feeling is kind of how it? Chen Xiu this thought for a moment, only to organize language replied, logically to say, whether it is Iraq and Kuwait before the rupture of negotiations, or later Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, should be to make the Middle East situation becomes more confusing moves, while under this premise, the price of international crude oil futures should also rise sharply along with the chaos of the situation. However, from the day before yesterday to yesterday, the price of oil on the New York Mercantile Exchange has dropped several times, which makes people very uncomprehending. Chen Xiu said that what you have analyzed this is why? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming asked. Chen Xiu nodded and said there, I had the idea that perhaps some of the consortium in an attempt to manipulate the market with a message, just before the old Brook members on the stock to do as they continue to invest, and cooked favorable news. Guide the market to make wrong judgments, so that when things happen, they can make a fortune by investing in the opposite direction. Brilliant analysis. Ziming boasted the sentence, then looked up and asked, then what it is you alone analyze it? No mistake, not jump word. Chen Xiu shook his head replied, the old teacher is not, which is to discuss the results of the analysis we came out with the financial class. I see that you are all doing well. Ziming and boasted the sentence, and then turned the topic of conversation to say, do not overanalyze some places you still not bold enough. Ziming Chen leaves pour this sentence so there are other financial classmates were stunned for a moment. Ziming went on to say, I believe it is a large consortium of market manipulation, but they are not just manipulating the futures market. The consortium is even manipulating wars thousands of miles away. Speak vertical war? All financial classmates who started crying, heard the kind of feeling of fantasy. Although they all understand the power of Western consortia, they never imagined that they could cross the Atlantic and manipulate a war in the Middle East from the United States. This is incredible. You should all understand that everything in this world is manipulated by capital. Although we have no way of knowing how the US consortium manipulated Iraq and other countries, I can definitely manipulate it. And this is me. The important reason for coming back today, Ziming said. Listening to Ziming's words, all the finance class students' eyes widened, Could it be that the teacher has lost money? Ziming guessed what they were thinking. Ziming smiled and said, I didn't have a loss, but because the futures market was manipulated by the dealer too severely, I couldn't guess the next change every time. So yesterday, I have secretly drew out funds from the futures market, and I will reinvest in it when it is determined that the Gulf War will break out in the future. Their finance class students all nodded silently and gave Ziming a big praise in their hearts. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, it is very brave to go to Hushan, but it is also very helpless. But if it is possible to avoid tigers and get the same benefits, who must go to Hushan? Isn't that a brain problem? Ziming is like this now. When he invested in the futures market, he knew that he would definitely make money or make a lot of money, but now he found that he might face a big loss. Ziming decisively withdrew his capital and left. But now the problem is, if you don't invest in oil futures, what should you invest in? Faced with this problem, Ziming said, I'm coming back to you today because I need my finance class to help me invest. Following Ziming's words, the students in the finance class immediately cheered. This is from them. Happy from the bottom of my heart. As Ziming's students, it can be said that they watch the news every day in the dormitory, just waiting for one day to complete the task given by Ziming. Now it's finally time to wait. How can they be upset? However, Chen Xiu thought of the problem. He said to Ziming, Teacher, we only have a general understanding of the futures market. You'd better not give us too complicated tasks. Ziming smiled and said, Don't worry, since I am looking for you, I will definitely not give you problems. The task I give you is not futures, but the securities of your old bank. Securities? All finance the classmates were surprised again. They didn't understand that the teacher had been paying attention to the situation in the Middle East. Why is it involved in the securities industry? What is the relationship between this Middle East war and American securities? Is it the petrochemical companies, or something else? Facing the students with a forehead question mark, Ziming told them, it's a military industry enterprise, and there are other enterprises besides petroleum. Hearing Ziming's words, Li Yang immediately reacted, and he asked Ziming, Teacher, you means that the United States will inevitably participate in this war? So you want to buy stocks in arms companies because these companies will accept a large number of orders from the Department of Defense? Ziming snapped his fingers, yes, that's it. Li Yang before he was surprised with the other finance class students, Ziming went on to tease their nerves and said, I have now drawn all funds out of the futures market. After all, the futures battlefield has been manipulated by big consortia, so I can't help but change the battlefield. So in the future I will invest all in the securities market. So starting from today, I need you to analyze and research military companies and other energy companies that are not related to oil. Within a week, complete an investment model for me, Ziming added. In addition, I can also tell you that the two major consortia affecting the Middle East this time are the Brighton Consortium and the Rockefeller Consortium. The holding companies of the two major consortia conduct analysis and research. At their end, Ziming paused deliberately. He looked at the eager finance class students and asked them, How is it? Are you confident? Nothing wrong. Skip the word. Everyone shouted in unison, Teacher, please rest assured, we are confident. Chapter 81 Where is the Chinese money? In front of the main entrance of the New York Mercantile Exchange, Sun Wai, general manager of the U.S. branch of the Hong Kong United Investment Fund Company, stood in front of the door with his subordinates, each of them holding a cardboard box full of documents. And beside them, there are many people around, and you are talking to them one by one. Mr. Sun, are you going to leave? Is there something big happening in the Middle East? You have also made great achievements during your time in the exchange. All of us are used to trading with you. We buy when we buy, and we sell when you sell. This is what we have seen in our entire transaction. We all admire your market vision. Now that you are leaving, can you tell us what happened? No mistakes, no skipping. Everyone asked Sun Wai one after another, and some even said, Sun Wai, your words are the Emperor's edict. and the imperial edict that must be completed. Because Sun Y made the correct judgment again in his last selling behavior, now look at him. To leave, these people must all hope to extract more useful information from it. Sun Y knew this too. He thought for a while and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry that I can't be a sacred decree." Everyone praised Sun Y for being humble, but Sun Y went on to say, "I am not humble by saying this, because my departure is not because of what went wrong in the market, but the scheduling of the company headquarters. My previous investment behaviors were also the result of the company's scheduling, so if everyone wants to know the follow-up market development, I welcome everyone to buy the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund has the largest investment analysts, and guarantees you the investment fund that makes the most profit as possible." These words obviously cannot satisfy those hungry people. Sun Y had to continue. The current situation in the Middle East confusion, no one knows whether the oil price will rise or fall in the next moment, so it is safest to hide the funds. Their surrounding crowd hoped that Sun Y could continue to say more, but Sun Y did not intend to say more. On the one hand, it was to pretend to be B, but on the other hand, he really didn't know. After all, this was Ziming's order. He didn't even dare to ask M or why. Suddenly a van drove over at this time. It was the vehicle Sun Y and the others rented to move. The van stopped in front of Sun Y. Sun Y's subordinates put the cartons on the car, and then they all got on the car. Leave Sun Y at the end. Head. The driver said he can't park here for a long time. You have to get in the car quickly. Their subordinate of the car shouted at Sun Y, and Sun Y's deputy got out of the car and came to Sun Y and asked him what's wrong. Sun Y shook his head, turned his head and glanced at the tall exchange building and said, "Today we are finally leaving here. I am really reluctant." Hearing Sun Y's words, his deputy said with emotion, "Yes, Sunday. In general, although we have not worked here for a long time, we have achieved very good results here. You see, now that we are leaving, there are still so many people around us, it is like leaving. It's the same as the main body, we must know that they looked down on us when we first came. Now that they suddenly say that they want to leave here, it is indeed very sad." Their deputy then changed his mind and said, "Mr. Sunday, otherwise, let's explain the situation to the gentleman above. No matter what they think, it is definitely profitable to invest in crude oil futures as in the situation in the Middle East. Didn't we make a lot of money before? Then in the future as the situation in the Middle East changes, there will only be more opportunities to make money." Sun Y's eyes lit up at the deputy's words, but then he sighed and said, "Forget it. The gentleman above will make such an arrangement. There must be some reason for them. Don't complain like this in the future. Let's do things according to the rules." What else the deputy wanted to say, Sun Y said first, "Remember a little, you will not be smarter than the gentleman above. They have no reason to think about what they can think of." Sun Y got into the car after speaking. He finally said to the subordinates in the car, "I know you are very dissatisfied with the arrangement of our sudden departure from the exchange. You will all feel that you can earn more benefits here and win more bonuses for yourself, but don't forget how we got the results here. Is it the result of our own analysis? No mistakes, no skipping." Sun Y replied, "No, it is the gentleman above who made the decision, and we are just employees who are obedient to orders. I know you are very unconvinced when I say this, so you might as well think about it." After the breakdown of the negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait, who of you thought that oil prices would fall, when Iraq launched the Kuwait war? Who of you thought that oil prices would fall? Under Sun Y's persecution, everyone was ashamed and low-head. Sun Y continued, "Only Mr. Ziming thought of it. I don't deny that some of you will become the best in the financial industry, but now, what Mr. Ziming said is the imperial edict. Nothing to resist." Still in my heart. During Sun Y's reprimand, the van was started and driven away. Sun Y looked out the window and saw an extended Lincoln courtesy car approaching. Sun Y was just feeling that there are so many rich people in New York, but it is fundamental. I didn't know that the person in the car was actually Robert Adams. the culprit who forced them to leave. The Lincoln car parked at the entrance of the exchange, and Robert and Will got off. Standing in front of the gate of the exchange, Robert looked up at the tall exchange building. He said happily, "I believe that with the news of the Arab League, it can guide the market very much, plus our princess. Trader, I am afraid that Ziming's bastard must have suffered a miserable loss now." Beside him, Will shrugged meaninglessly and said, "If you want to know if he has suffered a miserable loss, I'm afraid we have to go in and see. I know that his company on the exchange is called Gangqing Joint Investment Fund." Gangqing? The so-called Oriental Financial Center? Robert said with a disdainful smile. It seems that the stock market crash 3 years ago hadn't given them enough lessons. I dare to interfere with my affairs. Sooner or later, I will go to trouble him in this place in Hong Kong City. Wait. Robert went into the exchange with Will and then walked into the lobby. Robert immediately took out his handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, and said angrily, "What the hell is this? Why can the air be filled with all kinds of stench? The dirty air here is like a garbage dump." "Same. I feel like I'm suffocating if I stay here for a minute." Will comforted him and said, "Robert, my brother, there is no way this is the case here. Only the most incompetent and inferior people will be sent here to place orders." Robert raised his head proudly. "Yes, where do those stupid Chinese people know how to use capital? Direct ordering in exchanges is just the most inefficient of all methods. Only those inferior people who have no ability or status will know how to use capital. Do this." Robert and Will came to the position of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund as they said, but they were greeted by an empty position. This scene stunned Robert, and he asked Will, "What's going on? Could it be that those damn Chinese people didn't come to work?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." Will spread his hands and shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know this. Maybe they ran away because of some news they got in advance. You see, there is nothing left here. Obviously, it was cleaned up." Shun looking in the direction of Will's finger, this position was indeed cleaned up. In addition, it seems to be to prove that Will's words are average. His voice just fell off, and I heard someone next to him say, "Are you also looking for the Chinese from the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company?" That's not a coincidence. They just moved away, just a few minutes ago. Robert and Will turned their heads and saw a fat man who was soaked in sweat with his shirt and smelled of sweat standing there. Robert immediately backed up 2 steps, and more. He covered his nose and mouth forcefully, and a very disgusted expression appeared on his face. Unlike Robert, Will took 2 steps forward and asked, "Then do you know why they moved?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." The man originally had a very bad impression of Robert and was unwilling to answer. It wasn't until Will put $100 in his hand that he smiled and said, "Why can they move away? They must know the secret of futures. They could accurately judge the rise and fall of crude oil futures before, but now they suddenly left because they knew the movement of oil futures." Got the answer. Why just let that person left. He came back. I heard Robert anger, said, "Certainly the bitch, although I do not know exactly how she was doing, but I know for sure is she, and only she being able to know the changes in oil prices well, I will not let her go." When the late Robert and Will returned to Brighton Castle-like villa, Robert broke into the just direct the study. Caitlin asked about face and said, "You bitch, you put those Chinese people's money where did you hide?" Caitlin looked up at Robert and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you are talking about. I have been doing it according to your arrangements." "I arranged for you, Mom B." Robert pointing. Caitlin growled, "I say unto you, I just got the New York Mercantile Exchange came back. I saw those Chinese who have moved away from there, and is just moved away. This can only be the news you revealed to them." Before Robert had finished speaking, Caitlin angrily shot the case and said, "Enough, Robert. First of all, I need to remind you that I am the Princess of Harrods, not your retainer." Secondly, Caitlin went on to say, "I've tell you. There are some people through some of the details easily overlooked guess the next possible market changes in this world. So, I ask you to put away you're the pig's head who never thinks about things. You think everyone is as nasty as you, only hiding in dark corners and playing with some dirty tricks. Robert was trembling with anger at Caitlin's words. He gritted his teeth and said, "You bitch of Harrisburg, do you know? I really want to tie you to the cross now, and then use the whip on you white and tender." A bloody mark was drawn out on his body. Caitlin said without fear, "You can try. You with me, dare you? No mistake, not jump word." Robert thumped the table hard and roared. He even went around the table and rushed towards Caitlin, but he stopped when he walked in front of Caitlin. "It's still do not dare," Robert said. "Do not you that this bitch. Do not get too comfortable. Though I did not dare move you, but I can move other people. Say you half-sister. I heard that she is also a very beautiful beauty." Caitlin reacted immediately. "Robert, what are you going to do?" "I have to do what it certainly is, revenge." Robert, hand pointing Caitlin, said, "I want to use practical actions to tell you that you are special. What is a bitch? That's you and me against the fate. Scum, you are a no evil without beast." Caitlin curse. "Well, I like Juan this title." Robert grinning. Chapter 82 Military Investment Model? H7 Tuesday, 1:30. Ziming Lin Musu King came ladder building together this time, and Li Cheng Tong Gang Il do not like Doff already here. Ziming came to see the three of them at once, rose up to meet Doyle Dudoff. First said, "Zuxian Ming, just this morning, US President signed the Walsh Operation Desert Shield plans, emergency troops to the Middle East. According to this presidential order, 2,300 people from the US 82nd Airborne Division have boarded the plane from Fort Bragg Base and headed to the Gulf region. It seems that the Americans are really going to fight in Iraq." So after another off, Li Cheng also said, "In the American troops after disposal, the market also will have a change." International oil prices rose sharply, has been close to the mark $25. Due to the oil price rise, also affects many related chemical industry. Petrol and diesel prices may fluctuate, such as the impact of other pesticides and fertilizers, and synthetic materials industry is also relatively straightforward. There has been a large-scale transactions in the stock market in the morning. The decline. Other traditional energy industries have also been affected to varying degrees. Li Cheng said. The last speaker was Tong Gang. Then the military industry enterprises, affected by the war. The entire military industry sector has a very good trend. Listen, Tong Gang, Li Sung Il and othered off 3 words. Ziming did not hurry to answer anything, but to bring everyone together into the conference room. When everyone was sitting in the conference room, Ziming said, "I watch the news every day. I also know about the Desert Shield action plan, but I don't think this action plan will really sound the horn of war. I think the action plan is more of a warning to Iraq, or it can be said that it is a means used by large consortia to influence the market, so oil prices will rise again and approach the $25 mark. In fact, what if you understand the news carefully? You should be able to know that this Desert Shield operation plan was actually implemented 4 days ago when Iraq ended the Kuwait war. It was designed to defend Iraq from continuing to attack Saudi Arabia." Ziming paused and then said, "In the future, from the former Soviet Union, the United States is the world's only superpower, whether it is from the overall national strength or equipment. From the military point of view, Iraq will not be America's adversaries. But now the problem. The reason is that the US military's deployment in the Gulf region is less than 100,000, while Iraq's troops on the front line have nearly 300,000. Of course, the number of modern warfare does not tell anything, but it can at least show that this war was not the American get ready. What he is doing now is nothing more than a gesture. Iraq and the United States face to face in a complete confrontation with no chance of winning. But if it is just a little thumb of the United States, Iraq still has great hope. The United States is currently the world's hegemon. If he wants to prove that he has the strength to become a world policeman, this war must not only be won, but also be won cleanly. I believe that Walsh, as a scheming politician, cannot fail to understand. Then, since he understands this, he will definitely not start a war in such a hurry." Ziming finished speaking and leaned back on his chair. "Since a formal war will not break out, then the market prospects are difficult to judge. So Ziming, brother, you still don't plan to return to the oil futures market? Tong Gang asked. No, it should be that I never planned to do this, otherwise I would not let Sun Y pack up his things in New York and come back, Ziming said. This answer was expected by Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff, and at the same time they were relieved, because they are all business tycoons in their respective fields, and what they fear most is hesitating after looking forward to it. Although now seeing the prosperity in the futures market, I was a little anxious, but since Ziming said that he could make money back in the stock market, it didn't matter. In contrast, if Ziming becomes hesitant, swinging back and forth in the stock market and futures market is the most worrying. But now it seems that their worries are unnecessary. Ziming is that Ziming. Maybe he is young, but he is still very reassuring in doing things. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff looked at each other, and they both nodded silently. Finally, Tong Gang said, little brother Ziming is really determined, so I don't know what the arrangement of the stock market is. How? The stock market is no better than futures, because the US military deployment in the Gulf region is real, and the orders from the Ministry of Defense are also real. This is not like the fact that oil has changed the direction of the wind. Of course, Ziming understands what Tong Gang said. The meaning of is actually anxious, because 3 days have passed since I decided to withdraw from the oil futures market. Watching the rise and fall of oil prices in these 3 days, the transfer of tens of millions of dollars every minute, made them unable to calm down at all, even if they knew in their hearts that even if they were still in the futures market, they might not be able to make a profit. The money, as long as it is possible, will still make them rich. In fact, let alone them. Even Ziming himself was very anxious. After all, watching so much money in the futures market, the big casino every day, I believe that no matter who it is, it will be uncontrollable. You can be anxious, but you still have to be prepared for some things and you can't do it blindly. So Ziming said, Chairman Tong, I understand what you said. This is also the purpose of my coming here today. Ziming said to Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff to introduce Chen Xiu, that's Chen Xiu, as the monitor of my finance class. I believe I don't need to introduce more about this finance class. A few days ago, I asked the finance class to help us calculate the investment model. Investment model? Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi Bejuo the husband was a little surprised. Ziming nodded and said, no mistake. Although I know that the future of military enterprises of the stock will go up, but how can we get the greatest return on investment, and while best to avoid the risk that may exist, or when some stocks have unexpected changes, or the information we have received is not accurate enough, etc. In order to ensure that our investment interests are maximized, I think it is necessary to spend a few days to calculate an investment model. I want to Ziming, little brother, you are mistaken, Tong Gang said with a smile. I did not say that there is no need to calculate investment model, I just did not expect so soon. In the child immediately after, Li Chengyi and Sol do not go along with Doff also have to say yes. He later had it from the heart, because they know everything financial. 3 years ago when Ziming in Hong Kong City Preservation Fund launched a combination of products, they also have to find out about this investment model, precisely because of understanding. Just let they say even more. The reason is simple. An investment model not only has to select a sufficient number of stocks from a large number of stocks and combine them, but also calculates the investment proportion of these stocks. This is undoubtedly a huge calculation task, because it needs to calculate the probability of all the stock markets, whether it is a rise or fall, whether the rise or fall is large, or whether there are accidents and so on. Many people know that there are tens of millions of combinations of numbers in lottery tickets, but they are just some simple combinations of numbers, and investment models are estimates of things, which are tens of millions of times more difficult than lottery calculations. Since they vote a huge amount of capital, and therefore investment model in even 1/10,000th of error, put on the market, it may cause a loss of millions. It is due to this reason, many investors are model after several years of operation, after repeated demonstration was later to market, as the portfolio of the world's first guaranteed, even with a decade of operation. But now only a few days later, Ziming brought them investment models. How can they not be surprised? So he who is the financial class, Ziming said confidently. In the week after Ming, Chen Xiu also stood up and said, Tong Mr. Gang, Mr. Doyle, Mr. Li Cheng also dooed off. I can assure you that calculated by our investment model is very accurate. Tong Gang smiled and waved his hand and said, Student Chen Xiu, you have misunderstood, and we don't mean to believe you. I just feel that you are so quick and capable. Tong Gang's words are also Li Cheng and Yi Erb what the husband wanted to say. They all knew Ziming, and knew that since he dared to take out this investment model, it proved that he must have demonstrated it beforehand. But because of this, it made them feel more emotional. Undoubtedly, Ziming is already an amazing businessman. Now that he has the support of a financial class capable of quickly constructing investment models behind him, it is even more powerful. Ziming just smiled at this, and then he nodded to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu would go upright and say, Hello everyone, I am Chen Xiu, the monitor of the finance class, and I want to introduce our investment models to everyone here. With these words he opened the slide projector. Chen Xiu said, According to the information the teacher gave us, we are the main investment direction set in the military sector. Total investment launching, considering that the US government because of the war will multiple bonds. Investment it can also be tilted to a certain extent. In the military sector, as the Brighton and Rockefeller consortiums are the planners of the Gulf Plan, it is conservatively estimated that the Bell and Phoenix companies controlled by them will obtain a considerable order. Chen Xiu then changed the conversation and said again, but because Martin and other arms companies are also traditional Department of Defense big players, coupled with the previous move by the Brighton consortium to dominate arms, a presidential move was triggered. The assassination, and the current President Walsh is a member of the Morgan Consortium, so other military industry companies will definitely get a lot of orders, and they will open 6 and 4. Finally, Chen Xiu said, Of course these are all investment models. The plan, due to the special nature of the Gulf, I think we still need to keep $3,050 million on hand in case of special circumstances. Chen Xiu took out his investment model file and sent it to Tong Gang after speaking. Li Cheng and Erb, after they took a look, Tong Gang said, In general, there is no problem. My opinion is to do this first. If we find a problem in the future, we will discuss it. Tong Gang's suggestion was endorsed by Li Cheng and Erb. Ziming also smiled and nodded. Since everyone agrees to the decision, we will first try to invest according to this investment model and see what happened in the afternoon. The result of the transaction. Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Erb agreed with Ziming's proposal. At this time, Wharton's executive director Zili walked into the conference room and told Ziming that Sun Wai was back, and Ziming immediately told the news to Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erb, and then took the lead to get up and greet them outside. When I saw Sun Wai outside, Ziming smiled and said, Sun Wai, you are welcome back, you guy in New York, but our great hero. Ziming said that on the one hand, it is polite, on the other hand it is true. In this way, although all decisions were made by Ziming here in Brighton, without Sun Wai's out-and-out execution in New York, no matter how good the idea is, it will be in vain. Therefore, after Ziming, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erb also praised him. Sun Wai seemed flattered by this, but with Ziming here, he didn't dare to float like in New York. He still knew very well and said, nothing, Mr. Ziming is the most important thing, just following orders. I can do it by myself. Chapter 83. What kind of teacher and what kind of students? As of 4 p.m., the New York stock market was closed. The military industry sector as a whole was affected by the Desert Shield Action Plan, with an average increase of up to 6%, of which Martin, as the largest arms supplier of the Ministry of National Defense, the world's largest arms company, and the famous Skunk Factory, is the development company of F-16 fighter jets. His heavy transport aircraft and ballistic missiles are also indispensable. Therefore, the increase was the most obvious among all military-industrial enterprises, reaching 12%. Following Martin's company is General Motors. Perhaps most people only know about the electrical products produced by General Motors. However, he is also an important contractor of the Ministry of Defense. The Tomahawk cruise missile he developed is a very popular product for the Ministry of Defense in recent years, including the Secretary of Defense and General Norman said that the Tomahawk cruise missile will rewrite the history of future warfare, so General Motors stock rose by 9%. In addition, there is Grumman, which manufactures and maintains aircraft carriers. Because aircraft carriers are indispensable for war against Iraq, there are Bell Aircraft Company and Phoenix Company, and so on. These companies rose less conspicuous although not Martin, but from 4% to 8%, also have very wrong performance. This is Brighton's financial news broadcast. In the Wharton conference room, Ziming, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov were sitting in their respective seats and listening with bated breath. Chen Shu's I was listening while still taking notes. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the stock market had already closed. They also sat here and waited until the stock market was closed. After listening to TV news broadcast, said Ziming, the new situation after the smell, the impact of the Gulf stock market is still very obvious, especially in the formal signing of Operation Desert Shield Plan, the United States to send more troops to the Gulf of Emergency. I believe that in the future, as the situation in the Gulf region further deteriorates and the Ministry of National Defense's war orders come out, the military industry market will further become a hot spot, which means that our choice is not a problem. As well as my specific analysis of the stock market-linked investment models were, Ziming Chenxu wrote points. It allows professionals to introduce it. Face of Ziming suddenly lost overburden. Chenxu somewhat caught off guard and stood. He refers to himself and asked Ziming, the old teacher said that you want me to introduce you? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming is granted nodded. Of course, you are a financial class shift length. The investment model that you single-handedly organized to build out. Preparation time investment models, but also your most stock market as well as those military enterprises to understand, and even some I don't even know the news, so if you don't introduce it, I'm afraid no one is qualified to introduce it here, but am worried that he'll say it badly. Chenxu said with a guilty conscience. Chenxu, vice chairman of you, but I remember the students in your school. I read your speech is very good. Ziming said. That's different from now. Chenxu wanted to explain something, but Ziming directly interrupted him and said, there is nothing different. You are the monitor of the finance class. As long as you say everything you want to say, it's fine. Don't forget you. What is the purpose of coming to the United States? Originally, Chenxu was hesitant, but as Ziming said his last sentence, Chenxu finally calmed down. He nodded and said, teacher, I understand. I will try my best to introduce it. I do not want you how wonderful introduction, as long as you hold a key on it. Ziming said. Chenxu nodded. He took 2 deep breaths before standing up. He first greeted Ziming, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov, and then said, today's military industry stock market is affected by the Desert Shield operation. The overall increase has reached 6%. This increase is expected by the investment model. After all, the official war budget of the Ministry of National Defense has not yet come out. It is just an emergency surge. It can even be said that there is no arms company. After receiving additional orders, the stock market volatility at this time is only the confidence of the market brought by the news. Chenxu finished his first remarks, but the scene did not say anything. Facing the dull scene, Chenxu glanced at what he was holding. The note went on to say, according to the calculation of the investment model, if there is a war, General Motors and Phoenix will receive the most orders. This is because their products are missiles and optical electronic products, which are consumable products. so it can be seen in the future. The war will suffer huge losses in the war, and the Ministry of Defense will definitely purchase abundant ammunition from the two companies. Although Martin also has missile products, his missiles are more inclined to tactical ballistic missiles and intercontinental missiles. The regional war will not play a big role. In addition, the California Consortium to which Martin belongs and the Brighton Consortium are in a rival state, so the calculation results of the investment model are pessimistic about the profitability of the equestrian corporation in this war. Speaking of this, Chen Xiu thought for a while, and then continued, as for the increase in Martin's stock today, I think it is due to Martin's own position as the largest arms dealer, which led to the result that the market expected him. Although the initial increase, the situation is good, but it won't last. Tong Gang raised his hand to interrupt Chen Xiu and said, Chen Xiu, we all understand what you said. I want to know how much money we made today. Li Chengyi and Sol respectively also endorsed Tong Gang words. When his own words were suddenly interrupted, Chen Xiu was obviously panicked. He subconsciously looked at Ziming, only to find that Ziming was also looking at him. Do not look at me. He had to ask you what you actually say before coming to the investment model that I personally measured before. No problem, you need to have confidence in ourselves, Ziming said to him. Chen Xiu nodded, and then he took a deep breath, said, Tong Gang, Mr. Li Sung-il also dooed off. I admit that although investment model is based on GM, Bell and Phoenix-led three companies, but since it is the early stage, considering the market's expectations of Martin, today's investment has also been adjusted and is slightly inclined to Martin. Therefore, according to the results of my calculations, our investment income today is about 6 to 7 percentage points, which is slightly higher than the average increase of the entire military industry. Chen Xiu's words were interrupted again here. Li Cheng asked him, Chen Xiu, if I heard it right, you said that the investment has been adjusted, which means that the investment model is still incomplete, so does it need to be manipulated artificially? Chen Xiu glanced at Ziming again, but this time he quickly reacted, and replied with the belief that he would never let the teacher down. Mr. Li Cheng is like this. We are facing him in the investment model. This situation has been considered when analyzing the risk of the company, so certain investment opportunities have been reserved for this situation when constructing the model. Speaking of this, Chen Xiu thought for a while and said, or simply speaking, in addition to designing investment models led by GM, Bell and Phoenix, we also designed investments led by traditional military industry giants such as Martin and GM model. Our purpose in doing this is to get the greatest possible return on our investment. After all, no matter how clever the investment model is, no matter how ingenious the investment model is to minimize the risk through mathematical and logical calculations, there is still no guarantee that the risk will be completely avoided, and it is impossible to calculate every market change completely. Just like now, although we all understand that Martin's increase will be short-lived, in order to ensure investment returns, we can still choose to use it. Chen Xiu's words became more and more smooth, and he became more and more confident. It is precisely in order to maximize the use of funds to keep up with the market, we need one or even several backup investment models. Tonggang Chengli and other multi-ale husband collapse. Officials are scared, because as they originally thought 3 days to design a model investment has been very great, did not think they actually have designed a record outside the risk model. They can't understand what kind of monster this group is. Although they are only businessmen, they can understand that excellent people like Chen Xiu and the finance class must be invited to the financial laboratory wherever they are, otherwise they will be paid by a large financial institution and become a national treasure. Class ranking figures, but they are all serving Ziming so loyally now. What kind of magic power does Ziming have this time? Of course, he had not thought Ziming just lucky it. After all, just the things they see, Chen Xiu is constantly under the guidance of Ziming was introduced finished. That is to say, Ziming both in charisma or in order, completely conquered them, So it should be said that there is sort of how teachers can bring out how kind of student that what such a future aggregate monster, no doubt is no way to judge, but one thing is certain, they absolutely have to follow the meat. With this thought, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidov both gave Chen Xiu a thumbs up. That what Chen Xiu students, based on your analysis of the situation is now led by Martin Company will continue for long? Tong Gang asked. Chen Xiu shook his head replied, I'm sorry boy, Mr. Gang, for which I cannot give an accurate answer, but according to the calculation model of investment, I think this situation will not last long because Martin due to a previous defense. The share price has already risen once for some orders, and the stock price is now at a high level, and there is not much room for growth. Old truth, today 12 increased percentage of long is completely beyond calculation, which is the investment model of investment. One of the reasons is not particularly desirable growth, but at most a week, Martin's stock will return smoothly. And when the defense with the announcement of the ministry's order, Martin's stock will be far behind by GM, Bell and Phoenix. Chen Xiu said. Listening to Chen Xiu's words, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov looked at each other and nodded silently. They both had answers. No one of them asked the question why they should not invest directly in the investment model, because the answer is obvious. First of all, their funds are too large, and every move will be monitored by the FBI. For the stability of the securities market, there is no way to buy and sell at will. At the same time, the investment model is actually a distribution of investment proportions. After rigorous mathematical calculations, it is the optimal proportion that can make the most profit and the least risk. So now that you have this thing, isn't it a fool if you don't use it? Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov are both business tycoons on their respective turf, and they obviously cannot be fools. In the end, Tong Gang said, little brother Ziming, we have no problems here, but I still have some problems here. Ziming said. Ziming's sudden words made Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov stunned at once. They didn't expect Ziming to cause some problems in the end. Ziming smiled and said, Chairman Tong, don't be nervous, I am not a big problem here. With these words, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov were relieved. Ziming said, I believe that Chairman Tong, you must all remember the thing about Robert of the Addams family. In fact, that is what we need to worry about now. So my idea is that when we invest, although we invest in accordance with the investment model, we should not work together, investment, but to invest in their respective company accounts. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidov suddenly realized, it is still thoughtful as Ziming thought. Chapter 84 gives a gift? I really didn't expect it. I thought this finance class was just a title. Although there are so many people in China, it is not impossible to find more than 20 talents from them, but I never thought that they could be in such a short period of time. Complete the design and calculation of an investment model. This aspect is a question of ability, but more importantly, how to integrate their capabilities is more important. In the elevator of the Tanti building, Ilbidov sighed. Talking to Tong Gang and Li Cheng. It was already 7:30 in the evening. They heard Zuming and Chen Xiu talk about the investment model in the Wharton conference room, and they had dinner together before leaving. Face emotion to another reeled off. Li Cheng tentative asked, Iraq soul Mr. Doff do not want to say genius will have their own arrogance, will not be so willing to listen to other people's mercy, especially they are still very young. They are still at the mercy of a man the same age and they like to do, no mistake not jump word. Iraq soul Dudoff nodded yes, Li Cheng said, or promise in North Russia or the West is the case, but in the country is not necessarily so. I do not think Mr. Doyledoff should know that 20 years ago a large number of world-class scientists returned to China and lead the development of domestic nuclear weapons and aerospace engineering. Right? Many words are correct, but now they are replaced by financial classes. In fact, there is no problem in essence. It seems I have Mr. Ziming is like the United States and the former Soviet Union atom. Father bomber kind, is led by a genius. Iraq Soul Dudoff praised. There has been no talk of Tong Gang, then said, Ziming is not a genius, I do not know, but I was able to know his judgment and determination are second to none, and he is very confident as today's meeting. Obviously Ziming and the Chen Xiu are almost the same in age, but their performance is quite different, which is really incredible. Having Tonggang spit Suoki said, no. Compared to these two, it'd feel a little strange. Tonggang said he paused, and so Li Sung Eland do not have to doff. He cast a puzzled look before he went on to say, you who should also remember that before the meeting, said Chen Shu General and Two Phoenix, this company is favored because of the missile weapons they provide. Although I know the consumable characteristics of ammunition, would it be a bit too arbitrary if I believe that they will receive a large order? Li Chengyi and Soul do not hear off thought for a moment, said, there is indeed strange, intuitively, to prepare a war should be more of these bombshells, as well as from the point of view of the situation Falklands War. Fighters and an aircraft carrier is also indispensable. Why did he spot the missile? Does he know what channel the deployment of US tactical do? No mistake, not jump word. Tonggang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov spit out these words almost at the same time. But it wasn't just the three of them who asked this question. In the Wharton meeting room upstairs, Chen Xiu also asked Ziming this question. Teacher, do you know the tactical plan of the United States? Otherwise, why do you value missiles so much? Although I don't understand military affairs, judging from the military knowledge I have learned, tanks, aircraft and artillery are the main forces of war, right? There are a lot of words without mistakes and aircraft carriers, but aren't these the strengths of Martin and Grumman? Especially Grumman, which is the manufacturer of aircraft carriers. Chen Xiu asked. Chen Xiu, what you are talking about is the military theory of World War II. It is true that no matter when you fight, you must rely on tanks, aircraft and artillery. In the end, the infantry must go up and occupy. But before that, there are still many methods that can be used, such as using cruise missiles carry out key strikes, destroying the enemy's important military installations, and paralyzing the enemy's command and communications. When the enemy becomes deaf and blind, with his hands and feet distracted, wouldn't it be much easier to rush to beat the enemy by himself? No mistakes, no skipping. Ziming paused and then said, I said that the United States will win this war cleanly, so he will definitely practice his high-tech combat theory in this war. Teacher, do you mean the three-dimensional strike theory published in military intelligence magazines a long time ago? Chen Xiu asked. Yes, it seems that Chen Xiu, you have made a lot of preparations for this Gulfer plan. Ziming boasted. Ziming praised Chen Xiu from his sincerity. Although it is normal to read some military books because of the Kuwait War, it is not easy to remember some important theories of military change. After all, this is still in the 90s. Everyone is still advocating the Soviet-style steel torrent. In the era when steel weapons such as tanks, aircrafts, artillery, and mechanized troops ruled the roost, at most a little nuclear weapons threatened each other to blackmail. To fight a group, the tower must be demolished remotely. Blindly crossing the tower to kill is easy to be counter-killed. Teacher, you are too ashamed to say that, Chen Xiu said. Although I remembered this three-dimensional strike theory, I didn't think about how to use this news, how to judge the United States based on this news, the way of fighting in the war and the direction of the war, and then how he will use weapons in the war, what company will get the largest order in such a change. I am far from you. Ziming was taken aback. To be honest, what Chen Xiu said made Ziming really feel a little ashamed, because he was not connected through the tiny information as he said, but directly through the memory of previous lives. The Gulf War in 1990 was so famous that not only the United States used a variety of high-tech weapons, but also directly led the 21st century's war reforms, so that it is difficult for people to remember. Not to mention that Ziming came from this era. Even if he was born a little later, he probably wouldn't know anything about this war. But Ziming couldn't tell Chen Xiu this time. He could only say, this is an essential skill for every investor, because if you can't find the information you need from the news like Xinghai, How can you? Can you guarantee that your investment is correct? If you can't determine the correct direction of your investment through the news, then you are not investing, but gambling. Ziming sighed and said, Chen Xiu, what we entered into Harvard Business School to learn is not the 1,000 skills of winning in a Las Vegas casino, but the business skills of how to analyze news to realize investment profits. Do you understand? No mistakes, no skips. Yes, Ziming is undoubtedly pretending to be B, but for his own greatest secret, Ziming can only pretend to be B. But I have to say that Ziming's B outfit is really beautiful, because as Ziming finished speaking, Chen Xiu nodded with a sigh. I understand. The gap between me and the teacher is too big. I will pay for it in the future. I will work hard to enrich myself, and I will be proud to be your student in front of others in the future. This is a good one. Ziming praised Chen Xiu, and then asked, if you are to be in Tongan again in the future, are you still nervous when speaking in front of Li Cheng? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chen Xiu understood what Ziming was referring to. He immediately said, never again, teacher. It may be the first time that I have spoken in front of big people like you and Tonggang and Li Cheng today, so I feel a little nervous. Yes, but after this time, there will be no problem. Ziming patted Chen Xiu on the shoulder and said, actually, it is normal to be nervous. I didn't blame you for anything, but I have to work harder in the future. Ziming's encouragement to Chen Xiu is also from the bottom of his heart. After all, speaking in front of everyone is not as simple as thought, especially in front of himself, Tonggang, Li Cheng, and Ilbidov. They are all in their own way the best in the field. No matter who they are, there will still be some pressure, even the first time I saw Li Cheng. From this point of view, Chen Xiu was able to clarify what he wanted to say for the first time. There was no jam in the middle. It was already quite remarkable, and he deserved to be the monitor of the finance class. Now that Tonggang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov are gone, Ziming and Chen Xiu also left after completing the final data analysis and statistics at Wharton. The car first drove Chen Xiu back to the Harvard dormitory, and then Ziming and Lin Muqing went back to the hotel together. They only went back to the hotel. Ziming was not in a hurry to do something he loves with Lin Muqing. Instead, he picked up the phone and dialed out domestic long-distance calls. Soon the phone is turned on. Ting-tong-li came a long-lost voice. Hello. What are you looking for? Ziming Xiaoma said. Find your sister Hu. I will find you Du Peng. Over there. At first he frozen, and then immediately reacted, and said happily, you are Ziming? Damn you. Are you doing so well in the United States now? It's true that many words haven't called me for so long. The person Ziming called was Du Peng, the chairman's grandson. Although his grandfather is not the core of the leadership of this generation, he is also a very remarkable person to become the chairman of the country. Maybe I didn't know each other for a long time, but the relationship was very good. Not only did I entrust him to help me with many things when I was in China, but later I went to North Russia, including now in the United States, with trillions of dollars in assets in my hands. The domestic industry still needs his help. I just think that I haven't called him for a while, but on the one hand, it's because I am constantly busy with various things in the United States. On the other hand, it's also because it's unnecessary. The two elders are true. I don't know what to talk about. Quickly, do you want to check Sister Suhan's post through me? But I can tell you that if it's not good, I won't say anything. Du Peng forced Ziming. For this, Ziming smiled. Du Peng, you just don't confess. I can know the answer without guessing what you say. Ziming then said, but I will call you this time. It's really not for this, but there is another very important thing to tell you. Do you know the current situation in the Middle East? There are many words that are correct. When I heard the topic, Du Peng also put away his cynicism. He said seriously, Ziming, are you talking about the situation in Iraq and Kuwait? The domestic quarrels are also quite lively now. There are discussions from the central to the local level. So Ziming, you are calling me suddenly now? Yes. Is the United States ready to intervene? But Operation Desert Shield should be just a defensive operation. The Americans shouldn't be so arrogant to use their current forces to fight Iraq. There are no mistakes and many words. Of course not. Even with American power it will take at least a few months to dispatch troops. I am looking for you because it has something to do with the situation in the Middle East. Ziming then asked, do you have any influence in the military in your family, Du Peng? Du Peng couldn't keep up with Ziming's sudden change of topic, but he was used to Ziming's way a long time ago, so he did not hesitate to answer. My father was born in the army, but he was in the army. Student, some of my uncles also hold the rank of colonel, but with the disarmament 5 years ago, the influence on the army is gradually weakening. Ziming, what do you want to do with this? It's very simple. Give you a great gift, Ziming said. What kind of gift? Du Peng felt confused, a bit confused by Monk Chang. It is the impact of high-tech weapons being put into actual combat, as well as the combat mode of the future Gulf War and the trend of future wars, Ziming said. Chapter 85 The US Dollar Standard Conjecture? Following Ziming's words, Du Peng fell into silence immediately and did not speak for a long time. But Ziming was not in a hurry, because he knew Du Peng and knew that he was not the kind of undecided person. Sure enough, only a minute later, Du Peng spoke. He asked Ziming, why do you want to tell me this? The message must be given to useful people to really play his role, and now I accept Du Peng. No one else has told the news. Ziming said, if it is Yang Lao, I don't think it is a good thing to tell him the news directly. Why? Du Peng asked hurriedly. The reason is very simple. Although Mr. Yang has now mastered the actual power of the military and is the actual core of the country's leadership, the entire country is so big that it is impossible to truly return to the world. So at this time, he will propose before abdicating. The new military theory will easily invite malicious speculations from interested people, whether it is necessary to arrange something more before abdicating. But it will miss major events, so I did not directly go to Yang Lao. Ziming paused here. Then he continued, of course there is a more important point, that is, Du Peng, you are my brother, such important news. Since you are also useful to listen, why don't I tell you? Du Peng heard this first. I was taken aback, and then laughed loudly. Yes, Ziming, what you said really touched me. Okay. I said that the two of us should stop being hypocritical. Actually, I know this is also true. It's a coincidence. Ziming told Du Peng, you know that I am engaged in finance and investment in the United States. Recently, due to changes in the situation in the Middle East, I have invested securities in everything from oil to military, and I am now investing in US industry. When companies stock, they found a strange phenomenon, that is, the two arms companies, General Motors and Phoenix, have been calculated to have very investment value, and the common feature of these two companies is their cruise, missile and optical electronic equipment. Very good. The situation in the United States is different from that in China. They are an arms business monopolized by major consortia, and the Department of Defense must spend money to buy from arms companies controlled by the consortium, no matter what it needs. For this reason, it can be by analyzing the stock market trends of various arms companies on the stock market, and analyzing the war tactics prepared by the United States through the strengths of each arms company. Ziming continued, the current stock situation of General Motors and Phoenix reminds me of the US's three-dimensional strikes. The tactical theory of beheading operations is simply to use cruise missiles to bomb important military installations or command centers to seize air supremacy, then go on bombers for unlimited bombing, consume the enemy's fighting will, and finally go up with infantry. Occupy. Ziming said with a sigh, compared to these, I thought about the tactical theory that is now backward in China, so I called you this call. After hearing Ziming's words, Du Peng said with great emotion, Ziming, I'm really convinced by you, that I can extend from such a small aspect to so many other aspects. No way, this is the performance of the economy in the war. Ziming deliberately pretended to be one sentence, and then smiled happily. In fact, These are all things that must be understood, because as an investor, I must understand all aspects of the investment target. If I lack one aspect of understanding, it may cause incomplete information. In the end, it may cause investment failure. This is not the result I want. I didn't expect that investment in the United States is still such a complicated thing. Nothing is wrong, Du Peng asked. However, investment in the United States, but the global economy, is subject to global politics and even wars. Ziming corrected. Du Peng no longer hypocritical. That's it. Then I will accept the gift from Ziming. You can rest assured in the United States. No matter when, our army will always be your strongest backing. Afterwards, Ziming hung up the phone after a few more instructions. Ziming did not analyze the possible tactics of the United States during the Gulf War. In this regard, Ziming knew that there must be professionals in the Du family, those who served in the general staff. The officers must know more than they do. On the other hand, apart from knowing the names of a few missiles and fighter jets, they really don't know anything else. It's better not to be arrogant. There is a saying that goes well: pretending to be just the right thing to do is to be a silly bee. Before Ziming hung up the phone, she felt a soft body leaning on her. Lin Muqing asked Ziming, I understand Ziming, you want to help him and make your connection with the country closer. But you are sure that it is American? Will it definitely fight like that? You must know that the orders from the Ministry of Defense have not come out yet. Ziming shook his head and replied, there is no need to wait for the orders to come out, because the current international environment and trends are destined for this war. Fight like this? You mean the disintegration of the Soviet Union? Does the United States swear its global hegemony? Lin Muqing asked. This is only political, but also economic, Ziming said. Economically? Lin Muqing was very surprised. She blinked her big beautiful eyes and looked at Ziming, expressing her incomprehension. Ziming nodded and replied, it's the economic aspect, or simply refers to the US dollar, the Bretton Woods system. I think you must have heard of this thing, Muqing sister. There are no mistakes in many words, Ziming asked. Lin Muqing nodded and said that he had heard it. Ziming went on to say, there are various explanations for this system, but the core idea is to establish the dollar standard system. Later, following several dollar credit crises, the Bretton Woods system has long been declared over, but the United States will still, I hope, to maintain the dollar standard system, because only in this way can he develop himself through the world without any scruples, even if he has a fiscal deficit for half a century. This is easy to understand. Just like in a village, everyone doesn't care what they buy. You must use the coins made by my family, so how can this family make no sense for not being rich? Because he wants to buy things, he just needs to make a few more coins, Ziming said. Of course, to maintain the dollar standard is not just a talk, it needs strong support. In the past, the United States had a strong economic strength. Now with the global economic recovery, the United States will definitely not be able to rely on the economy alone. It must rely on the world's #1 force. But the United States was a little bit ashamed in the previous wars. This time the Gulf War is an opportunity for him to justify himself. It is impossible for him not to do his best. Ziming said, the United States attacked Iraq. The whole world knows he can win. But the key to see if he can win cleanly pretty cool if, like the Vietnam War and again, I'm afraid the United States do not know how to command the world. Maintained. The US dollar standard system is now in place, and this situation cannot be tolerated by any major domestic consortium, including the Brighton Consortium. Listen, Ziming explained. Lin Muqing and stood quite a while after, just took a deep breath, said, I did not expect just the war has not happened. Ziming, you will be able to analyze so much information, and it's amazing. Originally, I with the so-called financial markets and the company is concerned about the situation, just be able to analyze these right investment direction. No one thought of this side also, and the country's political history as well as present and future are so important contacts. It seems I'm better than you, and Ziming is really far worse. Lin Muqing, great emotion has been put my Sunshine City Joint Investment Fund to make up, made several very successful investment, and the company did domestic and US from now on. I thought I would catch up with you, but now I know that I am still too naive and far from you. Face emotion of Lin Muking. Ziming said to her, Muking sister, you have been very powerful. When I just left you a gold fund name, I thought that you can grow this company is very good, but I didn't think you actually established the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund by integrating the funds of the entire Hong Kong city. You don't know Sister Muking? How surprised I was when I heard this news. Ziming thought for a moment and said, and as for the dollar standard, these are just my wild guesses, nothing. After all, I always want to give you to say something. I totally just hype. I xing Kuyuzu of Lin Muking but shook his head and said, Zhu Ming, you do not comfort me, and did not know what I'm not a little girl. I understand. Ziming, you said that you are bragging, I believe it, but is it not your skill if you can ridicule these things? In so many skyscrapers in Hong Kong city central, there are a lot of rich people sitting. But I dare it is said that there will not be more than 10 people who can tell the same analysis as you. Even on Wall Street, I believe there will be no more than 100 people. Lin Muking said, because this not only requires an extremely broad vision and thinking, but also we need to have a wealth of observation and knowledge reserves. At this point, Lin Muking paused for a while and then said, Ziming, you say I am great. I know that what I do is great for ordinary people, but for you say it, I don't want to be superior to ordinary people. I just want to keep up with you, but now it seems that even such a simple idea has become a luxury. Every time I think I'm close to you, you will use facts to tell me that you have ran a long way forward. Ziming was stunned, and now one sentence can describe Ziming's mood, which is, I am excellent and blame me. However, Ziming knew very well that he couldn't say this now. Otherwise it would only make Lin Muking more excited. So Ziming took a deep breath and said, Sister Muking, there is no way, because the world is progressing. If I don't run forward, someone will come up from behind and kick my ass. Lin Muking wanted to say something. However, Ziming's next sentence directly left her speechless. And the one who is going to kick my ass is you, Sister Muking, Ziming said. Listening to these words, Lin Muking was blinded at the time. Who is going to kick your ass? Sister Muking, didn't you say you were chasing me just now? Who knows if you are going to come up and kick my ass? Ziming he smiled. I didn't. I meant to enrich myself and follow your footsteps. Lin Muking tried to explain, but Ziming shook her head in a posture that I didn't listen, making Lin Muking a little grasped mad. Finally Lin Muking grabbed Ziming's hand and took a bite. Ziming exhaled painfully. Sister Muking, why didn't I find that you are a puppy? You are a puppy. Lin Muking said tit for tat. Ziming shook his head helplessly. It seems that I have to find a way to block your mouth. Lin Muking was about to say how to block it. Ziming went directly to the action, holding Lin Muking's pretty face in both hands, aiming at it. Lin Muking kissed her lips. However, Ziming's kiss did not go so smoothly. At first, Lin Muking shook her head desperately not to kiss Ziming, but she couldn't hold back Ziming, and she herself did not resist Ziming's kiss. Soon Lin Muking's pushing hand hugged her. I stayed on Ziming's neck and plunged into this kiss. Later, the liberated Ziming unbuttoned Lin Muking's clothes one by one. His hands went up from the snow-white waist and abdomen, and violently entered the high ground from under the underwear, making Lin Muking groan and follow Ziming Xiang. When she kissed, Lin Muking also hugged Ziming vigorously. 10 slender fingers were inserted into Ziming's hair, as if she was trying to hug this man into her body. Chapter 86 The Ministry of National Defense Order News. White shirts, black skirts and stockings, purple underwear, red high heels, men's leather shoes and suits. These things are scattered all the way from the door to the bed. Anyone who knows something can do it. Understand what happened. The bedroom still reverberates with groans like nothing. Ziming and Lin Muking are still embracing each other on the bed, doing the most primitive collision of sweat and passion. Lin Muking is holding the bedsheet in one hand and Ziming's neck with the other hand. The long neck is high, go straightened up, wringing his brows. as if he was enduring great pain or extreme pleasure. His bright red mouth was panting quickly as if he could not breathe, and the bloody moan came from here. Ziming moved on Lin Muking's body, and for a moment, although there was no skill, it was this kind of most basic movement that made Lin Muking unbearable. With Ziming's impact, the stimulating feeling spread into Lin Muking's mind, making her feel like a flatboat in the raging waves, which seemed to capsize at any time under the impact of one wave after another. Only the Ziming she was holding was her most precious life-saving straw. She held Ziming with both hands and pressed her tender body to Ziming. Lin Muking was very active, and Ziming certainly couldn't lose. Ziming held Lin Muking's exquisite body and kept kissing her lip, neck and towering soft chest. As for the request from her lover, Lin Muking responded with the most enthusiastic response. She raised her chest so that Ziming could kiss and suck harder, and even at the end her little mouth was still attached to Ziming's ear and moaned, "Hurry up, I'm going to be here." Ziming naturally wouldn't refuse this request from a woman. Ziming speeded up. When Ziming finally let out a low growl, everything returned to peace again. Ziming and Lin Muking hugged and rested for a while before Lin Muking opened her eyes. She saw Ziming looking at her, and her pretty face blushed. She stretched out her hand to beat Ziming and said, "It's all you. Those who are resting, you are going to tease me. Now I have to take a bath again." Regarding Lin Muking's complaint, Ziming just wanted to cry out for the conscience of heaven and earth. Because Ziming had taken a bath before going to bed after doing it once, who knew why Lin Muking raised up a girl wearing silk stockings and put it on her shoulder. What's more, her toes deliberately slipped onto her chest to draw circles. In the end, I slipped down and fiddled restlessly a few times. As a dignified 7-foot man, how could he be fiddled with like this by a woman? Even if he can bear it, his brother can't bear it anymore. So Ziming immediately stood up and pressed the restless woman under him again, so as to teach him a lesson. But let's talk about it. But think about the feeling that Lin Muking's beautiful legs in stockings slipped around her body before. It's no wonder that so many gentlemen like women to wear stockings, and even many love action movies have similar plots. As Ziming was thinking, he felt the woman in his arms slipped and slipped away. Ziming looked surprised and saw Lin Muking ran into the bathroom, leaving only one sentence, "You bastard, what dirty things are you thinking about? I am really shameless, I'll ignore you." Hearing these words, Ziming felt embarrassed because of what she had just thought. A small tent was set up underneath. This was obviously felt by Lin Muking and thought Ziming wanted more. She was afraid to hide in the bathroom shyly. Thinking of this, Ziming laughed, "Ha ha." Lin Muking heard it in the bathroom, and cursed, "Are you shameless and skinless? You laugh when you scold you." Ziming said meaningfully, "Sister Muking, I can't get up anymore. Why can't I laugh? This is the sign of a man, and besides, who made Sister Muking? You just teasing me. Since you dare to tease me, you must be prepared to deal with my revenge. As for my revenge, you must press Muking under me and rape you fiercely. Who made Muking make me feel that way?" "What?" After Ziming's words were finished, Lin Muking was silent in the bathroom for a long time. Ziming thought that what she had just said was a bit too heavy, and was about to comfort a few words, but at this moment, she heard Lin Muking quietly open the bathroom door. Cowardly asked, "Bad, do I really make you feel that way?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. It must be said that Lin Muking is very beautiful and charming. Otherwise, she would not be the dream lover of so many people in Hong Kong City, only with a few posters of her attending events and news reports. But Lin Muking has always appeared in a mature and stable image, and now suddenly seeing her like a little girl, it really has a special flavor. So Ziming got up from the bed for a while, then walked to Lin Muking and said, "Sister Muking, of course, if you don't believe me, you'll know it." Lin Muking subconsciously looked down, and then immediately closed the bathroom gate. When the time came the next day, Ziming and Lin Muking came to Wharton. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff were here long ago, watching the stock market on the TV in the conference room. Seeing Ziming and Lin Muking coming in, smiling and saying hello, You are finally up, although you are still young. Sometimes it is better to rest early. Hearing these words, say hello, Ziming doesn't matter, but Lin Muking is. The blushing face fiercely twisted Ziming's waist. Seeing this, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff also laughed. They came here first because they came here so often that Julie, the company's supervisor, already knew them and greeted Julie himself. During work, they can enter and exit the non-important areas of the company. Today is their first day of investing in accordance with the investment model given by Chen Xiu. No matter how much they trust, they still have to see it with their own eyes to rest assured. After the joke, Ziming and Lin Muking also sat down and asked casually, "How is the situation now?" Generally the situation is similar to yesterday. From the opening to the present, Martin is still the leader, GM and Bell followed closely behind, but there is one situation that is different. Perhaps due to the news that the two aircraft carriers are rushing to the Gulf region, Grumman's shares have also risen. There is also Boeing, whose shares have also increased compared to yesterday. It's the Phoenix Company's stock that doesn't seem to have moved yet. It's the same as yesterday. Li Cheng told Zuming that he had a notebook on hand. He was talking while reading it. It can be seen that although he is already a billionaire, but I still take things very seriously. However, generally speaking, the growth rate of the military industry sector has fallen from yesterday. If there is no follow-up news to stimulate, then the average growth rate of the military industry sector today is conservatively estimated to be around 3 to 4 percentage points. Li Cheng said. Ziming nodded. This is also normal. After all, there is no news yet. All investors are investing based on experience. Yesterday they were stimulated by the action plan of the Desert Shield. There is no special news today. It is normal to fall back. Phenomenon. Ziming then turned to the subject and said, "However, we are now investing in accordance with the investment model of the Ministry of Defense before the order. This result is also being calculated. Although the average growth rate will fall, our investment return it can still be maintained at more than 5 percentage points." To Ziming's answer, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff both agreed. Ilbidoff also said, "Mr. Ziming, I can't help but say yours. The financial class is really amazing. Not only did the investment model be designed so quickly, but also some energy companies were added. If it weren't, the growth of military industry companies alone would not be able to achieve such a high rate of return. No matter how much more favorable news is for energy companies, it is possible to reach 7 percentage points like yesterday." Ziming smiled at this, because the inclusion of energy company stocks in the investment model was really made by Chen Xiu themselves. Ziming just mentioned that he could broaden his vision, and Chen Xiu and the others immediately thought of other energy companies. Quite simply, since the situation in the Middle East is complicated and oil prices are soaring, in order to reduce the losses caused by rising oil prices, it is necessary to find other alternative energy sources. Then many investors will choose other energy companies. Under such market trends, the rise of other energy companies has become inevitable. Of course, the choice of capital is not for the advancement of society, because these new energy companies are all emerging companies, and many of them are small in scale. They are easy to be driven by capital. At this time, it is very easy to get rich returns when investing in investment. This is what energy companies do. However, it is also the uncertainty of new energy companies. It may rise or fall at any time, and it is impossible to give too much investment share. After all, this is an investment model, a calculated thing, and not a manual tracking. If the operation is confirmed, the investment will be made according to this data. Because the ship is very large, it is difficult to turn around if the problem is found. Therefore, we can only choose the most reliable method. Otherwise, if it is manually operated, the return can increase by at least 2 to 3 percentage points. Mr. Erbidoff, I think we should not be too greedy. If our investment model can be maintained at more than 7 percentage points every day, I think the FBI will soon come to the door. Ziming said. The Juster hit Ilbidoff and have said, The I have said that the just the I for really do not know how to rise to 7 percentage points. Ziming shook his head helplessly. At this time, Tong Gang asked Ziming, in fact, it doesn't matter how much. After all, the orders from the Ministry of National Defense have not yet appeared. The rise or fall is just a predecessor. The magnitude will not be too great. But I am curious when we will change the investment model. Brother Ming, do you know when the orders from the Ministry of National Defense will come out? Ziming shrugged and said, Chairman Tong, you are just looking at me. How could I know when the US Department of Defense order will come out? I just plan to use this model for a week. After all, now in the United States, there is an increase in troops to the Gulf area every day. I think it should be very fast, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov have no answer to this, because they have no idea. However, time quickly gave Ziming the answer. 1 week later, when Ziming changed the investment model, news of an order from the Ministry of Defense suddenly came out. According to the news that our station has just received, President Walsh was interviewed by journalists from various countries on the golf course in Philadelphia not long ago. In the interview, President Walsh once again reiterated his attitude to safeguard Kuwait's territorial integrity and national sovereignty and requested Iraq immediately withdrew its troops from Kuwait and maintained their respective lines of control before August 2. At the same time, President Walsh stated that if Iraq dares to invade Saudi Arabia or other Middle Eastern countries, then he will let him taste the American fists. For this reason, the Department of Defense has planned to issue cruise missile orders to General Motors and Phoenix. Hearing this news, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov both looked at Ziming in surprise, their faces full of incredible. Ziming is really a god. Chapter 87 Behind the Night? Little brother Ziming, I don't know what to say about you anymore. You are like a magician's pocket. You can always bring us the most incredible surprises, although to have said it before. But now I still want to say, you really convinced me. I must be convinced. Little brother Ziming, your judgment is always so reassuring, as if there is no estimate in your dictionary. The mistake is the same. When I was young, I went with my fleet to all over the world. From World War II to the present, I have witnessed countless historical changes, but you are the only one who can never see through Ziming. Because everywhere I thought you could only do this, you could always slap me fiercely and tell me that it was wrong. My God, Mr. Ziming, you are not showing us magic anymore. A trick, but a miracle. If it weren't for me to know you, Mr. Ziming, I would even think which country you are an agent. Otherwise, how can you understand the plan of the Ministry of National Defense so clearly? Even he would use it. Which kind of tactics and which weapons will be purchased? This is like opening the eyes of God. Li Chengtong and Ilbedov were surprised by Ziming's divine prediction after hearing the procurement list of the Ministry of National Defense on TV endlessly, even though they had prepared for this result. After all, before that, no matter how they prepared, they were just conjectures. But now when this conjecture becomes a fact and is presented to them, it still makes them feel unbelievable. Although Ziming has told them all the methods, including analysis of the current world situation, the innovation of the concept of American affairs, and the purpose of this war in the United States, as well as the game of several major consortia in the United States, etc., they believe that even if they come again once, they still couldn't understand why the Ministry of Defense placed the order in this way. But Ziming only accurately judged this information from so few irrelevant magazines and news. This can only be a kind of super premonition and judgment ability, coupled with the analysis and calculation of the financial class that integrates the wisdom of the entire country. This result can only be achieved. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov both thought of this in their hearts, but they were also thankful that they were Ziming's collaborators. Fortunately, they chose to believe in Ziming. Lin Muking also looked at Ziming. As Ziming's woman, she was very happy for him when she heard that her man was praised like this. However, compared to their praise, Lin Muking added, in fact, it is not only this is the case. Before Ziming, He called back to the country and called the son of a high-ranking official to explain to him the future combat thinking and war trend of the United States in the Gulf War. Lin Muking's words undoubtedly detonated another heavyweight. The pound bomb surprised Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff again. It turns out that Mr. Ziming still used this as a political bargaining chip. This vision and ability to act are too great. We just arrived at the starting line, and unexpectedly you have already ran out 100 meters. Erbidoff with emotion. Not only Erbidoff, but Tong Gang and Li Cheng also opened their eyes wide. As Erbidoff said, they thought that Ziming had analyzed everything through these small things and it was already very remarkable. Because they are still in a state of hesitation. But at this time, someone suddenly told them that Ziming not only analyzed the results, and changed the investment model in time, but also notified the domestic leadership of the news in exchange for more political resources. In the face of these things, the word extraordinary vision can no longer describe Ziming, and it should be a kind of talent for him. As for the surprise and admiration of these people in front of him, Ziming was also very embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Actually, I am embarrassed for you to praise me like this, because just what I did before was completely conceited and self-willed. You can always support me and trust me is also very remarkable." Erbidoff immediately said, "Mr. Ziming, you are too humble. How can you be arrogant and willful? If you are arrogant and willful, then it's more conceited and self-willed." Tong Gang also said, "Little brother Ziming, there is a good saying that the truth is often in the hands of a few people. When it's difficult to make a decision, you have to believe in your own superhuman mind and prejudgment, and this is the most important reason we are willing to support you." Hearing what Tong Gang and Erbidoff said, Ziming had to shrug his shoulders helplessly and said, "Look, I had no choice but to be disrespectful when I came, but compared to this, I actually can't wait to know how much money we can make this time." Ziming said reluctantly and his expression was very serious. But in fact Ziming had already laughed in his heart. If it weren't for his continuous improvement in the 3 years since he was reborn, I'm afraid he would have grinned like a successful single dog. The reason is simple. In front of these three are the world's second ship king, Gang Qing, who personally holds his son as the chief executive. One is the future Chinese richest man, and the other is a super finance with hundreds of billions of assets in the hands of the richest man in North Russia. Oligarch. These people, no matter who stomped their feet in their respective fields, are all three shocked characters. But now they have such a high evaluation of him, how can he not laugh? Of course. What made Ziming want to sneer is that what he said before was nothing but nonsense. The reason is that he has the memory of his previous life and knows what the final result will be. Then it is very simple to reverse the process with the result, because as long as the result remains the same, whatever you say is correct, and the pretending of B will appear unpredictable, just like Ziming is now. However, for Ziming's question, facts quickly gave the answer. When the time soon reached 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the US stock market closed, and the stocks of the two arms companies, General Motors and Phoenix, finally fixed an increase of 11%. On seeing the final result, Li Cheng and Erbidoff both cheered happily, and even Tong Gang, who had always been calm, couldn't help clenching his fists. They can't be unhappy, because the two companies GM and Phoenix are the most important growth points in the investment model. Under the circumstance that the other arms companies have not changed much, they believe that today's overall growth rate can reach at least 7 percentage points up. The 7% increase may not sound high at first, but this is only a day increase, so what about 2 days? 3 days and 5 days? And if it can increase by 7% for 11 consecutive days, then the benefits obtained will have exceeded the principal. You must know that in the stock market, only 3 to 4 percentage points of growth can make ordinary shareholders excited. Every day 0.005% of the credit card withdrawals will make ordinary people chant the murderous interest. So now it can be 11 days to double your investment. This kind of return is enough to drive any investor crazy. Even people like Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff are inevitable. Teacher, Today's return on investment has been calculated. According to our calculation of all investment data today, our return on investment today is 7.89%. As Chen Xu reported the final result on the phone, Tong Gang, Li Chengyil Bedoff cheered again, and the happiest Il Bedoff even jumped up. He said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, you and your finance class are really the greatest team in the world. I can't find any suitable adjectives. If the United States relies on printing banknotes to alleviate its fiscal deficit, then the speed at which you invest and make money is enough to kill all the money printing factories." Il Bedoff said, and said, not just for praise. What he said is indeed a fact, because since they started investing in the stock market, their daily income has basically remained above 5 percentage points, and even more than 7% in 2 days. Up to now, their investment, the total return has exceeded 50%, and this growth rate is indeed faster than that of the banknote printing factory. 4 hours later, Ziming and Lin Muqing came to the sightseeing belt by the Charles River together. Ziming stood on the bank and held the fence while blowing the river breeze. Ziming felt a lot of alcohol dissipating. He just came out of the wine shop. The objects of drinking were Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Il Bedoff. The reason was for the super high return on investment. Needless to say, Tong Gang and Li Cheng were both Chinese, and wine culture, it's all the same. Everyone has made so much money by cooperating and investing. It's a bit unreasonable for them not to have dinner or drink. So after coming out of Wharton in the afternoon, they went straight to the restaurant. As for Bedoff, he was a habit brought out from North Russia, and he was able to drink and wanted to drink. They got together and drank a good one. After they were gone, Ziming was brought here by Lin Muqing to sober up. Of course, Lin Muqing, as a woman, and the police as a driver and bodyguard, did not drink. Leaning on the fence, Lin Muqing said, "Ziming, I can see that Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Il Bedoff are really happy. After all, your investment really made them make too much money. It's an incredible miracle. It shows that Ziming is still you. As long as you want to, there is no money you can't make. Just like the first time I saw you, you said you could take me to Hong Kong City and let in making a lifetime of money on a Hong Kong stock index that I have never heard of before. That time you kept your promise to me, and this time is the same." Lin Muqing said, turning her head suddenly, turning her head to look at Ziming, and asked, "It's just why you don't seem to be very happy?" Ziming was a little surprised at Lin Muqing's sudden question, and then realized that a woman's sixth sense is still really strong. However, Ziming did not answer immediately, but rubbed his temples first and then said, "Sister Muqing, you said I made a lot of money. How much do you think I will have? 100 million or 500 million or more?" "What?" Lin Muqing was stunned. She didn't understand why Ziming asked this, but she still replied, "I don't know, but based on your investment situation, if it really doubles, then there may be more than 10, a return of 100 million yuan. In fact, hundreds of millions are the same." The key lies in the impact of such a large sum of money in the securities market, or on the side of General Motors or Phoenix. Ziming said, "Whether GM or Phoenix, they are very big arms companies. Their size funds are also very big. You know, Ziming, Tomahawk cruise your concerns. Missiles worth $700,000, at least 100 to 200 missiles are required to fight a war. So the orders for missiles alone will cost more than 100 million. Then you can imagine how big their capital is. Our billions of funds will not affect anything." Lin Muqing saying here screeching halt, because she suddenly thought of on the other hand, she asked, "Ziming, are you referring to Adam's family?" Ziming nodded, sighed and answered, "No mistake. Since the gentleman Robert was concerned about me, the same time he also has the power to mobilize the family to deal with my ability, so now I work in the stock market. There are so many large gains, he can't find me out." Ziming said, looking up at the sky, continued, "Available now on his side, no change, just behind the calm that night. God knows what is happening. I think it is not in his own power. Savings will bring me a more memorable thing. People can't help but worry." Chapter 88. Adams Special Banquet? In Brian Bshansen Forest north of Dayton has a very old manor house. In front of the monument shows the presence of the manor has been here for over 300 years of history. It is 1625 years old as the Hills Village Park is also the original owner. No fine, not over this estate now owned owner of the Adams family. H-31 Rishangwu 11 points helicopter with a huge roar swept over White Mountain Forest, and finally landed on the tarmac at the White Mountain Forest estate. There are 5 or 6 people at the meet. See the cabin door open on the tarmac. The figure of an old man with big running hair and white hair appeared, and they immediately went forward to help the old man out of the helicopter. With the old man stepped off the helicopter, came to meet people lead a very respectful person took the initiative for the elderly, said, "Mr. Crystal, all quasi prepare ready." The old man nodded silently. At the same time, he walked out of the apron and walked into the manor castle. The old man did not go elsewhere, but walked directly into a restaurant. At the same time, in the hall of the castle, a grand banquet is in progress. People of all shapes and ages walk around during the banquet, including Marseille fish soup, foie gras steak and Angus beef. Valuable dishes, like cucumbers, are placed on the plate for selection. There is even a special open flame kitchen on the side of the hall where the chef can process any dishes on site. Many servants in tuxedos carried all kinds of wine through the period. They had brandy, tequila and other wines in their hands, ready to serve anyone at any time. From these arrangements, it can undoubtedly be seen that this banquet is a top-class banquet in the upper class. You know, this banquet can't be attended by anyone casually. It requires permission from the Adams family. Otherwise, whether you are the governor or a senior senator, even if you are the president, I'm sorry, but you are not allowed to enter. Don't look at the prestige of Old Brook in the council, but it's the 3rd time to come here. So will you definitely come here for the first time? There are no mistakes. There are 2 young people in the crowd, walking aimlessly. One of them introduced to his friend the situation of the banquet. They were not others, it was Robert and Will. Will followed Robert. He looked around and said to Robert with emotion, "It's indeed my first time here, and it's really amazing here." If I'm not mistaken, there are the former governor and lieutenant governor. Their speaker of the incumbent, president of Massachusetts parties, as well as the bank's chairman and president of Brighton, chairman and president of Massachusetts insurance companies, as well as Bell and Phoenix's leadership. Speaking last, why I couldn't help but smile. I'm thinking if someone blows up here, then I'm afraid that Massachusetts will be finished tomorrow. Because now all here is the top priority of Massachusetts. It seems, Will, yours. The vision is quite high, and it seems that I am not satisfied to be able to participate in this banquet. Robert curiously asked. Will shrugged senselessly and said, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. I can gather so many important people in Massachusetts at one time. I think it's impossible to see it except at the wedding banquet of which governor or president. The really so? Robert nodded at first, then suddenly turned a topic of conversation, then said, is not over in my opinion. This is very common banquet in a nothing. Wire raised an eyebrow, said, very ordinary party. Is it still the president will be coming? Not? Of course not. But this is only an outer banquet. Later, important family figures will leave the banquet and go to another room to attend another banquet. That is the real top banquet. Robert said, why you think about it, would have been able to participate in this party is already elite Massachusetts, then attend the feast will be, is the elite of it. Robert will see a little surprised. He went on to say, I do not know why you have not heard. Just helicopters roar. Why at first intended to identify Nod, then immediately remembered what suddenly opened his eyes, said, you mean someone came Rob but yet he still has the ability to organize elite of the elite party? How do you know Robert? Does you also participated in this party? No mistake, not jump word. Face inquiry to Will. Robert proud raised his head. Of course. You order for me and you as just a family bastard. You am the highest heir Adams family, not ordinary people can compare it. A core of the Adams family core. Do you think there is anything wrong with attending any family dinner? Will? Robert finished speaking for a while and then said, as for the helicopter just now, that guy Christo must have come. Although I hate him, I can't help but say that guy always likes to appear in a local manner. People are upset. And prestige tours, he despite early guessed the answer, but after he heard Robert finished, could not help but gasped, Christo it? The current patriarch of the Addams family. The core of the consortium Brighton man was Brian Layton, and even entire Massachusetts are under his control. If a governor controls Massachusetts during his tenure, Christo can control Massachusetts as long as he lives. Did he come? But yes, only he has the right to hold a more elite banquet. When I'm so thinking, ears suddenly sounded Robert's voice. Hey Whiters, you're in here, a good surprise, and I have to go over the banquet. Back to God overlooked toward Robert. He found he had walked toward the door, dressed in a black suit, who was the waving. At the same time, there were other people moving in the hall. Those people were new, and they were the core figures of the Addams family. It seems really a gothic another banquet. The core. Why so near side sounded a voice. The old cloth Luke does not know when to stand beside him. This though somewhat surprised, but the surface remained placid, but grumbling sentence, I hope I can some action just said. The other side, Robert swaggering out of the restaurant, and everyone else that he kept his distance, also did not say anything to him. They quickly to another banquet hall where Christo. Compared to the other side of the hall, this banquet hall will be much quieter, with only a long table filled with tableware and the same expensive and delicate dishes in order. Everyone came in and greeted Christo, except Robert, who didn't say a word, went straight into the room and sat in his seat. Everyone, including Christo, including both this view and not see all that they have become accustomed. So after everyone sat position, Christo was said, you who are Addams family's son, then today to you all individually summoned to here, I think you also understand what is the purpose. Then the situation on the Middle East, just ask you all to express your views. Christo said while raising his hand to signal the person on the left to speak first. Soon too little later, Christo's side of the banquet ended. Christo schematically the meeting. But when he was ready to get up, they noticed that Robert has not left. He was very curious to ask, you, is there anything else you? No mistake, not jump word. Robert Stavely said, knowingly ask, do not tell me about recent events you do not know. Of course I know that what you want to explain what the problem, or you want me to do? Christopher asked. Does that still need to be said? Christo, you are the patriarch, of course, to teach those who dare to challenge the Addams family. Robert continued, gritted his teeth. And those hateful traitors. As Robert said after that, Christo took out a document like a juggling, and at the same time said in a pretentious manner, Ziming, a Chinese businessman, was dispatched to Harvard University to study with a Chinese finance class, and he created a dormitory during the school convenience store, bought Wharton and changed its name to Wharton Insurance Company, once invested in Deep Blue Airlines. Before Christo finished speaking, he was roughly interrupted by Robert. Robert said impatiently, don't say it, you just say you can help. Christo gently closed the file. Robert, do you know? Actually, I knew about the things you did on the first day, and I wanted to stop it. Because what you are doing is too unstructured and disappointing. In my opinion, you are not a means to your opponents, but a kind of child's play. You fart. Robert said dissatisfiedly. I tell you, it's all because of Caitlin's bitch. He actually had an affair with the Chinese behind her back. She also deliberately sabotaged the family's plan and let the Chinese earn what it should have been. Family wealth. So what do you want? Is it to sanction the Chinese, or Caitlin? Christo asked, but he did not intend to ask Robert to answer, so he immediately said, actually, Robert, whatever, it doesn't matter whether it is the Chinese or Caitlin. You are Robert. You should understand that if the Addams family mobilizes enough resources, they can die whatever they want, but the key to this problem lies with you. Robert is very annoyed. Yelled, Christo, I told you, I won't forgive you. Christo shook his head helplessly. It's been so long. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Skip the word. No, I told you that it's impossible to forgive in this life. Robert yelled to Christo, but he immediately changed his words. But if you can help me teach that Chinese, and Caitlin that bitch, I will be willing to call you father. Christo stood up and looked at Robert incredulously. Is this true? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Robert pointed his finger at Christo. I ask you to pay attention to that bastard. It was after you helped me teach that Chinese and Caitlin. Christo smiled. Of course I know that this is a very good start, means that we have a chance to reconcile. Robert also smiled. Really? I don't think so, because I think I have to remind you, Mr. Christo, that the Chinese is not good. Deal with it. That's on the premise that you play, but if you mobilize enough power, he is just an ordinary person. Christo said. But having said that, I think I need to thank him, because it is he allowed me to finally have another chance to hear someone called my father after so long. Perhaps. But I even hope that Christo, you guy, was smashed by him. Robert said. A Chinese? Christo was full of contempt. He can never do it. Chapter 89 Irrational Prosperity? Today is Monday, September 3rd, and the stock market reopened after 2 days of rest. Stocks represented by new energy and new technology still maintain a very good momentum, leading the three major stock markets. Due to the large orders from the Ministry of National Defense and the influence of the situation in the Middle East, the stocks of military industry companies have also maintained a very good upward trend. However, perhaps the market is very confident in the situation in the Middle East, so the upward trend has from last week. By the end of the afternoon, the stocks of military industry companies had risen by an average of no more than 2%. Among them, General Motors and Phoenix, which received orders from the Ministry of Defense, did not rise by more than 5%. This is the financial news of Brighton TV. In a villa in Cambridge, Ziming, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov are sitting on the sofa watching TV. This is the villa they bought recently. The reason is that they don't want to stay in the hotel all the time. At the same time, after this month's investment, he has already obtained more than double the income. Naturally, a mansion is no longer a problem, but it won't be here for a long time, so they were going to give this villa directly to Ziming after they left, so they chose to stay here in Cambridge, where Harvard is located. It seems that the Brighton Consortium has really reacted and is already intervening in the stock trends of military industry companies. Otherwise, military stocks, which are dominated by GM and Phoenix during the recent period, will not rise so weakly. Dorf said, leaning on the sofa. This is for sure. Although the rise in stocks can help raise funds and enhance corporate value, these companies with large consortia do not need it. On the contrary, the inflated stock price will make them feel headaches. After all, companies are different from speculation. The funds used for speculation can be withdrawn at any time, but they have to stay to plug this hole. No capitalist would want to do this kind of wedding dress for others. Li Cheng said. Tong Gang finally said, but even the Brighton Consortium understands that the general trend of the market cannot be violated, so they are just trying to reduce the stock's gains, but they have not suppressed negative growth. Fortunately, Mr. Ziming, the investment model of China has already calculated this point. Otherwise our return on investment will fall below 1 percentage point in the past few days. Ilbedov looked at Ziming and said, but Mr. Ziming, since the big consortium has deliberately suppressing the growth rate of military-industrial enterprises, why don't we switch the battlefield? I see the recent stock trends. New technology companies focusing on computer software technology are not gaining momentum. Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Facing Ilbedov's question, Ziming did not rush to answer. He first turned his eyes to Tong Gang and Li Cheng and asked, do you think the same way? Capital always needs to be invested in the place where the most benefits can be obtained. Tong Gang said to Ziming. His words are very brief, but the meaning is clear. Indeed, I agree with Chairman Tong's statement that capital is profit-driven. If there is a better or more profitable investment direction, then the choice of capital must be the best. Ziming said. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff's eyes lit up, but before they had time to speak, Ziming said again, don't be eager to be happy, because I still have some problems. Financial statements of a computer technology company? Do you know the profitability of several companies? Or how many copies of these companies' development plans are on hand? This series of questions led Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff to ask questions at the time. Well, this is not how weird or tricky the questions Ziming asked, on the contrary. These questions are the simplest and most important. It is also because of its simplicity and importance that it shocks them even more, because they cannot answer. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff looked at each other, and finally Tong Gang asked Ziming, do you think that the current technology stocks are a bubble? I don't know if it is a bubble, but it is a nonsense. Rational prosperity is certain, Ziming said. Irrational prosperity? Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff asked in surprise in unison. Obviously they are the first time they have heard of this term. Ziming nodded and said, it is irrational prosperity. This is not a commendatory or derogatory term, but an objective law that must exist, because whether it is us or other investors, we are always talking about this bubble and that bubble. So these foamies, how did this happen? Of course, the influx of hot money in speculative wave. Ilbidoff said, but we do not speculate. We can leave before the bubble fragmentation. The key to our and I don't know when the bubble will break, Li Cheng said after taking over Ilbidoff's words. Ziming shook his head. The key point I said is not here, but what happens to the funds once the bubble is burst? Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff were both stunned. They obviously did not expect Ziming to ask suddenly such an irrelevant question, but Li Cheng still replied, of course it is to withdraw regardless of the cost, and then look for new investment opportunities. Yes, then we have to choose technology stocks now. Isn't that a new investment opportunity? Ilbidoff said, I understand that a bubble burst, funds have been withdrawn, a bubble has been blown up, and funds have poured in. This is an irrational prosperity over and over again, but we are not the federal government. There is no obligation to help them stabilize the market, as long as we can make money. It seems that you don't understand the true meaning of the little brother Ziming. Tong Gang sighed. What he really means is ours, to create new investment opportunities, instead of following the trend of others. It seems that Chairman Tong understands me better. And that is what I mean. The quality of the US investment market or the life and death of investors has nothing to do with me. I certainly don't worry about them, but I worry about myself, Ziming said. From international oil futures to military stocks, and even the Hong Kong stock index that I bought at the beginning, I have always been in a market that others have done well. Speculation, so I have to constantly worry about when this bubble will burst. What methods the dealer will use to control price fluctuations. When should I enter the market? When should I leave the market? And how can I let myself to maximize profit? Ziming took a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, my luck is not bad. I know exactly what the dealer is doing, but no matter how good my luck is, it will always be useful. After the end of the day, and gambling in a casino where others have set rules, this risk is still too great. At least not a normal investor should rely on. Of course, the most important thing is that this approach is too tiring. I need one easier way to play, Ziming added. So what are you going to do, little brother Ziming? Tong Gang asked. Find a way to sit on your own, Ziming replied. Although I had expected this answer for a long time, when I heard the answer in person, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff took a breath, and Ilbidoff asked in disbelief, Mr. Ziming, do you want to raise a market bubble yourself? Mr. Erbidoff, do you think this is feasible? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming asked. If someone else asks this question, Ilbidoff will definitely give an impossible answer. After all, it is not that simple to create a market bubble. It not only requires huge amounts of capital, but also requires a lot of social resources. For example, the publicity of public opinion, the follow-up and promotion of other investment companies, and even the support of policies, Only when these are put together can a big bubble be formed. These conditions are undoubtedly very harsh, otherwise, wouldn't everyone be the banker? Those consortia are also desperately expanding their capital. And what do they do to master various resources as much as possible? Even in China, in North Russia, in Hong Kong, Ziming could not blow a bubble with their support, let alone now they are in the United States. Capital, public opinion and adjustable social resources. They don't have the same thing. How can they blow the bubble? But the person in front of him is Ziming. He has created miracles one after another in front of him, giving Ilbedov a feeling that his common sense doesn't work for him, so now he clearly doesn't see any possibility of sitting in the house. But Ilbedov always felt that Ziming could still be successful in the zwang. As Ziming often said, how do you know if you don't try? However, after Ziming's answer, he almost didn't lose his breath. Of course it's impossible. We are in the United States now, with such a poor foundation. How can we be able to sit in a marketplace? Unless Ilbedov you can tell North Russia to fight the United States. Ziming said. Mr. Ziming, please stop joking, Ilbedov said helplessly. Although Ziming's answer is the most normal and reasonable answer, this feeling of being teased still makes Ilbedov go crazy. Comparing Ilbedov's madness, Ziming smiled and said, okay, I'm not kidding. Although it's completely impossible to blow up a market bubble with the resources we have now, if it's just what about a certain company? Ilbedov, who had just shrunk down, regained his spirit, and Tong Gang and Li Cheng's eyes were full of light, because Ziming had indeed pointed them in a very bright direction. You must know that they have nearly $1 billion in funds in their hands. This funds may be too weak for the entire market, but if it is only for a certain company, it is still easy to bring the rhythm. Not to mention the entire technology market is full of bubbles. Helping to blow a bubble in the bubble is still very simple, and it is easy to hide yourself. Tong Gang thought of something. He asked Ziming, so that's why you just asked us to read the financial statements, profitability and development white papers of several computer technology companies? There are no mistakes in many words. Ziming laughed. I can't hide from Chairman Tong. There is no way. After all, the arms sector is deliberately suppressed by the consortium, and the benefits are getting smaller and smaller. I can't help but develop new investment directions. The companies are already as big as feathers, and they are still the three major markets. So many companies are big to me. So now that Mr. Tong Gang, Mr. Li Cheng and Mr. Ilbedov have already put forward it, I beg you. In the last few words, Ziming said it seriously, but in the ears of Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov, there was a feeling of being pitied. Mr. Ziming, did your finance class not participate? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped, asked Ilbedov. Participation is affirmative, but they are designing a new investment model. But Mr. Ilbedov, as you know, the technology market is originally a bubble, and how to plan the investment ratio in it is difficult to choose. Ziming went on said, and now the new semester of Harvard is about to start, and the students in the finance class have to prepare for the new semester. Listening to Ziming's words, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov are all black lines. In the end, Tong Gang said, okay, I know, we will do this thing. That would not be better, Ziming said happily. Then Ziming left the villa, but only when he walked out of the villa, the smile on Ziming's face disappeared, and his brows were frowned instead. Are you still worried, right? Lin Muking asked. How can I not worry? Ziming said helplessly. Chapter 90, 360 lines. Are you knowledgeable? Bow. Thank you Lonely Maple for your 2 monthly tickets support. Let the time go back to 9 a.m. on September 3rd. Ziming and the students from the finance class I came to Harvard University together, and at the same time, Lin Muking was also traveling with him. Lin Muking famously wanted to visit this world's #1 institution of higher learning. Before, it was during the summer vacation, so I never had the opportunity. Now it's hard to come by. When the school starts, of course you have to come and see it. In fact, Ziming felt helpless because of Lin Muking's reasons. because Ziming would rather believe that Lin Muking came to catch the rape. Otherwise, why hadn't it been mentioned before, until Yining mentioned their class guide Jiru a few days ago? Did she insist on coming over? I hope nothing will happen, right? There are many words that are correct, Ziming prayed in his heart, but compared to Ziming, the other people in the finance class are very happy. After all, having such a beautiful big sister accompanied is always a pleasing thing. In particular, this big sister is the most well-known financial investor in Hong Kong. She is the idol of many people. Now they know that the relationship between Lin Muking and their most respected class teacher is still very unusual, which makes them even more happy. Seeing the students in the finance class talking with Lin Muking and laughing, Ziming couldn't help but feel a little bit slanderous. Haven't these damn little boys watched the internet for later generations? The protagonist passes away like this, especially with the beautiful heroine. There will always be some brain-disabled passers-by who come up to find fault. Although in the end they will always get slapped in the face by the protagonist, but they don't have the habit of looking for trouble, do they? These are all standard templates. As the saying goes, as Ziming thought, someone came to them immediately. But this person was not a passerby, but their class guide Jira. Jila looked at Ziming solemnly, and Lin Muking beside Ziming, and Lin Muking had no time to talk to Yining and the others at this time. She also looked at Jila silently, and the atmosphere of the whole scene suddenly became serious. In order to avoid some scenes beyond his control, Ziming stood up and said, "Teacher Zyra is a coincidence. We are here to report. This Miss Lin Muking is my friend. She said she wanted to visit our school, so I took her here. I don't think it violates any regulations, right?" There are many words without mistakes. Ziming's words undoubtedly gave Zyra a step down, but Zyra didn't seem to intend to just come down like this. She said, it does not violate the school rules, but I didn't happen to pass by here. But I was here waiting for you because I wanted to talk to you. But Lin Muking obviously disagrees. It was almost Jira who finished speaking. Lin Muking just finished stand up and say, "I'm sorry, maybe you don't understand Ziming's identity. He can't be alone with others. I think since you are his class supervisor, you should know something about it." Listening to Lin Muking and Ziming felt the most headache for the conversation between Jira and Maimang. If possible, Ziming really wanted to bury his head in the sand and be an ostrich, but this is impossible. The face is always to be faced. So Ziming had to bite the bullet and said, "Teacher Zyra, my sister Muking is right. I think you must have something to tell me, right? It doesn't matter if she is there." After Ziming finished speaking, she was silent for a while, and then Jira exhaled and said, "Well then, let's come together. You two." Jira said that they too deliberately gritted their teeth. Yes, Ziming had a headache, but Lin Muking held Ziming's arm as if declaring war, and then the three of them walked aside. The expected jealousy did not appear, but Zyra calmly told Ziming a message. "Mr. Nordliman asked me to tell you that just 3 days ago, on August 31st, Christo left Bermuda. When they came back, they held a grand banquet in the castle of the Adams family that day. Members of the family including Senator Brooke, Will and Robert all attended." Hearing this news, Ziming didn't even have time to rejoice. La matured and immediately became serious, because Ziming had known before the Gulf project started that this Christo was Robert's biological father and the current patriarch of the Adams family. "That means him in trouble?" Ziming asked. According to the news that Nordriman learned, Christos' return this time is mainly to understand the implementation of the Gulf plan. In addition, in the tradition of the Adams family, not all people attending the banquet are eligible to see Christo, including Senator Brooke. But Robert, as Christos' son and heir in the family, is still qualified. Speaking of this, Jira paused and said, "So Ziming, you are not only in trouble, and your trouble may not be small, because it is said that there is something special between Christo and Robert. Even if Robert's request is unreasonable, Christo will still do his best to do it." At the door of the Cambridge villa, Ziming retracted his thoughts from the memories of seeing Zyra in the morning and let out a sigh of relief. Ziming turned to see Lin Muking still worried, and smiled and said to her, "Sister Mew King, I don't think we have anything to worry about. Anyway, I'm not prepared for the Addams Family guys to be ashamed and angry." "So is the G teacher. La told me that the news is the same." "That's not what I said." Lin Mew King said, "In the past, Robert was alone. He was only a junior in any case, and he was also very willful, so the family that can be mobilized after all. Resources are very limited, but this time is different. Christo is the patriarch of the Addams family. He has been in charge of the Addams family for 20 years. His methods and the resources he can mobilize are not comparable to 100 Roberts." Lin Mew King looked at Ziming worriedly. "If he really makes a move, I'm worried." Before Lin Mew King finished speaking, Ziming waved his hand proudly. "There is nothing to worry about, Sister Mew King. It's just that we are soldiers coming to cover up the water and earth, and no matter how bad we are, we will be driven out of Brighton. I don't believe that he can really kill me here. As long as he can't kill Lao Tzu, then one day he will kill him again." He gave me a double return. Lin Mew King was stunned, staring at Ziming blankly, because Ziming's words just now were bold and dry, and there was a kind of self-confidence to watch the world. Lin Mew King was obviously not a fanatic, but she at this moment, listening to Ziming's words, she still made her blush and heart beat faster. But this is a later story. Maybe Christo won't indulge his son so much, let alone accompany him to mess around. So instead of this, I think we should do our own thing first. The most important ... What do you mean, Sister Mew King? Ziming finally called to Lin Mew King to get her back, and Lin Mew King immediately nodded in a panic. Yes. The things at hand must be done well, not fooling around. Lin Mew King's voice became smaller as she said, because she didn't know what she was talking about anymore. Compared with Lin Mew King, Ziming was even more surprised, because in his impression, Lin Mew King has always been a mature and stable image of a royal sister. He did not expect to show such a little girlish appearance now. It is because of herself, which makes Ziming. I can't help but feel complacent. But complacent. Now there are more important things ahead. Sister Mew King, how about your contact with high-tech companies? Ziming asked. Although in the villa, Ziming asked Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov to sort out the information of the high-tech computer company, but in order to grasp the first-hand information, Ziming still let Lin Mew King start to do it very early. Speaking of business affairs, Lin Mew King immediately emerged from the state of nympho. She replied to Ziming, from the high-tech companies I have come into contact with, I personally think that the growth of Microsoft and Intel is very rapid, and from their financial reports and development white papers, I also think they are very promising. Ziming smiled, because as a Rebirth, Ziming is too familiar with these two high-tech companies, because they are completely the two Big Macs of later generations. But Lin Mew King was surprised when he saw Ziming's expression. Is that what I said wrong? But I see their financial statements are very healthy, and their development planning direction is no problem. Ziming shook his hand and said, Sister Mew King, I didn't mean that. I didn't say that what you said was wrong. I have seen the two companies you mentioned. I even think that they can be the top spot in the industry in the future, but such a company is even better suitable for long-term investment. And if we need to blow a bubble, we need to find those short-term companies. Lin Mew King nodded silently. I understand. It seems that Suo Wang's speculation philosophy is so different from ordinary investment. Of course. Otherwise, how can you say that 360 lines are all learning? Ziming said. At the same time, in the manner of the White Mountain Forest, Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family, was sitting in his study, and Robert rushed in aggressively. Christo, you are not keeping promises. Robert pointed to Christo's nose and cursed. Christo looked up. He waved his hand to the door and motioned to the housekeeper and servants to go out. Then he said to Robert, sit down first. Look at you now. How can there be any Addams family appearance? Robert snorted and said, I don't care what I look like. That's what you guys should consider. I just have to consider that you deceived me. What did I deceive you to? Christo asked. That Chinese. Robert said, 3 days have passed. Why are you not moving at all? Because I am preparing. Christo said, although the Chinese is a trash, the lion fights the rabbit. Using all your strength, combined with your previous failure lessons, it shows that he cannot be dismissed casually. I need a little time to lay out. After all, even if it is a chopping board, there will be a possibility of turning over, but I want to take him down in one fell swoop. Don't let him have any chance of turning over, and as you know, there is a country behind him. I can't think about China's response. Robert sneered. It sounds good, but I think just scared. Let the Chinese go. You are a coward. You were a coward at the beginning. But now you are still a coward. Even if you become the patriarch of Adams and truly manage the family, you are still a coward. Pop. Christo stood up and slapped Robert. Robert covered his face and said, hit me. It seems that you are also irritated. Christo took a deep breath and calmed down before saying, whatever you say, anyway, I have my own plan, as long as you don't forget what you promised me. Of course I am. Remember, Robert said. But I'm afraid Mr. Christo, you don't remember. By the way, I will remind you that there is a time limit for what I promised you, before the 15th of this month. If you can't do it yet, our agreement does not count. A Chinese who is nothing. Time is enough. Christo said. Chapter 91. Are you two together? At 5 p.m. on Wednesday, September 5th. Ziming left class and came to the villa that Tong Gang bought in Cambridge. Lin Muking accompanied Ziming from Harvard to the villa. Since Lin Muking started school with Ziming on the first day, Lin Muking has accompanied Ziming to class and after school for these 2 days, just like when they first arrived in Hong Kong, and except for meeting Zara on the first day, these 2 days nothing happened again. But it's normal. How can I say that Harvard is also the world's top higher education institution? Everyone who can enter here is a high-quality talent. Everyone is self-reliant. People like Brooke will eventually return. Only a few. Comrades, have you found any high-tech companies that are good for you? Ziming Kai asked directly as soon as he walked in. After all, he, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Ilbedov are all old acquaintances. Saying hello doesn't matter, so Ziming is straightforward to the subject. In this regard, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov didn't mind either. On the contrary, Ziming's theme was what they wanted to know the most. Tong Gang beckoned enthusiastically to let Ziming go over and say, we found a few very good companies. We called you over today for this purpose. Ziming nodded and sat down. Tong Gang handed over a document to Ziming. Ziming said while watching him, Dell Computer Company. This is a computer company that has not been established for 5 years. The president of the company is Mr. Michael, who is 24 years old this year. He used $1,000 to establish Dell 5 years ago. Today, his assets have exceeded $10 million. The young Mr. Michael hopes to use this computer technology stock boom to promote his own computer company to go public. Facing Tong Gang's introduction, Ziming was a little dumb. Although he had a criminal record with Lin Muking, Ziming thought that he might hear some familiar names before coming, but he didn't expect that Tong Gang would give himself one like this when he came up. Familiar taste. Well, since it's a familiar taste, let's just talk about it. Ziming thought this in his heart, and said at the same time, I know this Dell Computer Company uses a direct business model that eliminates inventory, which is a way of communicating directly with customers and sending orders directly to the company. Tong Gang gave Ziming a thumbs up, as expected. He is a little brother Ziming, even Dell knows it. It seems that you have done a lot of homework. Ziming smiled without embarrassment. His heart. Can you say you don't know? I like to use Dell computers most in my previous life, even if he is called Silly Duo Die. So I naturally understand Dell's development model. So, Chairman Tong, are you planning to take a stake in Dell? Ziming asked. Tong Gang nodded and said, Dell's development process is very fast. His stock has already been fired before it has been listed, so he has room to sit in the bank. Of course, there is another point. His direct sales model. In a short period of time, the elimination of middlemen can provide the company with high profits. But this practice itself is against the market, and it is likely to be squeezed out by the middlemen in the future. It also has short-term conditions. Ziming is not in a hurry to express his stance. He asked Li Cheng and Erbidoff first, "Do you think the same way?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Li Cheng and Erbidoff both nodded, and Zhu Mingkai shook their heads and said, "But my opinion is exactly the opposite of yours. I think Dell is a company with great investment value, and his company's stock will be like a rocket after listing. The rapid growth of the company will grow into a Fortune 500 company in the world within a few years, and it is his direct sales model that supports all of this." Children what was about to say, but to Ziming, said, "Tong Chairman, I know, you think he's straight. Pin mode will let him and middlemen conflict, but it is in the computer industry. From the perspective of the development in recent years, computers' future pace of development will be faster, replacement will be faster, so long-term inventory is not necessary. Fits straight. Sales model philosophy. There is another point, he is the problem and intermediaries. I know this fight for a job and it was, like his father's hatred and implacable, but anything is possible conversion." Ziming said, "Who provides the intermediary must be an intermediary, can't it become a customer?" "Listen," Ziming explained, "Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff suddenly realized." Ziming finally said, "So if you want investment capital, Dell, I agree. But here in power, I personally do not agree." Tong just nodded, then helped direct the Dell. Ziming turned the page. He then introduced Apple, California, a veteran computer company, also the rise of the personal computer revolution in the past. But now the circumstances of each business take conditions. The sales of the latest products are very poor, but they can still be packaged if they have their background. Ziming is still shaking his head, said, "And wearing lira kind. The company also has the potential. If you want to invest, even become an Apple shareholder, I are very supportive. But if you want to Wang on Apple, you and not a good choice." Face of opposition Ziming, one by one, and Li Cheng Tong Gang yield off and do not get angry. On the contrary, they are very happy. After all, Ziming's true intentions in doing things. Imagine if Ziming did not go to find out about these. It is impossible for the company to calculate the intermediate gains and losses and analyze the matter so thoroughly. Of course, they were also shocked, besides being happy, to know that he had 3 people looking for a couple of days in the stock market only to find these companies, but early analysis made Ziming out. This is too sick of it, no mistakes. Not to Ziming himself actually feeling very upset. He is clear that he is not as filled with so knowledgeable, but they say all heard his own company. Then what can't pretend to understand, right? There are many words that are correct. What's more important is that in the future, there will be a part of his own in the funds of the bank. Ziming doesn't want to waste his money. Tong Gang then pointed out the next company to Ziming. Arts is a company registered in Virginia. It was newly established only 2 years ago. It was also listed along with the high-tech stock market bubble at this moment. It is mainly engaged in the computer game business. The company's business looks very good, and the financial statements are fine. But the company's innovation is very poor. Maybe this company can become our own company. Art company? Ziming searched in his mind for a long time and never heard the name of this company. He then glanced at Lin Muking again. Lin Muking shook his head at him. Apparently he had never heard of it. Although I haven't heard of it, it may just be that the company has not made it out of the United States, and I need to be more cautious. With this thought, Ziming nodded silently and then asked Tong Gang, "Are there any other companies?" Tong Gang replied, "There are also Quincy Computer Company and Taylor Software Company in Brighton. They are all computer software companies that have emerged from this high-tech stock bubble. Their financial situation is less than that of other companies. They are all pretty good, but they lack core competence, and their presidents are not so capable. Therefore, I think these companies that are not up to the bottom can be used to make a deal." "Okay, I will know the materials of these companies." I took them back and watched them slowly, but I think Quincy Computer Company will let it go. After all, he is in Cambridge and was founded by a few Harvard graduates. If he is used to sit in the House, I am afraid it will cause trouble. Ziming say. Tong Gang thought for a while and replied, it is indeed the case, so we should cross out Quincy, and choose one of the two companies from Yinen and Taylor. Ziming asked rhetorically, why choose one or two? Wouldn't it be okay to join together? Since these two companies are not big, then I think we are fully capable of manipulating together. There are no mistakes and a lot of words. A very simple rhetorical question, but let Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi Erbidoff was shocked on the spot. Indeed, since choosing one of the two is so troublesome and headache, why not do it together? It's not incapable. Speaking is very easy and simple. If you can say this, how many people can make this determination? After all, sitting in two villages at the same time is not only as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but also requires more energy to accurately grasp the movements of both sides. For this reason, even those large consortia, when it is not necessary, will not sit in two villages at the same time, just come one by one. Ziming, you really sure you want to do this? I know you hold very negative, but things are not doing so. Tong just very politely advised. Ziming said with a smile, Tong Chairman, of course I understand that, with time to sit two questions village, but our situation is not the same. Our first goal is the kind of small business to our funds can be fully master. Then manpower. Ziming Cheng Li Tong Gang said here saw the ale and other doff one only went on to say, children chairman, you who are their own business tycoon, I think you certainly have a number of Xiaodixion right without trader many wrong word. Then the three of you together can also do not take a village. No mistake, not jump word. And as long as you have a good rider village, a left, and I believe that I and my finance classes is manageable. Ziming said the last sentence and asked, could you were going to let me get a person fails? Listen Ziming, then, Tong Gang, Li Sung-il and Dudoff felt mortified, because they never thought this division of labor stubble. Ziming is a person to get their ideas in. Not to, no matter how ashamed, they still want the cheek to ask. Ziming, little brother, can be this way does not mean that we parted company yet. No mistake, not jump word. Ziming heart smile, he is very clear, and Li Cheng Tong Gang yield off do they say, have been accustomed to nothing more than sitting in money, used to have their own money to help them, but it does not matter, after all, now under the circumstances, I really need to rely on them. So Ziming said, of course not. There are military enterprises in this sector in this steady growth. We do not need to withdraw all the money, so since we are still a sum of money to invest through joint investment model, it not a separation, right? No mistake, a lot of word. Faced with Ziming's statement, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff exchanged glances. Finally, Tong Gang said, well, then, just do what you said, little brother Ziming. Let's choose each one. If you have any news, you must tell the other party as soon as possible. Ziming shrugged meaninglessly and said, of course. If this is the case, then it should not be too late. After all, there is a bubble in high-tech stocks. It has been formed. No one knows when he will be punctured. Time is very tight. Tong Gang said. Li Cheng and Erbidoff also agreed with Tong Gang. But when they were about to leave and prepare to separate, Tong Gang's cell phone suddenly rang. Tong Gang connected and showed a very suspicious expression. It was a call from a stock brokerage company. He said that there was a problem with my account. I think I have to go to New York. Tong Gang said, well, I hope it won't be a big problem, otherwise, without Mr. Tong Gang's funds, our house may not be completed properly. Ilbidoff said. Compared to Ilbidoff's jokes, Ziming frowned slightly unnaturally, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Leaving the villa, Lin Muking asked what was wrong with Ziming. Ziming sighed and shook his head and said, help is my own illusion, but I always have a bad feeling. Chapter 92. Can't eat lunch. Bow thanks book friends 20,529,338 inches for the support and monthly ticket support. Thank you for the monthly ticket support. Of you are a little dizzy. I said, Bauer, do not the guests over the still order food? They have been sitting here for almost 2 hours. Even a sloth should finish eating. These bitch bread Chinese. Manager, They said the guests they were waiting for have not come yet, so they don't need to order food yet. They said that if they keep sitting not ordering here will affect our normal business, so they will be willing to accept a certain amount of financial compensation. Hey, when can these petty Chinese people be so proud? Then we must be ruthless. Tore a piece of meat from their ass. I will ask them to compensate them for $5,000. These people take a lot of money. So many. The manager, aren't you afraid of them calling the police? Call the police. It seems that you don't know how to deal with these Chinese people, Bauer. Whether they are rational or unreasonable, they are most afraid of calling the police. Then, as long as we call the police, let alone $5,000, it's $50,000. As long as they can take it out, they will put it in our hands obediently. They are such a group of pigs to be slaughtered. Ha ha. This is a conversation between the manager and the waiter in the Rugen Air restaurant. Root Air restaurant is the best restaurant in Rugen Town. Because Rugen Town is relatively remote from the airport, there are not many restaurants nearby. Root Air restaurant's business is the best in town. And they say the Chinese people who took a lot of money were Ziming and Lin Muking. At this time, Ziming, Lin Muking and the police were sitting in the restaurant closest to the window. There were only 3 cold cups of coffee on their table. Lin Muking looked at his watch from time to time, and seemed a little impatient. Ziming, is this Mark coming yet? Our appointment time is 11 o'clock noon. And it is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Muking said angrily. Listening to Lin Muking's complaint, Ziming looked up at the clock on the wall, thought for a moment and said, Sister Muking, don't worry, maybe Mr. Mark was delayed because of something happened. I understand this. After all, he is also the chairman of an airline, but it's not too much to make a call, right? There are many words correct, Lin Muking said. Ziming smiled and said to Lin Muking, Sister Muking is okay. Maybe some things are too late to inform. Anyway, we have been waiting for so long. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Mr. Mark is my old friend. I believe he will come. Lin Muking looked at Ziming suspiciously, and was about to ask something. But Ziming suddenly said, Sister Muking, look, Mr. Mark is here. Nothing wrong. No words. Lin Muking turned her head immediately and saw a white man with a beard getting out of the car, and then quickly ran into the restaurant. Ziming took the initiative to stand up and greet Mark. Mark immediately came to Ziming's place and sat down. Before Ziming and Lin Muking could speak, Mark first asked, Mr. Ziming, did you offend someone? Faced with Mark's headless question, both Ziming and Lin Muking felt very stunned. They had thought that Mark would come over and explain something, but they didn't think that he would come up with an explanation, so they asked first. Such a problem. However, after the astonishment, Ziming thought for a while and asked him, did someone say something to you? Mark nodded and replied, yes. Originally I had to rush over directly after receiving your call from Mr. Ziming, but when I was leaving home, I ran into the largest shareholder of Deep Blue Airlines. He knew that I was looking for you, Mr. Ziming, and he warned me not to have any contact or cooperation with you, otherwise it would endanger the entire Deep Blue Airlines. Cooperating with us will endanger the entire Deep Blue Airlines? Mr. Mark, please pardon me, this is a big joke. Lin Muking said. I thought it was a joke, but he clearly told me that it was true, and said that if I continue to cooperate with you, Mr. Ziming, then he will immediately sell all the company shares in his hand, and not only him, but other company shareholders will also sell their own shares to cash out. Mark said that he finally shook his head helplessly. So Mr. Mark, you compromised like this? Lin Muking asked. Mark smiled helplessly. Lady, I want to face such a situation. Most people will make the same decision as me. I believe in this. Ziming then turned to the front. Just what makes me curious is, Mr. Mark, your reason should be more than this, right? There are no mistakes and many words. Mr. Ziming is still wise. Mark said, my shareholders told me that there is a big man who wants to deal with Ziming. Sir, now he is mobilizing resources and is ready to strike you in all directions. Under this circumstance, no matter who cooperates with you will not have good results. Although we all believe that your investment can bring us the return is very impressive, but it is obviously more important to keep oneself. Then who is going to deal with me? Is Patriarch Christo of the Addams family? Ziming asked. Mark shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't answer this question, because my shareholders didn't tell me either. He only said that it was someone we could afford never to offend. Ziming nodded silently. So that's the case. In other words, we can't eat this lunch today? Mark smiled awkwardly. Yes. Actually I wanted to call Mr. Ziming to tell you, but then I thought it was too much. If you don't respect me enough, you will come to the appointment. Thank you very much for Mr. Mark's respect for me. Then I think you should leave as soon as possible. After all, if someone really wants to deal with me, he knows that we are eating face-to-face like this. It will get you into trouble. Ziming said. Mr. Ziming, you are really a good person. You will still consider me at this time. If it is not for my own ability, I will definitely support Mr. Ziming to the end. Mark said. I'm not sure I will have this opportunity in the future. Ziming said. Afterwards Mark left the restaurant, and the waiter at the restaurant immediately came over and asked, Excuse me, this sir, do you still need to order food after your friend is gone? Ziming shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't need it anymore. Ziming said, and took out $500 to him and said, these $500 are to pay for my coffee just now and to compensate you. There. Waiter took the money, smiled. Mr. Chinese, you seem to be mistaken, right? Our restaurant is the best restaurant in Rugen Town. Your loss to us will be very large. At least $5,000. It can be compensated. $5,000? Why don't you rob the bank? Lin Muking asked in surprise. At this time the restaurant manager also came over. The waiter told him about the situation. The manager came forward and said, Mrs. and gentlemen from China, you may not know our restaurant. Sitting here maliciously like you will have a very bad impact on us. So $5,000 is not much. Of course, if you have any objections to this compensation amount, you can choose to call the police, or we can go to court to resolve. The restaurant manager raised his head when he spoke, and he was sure of you. Looks at Ziming. Ziming sneer. The manager, I have to compensate you. You accept to accept, not accept your alarm, and I still do. No time to accompany you to play this silly game. Having stood Ziming when he got up, the manager reached out to catch Ziming, but was stopped by the police. Fuck. Don't make a toast or fine wine. Ziming left the restaurant with Lin Muking after leaving this sentence to the restaurant manager. The waiter asked when the manager was silent and asked, just forget it. This seems to be different from the manager's initial thoughts. What do you know? There. Manager yelled a little bit of irritation. Obviously he also understood that his words at the beginning had been swollen by Ziming just now. It was swollen, but he still had to let him go. He thought about it and said to his waiter, that Chinese is not an ordinary person, I can feel it. There. Waiter was surprised. But the manager didn't want to say more. I just moved my wrist aching slightly. Outside the restaurant, Ziming and Lin Muking had already returned to the car. Lin Muking asked Ziming, you said that the big man Mark mentioned earlier would be Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family? Ziming smiled bitterly at this and shook his head. Sister Muking, I can't know this, but from the current situation, there will be no one else except him. Lin Muking suddenly thought of something and said immediately, by the way, Ziming, do you remember that Tong Gang said that there was a problem with his stock account before? Do you think it is related to the situation on Mark's side? Ziming thought for a while and said, it's possible. Count the time. Now Tong Gang should have arrived in New York. Sister Muking, please call him and ask. Lin Muking nodded and took out her mobile phone to make a call, but the phone came in first. Lin Muking answered immediately. It was Tong Gang who was calling. On the phone, Tong Gang told Ziming that there was a problem with the transfer between his offshore account and the US financial system, and he needed to go. The bank went to sort out the intermediate procedures. The brokerage company said that the account may be supervised, and the specific problem still needs to be clarified at the bank. Chairman Tong, which bank did you choose to do the intermediate procedures? Ziming asked. Tong Gang seemed to have anticipated something. He replied heartily, "Don't worry, little brother Ziming, I know you have been worrying about the Addams family. I am not that stupid. I chose Bank of California, and the Addams family has nothing to do." What's the relationship? Ziming still didn't fully relieve himself. "I hope you can handle it as soon as possible, Chairman Tong. After all, some things are prone to variables after a long time." "Don't worry, I will speed up the process," Tong just said. After Tong Gang hung up the phone, Lin Muking said to Ziming, "Although Tong Gang said that he was a specially chosen bank, I always feel that this matter is not that simple. Simple is not easy. Let's wait and see what follows. You will know the development of the story," Ziming said. Lin Muking looked at Ziming suspiciously, and Ziming asked her back, "Sister Muking, if you really make up your mind to deal with me, you will only find two troubles for me: or give me all my ways, cut it off, and finally drive me into a desperate situation. Of course it will cut off all your paths. Isn't it a child's practice to just add a block to you? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Lin Muking said. "That's the problem," Ziming said. "Just like the news brought to us by teacher Zyra, Robert is very likely to tell Krista to deal with us, and as the patriarch of the Addams family, I believe him. He's definitely much smarter than Robert. At least he's definitely not going to play casually, he's definitely going to attack in all directions and win it in one fell swoop." "So Ziming, what you mean, is not Lee Sung-il off and there also will be a problem?" Lin Muking asked. Ziming had a chance to say anything. The fact that it has a very good answer. Lin Mu's almost clear voice was off. Ziming in the hands of mobile phone rang. Ziming picked up turned. Il Dudof's voice immediately sounded. "Zuxi and Xingming, sorry, my stock account seems there was also a problem. It seemed that the procedures were incomplete with the banking system. I think I have to go to Chicago." "Listen Irak's-old Dudoff, then." Ziming smiles. "Muking sister, it seems we have this lunch is really the going gets." 93rd chapter is not that it is simple. Fifth Avenue is the most famous central street on Manhattan Island, New York. Because it has all the most famous brand shops in the world, it is also known as the Street of Dreams. The famous Empire State Building is on this Street of Dreams. The Empire State Building has been the world's largest skyscraper since it was built in the 1930s. It was not surpassed by the World Trade Center until 18 years ago. Even so, the Empire State Building is still a landmark on Fifth Avenue and the entire New York City. In the meeting room on the 73rd floor of the Empire State Building, a 60-year-old Chinese sat here with a grim expression. If Ziming were here, he would be very surprised, because the old man was not someone else but Tong Gang. Tong just quietly sitting on the couch drinking tea, and suddenly the room door is opened. Tong Gang, but what looked surprised. Iraq's old Mr. Doff, how do you not come here? It came in the north of Russia's richest man Dudofil. He saw Tong Gang surprised a moment, then helpless smile. Tong Mr. Gang, you first do not get too surprised, because I can be more than a come. These words surprised Tong Gang, but before he had time to ask, he saw another person coming in behind Ilbedoff. It was Li Cheng. Li Cheng came in with a sigh and said to Tong Gang, "So it seems that we are being calculated." As if to prove to them, as they all sat down, a white man with black-rimmed glasses came in and said to them, "Good three, let me introduce myself first. My name is Andy. I am employed Mr. Christos' personal butler. I know that the three are very busy business tycoons, but today I'm looking for three of them to discuss something very important, and I hope they can listen to me carefully. Okay? Make no mistakes and skip words." Andy paused deliberately after he finished speaking, waiting for a response. However, Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff did not speak to them, because they were not stupid, and they came to Brighton for so many days. They would have a certain understanding of the situation here, so when the name Christo was spoken, they immediately understood what was going on. Now that the reason is clear, it will be of no avail to say more. It's better to wait and see what conditions the other party has to offer. Andy was a little surprised by the unanimous silence of Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov, but he also quickly reacted and said, "It seems that all three of them have a general understanding of their current situation. Then let's just pick the key points. It is Mr. Christos' intention to invite all three of you here today, and his purpose is to reach an agreement with you." Agreement? Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi Erbidov looked at each other, as if he didn't understand. Faced with the three people's doubts, Andy smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, it is an agreement, because Mr. Christo wants to have some business cooperation with you." What cooperation? If possible, I hope, Mr. Andy, just like what you said, you can be direct and focused. Don't talk about these miscellaneous things that we don't understand. Remember that you are just a trick, like you, to make up the plot with unscrupulous words, is the reader's best disgust. I will be beaten to death, Tong Gang said to Andy. Andy shrugged senselessly. It seems they are really barbaric Chinese people. After feeling, Andy said again, "Okay, the point. I want to ask everyone, are you talking to someone now? What about Zuming's people working together? Working together to invest in oil futures, together to invest in arms stocks?" Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Erbidov at the same time chuckled in their hearts, thinking that it was so, although when Andy threw out the name of Christo, they thought that this was a conspiracy by the Adams family, but when they said it, they still felt weak. But powerless to powerless, what should be said is still to be said, so Tong Gang asked, "So you want us to give up our cooperation with Zuming, right?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Andy nodded and said, "Yes, because Mr. Christo dislikes your cooperation very much, and Mr. Christo is going to teach that wicked kid. He doesn't want to hurt the innocent by mistake." After speaking, Andy paused and said, "Of course Mr. Christo will not let you suffer. He has prepared a $30 million oil futures contract for you, and this contract is still before August 3rd. I believe this is a good one for you." Compensation. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidov, none of them spoke, gritted their teeth and felt very humiliated. The 30 million oil futures contract is undoubtedly an astronomical contract for ordinary people. But for Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov, it is a beggar, even on August 3rd. The previous contract, even if it will rise to 60 million or even 70 million in the future, after all, the investment they made with Zuming has already made hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. This is just a drop in the bucket. Andy glanced at the three people back and forth and said, "Three gentlemen, this compensation is the maximum tolerance of Mr. Christo, because your behavior is very unethical." Before Andy finished, Tong Gang asked, "What if we disagree?" "Disagree?" Andy smiled. "You seem to have not figured out the situation, because your multiple choice questions don't have this option at all." Tong Gang and Li Cheng, both Ilbidov clenched their fists. They are both business tycoons in their respective regions. Even if they go abroad, they are treated with courtesy and received according to the standards of the upper class. When have they suffered such humiliation? You must know that Andy's words are completely forcing you to sign the alliance under the city. You have to agree if you agree, and you have to agree if you don't. "Mr. Andy, that's not what I have promised you. Can go?" Li Cheng, after almost biting molar, asked. "Of course not." In order to show their sincerity, the three gentlemen can stay in the Empire State Building for a few more days. The living utensils needed by the few will be readily available. Even if there are any special requirements, we will try our best to meet them. Andy said, "So you have to think, as long as we are under house arrest here, you will be on the Zuming yet?" "No mistake, not jump word?" Tong Gang asked. Andy smiled and replied, "I cannot say that, in fact, not so simple. 9/11 Tuesday, May, the day after in 2 decades is very famous Black Day, but this year was just a very ordinary day. At noon and after class, Zuming came to Wharton Company, because Lin Muking is here. It seemed that she had a premonition. In the past few days, Lin Muking no longer asked to accompany Zuming to class. Instead, She waited in the company for Ziming to come over. Ziming, from yesterday to today, I have been in contact and Li Cheng Tong Gang yield off. Do not, you can always contact, they cannot get through the phone. Pager also did not send information back. You say they will not. What happened, right? No mistake. A lot of words. I always think how their stock accounts at the same time will have a problem. It's strange. Ziming, before entering office, Lin Mu Qing hurried to throw him a question. As the Qing Lin Mu, said Li Cheng Tong Gang Il and other three ad off respective stock account is a problem. Tong Gang is the first out of the question, followed by Il Dof Do. Just yesterday, Li Cheng's stock account is not immune. Its real stock account problems, especially related to offshore accounts, still have time is normal. After all, the conversion of funds offshore accounts, as well as the exchange rate of tax is very complicated, not as general as easy directly from the bank money, even in the United States, which has the most developed finance in this era. No one can guarantee that the intermediate procedures will never be problematic. I not at problems now that Li Cheng Tong Gang Il and other off, three of them are almost instantaneous problem. You cannot help but doubt. Ziming was not anxious to answer, but walked over and sat in front of Lin Muking and asked, Sister Nam Muking, have you ever asked the stock brokerage companies in New York and Chicago? Lin Muking nodded and replied, of course I have asked. They said that the problem with the account is not on their side. There was a problem with the bank's procedures. They have directed the customer to the bank for contact. The bank. What do you say over there? Ziming asked again. The bank said that the procedures exist on the offshore account side, and the person concerned needs to go to the offshore bank to solve it. But I called the offshore bank, but they said that they didn't receive any news at all. It should be a problem with the local bank. Lin Muking said. Ziming smiled. Isn't this just kicking the ball? One kicks the other. They are kicking the ball. Everyone puts the responsibility behind. No one can really give the answer, as if they are all. It disappeared out of thin air. Lin Muking said angrily. I don't think they will disappear out of thin air. But someone should control them. Ziming said. Lin Muking looked at Ziming in surprise. Ziming smiled and said to him, Sister Muking, you forgot about you. Have you ever said that the Adams family is going to deal with us? Nothing is wrong. No words. When it was heard that it was the Adams family, Lin Muking immediately became nervous. Ziming, you mean that Robert really touched his father? Is this his father dealing with us? Nothing is wrong. No words. Other than that, I can't think of other answers. Ziming said. These despicable bastards. They must have known that our money was scattered into their accounts for investment, so they had problems at the same time. That Christo wanted to cut off our investment by cutting off our funds forcibly. Way. Lin Muking scolded secretly. Ziming shook his head and said, Sister Muking, it would be okay if it were just like this, but I think Christo, as the patriarch of the Adams family, shouldn't have only this ability. So by Ziming, Lin Muking also think this approach, although let their investment behavior cannot go on, but it did not harm any nature, if Robert's practice but can be understood, by actually his idea was not that so mature, and Christo shouldn't. Does a patriarch of the Adams family don't even understand the simple truth that the enemy should be killed directly? Ziming Tong Gang. You mean to say that Li Sung Il and othered off missing just to start it? No mistake, not jump word. Lin Muking asked. Obviously this is a, Ziming said. Like to give Ziming, then it does prove general. Hare's voice was off when Ziming, executive director of Wharton's, duly knocking at the door, submitted the document to Ziming, said, this is a bank and a fax document sent by our brokerage company stated that our account is suspected of money laundering and other illegal activities and that our account needs to be routinely checked. Ziming looked up and asked her, nuclear check means that you want to freeze our account? No mistake, not jump word. Julie point first answer is, Ziming frustration. Good, I know it. You first go out. Such as Julie left the room between, Lin Muking said, indeed the Adams family patriarch, Ginger or the old lady, Ziming your accounts that are secret. It can also turn out to him, It seems he did not want to let we have any investment behavior. Ziming shook her head. If he just does not want me to have any investment-owned conduct, that would be better. After all, these are just tricks, and where the Li Cheng Tong gang yield off is not my account. It is impossible to seal it forever. The biggest problem is still with me, Ziming said, pointing to his last word, but at the same time, Julie again pushed open the door of the room. Some panic cried, Zuxian Xingming bad, out. Something went wrong. Chapter 94, The Protest of Upside Down. Listen Julie in the report in front of a whirlwind, let Lin Muking also bit nervous to follow up. Because Lin Mu clear understanding of Julie knew she was a very capable woman, now she was putting on airs as evidenced by things outside, certainly not general. Completely subconsciously, Lin Muking turned her head to look at Ziming. However, compared with her nervousness, Ziming was obviously calm. She just asked Julie indifferently, what happened? Ziming's calmness made Lin Muking and Julie feel calm. After calming down, Zili replied, Mr. Ziming, there is a political group. They said that our insurance wealth management products are suspected of illegal fundraising, which is a kind of financial fraud. They are protesting at the door, and even are still in the company. Red paint was splashed on the door and the walls, and there were some very vicious graffiti. Julie didn't want to say the last paragraph. It was Ziming who told her that she could say anything. So she mustered the courage to say it. It seems that things are not small. Let's go out and have a look. Ziming sighed, then stood up and walked out with Lin Muking. Wharton's meeting room is soundproofed, so Ziming and the others opened the door. There was a burst of noise, like a vegetable market, but unlike the vegetable market, it was also filled with angry shouts and the sound of beating glass. The other company executives in the front office were very scared and hid in one corner. The air was filled with a pungent smell of paint, which made people nauseous. Lin Muking was immediately angry. She asked Julie, how could this happen? Are they a gangster? Did you call the police? Facing Lin Muking's strong aura and her series of questions, Julie found it hard to resist. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, we did not report to the police, because the report will have a great impact on the company's reputation. Julie's answer made Lin Muking even more angry. Does this situation have little impact on our reputation? Julie, it's also a very experienced manager. Why don't you even have this common sense? You said that if the media comes to interview like this now, then everyone will call out the words Wharton Insurance Company in the future, right? There are a lot of words. A lot of things are afraid of what comes from. Almost when Lin Muking was finished speaking, a reporter outside brought the camera and started interviewing. Julie was stunned for a moment. She murmured, how could this happen? Obviously there was no one just now. Ziming glanced at Julie. As Julie's boss, Ziming also knew Julie very well. He knew that she was a very capable woman, but she was also a woman after all. In such an emergency, many men would be at a loss, let alone her. Regarding this, Ziming could only sigh secretly in his heart, and then comforted her. These are all destined. Since someone has directed this play, it is impossible for some important roles in the middle to be absent. With you, it doesn't matter. And now that the reporter is here, you don't need to worry about the brand image. Just go to the police. Julie nodded and went to the police. Ziming looked at her going to the police, but instead I had a very bad premonition, as if this approach itself was a wrong choice. But now facing this situation, it seems that there is no other choice. Ziming and Lin Muking came to the door. The door was still noisy. More than a dozen Americans wearing tank tops and shorts, and some with tattoos, stood at the door. They were either holding banners or waving baseball bats. The company is clamoring. Ziming, I don't think these people are like social groups. They are more like American gangsters. Lin Muking stopped Ziming and said, Sister Muking, don't use images at this time. They are just, otherwise they won't gather at my door so punctually. Ziming said with a smile, and then walked towards the door. Ziming was about to open the company's glass door, but the bodyguard next to him closed the glass door quickly. Almost the moment the door closed, a bucket of red paint was splashed on the door, and there was a frantic laugh outside. "These people are too arrogant," Lin Muking scolded angrily. Seeing Ziming was about to open the door again, she hurriedly said, "Ziming, don't go out. These people are here to deliberately target you." Ziming said, "It's okay. Of course I know they are here to deliberately target me, so I have to face it." Lin Muking glanced at the red paint on the glass door and wanted to say something, but Ziming said first, "Since they are the first time, if they don't succeed, they won't splash it again, and even if they want to splash it again, he will never make me embarrassed by having sex by my side." Lin Muking sighed in her heart. She was very clear about Ziming's determination. She knew that Ziming was definitely not a man who would shrink because of a small matter, so she could not stop it, and could only stay by his side firmly. Ziming Ching Lin Mu could feel his hands had been pulled in the pull on his arm. Ziming smiled at her, then opened the door again. "I was fertile, chairman of the insurance company Dayton Ziming. You are what? Why do these things in front of my company? You do not know that it is illegal to do." "No mistake, not jump word," Ziming questioned. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Obviously they didn't expect that Ziming would dare to come out under this situation. Isn't he afraid of being splashed with another bucket of paint? To know that he had prepared for today, but a lot of paint, even if necessary, is also a petrol can also be used. Not too soon they came to reflect, led by a man pointing. Ziming said, "Is the Chinese people, he is the greatest swindler of this company. He invented what financial insurance stuff. Here we implement Brighton fraud. He is using the money of our Brighton people for his own consumption. He is a liar and villain. He should get out of the United States, out of Brighton." With a sound of abuse, they all threw their baseball bats towards Ziming, but they were still blocked by the police. Ziming is flying over the weapon did not care, just stood there. He said, "Big swindler, I do not really know how to implement fraud." "You is fraud, because you do not have any products to speak, so you are the biggest Ponzi scheme." Anti-Yi said. When the anti-time political groups proposed to speak, over the television, reporter Ziming also came over and asked, "This gentleman, hello, I heard that your company has by means of a Ponzi scheme, the entire Brighton cheated at least two with tens of millions of dollars in funds. Many people have bankrupted because they believed that your financial investment invested their life savings in them. What do you think makes you think this scam is so easy to set up?" Ziming saw that one reporter said, "I do not think this scam is a hoax. But the real truth is that my company here in normal business. These people suddenly come up, I do not know them, so I'm very doubt their motives." "You are lying," said the leader. "We represent all the Brighton people who were deceived by this Chinese. We want to get back all the defrauded funds." There, reporter also said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, please be positive. Answer my question." Hearing the crowd and the reporter sing and agree, Ziming immediately understood what. So he smiled and said, "What question should I answer? I can tell you that I have called the police now. As for your questions, I want to wait for the police to come, and everything will be clear." Hearing what Ziming said, those who held the banner were not panicked at all. Instead, they became more vigorous. The leader pointed at the reporter's camera more loudly. He shouted, "Call the police!" Look, this is the ugly face of the capitalists. Knowing that they can't comfort the injured people, they colluded with the authorities and tried to use violence to drive us away. Nothing is wrong. Who is going to use violence to drive you away? Are you splashing paint and graffiti or even insulting us here? We don't even have the right to call the police. Whose face is even uglier? Lin Muking said angrily. But those people didn't listen. They just said blindly, "Today we are going to seek justice for all those who have been deceived by you, and make your fraud public to the world." There, reporter also came up and continued to deliberately ask, "This man, sir and madam, how did you contact the authorities? Is it through bribery? Because we all know that you Chinese are often used to doing this kind of thing. Bribing officials at the immigration office. Bribing examiners in the examination room. Bribing witnesses in the court. Your bribery seems to be everywhere. What do you think? We don't have bribes. All our practices are reasonable and legal, Ziming emphasized. Then why did you call the police instead of explaining to these victims? The reporter asked again. First of all, they infringed on my rights. As you saw just now, they poured red paint on my company and threw a baseball bat to hit me. I have the right to defend my rights. Secondly and most importantly, they are not. What kind of victim? Ziming was interrupted by the reporter before he finished speaking. So you are still afraid that the company's fraud will be exposed, so you have to bribe the authorities to try to cover it up with power, right? We just said that there is no such thing. Lin Muking shouted this time. However, the reporter ignored it, and just said to the camera in a self-contained manner, audience friends, I am at the door of the fraud company. They don't recognize their fraud, but just blindly try to drive away the victimized crowd. Even threatened by violence, the victims have already called the police, but according to the fraud company, they have bribed the police, and we are waiting for the further development of the matter. Lin Muking's eyes widened as the reporter said, incredible. The reporter Ziming doesn't even need to nod his face. Does he also say if he reverses right and wrong like this? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Explanations for this sneered. Those white people, this kind of thing, but not the first time. And this reporter was originally scheduled, naturally worthy of his wages. He continued to discredit us. These damn white people, bastard Adams family. Lin Muking scolded. Then Ziming, would you say that the police would help us when they came? Wouldn't they help them to arrest us? There are no mistakes in many words. It would be fine if it was just like that. I am worried that something worse will happen, Ziming said. At the same time, in the Adams Manor in the White Mountain Forest, Robert also learned of what happened in the ladder building, and he was very happy to come to Christos' study. Haha. I didn't expect that Christo, you guy, would really want to send people to the door of those Chinese companies to make trouble, and then send the police to arrest those Chinese people. There is nothing more interesting than this. I think they must feel very helpless, Robert said with a smile. Christo closed the book in his hand and looked at Robert and said, that's why I said you are a pig brain. If you are only like this, then there is nothing to be happy about. Didn't you, Christo, contact the police? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Robert was surprised. That's a very stupid layout, Christo said. What else does Robert want to ask? But Christo said first, you want to know how things will develop next, and then just keep reading. Just don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry, I am here today to see what package you old guy has prepared for those Chinese people, Robert said. What is the plan of Chapter 95? People who defraud other people to support their families are the most shameful and evil, and they are completely immoral and educated. Please spare the baby's milk powder money and the poor's rent. The Chinese scammers got out of Brighton and brought a pure blue sky to Brighton's finance. Outside the gate of Wharton, more than a dozen rioting protesters were still holding up banners and shouting at Wharton with loudspeakers. The reporters were still following the interview, and there were even other reporters who heard the news. And beside the troubled crowd, several security guards of Tanti Building were surrounded. And the management of Tanti Building was also actively negotiating with the troubled crowd. Brothers, we don't know exactly what contradiction you have with Wharton, but this is the Sky Tower, a high-end office building. Your behavior here has seriously interfered with the normal operation of other companies here. Or you can choose to do it privately, negotiated with Wharton to resolve it, but it's not a good solution here. However, these troublemakers did not buy it for the management staff of the Tanti Building. Brother, we don't want to do this either. It's just for the baby's milk powder and for the rent of the poor. We must do this, or ask you to kick Wharton out of Tanti Building immediately. Such negotiations are undoubtedly meaningless and resultless, because Ziming signed a contract with Tanti Building. Tanti Building. If you choose to sell your company because a few people come to make trouble, what other companies will dare to enter the Tanti Building in the future? Or, if there are competing companies in the future, and seeing this situation, they will learn how to find someone to come over and make trouble. Won't they cause terrible troubles to competitors? On the other side, these troublemakers also have their own goals, which are aimed at Ziming, and it is equally impossible to give up their principles. After negotiating meaninglessly for a while, the management staff of Dante Building found Ziming and said to him, "Mr. Ziming, I think we should take some necessary coercive measures, otherwise letting them here will cause serious problems." Bad influence. Not. Lin Muking first said, "Mr. Am, you do not notice the side of the reporter. If we rush in to take the line, move is likely to be their handle, instead of causing more bad influence." Building manager's ladder member would like to say something, but then Zuming was first said, "Mr. Am, anyway, I have been to call the police. I believe that the police are now coming in the way. Then why do not we wait for the police over it? Peace of mind, maybe that is the best solution." Albeit, that manager member said, and other managers that staff leave, cannot help but worry about Lin Muking. Zuming asked, "You said that the police would come. True, why do I always have a feeling that the police will not come yet? I have been." And Mr. Ram said, "Well, if the police do not come half an hour later, he would have authorized the building of the security sector to take enforcement action." Ziming said, "But in fact, Ziming Hart, there is an idea." Did not say it. He faint feeling that perhaps the police do not come is the best result, but that feeling is very strange. He did not say it. 10 minutes later, as the elevator door opened again, several police officers rushed out. At the same time, a dozen police officers rushed over from the safe stairway shortly afterwards. They immediately surrounded the troubled crowd after they entered. At the same time, a police chief came to ask Ziming, who called the police, "What is wrong here?" "Mr. Officer, I called the police." The executive director of Wharton, in the week under Ming's hands, Julie to come forward. After all, here is the Western countries, regardless of how the Western media publicity, but the total is still fundamental differences between the various races. And because she is a white American, her report to the police will be more convincing than her own Chinese TV drama. Julie Finger, side of the crowd trouble, said, "Or perhaps because of malicious competitors, starting half an hour before these people came here to make trouble, not only for their company for defamation, is still the company's doors and walls. All of them have made very insulting sentences and graffiti, and even attacked us in life. This is a very bad crime." Julie's serious accusation made people couldn't help but give her a compliment in their hearts. After hearing her complaint, the police officer immediately led the team to the troubled crowd. Unlike the management staff of the ladder building before, these police officers directly said, "You have violated the federal constitution. I want you to leave immediately, otherwise we will all necessary coercive measures will be taken." Their police's words did not scare the troubled crowd, but aroused the rebellious psychology of these troubled crowds. They did not back down one by one, and yelled at the police, "You money the running dogs. We are not afraid of you. If our federal constitution exists to protect against evil, then we choose to fight to the end. Do whatever you want to force, and if you have the courage, use your tongue to lick Grandpa's ass. Grandpa would be very happy." Faced with the arrogant clamor and abuse from the troubled crowd, these policemen did not talk nonsense. Following the leading police officer's big wave, other policemen swarmed on. At the same time, the security guards of the Dante building rushed forward and cooperated with the police to quickly subdue all the rioting crowds and take them away from the scene within a quarter of an hour. This situation gave Lin Muking a long sigh of relief. "Ziming, it seems that we are lucky. The Adams family did not collude with the police station to deal with us, or that today is a police officer with a sense of justice. They didn't bow their heads for the power, so these people were all taken away." Compared to Lin Muking's happiness, Ziming frowned. "Indeed, it's a good thing for these troublemakers to be taken away, and even they did. I hope the police can come and take them away directly, instead of the police coming and targeting him." But when the plot is really developing like this now, Ziming seems to feel a little too smooth. "Ziming, you don't seem to be happy. Don't you want these people to be arrested by the police?" Lin Muking asked curiously when she saw Ziming's appearance. In response, Ziming smiled and replied, "Of course not, Sister Muking. I just have some other issues to consider. Ziming said this casually, because he just subconsciously felt that something was wrong. But after all, what went wrong? He couldn't guess. Ziming think this shook his head. No matter that so much, and now these people make trouble, all the police away, but our company has been that they ended up like this. I think our most urgent task now is to make us try to get rid of the paint and graffiti on the door of the company first. Lin Muking Backhead looked at the entrance of the company, although not before the Foreign Students Association as so miserable, but at least not as a formal company the same again. These damn guys are really annoying. Lin Muking cursed. Then Ziming and Ching Lin Mu ladder to find the building manager. Who this RAM manager said, "I'm sorry Weeks." Mr. Ming, this does not belong to the scope of the contract to clean the building, so you have to pay separately. Ziming this well prepared. I know, you just clean, and afterwards sent the documents to the company just fine. Almost at the same time, the Christo and Robert Boson Lin Manor police also received all the trouble people take away the message. Hearing this news, Robert jumped up on the spot. He pointed to Christo's nose and cursed, "What is this guy doing? Which Chinese company did you want to make trouble with? This is a good idea. Why do not you call the police to lay? Even if you dislike the power, authority and you do not want to deal with, but at least you will not let them be taken away so it. Many every word you an idiot. No, make no mistakes." Face abuse of Robert Christo eyes looked sharp up, but in the end but soothing, and he sighed and asked, "I think if you'll definitely want a way to find the police station." The police came to stop, so make trouble, make the noise a little bit bigger, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course, Robert said. If I didn't plan to do so, why should I find someone to make trouble in the past? Then what is the purpose of your trouble? Christo asked. Of course it's to disgust the Chinese. That damn guy is really disgusting. If I can, I really want to kill him. Robert gritted his teeth. Hearing what Robert said, Christo suddenly laughed, and he asked Robert, I doubt. Do you really hate that Chinese? But why can't I feel it? Robert looked at Christo, as if to make sure that he was not joking. Christo went on to say, Robert, you always say that you hate the Chinese, but everything you do is just to disgust him, but you don't want to kill him. Christo thought for a while and then said, for example, if you find someone to make trouble, and then stop the police from coming to the scene, I admit that this will cause a lot of trouble to a company, but it's just trouble, and nothing will happen. Substantial damage, just like those you did before, is completely childish, like a child's play. Do you understand what I mean? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Robert curled his lips disdainfully. Is it like Christo? You can cause substantial damage to them by letting your people be taken away by the police. Why not? Christo asked back. Robert was stunned immediately. Why, he didn't understand that all the people he sent were arrested. How could he cause trouble to Zhu Ming and the others, or even cause substantial damage? Isn't this a fantasy? But although Robert has never respected Christo, he also understood that Christo was able to become the patriarch of the Addams family because he had his ability. At least he wouldn't be joking about it. Then he ... What exactly did he plan to do? What about? By the way, Christo, you also kidnapped the Chinese partner. Are you going to make a fuss from that? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Robert asked. Christo said with a headache, they are the richest people everywhere, and they have a big relationship behind them. Even if it is us, they can't move casually, and they themselves have nothing to do with the people we sent to make trouble. It's not that. It's not. What are you going to do? Robert asked. Facing Robert's question, Christo sighed, and then told him all of his Dell's plan. Robert was once again stunned. After a long time, he clapped his hands and praised. This is great. Christo, this guy is really insidious, and he can actually design things to this point. The Chinese must not have thought of it. It's going to be finished. Chapter 96. Wave after wave of manipulation. Money is an indispensable thing for everyone, because whether we are going to buy a house or a car for our family, or bring our own wife or lover. Money is inseparable from vacation. Since money is so important, but at the same time money cannot be grown like potatoes, many people will choose to invest in financial management, trying to grow their money. But how to choose financial management? This has become a very critical issue. When we walk on the market, we will find that there are various financial products launched by many companies. But how should we choose among these various products? Are there any pitfalls in these products? Yesterday our reporter exposed a fraud company that used financial products. They used insurance products as bait. In fact, they did a similar Ponzi scheme. However, due to their claimed interests, many people were deceived. However, someone still discovered this scam. Since yesterday morning, people have come to the door of this Wharton company to protest, demanding that the Wharton Insurance Company return the money they cheated on. This was a legitimate launcherish wish, but then the Wharton Company called the police and used violence to drive out all the protesters. From the pictures taken by the reporter, we can see the tragic situation at the scene. We have no way of knowing how this Wharton Company was linked with the police, but this kind of collusion with power to defraud is definitely a violation of the federal constitution. Crude intervention is also a contempt for human rights, and it is irresponsible to all Brighton people. We don't know how many innocent people will be deceived in the future, and how much money they used to give to their families will be defrauded by them. Their news announcer's voice reverberated in the room, leaving Lin Muking dumbfounded. Even Ziming, who had always been calm, frowned. Ziming, it seems that you are right. The reporter who came yesterday really has a problem. Lin Muking, who came back to her senses, said angrily, but what kind of reporter is that? It's such a point of inverting black and white. Don't forget to call the troubled crowd a legitimate protest. The picture above is clearly the insulting graffiti made by the troubled crowd. How can it be that we made it into his mouth? This is still the biggest in Brighton. Has the Northeast TV station, one of the most popular news media, gone? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. How the TV station creates public opinion depends on what kind of public opinion the forces behind it need. Obviously we are the target they are targeting. It seems that Jiang is still hot, Ziming said with a smile. Ziming was originally going to class at school today, but when he only got up in the morning, he received a call from Omar. On the phone, Omar did not have any politeness, and directly told Ziming the news, so Ziming just stayed in the hotel and waited to watch the second-time news. Sure enough, I waited for the news that Omar said, which was about Wharton. Of course Lin Muking knew who Ziming was talking about, so she clenched her fan fist bitterly and said, damn these guys, do they think they can turn black and white at will if they master public opinion? Ziming, I think we can immediately sue Northeast TV for defamation, and spread the news that we are suing Northeast TV, and maybe we can eliminate the impact. Ziming nodded. Prosecution is inevitable. This is why I recorded this news. I'll call my lawyer. Later, after Ziming said this, Lin Muking lost confidence. Ziming, do you think this is really all right? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Of course it can't be that simple. Ziming said, actually, from the fact that the police came over yesterday without any hindrance, it is easy to tell that Robert is not behind this time. Did he really touch his father, Christo? This is incredible. Anyway, this is also a very old Addams family. Why are their decisions so sloppy as children playing? Lin Muking said inexplicably. Ziming shrugged meaninglessly. I can't understand this. Maybe their family also has some special stories of their own, but it has nothing to do with our main story for the time being, so there is no explanation. At the end Ziming's voice fell. However, no matter who is behind the manipulator, I can't just be slaughtered like this. Ziming picked up the phone and dialed the number of lawyer Allen, but for a long time, no one answered. This situation made Ziming and Lin Muking feel a little surprised, because they dialed Allen's cell phone, which shouldn't be the case, plus the previous guess about Christo. They couldn't help but have a very bad premonition. Ziming, wouldn't it be that Ellen and Tong Gang, Li Cheng and others worried have had something to do? There are no mistakes in many words, Lin Muking asked. Ziming shook his head. and then he dialed Alan's office phone, but no one answered it. In the end, Ziming had no choice but to dial the phone of the law firm, which rang 7 times before being connected. Ziming did not speak immediately after the call was connected. This was because the first sentence from the surprised him. "Hello, this is Taikang Investment Company." "Who do you call?" "Taikang Investment Company." Ziming searched his own memory, but he couldn't find any traces of this company. Could it be that he made a mistake? Ziming is sure that he will not dial the wrong number, so there is only one possibility, that this Taikang Investment Company has taken over the Magpie's Nest and squeezed out the entire law firm. Although this idea is incredible, there seems to be no other possibility. But Alan's law firm is also very famous anyway. How could he be squeezed away by an unknown company? With such doubts, Ziming asked, "Hello, where is the original law firm here?" Faced with this question, the other side replied, "Are you referring to the original law firm here? He is bankrupt. It's closed. I bought it from my friend for $10,000. Although I had expected this result a long time ago, Ziming was dumbfounded when I heard the result. Even when the phone was hung up over there was no reaction. The reason is simple. A law firm bought for $10,000? You must know that Ziming pays more than $10,000 in legal fees to Alan every month. If something happens, even $100,000 and $200,000 is very likely. How could this law firm be affected? How about selling for $10,000? Ziming's thinking this way is not to suspect that the other party is deliberately deceiving himself, but such an approach is a bit too willful. Next to Ziming, Lin Muking apparently heard the words on the phone just now. She asked Ziming, "Is this a conspiracy by the Addams family?" "It is to let you not have a lawyer to sue the TV station." Ziming shook her head. "I don't know, but this method seems unnecessary. And if it is really there, it will make people feel a little naive, because Northeast TV is a very large media company, and this matter is not even troublesome." And from the other side, "Alan knows my phone number. Even if there is no law firm, he can contact me alone." It's like to prove. Here Ziming's voice fell. He immediately rang. Ziming connected, and suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Mr. Ziming, this is Alan. There was a problem with the law firm. I was just helping to deal with it." "What's the problem?" "And your mobile phone can't get through?" Ziming asked. "My phone is broken. My question is about my qualifications as a lawyer. Because of the situation in the law firm, I was also investigated by the Bar Association," Alan replied. This answer surprised Alan very much. "So Alan, you are now disqualified as a lawyer?" "I temporarily lost my qualification as a lawyer, but I don't think it will be too long," Alan said. If Ziming and Lin Muking were only guessing whether it was a conspiracy by the Addams family, then they can be completely certain now. Alan also noticed the emotions of Ziming and Lin Muking. He then said, "Mr. Ziming, if you need it now, I can recommend another lawyer for you." Ziming sighed and said, "It can only be done at the moment." That's it. After hanging up Alan's phone, Ziming didn't even have time to say anything to Lin Muking, and his phone rang again immediately. This time it was his administrative director Julie who called. "Mr. Ziming, I have now arrived at the Tanti building. I have just asked Mr. Tram about the cleaning situation according to your request. He said that the cleaning will be completed within today." Julie reported to Ziming. Lin Muking gave Ziming a look. Today, after being manipulated by the Addams family one after another, now there is finally something normal. Ziming grinned, and at the same time said to Julie, "If this is the case, I will give you a day off today. It is a paid vacation. You will come back to work when the cleaning work is over tomorrow." Julie said to Ziming, "Thanks." Their conversation was about to end like this, but Ziming finally heard Julie's tone, and Ziming asked her, "Julie, is there anything else that happened on the company's side?" Julie, question, "You know me. If so, you don't need to hide it from me. You can tell it directly." Julie seems to have made some determination to say, "Mr. Ziming, I don't think there will be a lot tomorrow. People come to work again." "Why is this?" Ziming was surprised. "Mr. Ziming, you don't know what happened outside?" "Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped," Julie said. A lot of people have gathered in the square at the entrance of the Tanti building. They are all protesting against our company's fraud. Even on the big screen next door, the news from this morning is scrolling. I see, this puts them under a lot of pressure. Even their family and friends are asking them to refund the money, so they think they can't do it anymore, so they asked to resign. Right? Nothing wrong. Do not skip words. Ziming asked. Julie nodded and said yes. But this answer could be completely guessed even if Julie didn't say Ziming. Ziming thought about it for a while and asked, Julie's employees are still in contact with you now, and you can contact them at any time, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Julie's answer was, Ziming went on to say to her, then Julie would trouble you to help me tell them that they are all personal experiences of news. Those on TV are all deceptive. What we do is absolutely no violation of the law, but I also understand their pain, so if they want to leave, I will give each of them 2 more months of salary to thank them for everything they did for the company when they were in the company, and if they still want to come back again, I'm very welcome. At their end of the sentence, Ziming added another sentence, Miss Julie also includes you. Following Ziming's last sentence, there was a moment of silence on Julie's side, and then he could hear clearly. When she couldn't help sobbing, she cried and said, Mr. Ziming, you are really the best of all the bosses I have met. I believe these are the conspiracies of bad guys. You are the greatest businessman. Personality is sacred, and your philosophy is advanced. It is God's blessing to meet you. I am very grateful to Mr. Ziming for your incredible trust in me. I will follow your company no matter what happens, unless you take the initiative to fire me. Julie vowed generally. Thank you very much, Ziming said. Chapter 97. Familiar recipe. Familiar taste. Damn. Their trick is really vicious. It's clear that fraud like this is what they planted and blamed on us. But they rely on public opinion to make it seem like it's true. Moreover, they are crowded and continue to make trouble and protest, and even put pressure on the company's employees to force them to resign from the company. Their actions are simply hooligans. When Ziming hung up Julie's call, Lin Muking's dissatisfaction and anger exploded from the mouth. But cursing, this can't solve any practical problems. Lin Muking also understands this, so she asked Ziming, what on earth should we do now? We can't let them spread rumors like this, or we call the police, right? There are a lot of words to call the police proposal. Lin Muking is also very unconfident, because the current situation is caused by the previous call. If you call the police now, she can't judge whether it will make the situation more chaotic and unbearable. Ziming shook his head and said, useless, of course. Now this situation is also bad, not go there. But Muking sister, you do not forget to free the American side as advertised, in what is now television broadcast in the door that the crowd trouble. What they are talking about is their freedom. Neither we nor the police have the right to manage. If we insist on intervention, it will only give the TV station more excuses for better performance. In the final, Ziming Rai smile, what the reality, we did not have this ability, even if there is a little effort, just waiting for us to go to the police, who then forced to intervene to push that even our troubles it's big. Ziming's words were Lin Muking heart-shocked, and obviously she thought of this evil May, in particular, is now behind the manipulation of Christo. He is likely to do so. It is precisely because she thought of it, just let her become more wary. Ziming alarm, even if we cannot, do we really have no way to do it without mistake, not jump word? Ziming, but shrugged and said, my Muking sister, I have not said so, because I do not think this to the point where we cannot do anything, but I think the other has not finished out of the move. I would like to see what other follow-up actions he has. Lin Muking stared at Ziming, then to feel a bit surprised. She believes Ziming will find a way. As to what follow-up action over there, let her feel terrible. Do not have to say that this step has not yet at the end. Will there be more oppressive actions over there? But now that he is like this, what else can they do? Ziming, is it intended to speak out to scare them then? Ziming no Lin Muking xiang in the beginning, so Ziming said to her, well, Muking sister, I have not to think about these things. We do first thing we had to do it. Faced to the words of Ziming, Lin Muking surprised a moment, then responded over, Ziming, you mean we go to a lawyer? Ziming's smile said something, of course. The problem is clear from Lin Mu could see that she was very clever. But just all of a sudden Mongolia, and will somewhat calm. When it was noon, Ziming and Lin Muking came to the garden restaurant in the city center together. This is because they have already been with AI? Guess RC equals zibjib.jpg. It is said that Moxigu is still hidden. Juan knocks and creates the capsule. Guess RC equals zibjib.jpg. You can never remain indifferent. Perhaps the strength of the TV station is strong, or perhaps Christo had thought of this a long time ago, so he was prepared behind the scenes. But he had to struggle for a while and couldn't be slaughtered. It's just that Christo stabbed the law firm very insidiously at this time, and even this action interfered with Alan's lawyer's license, so Ziming had to ask Alan to help find another lawyer. At the entrance of the garden restaurant, Ziming, Lin Muking and Alan met, and Alan brought a middle-aged lawyer. This is Lawyer Holder. He is a classmate of my university. Now he runs his own law firm. He is very good at defamation lawsuits in the commercial field. He has even won the lawsuit record of Northeast TV. So I believe he can. I would like to give you a great help to Mr. Ziming. Alan introduced to Ziming. That's really good news, Lin Muking said. But please forgive me for asking too much. Attorney Hold is not related to the Adams family. There are no mistakes. After saying that, Lin Muking also thought of something wrong. He added, Attorney Holder, I don't believe you have any professionalism when I say this. It's just that we need to make certain things. Before Lin Muking could finish her words, Holder said to her, this lady, don't worry. Alan has already told me before. To be honest, I'm very proud of you being able to challenge a strong family like Adams. For this reason, I am also worried about your current situation, so I will definitely do my best. I can help you win this lawsuit. Lin Muking let go of his heart. Ziming also raised his brows and glanced at Holder, and then they walked into the garden restaurant together. Ziming asked for a very good vineyard restaurant. Under the special grape rack, Ziming, Lin Muking and Alan Holder had a toast first, and then Ziming said to Holder, Lawyer Holder, in fact, the essence of this case is very simple. It is the Northeast TV station. The reporter in front of my company took those shots of crowd trouble, but they not only did not truthfully report it, and even deliberately spread rumors that the company suspected fraud. Wharton, the crowd trouble graffiti said to be the scene of a tragic story. Holdy nodded as he listened. Mr. Ziming, don't worry, I understand what you said, but this case is a bit troublesome. Ziming and Lin Muking looked at him suspiciously, and Holder went on to explain. Very well. Simply, Mr. Ziming, you said that the Northeast TV station is spreading the rumors, but we can't produce strong evidence to prove this. Why can't we prove it? Is there a live video and TV station report? Isn't that enough? Is it? Nothing is wrong without skipping words, Lin Muking said in surprise. Of course not enough, Holder said, because TV stations can use one-sided reports to circumvent it. On this point, any experienced lawyer can easily defend, unless there is stronger evidence, or more. It's good for our situation. Ziming and Lin Muking looked at each other. What stronger evidence and situation? Holder thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, Mr. Ziming, you just said that the TV station also reported it. Is your collusion with the police right? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Ziming nodded and said yes, and Holder said, that's right. Generally, the TV station is responsible for verifying such things. We can use this report to bring the police station into the lawsuit, and then force it. The police station is on the same side with us. So whether it is looking for evidence or the strength of our litigation team, it will make this litigation easier. It is true, Ziming said, after speaking with Holder. Before long, Ziming and Lin Muking left the garden restaurant, because they received another call. Ziming had no choice but to end the meal with Alan Holder in a hurry. On the way, Lin Muking asked, Ziming said that you believe it is really worth Holder. I always felt he was sent there. Adam's family who deliberately give us trouble. Ziming laughed. I said, Muking says to you this is once bitten twice shy, although I admit that what you say is not without this possibility. But now we do not have so much energy to the prevention of this and with that, and this haul into AI uninvited. I believe Alan is certainly not the kind of people who did not mind. He must be carefully considered before. Lin Muking silently point head. She turned to look out the window. You see the intersection where there are a lot of people to distribute leaflets, and others holding high the banner slogan, above all in denouncing the Wharton insurer words. These villains are really everywhere. Lin Muking said angrily. Are they hoping to encourage those policyholders to make trouble like a bank run? But here is the United States. Everything has to be in accordance with the law, and we have signed formal contracts with all policyholders. How can it be possible to refund if you withdraw? Ziming said, still with a sigh. Not too. It seems that Energy Adams family really is not normal, actually be able to build up so much momentum, but they are also a new name, or the familiar formula. Shaking their heads, Ziming and Lin Muking didn't think about it. They just drove to the Harvard dormitory. Chen Yining and Li Yang, the three financial team members, waited at the door and saw Ziming and Lin Muking get off. They immediately stepped forward. Old teacher's bad. Our hostile convenience store open not go. Yining said. You have to worry. What really happened? You said slowly. Ziming said. Ziming's cool to Chening and Li Yang also leaves calm down. And then as head of the dormitory convenience store, Li Yang Ziming stood up to say. It's real convenience store things is not complicated. Even Ziming is very familiar, and in the afternoon, many people came to their dorm convenience stores to protest, saying that they sell fakes at the convenience store. The results have led to some people had diarrhea and were hospitalized. They demanded that such unqualified convenience stores be shut down immediately and the victims be compensated. This must be another conspiracy by the Adams family. Lin Muking said. Student Li Yang, I ask you, do you still follow the reporter when someone is protesting? Li Yang nodded and said yes. Lin Muking said again, it really is. In this way, he waited for some action here, and then went to the news to frame it. They were like this when they treated Wharton Insurance Company. It is really a shameless group of things. Ziming also frowned. Li Yangna, how did you do it? There was no conflict with them, right? Li Yang replied, of course not. We all remember the teacher. You said that this is an extraordinary period, and you also said about Wharton. I was defensive. I didn't have any conflicts with them or called the police. I just asked the school to come forward. But they were reluctant, and finally surrounded the entire principal building, just to force the school to shut down for our convenience shop. What about the final result? Lin Muking asked anxiously. Under Lin Muking's questioning, Li Yang lowered his head. The school has no choice but to suspend the convenience store. Regarding this result, neither Ziming nor Lin Muking were willing to accept it, but they did not say anything. Because now, for Li Yang, there is no other choice. Although this choice is very depressing and frustrating, it seems to be the only way. But this kind of aggrieved is not the end. And then Chen Xiu went up and said, Teacher, in fact, although the convenience store business is our first pot of gold, it is not important to us now. The reason why I am eager to call you because of another, more important thing. Our stock account has been frozen by the brokerage company, and we are unable to carry out any financial operations at this time. The reason is based on the results of our inquiry about the brokerage company. There is a problem with the linked bank account. Chen Xiu said. How could this happen? Is this also a masterpiece from the Adams family? Lin Muking said in surprise. Ziming sneered and said, it seems that I have really spared no effort over there, and they have carried out such an all-round blow to me. Although these methods are familiar formulas and familiar flavors, the purpose is to knock me down. I have any chance to stand up again. Chapter 98, No Chance? On the Harvard campus, many radical students surrounded the dormitory, with banners in their hands and various unbearable abuses. Inferior Chinese, Please get out of Harvard campus. We are a sacred campus, not a holy place for scams. What we need is the elite, not the lunch money to deceive the old and weak women and children. You are the bastards in the world, you are a kind of pollution here, and you will bring the worst diseases. Only by getting out can we be quiet. These radical students verbally insulted, and some even threw a burning bottle at the dormitory when the bottle was there. When the wall exploded, these people screamed in excitement, "Go away Chinese, you dirty rubbish, you don't belong here." At the intersection downstairs of the Tanti building, many people are organized, distributed flyers, and at the same time said to everyone passing by, "Wharton Insurance Company is a very sinful company. They defrauded us of premiums in the name of insurance, and then went to fund the red culture in an attempt to subvert ours freedom. They want to take our house and deposits and let our family sleep on the streets. This is intolerable anyway, so for the sake of our family and freedom, we must boycott everything from Wharton Insurance. If you have bought Wharton products before, so please sell them immediately." With such encouragement, many people came to Wharton and asked for their insurance funds to be refunded. Many lawyers also wrote to us, to fight for a refund for their client, otherwise they will meet in court. Because of the fraud in the agreement, this insurance contract does not have any legal benefits. My party has the right to request the termination of the contract at any time, and exercise his own legitimate rights to recover all the money he was defrauded. Dunn's refusal to enforce it. My client has the right to choose to file a lawsuit and file a lawsuit together with other victims. Ramlada building managers to Zuming phone call, Zuxianqing Ming, I hold to inform apology you and your fertile Dunn Insurance Company must move out within 3 days. Ladder building, otherwise the building will take all compulsory measures. The building can assist you in moving out, but it will not pay any compensation, because the existence of Wharton has seriously affected the reputation of the building and affected other companies. The building will choose this, conduct an inventory and require Wharton to make a certain amount of financial compensation. Zuxianqing Ming, I do not help you. You really have now become a target of public criticism. Blame yourself, not take the right path. We have to carry out financial fraud. You said it was a rumor. I'm sorry, I did not distinguish. That's nothing to do with me. I only know the money you should give me, the compensation you should do, and 1 cent can't be less. Ram said to Ziming. Ziming opened his eyes. He was in the hotel room, was just doing their own dreams. Suddenly the room between the door is opened. Lin Muking came. She saw Ziming up and tried to. Ziming said, according to Ziming, your request, I just settling in Chengsu. They are arranged in this hotel now. This is a very powerful hotel, and there shouldn't be anyone coming to make trouble. Ziming nodded silently. In fact, just a dream is experienced before their own thing. As Wharton Insurance Company fraud news continues to heat up, plus someone behind in the waves, and even the Harvard University, where there are a lot of people, were organized to give them trouble. They surrounded their dormitory. The constant verbal abuse, even to the last, developed to throw burning bottle of the step. Every student in the finance class is a treasure. For their safety, Ziming had to take advantage of the evening to pick them up from the dormitory and arrange them in Lin Muking's hotel with himself. The students in the finance class are still very united. They are all good. They face the current situation and no one complains. They all support you, Ziming. Lin Muking said. Ziming smiled. Because for the financial class students, for their support and trust, no one better than him. But now is not to say this time. Ziming thought for a moment and asked, Muking's sister, that bank, what about the situation over there? Hearing this question, Lin Muking's face suddenly sank. The situation at the bank was intentional. Although this answer did not surprise Ziming, Ziming still asked, why? Dang Chen, after the tree told us that the stock account was frozen, I immediately contacted the brokerage company. It said that there was a problem with the offshore account connection procedures and exchange rate. But when I followed the problem and contacted the offshore after I went to the bank, they said that there was no problem with my procedures. Then I asked my stockbroker again, and he hesitated to tell me that it was meant by the leader above," Lin Muking said. At this point, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. What the stockbroker said above was nothing more than Krista trying to persuade the broker's department head, or buying the brokerage directly, to deliberately create trouble for Ziming. It's just that the brokerage I chose is also a very powerful securities company in New York. How can they do this kind of thing? Lin Muking said angrily. Strength depends on who you are compared with, Ziming said. Don't we think Allen's law firm is the most powerful in Brighton in the past? But the Adams family was killed right away as soon as they took action. It was sold at a low price of $10,000. So the brokerage firm you chose for Muking may have hundreds of millions of billions of assets, but in front of the Adams family, it's nothing. For Ziming's words, Lin Muking felt like Ming Spiegel understands that, as a controlling shareholder of Brighton Bank, Massachusetts Insurance Company, Bell Aircraft Company and Phoenix Optical Missile Company, it is a family with more than 300 years of history and controls the lifeline of the country's economy. His background is probably what ordinary people do. Unimaginable. You must know that Buffett, the world's richest man this year, has only tens of billions of assets, but the Adams family's holding companies are all trillions of dollars in assets. Ziming, what should we do then? Is the Adams family really that powerful? Lin Muking murmured. Ziming was about to say something. His cell phone rang on the table. Ziming connected. It was Omar's voice, and his tone was very hesitant. Mr. Ziming, I hope my call doesn't bother you. I am sorry I called you so late, but I have to tell you something about the Adams family. Hearing this name, Ziming immediately reacted and asked, someone has looked for you, right Omar? Omar nodded and said, yes, the Fenway district speaker called me this morning, and he asked me if I had collected fraudulent money from Wharton Insurance Company. He asked me and Wharton to have to keep your distance, otherwise it will affect my political future. I said I will go back and consider it. Omar's words fell, and Ziming said to him, you should tell him it is okay. Why? Mr. Ziming, I'm not the kind of ungrateful person. I don't need this dirty political future. Omar said. Omar, you misunderstood what I meant. Ziming explained to him, because I am in a difficult situation now, so you can draw a line with me first, and wait until I get through this difficult time. We will cooperate again, and your speaker should have promised you good benefits, right? There are no mistakes in a lot of words. The speaker said that I can run for city council in the future. He can recommend me to join the party and introduce sponsorship. Omar said. So, it's not a bastard if you are cheap. Get the things you can hold first, and he'll talk about the rest later. Ziming said. Omar realized something. He immediately asked, Mr. Ziming, do you mean that you will be able to solve the current predicament soon? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. That's inevitable. Don't you have confidence in me, Omar? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped, Ziming said. As Ziming's partner and the future president of Ziming's investment, Omar certainly understands Ziming's current situation. As far as Ziming's current situation is concerned, if he wants to be replaced by someone else, Omar certainly does not have any confidence. But this person is Ziming, so it's not easy to say. Well, since you have said that, Mr. Ziming, I can only hope that you can settle those dogs' mother as soon as possible. Omar said. Before Ziming could return this sentence, he heard that the door of his room was knocked, and Ziming had to end the phone call with Omar in a hurry. Lin Muking went to help Ziming open the door, but unexpectedly greeted a Chinese. Consul Cheng, why are you here? Ziming asked in surprise. The man laughed and said, such a big thing happened here, and even the finance class was kicked out of Harvard. How could I not know how to come? The man who came in was Cheng Jun, the consul general of the Chinese consulate in New York. When Ziming arrived in the United States, Cheng Jun was responsible for meeting him at the airport and helping him with all the formalities, so Ziming had an impression of him. Facing Cheng Jun's words, Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I know that the situation is very bad now, and it is all because of me. I am very sorry about that, because I did not expect the Addams family to be there. I was so serious. Not only did Wharton put my Wharton company into a desperate situation, but I even had to use the students in the finance class to operate. I didn't expect it. Cheng Jun patted Ziming on the shoulder and said, "Actually, Ziming, you don't need to blame yourself at all, because this has nothing to do with you. And you don't want to be like this. It's just that you met Robert that made the Addams family too reluctant." Ziming waved his hand and said, "Consul Cheng, you don't need to comfort me, I understand. If you are not the consul, you came to me on purpose. Wouldn't you just make a special trip to comfort me? There are no mistakes in many words." "Of course not." Cheng Jun said. Hearing the word ambassador, Ziming and Lin Muking couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because in foreign countries, ambassadors often represent the country, so now the so-called news in Cheng Jun's mouth is likely to be the news of the central government. "The ambassador said that he has learned about your situation now, and he also went to negotiate with the Addams family. The Addams family is willing to let it go, but their request is that you leave Brighton," Cheng Jun said. "So Consul Cheng, you came to take me away today?" Ziming asked. Cheng Jun nodded and said yes. Then he looked at Ziming's gloomy face and then said, "Ziming, you have to understand that the ambassador did this for your own good. In fact, you have done nothing wrong, ambassador. In my eyes, you can create a dormitory convenience store, and you can create Wharton Insurance Company. It is already a very remarkable miracle. What you have done is already very powerful. All you have to do now is to avoid the edge. Do you know? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." "So, Consul Cheng, you mean that regardless of the ambassador or the country, you don't think I have any chance to stand up, right?" Ziming asked. "Ziming, I know that you are a very unconvincing young man, but there are some things that need to pay attention to the rules." Ziming interrupted Cheng Jun's words. "Consul Cheng, I think you have misunderstood. You want to take people away. In fact, I hope so too, but it is not me who is going to leave, but her," Ziming said, reaching out to Lin Muking. Chapter 99 Secrets Sneak In? Ziming, love me. Force me. On their hotel bed, Ziming and Lin Muking are having the deepest passionate exchange between men and women. Lin Muking is sitting right now. Ziming's body was ups and downs, and the plump white rabbits on his chest jumped up and down with Lin Muking's movements. At this time, Ziming suddenly sat up and bit one. Lin Muking's groan also became high-pitched. She hugged Ziming with her hands, as if she was about to rub Ziming into her body. The movements of the two became more intense, until Ziming's last low roar and Lin Muking's loudest shout. But everything was not over yet. Even though the passion passed, Lin Muking still lowered her head and actively kissed Ziming. After kissing for a long time, Ziming smiled and said, "My sister Muking, you are really going to suck me up today?" Lin Muking's pretty face suddenly rose with two blushes, but she did not shyly back down. She was still firm, holding Ziming in his arms. Ziming understood Lin Muking's thoughts and said to her, "Sister Muking, don't worry, this is just a contest with the Addams family. I will be fine." "Have you forgotten what Consul Cheng said? I think Addams is an American family no matter what. For our country, there will always be some fear. If Robert is a naive child, maybe he will do some irrational things. But Christo, he is the patriarch of the Addams family, and he is responsible for the mission of the entire family, so he won't do anything to me." Ziming said. "It's correct to say that, but Ziming, you are going to challenge the most direct interests of the Addams family in Brighton. It's hard to say whether he still has so much scruples." Lin Muking said worriedly. "So Sister Muking, you are so active today. Are you afraid that something will happen to me and you will leave me a seed?" "Nothing is wrong. No words," Ziming said suddenly. Lin Muking had no idea that Ziming would suddenly pop out such a sentence. She was stunned there, and then reacted. Her pretty face felt hot like a fever, but she still did not leave Ziming. She still held Ziming, just buried her head in front of Ziming's chest. Ziming could feel Lin Muking's love for herself. He lifted Lin Muking's head and kissed her lips gently and said, "Don't worry, even if it's for Sister Muking, I won't allow myself to have an accident. Lin Muking didn't speak. She just kissed Ziming hard, and then down Ziming's neck. A slippery little fragrant tongue wandered around her body like a mischievous snake, giving Ziming a very stimulating feeling. Until the last place. Sister Muking, it hasn't been washed there yet. Ziming reminded Lin Muking, but it was too late at this time, and she had entered a warm and humid place. Lin Muking raised her head and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as it is Ziming, I will not dislike it. Let me take care of you today. You just need to lie down." Lin Muking lowered her head again. Ziming wanted to say something, but was immediately held back by a refreshing stimulus. Although Ziming did not look down, he could clearly feel that although Lin Muking was holding it, her flexible little Xiang tongue still swept back and forth on it. Then as the steel gun was polished again, the battle was inevitably started again. The time came the next day. At 9:30 in the morning, Ziming and Lin Muking walked out of the hotel after breakfast. Cheng Jun was already waiting at the door. "Consul Cheng, my sister Muking will ask you. Because before Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff's affairs, I am not sure of what methods the people on Adams will use." Ziming said. "As long as Miss Lin Muking arrives at the consulate, you can rest assured, no matter how powerful the Adams family is, he dare not openly provoke conflicts between countries. After all, the United States is not only his Adams family," Cheng Jun said, and then he transferred after the conversation. Feng Feng asked, "It's just Ziming. Have you thought about it? Are you sure you don't go to the consulate with me?" Ziming smiled. "Of course, not yesterday, but I thought about it earlier. The Adams family is so reluctant and unforgiving, and I can't be indifferent. There are grievances and revenges. It seems that you are also very bloody, so I won't say more. Take care." Cheng Jun said. Lin Muking said to Ziming, "You have to take care of yourself. I will watch the news every day at the consulate and watch your news. Then I can only say that I will never worry you about Sister Muking," Ziming said. After bidding farewell, Lin Muking got into the consulate car and left. Seeing Lin Muking's weird walking posture, Ziming didn't want to say that she had been sleeping with a pillow under her ass after being filled with 3 shots last night. Yes. It was only cleaned up this morning. I don't know if it was cleaned up or if it would flow out while walking, but such thoughts passed quickly. When the consulate car disappeared from sight, Ziming should do his own thing. Ziming first warned the students in the finance class not to go out as much as possible, and then drove with the bodyguards to the beach villa group at Charles' entrance to the sea. Finally, Ziming's car parked outside the wall of a very ordinary villa. However, ordinary is only in terms of the appearance of this villa, compared with the neighboring villas, but in fact, this villa is also a mansion worth tens of millions. But the reason why Ziming parked his car outside the wall was because of the atmosphere in this villa. Although he looked ordinary, he could actually feel that there were many bodyguards standing guard inside. Even outside the villa, there are also many secret whistle. The protection inside and outside is because this villa is the vacation villa of the governor of Massachusetts. Ziming looked up at the high wall of the villa, turned around and asked, "I have to meet Governor Edward now. He is the best opportunity in my villa. I think you must have a way, right?" Few words. Nodded and said, "After you told me, I have stepped on here these 2 nights. I know more about the situation here. Although there are many bodyguards here, their vigilance is very low, but it's just a governor's relationship. In contrast, surveillance cameras in bright and dark places are more difficult to handle. As long as Ziming waits for me to fix those cameras, you can get in." Said after I thought about it, I asked, "It's just that I have been here several times at night. I don't know the living habits of the governor during the day, and I don't know where to go." "I know this, I asked before." Omar, he said that the governor generally hopes to sunbathe on the beach and play beach volleyball when he is on vacation. "We just go straight to the beach and go there," Ziming said. Beach was a little surprised, but there are no obstructions on the beach. We will be easily spotted. But since we want to see the governor, we must be spotted, only sooner or later. "The problem," Ziming said. Looking at Ziming, he finally took a deep breath and nodded and said, "I understand. I will take you to the beach safely." After agreeing to Ziming, he acted quickly. The car drove to an inconspicuous corner, and then she took off her jacket and jumped onto the fence with a stride, and quickly turned into the villa. Ziming is not surprised by the skill of the police. If you know that this is the king of the capital garrison, even if fighting is not a strong point, it would be surprising if there is no such skill. In contrast, I am a capitalist who is much worse. Although I have always had the habit of fitness, I am definitely a lot worse than a soldier-like. With such thoughts, Ziming went back to the car and changed into a sportswear, and then began to prepare for the exercise and started his physical activity. After about 10 minutes, the police came out from the fence and told Ziming that he had already dealt with all the cameras on the beach, but he didn't know how long they would find it inside, so they needed to act quickly. Ziming nodded to express their understanding, and then they looked around for a while and saw that there was no one around, so they quickly climbed the fence and entered the villa. Following the action of the gangbang, Ziming came to the beach 5 minutes later. This sandy beach is a silver beach. There are a few palm trees planted on the beach, and a few sun umbrellas are stretched. An American who is not very tall is doing sand sculptures with his children under the umbrella. The figure is not the tall American, is the governor of Massachusetts, Edward. Standing next to him were several strong bodyguards. Everything was harmonious, but the style of painting changed quickly. Someone invaded. Protect the governor. Suddenly the bodyguards shouted loudly, and at the same time they drew the pistols from their waists. It turned out that they found Ziming and the gangster, and the gangster stood in front of Ziming nervously, but Ziming signaled him to leave. "Governor Edward, I don't have any malicious intentions. I am Ziming from China. I think you still have an impression of me, right?" "There are many words without mistakes," Ziming said loudly. Following Ziming's words, Governor Edward over there came out from behind the bodyguard. He looked at Ziming a few times and said, "I still remember you Chinese. The first time you see me, you are leaving from me millions of dollars. The guys in the council have been arguing with me for many days. But why don't you always meet me through proper channels? The last time it was at Omar, this time it was at my holiday villa." "I'm sorry for that, Mr. Governor," Ziming said and bowed to Edward. "But if I had other ways to see you in a proper way, maybe I wouldn't do it either." Edward's there was silence over there. Ziming then asked again, "Mr. Governor, can allow me to sit down and have a face-to-face chat? It doesn't seem to be a friendly way for us now." Edward glanced at the bodyguard who was still nervous and raised his gun and said, "Put down your guns. I have something to talk with this Mr. Ziming." Then Edward asked Ziming to sit on a beach chair and gave Ziming and his wife a coconut. Ziming thanked him. "Is this an elite soldier from China? It's true that many words are very powerful. I can get to this beach so quietly. I'm afraid that if there is no shelter here, you can even touch it directly. Behind me, right?" "No mistake, a lot of character." Edward looked one asked, "Albeit," Ziming said, shrugging. "It's real mention." Edward, I'm surprised. In fact, Ziming does not own surprise how much less than Edward had sneaked into. Ziming thought that this action will be very exciting, and even their own will be like those movie-like to do some very special agents tumbling action. On will stumble and their bodyguards conflict, desperation exhibition is now his temperament. Wang Bing blaze for themselves a new trail. Then himself along this trail, in ensured underguard, came all the way to the bloody governor. Can something real not imagined? After all, who knows what is that said? The governor's bodyguards are so waste material, so actually put his own way without hindrance come of it. Not to blame those bodyguards. After all, they only deal with ordinary people, like this Wang Bing. Even well-trained special forces, it is also a headache to deal with, not to mention them, is not no stopping shame. That it's Xianqing Ming, more than what we do not polite. What is your purpose in coming today, is it? Edward asked. I want to state, Mr. Long, can you help me deal with Adam's family? Ziming replied. Chapter 100 with what it? Bao Sensxi Yunmeng Load A 3 monthly ticket support. The waves on the silver beach were surging. and the villas far from the city were very quiet. Ziming and Governor Edward sat on beach chairs facing each other. The surrounding air seemed to be condensed, and there was only the sound of waves hitting the coast. On the way, Edward Ziming Leng looked a long pause before saying, "I think I must have heard wrong, or joking, Mr. Ziming." "No," Ziming said very seriously, "Edward Governor, you have not got it wrong. I also did not kidding. This time I come to your vacation home, hope you can help me deal with the Addams family's." Listening to Ziming's words, Edward could not help but laugh. No matter how good his mental quality was, he said to Ziming meaningfully, "I'm sorry, I know I should be serious, but I can't help but laugh, because I don't understand what makes you say such things. I know you may not be in a good situation right now, but that's not the reason." "It seems that Governor Edward already knows about me and Wharton?" Ziming asked. Edward nodded and said, "Yes, I did know something about it. After all, there are protesting crowds on the streets now. It's hard for me, the governor, to know." "There are no mistakes in many words." Edward stared at Ziming's eyes again. Said, "So now, Mr. Ziming, you will come to me in a hurry. Hope I can give you the last miracle. But I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you. Although I am the governor of Massachusetts, I do have some powers, but the powers I have are not the same as the powers you know. I need to abide by the law and cannot override the law." "That's the case, but it's a pity that my thoughts and Governor Edward your thoughts may be different, because I don't think him here to find a miracle, but I think Governor Edward, you will definitely help me with this," Ziming said. Facing Ziming's full confidence, Edward frowned, because Ziming's words reminded him of 2 months ago. At that time, in the Vinder community office, this young man was sitting with such confidence. In front of him, he finally managed to take $7 million from him. For this reason, he had quarreled with the guys in the council for more than a month. What is his performance now? This made Edward couldn't help but think a little more. Edward did not speak, and Ziming continued, "Mr. Governor, what I said I hope you can help. And I don't want you to directly issue an executive order to sanction the Addams family, because the Addams family's actions did not violate any law." "Then what do you want?" "How is it?" Edward asked. "I think I have already given the answer to this question, which is to help me deal with the Addams family together," Ziming replied. "But didn't you just talk about this question yourself?" "I am the governor, but it is impossible to use the power in my hands to help you do anything." "Isn't your current statement contradictory?" Edward said angrily. "I respect you as a friend of Omar, so I didn't blame you, and didn't hold you accountable for breaking into the villa, but if you just make trouble here unreasonably, then I will immediately drive you out." Edward, the words came to an abrupt end only here, because Ziming then said, "Whether the contradiction depends on Mr. Edward, whether you are the governor or a member of the Kennedy family." Edward thought about it calmly. "We'll ask, what do you mean by that?" "If you are the governor, then we don't have to talk. You can't help me, but if you are a member of Kennedy's family, then I think we have a lot. Isn't it a space for collaboration?" Ziming looked at Edward said, "Mr. Governor, I think we can fight to open a window," said Liang. Then, "Perhaps few people call your last name, but cannot cover up the fact that you are a family of Kennedy. Two have never wanted to cover up, but what can I say if I am a member of the Kennedy family?" Edward asked meaningfully, leaning on his beach chair. "The Kennedy family is a very legendary family. 150 years ago, a poor Irishman came to Brighton across the ocean. He worked in a cooperage and made some money to start a family. His son was very clever. He first worked as a porter at the dock. He saw the sailors' sex and the huge sums of money in the bar, so he opened a pub after saving some money. As the business is booming, this Kennedy married his famous hotel daughter as his wife. He ran away all his wealth and allowed his son to enter Harvard University, and finally became the youngest bank chairman." Ziming did not directly answer any questions from Edward. Instead, he talked about the history of the Kennedy family, and Edward did not stop it. He just lay on the beach chair and listened leisurely. Regarding Edward's attitude, Ziming didn't stop even though he was surprised. He went on to say, The youngest bank chairman conducted a series of speculations and made a lot of money for himself. After the bank's shares and the accumulation of more than $1 billion in assets, he naturally became a member of the Brighton Consortium, and thus the Kennedy family. It seems that Mr. Ziming has some of Brighton's views. I know history very well. This surprised me a bit. But what does this tell? Edward asked with a smile. Perhaps the family background is not enough, or the emerging family is always very aggressive and energetic. So the Kennedy family has been active in business and government for 100 years, until a US president is born. I think that the 3 years when President Kennedy was sworn in at the White House and reached the pinnacle of power were undoubtedly the most glorious time for the Kennedy family. There are no mistakes and many words. After finishing these words indifferently, Ziming paused deliberately, and then suddenly said, "But since the assassination of the president who shocked the world, the Kennedy family has also fallen with the death of the president. Did the Kennedy family accept their fate? No mistakes, no skipping." Ziming could see Edward's hand clenching his fist unconsciously, and he just lay on the beach chair and continued, "I don't know what Governor Edward, you and your family think, but if it was me, too will definitely not be resigned to it. I am definitely asking the family to become brilliant again in my own hands." Listening to Ziming's words, Edward sat up straight, his eyes sharp as a knife, staring at Ziming. But soon, not long after, Edward laughed again. "I didn't expect it. I am almost 60 this year, Edward Kennedy. I can still be educated by a young man in his early 20s. Then Edward looked down at Ziming again. "Then Mr. Ziming, how do you want the Kennedy family to return to glory?" Killing the Adams family and taking control of the Brighton Consortium is as simple as that, Ziming say. "It's very simple indeed," Edward said, "but young man, have you ever wondered what the Brighton Consortium is? How deeply rooted the Adams family controlled the Brighton Consortium for more than 300 years." Ziming did not directly answer, but also tit-for-tat asked, "That what Mr. Edwards, you have thought about the leadership of Kennedy family replaced Adams, or did you just hear Adams' name will shiver?" "What are you talking about?" Edward raised angrily. Ziming, but he did not flinch, against Edward's anger continued, "Remember 27 years ago to do it in Dallas assassination, all of a sudden fame Kennedy family laid the altar? Although I don't know how this happened, there is an old saying in China that people should not be allowed to snore on the side of the couch." "What does this mean?" Edward asked. "His bed, how it can sleep another man?" Ziming said, "I think Adams has control of the Brighton Consortium of 300 years. He will not allow anyone to exceed his right. Many are a free word. So Zixi Anqing Ming small to you today is I want to drive a wedge between it and the Adams family. Must say that your methods are very poor, more despicable," Edward said with a sneer. Ziming hand-picked coconuts drank, for Edward's mocking sneer completely immune. "It's real flavor of coconut milk that does not taste good, at least not to my taste, a little too light, and will not be cultivated in greenhouses. Right?" "Lot of words without error," Ziming said. Edward was a little messy. He stared at Ziming with wide eyes. He didn't understand what Ziming was thinking about. "What about the family affairs?" He suddenly got on the coconut. "Is there nothing to do with it?" Edward wanted to go crazy, but due to his governor's arrogance, he could only suppress his emotions and wait for Ziming's answer. Ziming certainly understand Edward's idea. He coconut back a small table. And then very leisurely Edward said, "It's real, I want to say, things are not the governor you think so complicated. I never thought to use what is the means to divorce. I just said what I thought of. Of course, my purpose will not change. I still hope that Mr. Governor, you can promise to help me deal with the Adams family together." "With what? What? Your partner is missing. Your company's funds have also been frozen. Your company, whether it is the insurance company or dormitory Wharton convenience stores, have been notorious, and you have a friend that end up in China. I have to move out of Harvard. If this is a card game, then you don't even have a card in your hand. Why do you think I should promise you? Or even if I promise you, how can you deal with the Adams family? Do you rely on your mouth?" "Nothing is wrong," No words are skipped. Edward suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Ziming, "If it is, I can only give you an evaluation. It is naive, and you don't understand anything at all." "Albeit," Ziming said with a shrug, "not too alone. Of course I cannot shake the Addams family. Nothing, even if coupled with Kendini family, does not help. At most, it will make things 27 years ago repeatedly. Kendini was hit hard by Addams again. Although it is unacceptable to say that, I am sorry that it is the case." Ziming said that last, paused and asked, "That what if coupled with Low Soul family and the Lawrence family?" It as the weak last question Ming, so Edward put all blame themselves ready. Ziming, then the whole Yan Hui stomach inside. He can only. Ziming looked surprised and asked, "Are you saying Tu Lowell and Lawrence are also willing?" "Why not? The Addams family has controlled the Kingdom of Brighton for more than 300 years. His hegemony is not convinced by everyone. The two families of Lowell and Lawrence are also very old families and the most important of the Brighton Consortium. They formed a family, but for a long time, their respective scope of activities was basically restricted to their respective cities. Is this arrangement what they want, or is it a last resort? I don't know anyway." After saying this, Ziming got up from the beach chair. Edward saw this and immediately asked vigilantly, "What are you going to do?" "The said I said and done. Do also to stay for supper it. Anyway, Brighton Consortium dynasties and I had nothing to do," Ziming said. Face gaze of the Ziming, Edward took a deep breath. "What if I answer should do?"